Who are you not to be uncommon? Who are you not to be one in a million? 100 million? Your day job is what you do, but it doesn't define you. In a world of common, it might. But you? You were born to do uncommon things with the time you've been given. When's the last time Common fought a wildfire? Or brought a town back from the dark? Or stood against a rising flood? Common doesn't do that. Uncommon does that. And here, where uncommon lives are shaped, is where history will find you. A few weeks a year, and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Okay, I think we can get a little bit louder. Texas, are you excited? Amazing. We have a full weekend full of esports action, but keep up this energy as I introduce our first guest from Techport, San Antonio. Everyone say hello to Will Garrett.
Hey, good morning, Lemon Cooey. Good job getting everybody amped up at 9:29 in the morning. Well, welcome to Techport San Antonio, and welcome to the Boeing Center at Techport. So what in the world is Techport, you might ask? Well, you're sitting on really a new generation of technology innovation campus. And right outside these doors and across, the mile or two radius of our campus, we have about 20,000 people working in autonomous systems, robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, advanced manufacturing. And why should that matter to you? Those 20,000 people collectively put about $20 billion back into the city and the state's economy annually. Those 20,000 people collectively earn an average of $111,000 a year. And the 90 or so organizations that represent those 19,000 or so employees want to hire each and every one of you. And I said that dead seriously. If you can go hands on screen, eyes on hands on keyboard, eyes on screen, you have the ability to consume a massive amount of data at once and make quick decisions, like a great Smash player or Fortnite or Call of Duty or Halo. You can be a great robot crew chief. You can go make a career as an aerospace engineer, and you can absolutely support advanced cyber operations on this campus. So this building you're in was built with one purpose: bring people like you here and create pathways and opportunities for you to connect with those jobs, those careers, those life-changing opportunities. We're super pumped to have you here. Who's ready for the show? There we go, Lemon Cooey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Will Garrett. Hey, guys, we all have jobs after this. This is so exciting. But we also have a ton of matches that we have to get through. We have the best teams from across the country. And our first game being featured this bright and this early is Marvel Rivals. So our casters are ready to go. I'm ready to send it over to Vaudable and Shibby.
Thank you, Lemon, and welcome in everyone to Techport here at the Boeing Center. This is an amazing event being put on, multiple organizations coming together with their national champions and everything on the line. Beautiful trophies, prize pools, everything that you can hope for. Your dreams will be made during this event this weekend.
My dreams have already come true.
Yeah.
9:30 in the morning, Marvel Rivals. I get to cast it. We get to see
the new patch.
Yes, the new patch coming in. We get to see Star-Lord, Phoenix. We get to see all that stuff. I mean, that's just music to my ears, Vaudable. And I'm glad that we get to do it on a LAN setting, adrenaline coursing through these players' veins. People that we have seen compete throughout the season at home are now finally meeting face to face.
Which is great. I mean, that's the best thing about LAN environments, right? You get to be in front of your peers. You have, that camaraderie with your teammates. Yes. Some people that might be playing online, they're playing in person for the first time, and that's just an amazing experience for these students themselves. But I think the big thing to note here, right, is that we have so many different competitions that are going on throughout this schedule that we have as well, right? We have Marvel Rivals, we have Rocket League, we have Valorant, we have R6, we have Apex, we have Smash Bros. Yeah. Everything that you can ask for, League of Legends even in the background too. There is something for everyone here at this event this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I'm really going to catch that Apex Legends stream.
Oh, yeah.
I know. It gets really, really fun. Final circle shenanigans, the tension starts to build. I've obviously have a soft spot for League of Legends here, as it's one of my games that I used to cast a lot, so I'm going to be catching those. But right now, we've got Marvel Rivals,
That's
which
true.
can get very intense very
Just
early
a little
on.
bit, yeah.
Just a smidge, right? 99 on the control point and everything like that. It can get very, very intense here, and I'm really excited to get into both of these teams that we have playing today.
Yeah, I mean, we have two great teams. We'll go over them in a little bit, right? We got to
Yeah.
give people some time to get in here as well. But, you know, we do have a schedule later on that we'll be going through just to show, like, you know, we have Marvel Rivals, we have Rocket League after that. We have some Valorant, we have some Overwatch as well. The Aurora series is being played, which is pretty awesome. Some great teams that are competing in that too. So a lot of action for these players and the families and friends and fans out there to be tuning into throughout the main stage, and also multiple streams that are happening off the main stage too.
Yeah, I mean, we've got games for literally everybody.
Everyone.
Everyone, everywhere.
Something for everyone.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Multiple streams, like you said, running through the 5v5 stage over here to our right. We've got the NECC stream. We've got 1v1 Smash,
That's true.
right? I
Yeah.
mean, that's
That's gonna be
exciting.
crazy.
Yes, I can't wait
It's Fisher
to
versus Northwood for a
Yes,
lot of that,
yes.
which, I mean, that's like a rivalry we've seen in collegiate esports so much as well.
They're fated. They're fated
yeah.
to play against each other all the time. You're going to catch me in the Smash stage cheering like absolutely insane.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be there. I love the energy that they can bring.
I mean, talking a little bit about the Marvel Rivals teams that we have here today, right? There's 6 of them that are competing during this competition. We have Fisher. They have 2 teams, the main Fisher Esports roster and Fisher Navy. We also have University of North Georgia and CSULB. Those will be 2 teams that will be facing off a little bit later on here as well. We have UTD and Mizzou that are also competing. So a lot of teams that you've seen throughout the semester in Division 1 for NECC that are giving it their all. Everyone makes it through the round-robin group stage, 2 groups of 3, because we have 6 teams, and eventually into that single elimination bracket. That's going to be a fun one, too. Best of 3s most of the way, too, just because we don't want it to take too long, right? We have so much action to get through here as well. I wish we could do all best of 5s, but again, it's going to be a pretty good here. But even then, we do have the walkouts here with CSU LB Gold. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you so much, Vaudable and Shivy. Yes, it is time for our first match on the main stage for our Forge Scholastic Esports Championship. Our first team to take the stage, the best from the West. It is California State University, Long Beach. And their competitor, the Beasts from the East, it's North Georgia. All right, give it up one more time for our first match. All right, players, take the stage. Excited for this first match of Marvel Rivals. You guys can go and play, go and sit at your desk, get comfortable, because it's about to get serious. There's a lot on the line. This is just a group stage match, but this is the beginning of a long journey. And I'm ready to send it over to the people bringing you through all that action. So let's say hi again to Vaudable and Shibby.
Thanks again, Lemon. I mean, we got to work together in the EMEA for Ignite, so happy to be here in the same building as well. But now we got to talk about business, right? We do have our 2 teams for our first series ever on the main stage for this weekend at the Boeing Center at Techport, and this is just a monumental moment because this is the first ever collegiate Marvel Rivals like main event land for NECC, which is huge. And we have 2 great teams that have competed, battled it out before in the playoffs. We saw University of North Georgia, the ones who came out on top that time. I think it was a 3-1 victory there. And now they're facing off in a best-of-3 format against CSU Long Beach Gold. I mean, talk to me about the CSU Long Beach Gold. What can we expect from this roster?
I mean, I had the pleasure of interviewing them yesterday for
true.
media, which is really fun. I believe it was Mackie Moo and Siphon, and they were very confident, right? Vanguard players for their roster.
Yeah.
You have to be confident. You have to have that sort of aura, that air of confidence if you are a Vanguard player. I mean, they said they could take it
Got
all.
a Dino now that you can play too. Not in this event.
Not in this event, but eventually, right? And, you know, kind of talking to all the teams and specifically CSU Long Beach, I mean, they were just really, really confident. Fisher has that on their back, that target here. But we look through the rosters right now, looking at CSU Long Beach Gold. Talked about Makimu, we have Kinetic, Siphon, Chicken J, Krayos, and Squeegee. And on the side of UNG, we've got Vils, Trix, Quads, Squad, Some, Nex, and Kung Fu Panda. What a name, by the way, Kung Fu Panda.
I love it, yeah. I mean, the names here in Collegiate Marvel Rivals could not be any better, and neither could these teams. I mean, they have some tough competition, of course, in their group. They do have the #1 seed that has won the Division I playoffs earlier on, which was Fisher. And I mean, talking about that team, that is a basically pro roster that we see there. So the big thing here is getting a win in this matchup pretty much guarantees you the best seed that you can pretty much get in this group, based on what we've seen historically in those matchups. So if you get the win here, you're at least, locked in for that second place with the round robin, typically based on how things have been going for that. So you'll be looking even stronger to go further in that playoff bracket competition. And we want some good competitiveness between these squads. Like we were talking about it, domination last time was a 2-0 victory that we saw in favor of University of North Georgia. So hopefully this go around, CSULB have been studying up, practicing the maps. I mean, speaking of maps, Lower Manhattan can be played. It's been enough time since then. I hope we see it in some capacity. I know a lot of people don't like the scan mechanic, though.
Scan mechanic is interesting. I will say that first point is a little rough as well.
Oh my gosh.
I have seen a ton of full holds on that first map, but then it kind of opens up after the first point. Then it gets kind of a little bit crazy, that bridge area. But I think the more important part to look at today and for this whole weekend, Vaudeville, is the new patch that you talked about.
Yes.
Devil Dinosaur not available, but all the buffs are coming through. Star-Lord, Phoenix.
So
I
many.
mean, what do you anticipate here for what the meta is going to see?
Hot take, I think Emma Frost is back. I think Emma Frost is back, had the lowest win rate in the highest level that we saw with Celestial Plus, of course, into Eternity and One Above All, but I think she's been a lot better. Deadpool Vanguard, I think that's another hero similar to Elsa, where it's now more of a skill check. It's not like they're super broken. They've been toned down a decent amount because the reduced damage that you do get to see with their Desert Eagles there, and also the ultimate not doing as much. The gun ultimate, which was just so lethal against a lot of people there too. Thing getting more HP, I think is great. I think that's to try and compete with Devil Dinosaur with the release that we've seen there. The biggest thing I'm wondering is, like, is this Iron Fist buff going to do enough for Iron Fist players to feel like they are the main character like they used to be? I think because the team up with Luna Snow was buffed as well, that helps it a little bit better. And speaking of Emma Frost and Luna Snow, that team up is even wider. So she deploys kind of this ice field in front of you that blocks off, heals and also does damage. I think it slows too, if I'm not mistaken on that. So a lot going on. But Phoenix is the big thing here. Phoenix is just an assassin or a sniper, you could say at this point, with a hit scan that she can just 2-tap 275 HP heroes. So definitely keep an eye on that. And Spider-Man also got a buff. I know the most fans out there in terms of heroes, Spider-Man's a really big one.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate buff, right? He does more damage overall.
So much damage.
450. I mean, if you're a Vanguard, you've kind of got to be afraid now. You can't just, look at the Spider-Man while he's ulting and be like, oh, I'm good. No, you have to actually block it or pray that your supports are there to help you out. I think it's the biggest change here that's maybe going a little bit unnoticed or maybe under the radar. Those rocket changes. Obviously, Phoenix, pretty good counter
has
into
more
the
damage
rocket.
now and has more heals.
More damage, more heals, and they reduce the ultimate charge cost. I mean, 4,000, incredibly low,
You can get it fast.
Especially because the patch before or last season, they introduced that, global ultimate charge cost change where everything takes 20% slower. Reducing the ultimate charge cost for some of these supports, it kind of feels like that change never happened.
That's true. That's true. And I think we've seen a couple adjustments for this patch specifically to focus a little bit more on buffing the neutral, nerfing the ultimate, not charge necessarily, but the ultimate generation in general. I mean, I love that they introduced with Devil Dinosaur a new kind of passive where you don't generate as much ult charge because you have so much HP. I think they need to put that on every Vanguard in my mind. The only problem though is if you do that, then they won't be getting healed as much in low elo, and I don't think people want that. I mean, I know myself when I'm playing solo Vanguard and I'm like, please can I have some heals? But nobody is helping me, Shibby. Either way though, these players are pretty much close to that tier 2, tier 3 level, like MRC. We've seen some of them compete in it as well. I'm pretty sure I've seen CSULB in MRC multiple times, making decent runs through that as well. MRC, for those who aren't familiar, Marvel Rivals Championship is kind of like the tier 2 scene for the game itself, which is great that, you know, esports is supported. If you're a college student too, you can get free costumes in the game. They have college perks as well. I think you just have to put in like your email from your school, which is pretty awesome too. So there's a lot of support just in Marvel Rivals in general for collegiate, which is great. And this being the first year that we have seen, you know, from the fall semester now into the spring, all coming to a head here, I couldn't have asked for anything better in terms of the competition we've seen so far.
Yeah, everyone I've talked to so far has said, you know, how amazing the stage is. They're excited to play on the main stage. The lights
I mean,
up
you can
bright.
see it behind us. It looks pretty great.
It does look really nice. I'm really happy for a lot of the teams here that get to play on the main stage, the 5v5, or wherever they're going to be playing. I mean, LAN environments are always just fundamentally different, and they're always, you know, anything can happen at LAN. I firmly believe in that to a T, right? You know, I know Fisher has that big target on their back that we talked about, essentially a pro player team.
And they got 2 squads that are looking pretty good.
Yeah, both of their squads look good. But again, hey, anything can happen at LAN. So I'm really excited to see what, like you said, CSU Long Beach can bring to the table, Mizzou, all the teams that has. I'm very
Krakoa
map selection, and one of my favorite maps here at Krakoa. Just a beautiful, beautiful domination map. Every single point, bottom, I talk about this all the time, tests your ability to swap to different compositions, right? Dive is very popular here.
That's true.
I've seen a lot of long
Depends
range
on like the sub map as well. That's an
yes.
interesting thing to note for those who don't really know about domination. You have like 3 different points that you can secure. It's like capture points, so you try to get to 100% before the other team does. If it's 99 and the other team's capturing, it goes to overtime. You could have 99-99 last for as long as you need it to until one team at least gets the advantage and eventually takes that. So best 2 out of 3 is essentially what it is for this as well for domination. But we also will see who are the heroes that get selected by both of these squads as well. So we have Koa domination, as we were mentioning, and already the Phoenix band not too surprised.
Yeah, people that don't know who's on which M1 band. Band over for the side. Not surprised that Gambit is being banned out here. I mean, if Star-Lord gets buffed, then Gambit is probably going to be just as good here. I do love the Doctor Strange save here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of bans recently, and especially these MRC bans. If it's banned for someone, it's banned for everyone. If it's saved, it's saved for everyone. That's all you need to know on this one.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about it even since last season, right? Doctor Strange, Invisible Woman team up.
It's so good.
How
They didn't
good
nerf it.
They didn't touch it at all. I think that's intentional. They like the team up. It's brawl
He's
based.
getting played a lot more. But speaking of, Invisible Woman does get banned. She's getting a little bit of a nerf to her force physics, but that's the push. And White Fox getting banned is huge. White Fox got a little bit of like a nerf or balance change in some ways, but also her ultimate buffed in general. And I think she's just been so effective in the brawl specifically.
I mean, the Luna Fox combo,
So,
right? Like Luna
the charm is insane.
Yeah, double charm, right? It is absolutely disgusting. And I think nobody wants to play against that unless you like this Namor shade. Essentially anticipating potentially the dive that may come out here with the Venom. There's Venom, the best dive tank in the game right now, fundamentally. And now, this is the big question. Does one of Daredevil or Black Cat get through? Daredevil has been saved here, so does Black Cat now get banned away?
I feel like some teams aren't as comfortable on Black Cat. And I respect the Hela ban here as well. There's the Hela Namor team up, which basically has these like squids that are incorporeal, so you can't even shoot through them and get rid of them, which is so annoying. They didn't do anything about the team up. People were expecting that they would for this patch, but yeah, getting rid of 2 of the hit scans, which is Phoenix and Hela, was massive. I'm more curious about what this last ban is going to be for University of North Georgia, because they've had their hit scans banned out. They're banning the Star-Lord. This is what we were talking about with this patch. He's got 10 more ammo, which means he can build his alt charge faster and finish off opponents even easier than the last patch.
Yeah, the one clips are absolutely insane. Siphon already toggling the Venom right now. I love the Doctor Strange. I think one thing that we didn't really touch upon, or because it was last patch, Winter Soldier is actually better.
Yeah.
Like, if you know how to aim, if you have your mechanics on point, Winter Soldier is on paper much better for you. The damage you can do. I mean, the cooldowns got reduced for him, right? You didn't really care about the grounding on the Trooper's Fist that much, because most of the time, if you get the pull into the first combo, they should like dead here. But looks like UNG and the open up on some fundamentally different comps. There's the Wolverine.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Passive, essentially allowing him to live one fatality or one.
That artificial limb of yours fascinates me.
Back up here.
I'm still getting used to it, but it seems to be doing the trick so far.
That's a very classic, like, Season 0, Season 1
Yeah,
Vanguard duo.
I mean, we've seen also like combinations with their ultimates, right? You can see the Strangler using more like Horn of
The
Crows,
battle starts in 5,
summon that, so once
4,
they're just stuck in one
3,
spot, you can get some
2,
KOs from that too.
1.
We could see, you know,
All you
Quad
need to do
Squad
is capture the mission
potentially using
area.
that meteor
Got
rim
it?
to combo it with that as well. I think they're just using that just to keep their backline alive too. The bubbles are so effective, keeping themselves up or not. So Makimu, I think the way that they'll perform in this Wolverine is going to be essential for CSU Long Beach. See if they can actually get some
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Daredevil Venom guys. Some is able to immediately remove Chicken off the table. Master is going to res him back up. It's going to res Chicken does take out Tickle. He's res off the table. He's 5, and it's going to be a fight win for them after taking an early trade down.
And the second time, Chicken's gone down as well, but that's really matter because the rest of their team is on the objective. They just need to get these final two fronts. The more stall, the better for University of North Georgia. Eventually, we are able to get that final elimination on it to
Capture the mission area.
I think that's the big thing, right? Stall as much as you can at the start, even if you see that you're not going to be winning that first team fight. And I know, you know, the stats are like somewhere around 80% of the time on domination. If you win that first team fight, you typically win at that point. But anything can happen, especially here in the Nationals for NECC at the Boeing Center at Tech 4. And this is what we want to see, guys. The fourth Scholastic Esports champion, brought to you by the Army National Guard. And we're already getting in, especially with the KOs, which are coming out by some. They can't pick just yet, though.
By the eye of
Agamotto lands on the multiple members for UNG, and they go down lickety split Vaudeville with the on top of the CYA. I mean, that's just an incredible amount of damage coming in.
And what's the crazy thing about this, too, UNG is the team that saved Doctor Strange, but they're not even playing it. It's CSU LB Gold that are looking really good with the Doctor Strange. Yes, they don't even have to team up, but it doesn't seem like they need it. They just have a Doctor Strange main. They are just the main man on campus, it feels like.
Yeah, like I said, got to talk to CSU Long Beach's Vanguard line here. I mean, fight better. They were, you know, confident. Had a lot of trust. Kind of get onto the point here, find that res beacon. Unfortunately, cannot take out Maggie without take out water.
Okay.
Go down and let's see. DPS 12 coming through here. This might be a fight win for UNG. They've taken down 2 members. Let's see how long Long Beach can actually stall onto the point. Like you said, if you're going down, it's important to eke out as much percentage as possible. 80% to about 2 now.
Yeah, didn't quite get the 99 that most teams are hoping for when they first get the objective, but some good leg room for them. I mean, 79% is a huge amount. The big thing is, how does UNG posturize themselves, right? They have 3 ultimates available. I think the Kraken Impact's going to be key here as well. CSU LB Gold, though, for Chicken and Water, I think the big thing for them is just to see how they use their ults.
Wait to see if the Devil will be let out from the Chicken Gate. Has that Jeff ultimate, but I anticipate to see Jeff right now on top of the rocket ultimate. That is a whole load of damage coming in there. That could be a fight win. Here M is channeled as well. And on anybody. What he does with here. I like Water shooting that ultimate trying to bait it out here, but UNG investing a lot for this fight when Kraken Impact is available, will be needed, potentially counter the Daredevil ultimate that is going to come out from CSU Long Beach.
Just the collapse between both the Wolverine and the Buggy charging into each other. So funny, but there's the dark magic that's used by Abyssal to take out some. And well, even with this Daredevil going in, letting it out as best they can, some objections coming through, blocking all the damage and keeping them off the objective. They still can't secure it because there are still members of University of North Georgia touching the objective, but not long enough as CSU LB Gold are looking very strong to at least get towards that 99% first.
My eyes are on the double duelist ultimates coming out from UNG, right? Kraken Impact and the Namor ultimate available. We do have a portal coming in here for that overtime touch. Let's see if this Eye of Agamotto can land. Well, Siphon has that BC bit.
Also does have the horn of Proteus if they want it, barely staying alive, and they do use it, but it doesn't get a single person. The res comes through onto Abyssal, and even with the BC defense from Siphon. No members go down on University of North Georgia. Here's the crack in the back though. Tries to get one, can't get the confirm. Needs the reset here on Daredevil and get it. Ayabagamoto comes through from Abyssal. 9 keeps their team alive on North Georgia on the objective. Using the Eternal Bond, but will it be enough? We're already at overtime and still University of North Georgia have not gotten the objective.
Yeah, Mills coming back in with the Psylocke, and this monkey is being hunted right now, and unfortunately does take out Squeaky Master, does get taken out by himself. Quad Squad at Abyssal going crazy. Both Dr. Strange trying to do as much work as possible. Daredevil coming in, water, channel to death, has taken one with him. Unfortunately gets immediately kicked into the back of the head, gets taken down here. UNG, ultimate coming out from Tickle Fist, the CYA, are able to secure that fight, but we have at minimum bottom 2 more here because the Dr. Strange portal is available.
That bonus health and damage that you get from the Cosmic Amplifier was the difference maker that they needed. They were struggling to get the eliminations, especially because the Bucky was just getting hunted down by Abyssal and also Squeegee. I mean, showing how lethal their primary fire has increased ammo and damage that it can do because of that. So I'm expecting some big things from the Rocket players here, but there is the kidnap coming through on the Quad Squad, trying to stay alive. Does get saved for now and bailed out, but they're trying to use the Eye of Agamotto when they can at the prime of moments. And this is a good one. Jeff, yes, they do manage to at least not like lock in the elimination. Huge blocks from the shield of Seraphim from the missile.
The Abyss, CYA is going to come in here, and Summit has been going crazy, but unfortunately the Vanguard line for CSU Long Beach is going to turn this around.
99-99, overtime is here and nobody on the objective left from the University of North Georgia. They need someone to touch or else it will be the first point going to Long Beach Gold, and it will be one step away from taking the first map and getting revenge during the regular season.
Ooh, Abyssal, MVP of that round. The shield from Dr. Strange to block the oncoming damage after that Eye of Agamotto was the savior of that round. I mean, beautiful play. That allows the Rocket to live, right? Squeegee Meister specifically, which then allows them to build that Cosmic Yard Amplifier, which then allows them to turn the fight after their duelists go down. I mean, that was just clutch play after clutch play. Heartbreaker for UNG because they invested so much into that fight. We look at the side of CSU Long Beach, they killed that Eye of Agamotto, and they've got Let the Devil out as well, which should net them a fight win on this first
So we'll have to see if there will be a bounce back from the University of North Georgia. They look pretty solid in the second half, but as I mentioned, typically when you get that first fight win, it's a little bit of a difficult one there as well.
4, 3, 2,
left over.
1.
Elsa, Psylocke,
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
not
Got it?
as good as she was, you know, a couple patches ago. Still pretty solid. I would say A tier right now, especially if you can get those Apex Predators going. Portal is going to come in instantly onto CSU Long Beach.
I do like this initial portal play. We've seen it from the pros multiple times.
By the Eye of
Agamotto comes out from Abyssal. He does manage to get the other Doctor Strange, but here's the dance of the butterfly from Bills. They've managed to at least get the Wolverine, but it's still not enough to keep their team in the fight, and they will go down already. The first team fight going CSU Long Beach's way, and I think even better than last time.
Yeah, like way easier, right? Eye of Agamotto landing on a multiple members. Chicken didn't even have to use the Daredevil ultimate, which actually really crucial. They don't have a counter right now. They're running from Rocket to Jeff, and now they've swapped over to the Atom. So triple strategist composition with a solo Elsa DPS. Typically you want to pair that up with the men to get nerfed. Good. Now the dive comes in. Chicken JT already takes out Bill. Devil is going to be let out. Sure, the Reds comes in, but can you handle the man behind the mask? Daredevil wreaking havoc on your backline for a triple onto UNG.
A Penta, actually a Hexa comes through and everyone goes down on University of North Georgia. No one can survive the slaughter that has been delivered cold here in Hell's Kitchen. CSU Long Beach Gold are looking on top of the world today.
Chicken JT popping off on this Daredevil, showing you why this is the best dive hero in the game. I don't think he's going to be able to get that once again here if this match goes their way. Some, though, have the Apex Predator available. A lot of playmaking as well as Tickle Fist with that CYA, but they just have an answer for this Venom. Soft guy in, gets the combo, even takes out the res here. Double CYA pops between both teams. That's immediately gonna get removed off the table. And CSU Long Beach looking oh so dominant in round 2. Like you said, even better than round 1.
Great positioning that we're seeing from them. Uses of ultimates are tier 1, and I can't really say that anything needs to change for Long Beach. Even with the Namor on the side of North Georgia, getting that KO onto Chicken doesn't matter too much because they still have the points, they still have the percentage. I like the change over to the Elsa here for some, but we can use their Glockrock, Apex Predator very efficiently to get some big KOs against Long Beach to get them back in the game.
Has to be right? Has to be more than one person. Especially because we're hitting toward that 99% mark here. Nobody's on top of it. This does get taken down. Should get red. Lartrop comes in. 9 takes down Siphon. But a nice trade. Chicken takes down Siphon. As their only DPS. And Water has swallowed up Gopper's blade here. Fine though. Takes his team back to the area. I guess the portal. I don't know why we went back there.
They're just trying to position.
Maybe they're trying to retreat. Yeah, they're trying to reposition here, take this team fight. They've got pretty much 99% to go here, right? They've got so much time. They just need to win one team fight, and they're good to go.
I think the big thing is they don't want to build up ultimates to their opponents, so they are just positioning back a little bit further. And now that they have that 99%, they can play against what happens. They don't have to fully go in until they build up their own ults. I mean, they're eventually going to have that last stand. They'll have to let the devil out in some moments. Probably an amplifier. Builds up so much faster now, too.
Got a couple of in the back. Well, it's operating time. I want to see Quad Squad use this one with Rest. Stall out. There we go. This is going to go down. Red available as well. 5v6. 50% in counting for UNC. Before team fight wins, we could be going to a sub-map pretty
This is the biggest swap that we've seen from UNC, right? Quad Squad going on over to the thing. I think it's just making it better for them to set up shop right on the objective. Just enough away from it to get some but there's a great barrel leap onto the Elsa, but they do go down. Shotgun to the face, and they can't escape.
Pointed is now. Clobbering time comes in. The stall even longer. 75% in counting for UNG. They have won 3 team fights in a row now. Rough. Long Beach are stacking ultimates. They're going towards that dreaded 6 ultimate stack here. And UNG, I mean, they're kind of close.
They got the Thanos gauntlet.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Every single Infinity Stone ready and available for CSU Long Beach. This CYA plus sign introduction is going to be crucial for UNG. Pretty much 5 out of 6. They are ready to take whatever is going to hit. Last stand comes in though. Catches multiple members. Big actually interrupt. A big eat from Water though. This is crucial. If they can take them off the map, this could be the fight win. Actually, it's 9 who takes them down.
9 got the eat, able to get the eliminations, and University of North Georgia baits out half of the ultimates from Long Beach, and there's not enough time. They will get the second point, so we go to a point 3.
Back to back to back to back team fight wins coming in for UNG. That might be even more of a heartbreak for CSU Long Beach than round 1 was for UNG. I mean, they stacked up all these ultimates too. They had it ready to go, but 9 with a massive Jeff lead. I mean, getting multiple members, taking one down, and then taking them off the map. It doesn't matter if you have 6 ultimates if you can't use them.
Elsa's still large and in charge. I mean, even with the nerfs that we saw, seeing 15 final hits from some massive change. And then Quad Squad, I think they've had a monumental turnaround once switching to the thing because they're just getting pressured too much. And you see the lineup here potentially for Long Beach. We're not going to spoil it because they could potentially hear us, but once we get actually into the game itself, it'll be very interesting to see it as well. But I mean, Bills, I think, is the big thing here that needs to step up, right? We saw some good looks from them. The Horned Proteus hasn't been as effective as we would like it to, so maybe if they can hit those whales a little bit sooner and just spot where they can at least get 1 or 2 eliminations, that'll be a massive difference maker for them to more easily secure a victory in point 3 here in the Cradle.
Looks like it's going to be a triple Vanguard coming out from CSU Long Beach. Elsa does do less health damage now after
still not.
Yeah, it's still a ton. I mean, it's still not fun to take a shotgun to the face here. CSU Long Beach have the ultimate advantage in their back pocket. Water with Jeff, as well as with that, you know, Apex Predator does come in. Ayabakoto only lands onto 1. It does land on a tickle. Unfortunately, Abyssal does go down, going a little too deep for the team. Rez not coming in. Tickle Fist takes down, but Siphon carrying the load here on that with the double kill coming in. CSU Long Beach. I mean, Siphon's
Okay,
been
Siphon.
absolutely lethal on
Just
this
getting a
Venom.
quad, what?
Yeah, I mean, sure, Siphon, go off.
Saves their team essentially with that team fight, because we saw, you know, it kind of going the way of University of North Georgia, but the problem was 9 going down, right? The back line not being as supported as it could, and we like to call this Zootopia back line from the pro days. Essentially, we see the Jeff and the Rocket, and they can, you know, navigate and be squirmy as much as necessary when they are getting killed by the other team, which is so important against Daredevil. Daredevil is one of the best heroes to take down in Jeff Delangelo. So even having that in Venom, also you have the Scholastic shenanigans too.
Oh
We
my.
have Papa time come through though, and Quad Squad is going in.
Oh, I feel bad for Abyssal. He's got this double CC here, like you said, is Jeff. Brody is right on top of water, and that's how you want to see that ultimate used here. Very good counter. Siphon, though, a massive Feast of the Abyss combo. Can they stall, though? Unfortunately, they're gonna try here. Then still counter and going. Quad
Huge
Squad.
push off the play.
Yeah, is going to take JT. And I mean, if it isn't for Siphon, I mean, CSU Long Beach, it feels like they're losing these fights before they start.
They've been losing a lot of ground, and I think it's because they're disjointed when they're going off the objective. Right? We see Abyssal trying to go in, mix like they were before, but this is a much more open sub-map here on Krakoa. So you have all the sight lines necessary to protect yourself and your back line in comparison to what was on the floor. I honestly would love to see them on the Wolverine again. I felt like they were doing a great job with that, and especially in the way that Texas been positioning with the top of the fire coming through fast section as well to try and counter it from both ends, and we're just getting everyone seduced on the side.
Tons of damage coming in here. Devil is being let out just for good measure. Good cleanup here coming out for Chicken, JT, and Siphon. And that's the dive that we want to see. When they're in sync, when they're going for the same target, it's almost impossible to try to peel away here, even if you are, like you said, on that Zootopia backline. Once Chicken, JT, and Siphon are linked up and they're locked in, it's really, really tough for UNG to counter.
The problem with Tickle Fist and 9 going down so early in that team fight is they both have their ultimates. They could not keep themselves and their team sustained throughout it. So a lot of percentage now being built up by CSU along with VH Gold, and they are looking to close things out. Eye of Agamotto could be big. We could see, you know, Makimu get a big grab. I think that's been essential for them just to sanction off a lot of the University of North Georgia players. Crossfire and Amplifier coming out relatively early, but I love this flank. Getting rid of the battle-ready beacon, so no res available.
Res available, it doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes, that's CYA, and is going to get what you say after again, as well as the major held. Point has been flipped as well, so this fight for CSU Long Beach to get out. Either go back to the respawn room or get out and regroup. You have one more fight here if you can win it. Yeah, maybe 2 potentially, but CSU, they just need that one fight win. And that's what they chased last round, and they lost back to back to back to back. UNG, when they get a hold of this point, it can be very, very hard to let go. And 4 ultimates in the bank as well. CSU Long Beach are going to pull here.
That's going to be the tough part, right, is the ultimate difference between these two. I felt like University of North Georgia was doing a lot better of a job with that right. Here's our block time as well. Quad Squad, it doesn't manage to stun out Abyssal. The heat comes through from water, and there's another Horn of Proteus. Giganto saves the day yet again.
82% counting. CSU Long Beach, you have the ability to portal on. Lots of ults used though from UNG, right? The Thing ultimate plus, like you said, that Horn of Proteus used to counter Waters. Jeff is going to still be the play for Water. I kind of want to see them swap to something else here. Chicken JT goes down very late. Massive stagger. Siphon's already going in with the PC. It just gets taken down though. Isn't able to ult just yet. Has to wait. Portal comes in. And UNG and CSU Long Beach on last fight territory. Last stand available for some. Is he going to need it? Abyssal already goes down. There's no BRB beacon available. BC Abyss finally comes in. Can we get some sort of ult? Can we get some sort of elimination? But no, they get off the point. UNG are able to take it off of a Charlie Niner from CSU Long Beach.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for those uninformed. A C9 is when you don't touch the objective, even though you have the manpower to do so, and they get pushed off of it. They are losing the plot there for a second, and it will be the other side. Vils, of course, the MVP, because we saw such effective usage of their ultimates every time the Jeff was coming out. It was the direct counter, and they had it perfectly placed. So shout out to them. They had a really big come around here, and it necessarily wasn't like more final hits coming out. I think the big thing was using those ultimates effectively, and that was a difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? Phil's not having that really good effective ultimate usage in game one or, in sub map one, sub map two, but they must have heard you, right? They
Yeah,
must,
yeah, I mean, like, shout out to them. They did a great job. I love the performance from this team of University of North Georgia. I mean, I live in Georgia myself, a little
Yeah.
biased, but I mean, even then, both teams gave it their all. And this is just map one, right? We have 2 more maps to go after this. Convoy and Convergence, even more competitive. Last time it was 2-3 across the board,
Yeah.
kind of back and forth on those. So I'm really curious in like what map we get as a counter pick next. So that will be Long Beach's decision on where we go for that one. And then also seeing like, the hero bans, right? We saw the ban on the White Fox. I think that was huge for North Georgia, just based on the dive playstyle that we saw from Long Beach specifically. And the way that, Chicken was just going out of nowhere every time with that Daredevil. I think the only problem was towards the end. Maybe got a little sidetrack going for that BRB beacon.
Yeah, I feel also, like you said, their dives a little bit disjointed.
Yeah.
I also felt like they kind of got lost in the sauce with that triple Vanguard composition.
Yeah,
I would have loved to see Makimu on something more duelist
I felt
oriented.
like the Wolf was like a big difference maker too. The last stand being able to use that to take out the Vanguards as well that we saw from the side of Long Beach. So I mean, there's a couple different things that they could do. It sounds like we are getting a substitution that is coming in for one of the teams as well. And I love that teams have these kind of rosters that they can fill in. I mean, we've seen it in Ignite as well. Teams having a specialist for domination, a specialist for convoy and convergence. Sometimes you want to have triple strategist is another thing. We didn't see that from either of these teams as a thing to note. So we'll probably see that in those game modes.
Yeah, it was just a little bit for UNG, right? They swapped over to like Adam, Rocket, Jeff, which I mean is one of the weirdest.
That is a weird triple strategy.
Yeah, that's not something we typically
usually see
here.
some sort of like Ultron in there too,
Yeah.
especially with the ultimate. Not getting buffed this patch, but the last one for 7.5. So like that's a big change we've seen with a lot of teams, especially at the pro level. I'm more surprised that we haven't seen Mantis.
Yeah.
Mantis with the changes, yes, the damage boost isn't as much, but the amount of speed that you get when you are damage boosted is crazy, and especially when you're diving, no one can escape you.
Yeah, I mean, Marvel Rivals pretty much looked at Overwatch and said, we got Lucio at home here, right? That's pretty much what they did. I just put the headphones on Mantis, and we pretty much got the
Put
same
the speed
thing.
boost in the bag.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what's happening. And I think it would help them a lot, specifically if you're CSU Long Beach, because when you throw that damage boost onto your divers, the extra move speed can be a difference maker. As we do get that substitute coming in, I believe Abyssal is going to be subbed out here for Kraos. And Abyssal was one of the star players in my mind.
Yeah.
Really, really good
But
tank play.
could
Stalked
be
her
targeted
strange.
is the big thing, right?
Yeah.
It might be just a strange main is what we could see happening here. So again, Kraos coming in. I'm excited to see what like their hero pool looks like for this team as well, for their side of things. And looking at Kraos specifically, we don't want to give it away, because we could see some changes in terms of like bans and protects. We'll talk about it once we get into it. And that's the fun thing about LAN, right? It's like you can somewhat hear the casters in your mind when you're like going for crazy plays, or like not in your mind, but in your ears. When you're going for crazy plays, the hype's getting elevated, the crowd's out there too, and it's so electric as well. And I mean, shout out to the Boeing Center at Techport for being such humble hosts for us here as well. I mean, it's a 1,900-acre campus with companies in cybersecurity. They also have aerospace, advanced tech as well. So not just about gaming that they have, it's also where tech is actually happening there as well. More than 80 organizations are located here. So when students come to compete, they're also getting exposure to a much bigger ecosystem is the big thing to note. So I'm excited to see, what we have in terms of, opportunities that come out of this too, right? Just competing in sort of a land space like this, there's so many different chances for you to be recognized. And I mean, we've even seen people recently going from collegiate into the pro scene in like games like Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super common. Overwatch, Valorant as well.
Yeah.
We've got teams competing, across the nation, across the world. I mean, it's really, really interesting. And I love the, doors and opportunities that collegiate can open. Obviously, we come to this land to play, Marvel Rivals, Valorant, all this stuff, but use it as a networking opportunity for a lot of these collegiate
I mean, there's
guys.
a bunch of like panels that are going on throughout the convention itself, and then there's also like opportunities for networking, as you mentioned. There's Twitch University that are here too, so you can actually talk to staff with that as well, see what other opportunities are out there. It's also the different leagues that are competing here too, so a lot for you to take part in, even if you're not a competitor, right? There's doing sweepstakes and giveaways constantly that I saw as well. I heard that there's like Switch giveaways in some capacity, Switch lights, so I mean, hey, you could win a Switch light, that's pretty awesome. And then there's like free play open stations, so you can like 1v1 your friends. So
I'm money matching. I'm money matching. I'm calling out all the Smash Collegiate students.
Oh,
Look, after I'm done casting, I'm money matching over there at the free play console. You better catch me there.
But we do got to talk about our next map that we have on the docket. It is going to be Shin Shibuya, and I'm not too surprised that we're going into this map, especially with how like dive focused. That's kind of like the play style where you just go in and you try to target one person, you just take them down in the back lines as you can. We saw with the Daredevil and Venom, two very good heroes for that specifically. I'm curious if we'll see any Cap play if Venom does get banned out. Typically, we've been seeing some good Captain America, especially in that MRC I was talking about. I mean, we even have players who competed in that in some of the Fisher rosters. Sleep on Fisher Navy, like they got second place recently in MRC, so they have a decent amount of experience, with this as well. So we'll have to see, once we get into the game, what the strategy is in terms of bans, right? That's my biggest question mark.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the Daredevil gets let through. I know UNG feels like they did a pretty good job dealing with it, but, I mean, Chicken JT had 21 finals at the end of that?
Yes.
Like, the most out of the whole
But
team?
the question is, do we ban a, Phoenix or a Gambit first still? I think you kind of have to, in this meta, ban those two heroes first. Like, that's the problem seeing for this, too. So, I mean, let's talk a little bit more about this stage, though. If you've never been here before, we're coming to you live from the Boeing Center at Techport, which was purpose-built for events like this. You've got a full arena, as you can see, a LAN center on the side, and a tech campus all in one place. And what's unique is you're not just an event venue. You're in the middle of a working tech campus, which is so cool.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, this is just a beautiful sight to see. Monitors lit up across the board, people playing their matches, testing out settings, configurations. I'm really excited to see, once everything gets going, it is a little bit early in the morning. Teams are still rolling in. I mean, once we hit like midday, everybody's going to be, furiously clicking or doing whatever they need to do here, right? Like testing out, playing their matches, whether it's pools, groups, everything like that. So, I mean, it's just amazing because we were here yesterday when everything was getting set up, and I was like, man, this is pretty interesting. You got the computers going, the monitors. They did a really good job. Shout out to, obviously, Rally Cry and everybody here with the staff that has helped out so much in setting up all these events for these collegiate students. I mean, I couldn't be happier. Our job is easy. We just got to talk about the game and to cast. These guys got to do everything else. They make us look good.
I mean, we also got to talk about this because this is the NECC Nationals at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by Army National Guard. And speaking of Army National Guard, some of the benefits, they create a unique blend of civilian life and military service, aiming to attract individuals who want to serve their community and country while pursuing personal, career, or educational goals. So it's pretty awesome that you have that opportunity available to you. The Guard also allows you to stay rooted in your local community, is a big thing, living and working at home, which is kind of awesome, and while being ready to serve both your state and your country there too. So a lot of opportunities available to those who do join the Army National Guard as one of our presenting sponsors for this event.
Yeah, they do have a booth down here as well. I think
it's like just below us.
It's right below us. It's on
we see the trophies there too. I mean, we'll show some of those later on, but they look awesome.
Yeah, I believe it's stage right, technically, of the 5v5 stage. So if you want to go check that out at the booth there. Like you said, the Twitch University, we talked about the Army booth. There's so many different we have, NECC,
EGF, we have ECAC here as well. So, there's a lot of great organizations that are out there putting on events throughout all of this, too. So, I mean, some great looks throughout, the booths. You can talk to them directly and just get some information on if you want to participate in any of the other leagues. If you're just in NECC, you want to play in ECAC, or in ECAC, you want to play in NECC. Great opportunity to learn a little bit more about that as well. The cool thing about, this event and this venue, also, I mean, there's a whole pipeline right now for esports. So there's middle school, there's high school, college players, all tied into the same ecosystem now. You don't really see that everywhere is the big thing, right?
Yeah.
So there's so much opportunity available for those. And for these players, the next step after competing locally and for others, it's to look at what's possible for the next level, right? And, having a tech campus like this, you can talk directly to people as well that are in the space, which is pretty awesome. I mean, that Twitch Universities we were talking about too, different opportunities that you can get involved with that. I mean, just getting involved in content in general, I think is a great way to, promote your scene, but also promote your campus and your facility and also the good work that you're doing for your school.
Yeah, I think, earlier we had Will come on, right?
Yeah.
The speech, he talked about hiring people that are playing here, right? I mean, jobs in cybersecurity, jobs in drones and all that stuff, which is obviously the future, right?
Yes.
I remember 10 years ago, trying to get a drone, trying to fly it around. It was like, what is that? Now it's like, that's the minimum standard.
They're doing deliveries and stuff for it now,
they
too.
do
Yeah, it's
food
crazy.
deliveries. I just went to a wedding last week, and the drone package was
Oh, yeah.
automatic. Like, I mean,
It's nuts.
it's so
for
cool.
visuals in general,
Yes.
too. Speaking of the visuals, I mean, again, shout out to the Boeing Center at Techport. I mean,
Yes.
this is amazing that we have this whole facility available, like, outside. If you've seen it, they have the whole banner and everything everywhere. I mean, the LAN Center that's right down the hall, too, is pretty awesome. 50-plus high-performance PCs that's open year-round, not just for tournaments. And the prices are pretty reasonable when I was looking at it. I mean, I'm in Atlanta, and it's nowhere close to what you could expect for that. You could spend so much money trying to just play a game for like a couple of hours there. So that's great that they have it, affordable. Local students are in here every month competing in the R20 League. And speaking of R20, that's another organization that is helping take part in this as well. You'll see some of their student casters in some of the Rocket League stuff later on. I'll be casting with one of them on the 5v5 stage as well. So shout out to them. I mean, this weekend's kind of like a national stage being built for the local scene, which is great.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting, right? I bet you have fans. I bet he's gonna be like, oh my god, he or she, right? Whoever.
They're
it
like,
is.
who's this guy? He's not on RCS.
Nah. I'm sure you're known, Audible.
If you watch Collegiate, you probably know who I am. But if not, it's okay. I get it.
Downplaying yourself too much. Too much.
I've been around. I'm kind of like the unk of Collegiate Rocket League at this point, unfortunately. Speaking of Collegiate Rocket League, I mean, we got that coming up next on the main stage. It's going to be Northwood versus Ole Miss. We kind of know how that's going to go based on what we've seen before, but hey, Ole Miss, they've been known to upset some teams in the past, so who knows? Northwood also, I got to give them a quick shout out for their roster. Hockey is his final event ever for Collegiate Rocket League. Man has been decorated in so many allocates that we've seen. So, I mean, I'm expecting some big results from them. Fisher, we're seeing, some international players there. Royalis, Ivan, and Justice. They've done great work, too, and look pretty solid during the Rocket League CRL Champions. But I've vamped enough for this. I believe the teams are ready for us to get into this next map momentarily. We've just been waiting for them to fix some settings on their end, especially, get a sub coming in, you got to get them logged in and everything and get ready. But we are going to that Shin Shibuya should be the next map that is selected here. Tokyo 2099 Convergence, which means Convoy, is going to be the last map that will be played if we go to it in this series. North Georgia Blue currently up by 1 after the C9 shenanigans that we saw in that last sub-map in the Cradle for Krakoa. And what can we expect from Shin Shibuya here, Shivy?
I mean, this map recently coming back into rotation last season, right? A lot of people, very contentious, right? Some people love this map. A lot of people hate this map as well, especially because, like you said, it's very dive-centric. If you don't have a Venom player, if you don't have dive heroes, or you don't have the people that can take advantage of the verticality of the map, right? Being able to swing across. You got a Spider-Man player. This is one of the best Spider-Man maps in
Hope's
Marvel
pretty
Rivals.
solid, I would say, too. I mean, there's a couple different setups you can go for. I'm curious if we get a Doctor Strange ban. We had it saved last time by North Georgia. We saw, how good Abyssal was doing on it, but he did get subbed out, so it might be a bit of a change up there. But looking at the bans and protect phase this time, I mean, the big question is, what can we see here from these teams? What will change in terms of their priorities, or are they going to stay the same?
DC Long Beach, we're banning out the Phoenix, and I'm assuming Gambit is not going to be let through. Yeah, now the save. This is where it gets kind of fun, right? Now you can potentially go for a Star-Lord save. They are going to go for the Invis save this time around, though. I wonder if CSU Long Beach is going to look at that and say, hey, let's ban Doctor Strange. Instead, more supports are being saved. Mind you, both of these were banned out last time around. White Fox and Invisible Woman are available. We could see the Luna Snow and White Fox combo in the backline, as well as Invisible Woman and potentially Loki, who got recently buffed.
Yeah, I'm expecting some big things. Loki, I think it's more of like a nerf too, though, because they don't do as much damage, right? That's the big thing as well. Also with their ultimate. But there's the Daredevil ban that we are potentially going to be seeing, especially on this map. I mean, not having Daredevil is a huge thing for you. Cloak and Dagger, looks like we're just securing the backline, especially after that Jeff ban. So it looks like University of North Georgia has who they want to play already locked in terms of strategists, and now it's more on Long Beach for what they're going to prioritize in terms of protects to keep themselves, in a potential win state here, right? Last time we saw 3-1 in the series for North Georgia, and there's the Ultron I was talking about.
Yeah, Ultron being saved here, so this already indicates there are some triple strategist shenanigans to be had here. I wonder if UNG is going to look at that and potentially ban out a Mantis, maybe take away the Atom, or one of the more, kind of triple strategist-centric heroes that are in the
even.
game. Loki could be something that is removed off the table here.
Ooh,
I love the
Namor
Namor ban. This is very, very good. So there is one version of Triple Strategist I have seen popping up, and it's Ultron's Triple Strategist, and you throw the drone onto a dive hero, and they just go absolutely bonkers. There's the Mantis ban that we talked about. Yeah, I don't want an Ultron drone Mantis damage boosted diver, whether it is something like a Black Cat potentially, could be an Iron Fist, or any other dive heroes that are available. No Daredevil means that you might have to polish that Black Cat off.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, Black Cat potentially would be awesome, but it doesn't look like we're going to be locking that in so far. I think it's still too early for a lot of teams to know exactly how to play them most efficiently, right? So they'd rather prioritize the heroes that they're used to playing, but we do have potential for a very lethal combo from North Georgia.
I mean, this is relatively old school, right? The Storm Punisher, I mean, since the, damage boost got nerfed for Mantis, it's effectively the same as the Storm one that got nerfed a couple patches ago. The Storm Punisher, I really like this. It's really, really good into stuff like Boost if you're expecting to play into that. So I'm really interested in who just has this read. Here's Vanguard Deadpool available as well. I mean, this is fundamentally a completely different composition that we see from UNG that we saw on the Domination map. Well, CSU Long Beach, again, they're running the Triple Strategist, White Fox, Liz Bowman, and Ultron, and stacking as much, damage amp, as much utility as they can on Kraos. Rests on his shoulders, right? Kraos has to be the one. He's the sub in, he's going to be the carry on this Elsa, and this is a very typical TP spot, especially on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we see teleports all the time. No portal counter that would be happening from Also interesting, too, that Cyclone on Long Beach is going to be the one playing Dr. Strange this time. But already, Squad getting elimination with that Dark Magic.
Makimu goes down immediately, but they're backing out of the portal. I'm very interested to see what they're doing here. CSU Long Beach are
going the long way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they want to go the long way here. Quad Squad, unfortunately, looking at 9% of the ultimate. I really like this, especially because you can pull some shenanigans right on top. I mean, that damage boost obviously taking down the Ultron, and that's another big thing, right? With no Phoenix available, your options are either Hella or Punisher here to take down some of those flyers, and some, oh my god, is that guy aimbotting? He's so good!
Not actually because it's a land stage, but even then, Some is looking amazing right now, just with the tracking so far. Nobody can stop this man, and they are going crazy, especially with the Doctor Strange also going, not even having to use the shotgun for the extra damage. They're trying to build up their health as quickly as possible. Even with the Emma slam, the Tron comes through and doesn't even do enough to stop their damage.
That is the one. That's not something. That literally is the Punisher right now. UNG's are doing a fantastic job right now. Effectively shutting out this triple strategy composition. I mean, Ultron, it's really tough for him to get a ton of healing here, right? It's not really efficient for either one of White Fox or Woman to look up in the sky and try to heal him. How Chicken JT and now Storm Ultimate is gonna come in here. Omega Hurricane right on top. Triple boundary as well. Matching in full. Matching does take down Squad Squad. Have that ultimate available. Eye of Agamotto does get countered immediately by the Judge. Curry, an executioner of some. Eternal Bond on top as well. This Punisher absolutely carrying UNG on the defensive side.
Rage of Ultron, who is what he says, and Chicken JT goes down post-haste. Triple KO from Some to clean the playing field and lock down this first objective, a full hold strategy on this counter map from Long Beach. They were expecting potential for them to come out on top, but right now they can't even get a percentage.
Can't even get past the choke. Really, I mean, it's tough for them. Squad ultimate available. Using this environment here, maybe looking for a sneaky Eye of Agamotto. Might have to be readily available with that push. Low right now. You have Apex Predator available for Rail as well, and Kraken comes in. Big Apex Predator. Chicken JT, the rest of UC Long Beach are able to capitalize.
Kubiho unleashed as well from water. She is going in, and potential portal play there is time for it. So Sum is going to be the one opting in, but actually there's the counter portal coming in from Syphon. They got to be careful on this one. Does get blocked out from the front, but their team was actually prepared for it. They're positioned on the back of it.
Yeah, very, very smart. Somebody called him out here. Somebody found it here. 90 chest here. Barely 90%. A little bit more. Looking to close this fight out so they can start getting onto the envoy. Does have Deadpool. Which one they use? Big Temp is thrown down. Multiple members. It's a 4v4 between UNG and Long Beach. Trix is going to take down Tiki Myso, and Chicken JT is so close to that Razor Ultron.
Fight for now for Long Beach. The problem is they haven't gotten elimination. Some of the weakest, they almost have their ultimate. They need to get that elimination onto the Doctor Strange before they can use it. But Akimu going down weakens the front line, and overtime is activated.
Big Eye of Agamotto within the invisible boundary, lands on a multiple member for CSU Long Beach, and they take down Squeaky Meister. The ultimate is taken away, Eternal Bond right on top, and although Syphon lands an equally Big Eye of Agamotto, it doesn't matter as UNG are able to hold 92 or 97% for CSU Long Beach, a chance to win, but an immaculate hold from them.
Something's to play flex at this point because that Doctor Strange was out of this world in the mirror dimension and just reading every play perfectly from CSU Long Beach. Rough to see it here, unfortunately, for the Long Beach end. But again, I mean, they gave it their all. I think the counter portal, as you mentioned, was the nail in the coffin. No, I respect the hustle to try and stop them and stall them because they were so close to getting that final tick that they needed to actually move on to the actual convoy stage of Convergence. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's also tough because Syphon kind of did it out in the open, right? Portal out in the open, so when the counter portal's coming in, Quad Squad, whoever's portaling on the side of UNG, can see that they're channeling the portal and immediately say, hey, go from the backside, looking for a counter portal. And eventually nobody fell for that trick there.
Before you attack.
UNG, though, still have to get 97%. If they want to take this match and end up with a clean
You know my weapons can
zero,
still lock
CSU
onto you,
Long Beach
even when
still
you're
have a
invisible.
way to win this, but Sum's been playing 8 finals, 15
We are,
one
for now.
elimination, MVP
But in this
8
business,
as of right
that can
now, and
change in
we're
a
gonna
heartbeat.
stick to this Storm Punisher composition, and why not? It's been so good at countering Chicken JT. He's
battle
not
starts
allowed to
in
play
5,
as aggressively
4,
on the Ultron,
3,
which makes his ultimate
2,
generation even
1.
less.
And that's the tough part here,
do is
right?
capture
Long
the
Beach,
mission
I feel
area.
like that
Got
triple
it?
strategy just hasn't been working out.
I am strengthened for battle. Ionic
Quad Squad is searching for it, but has to be careful because barely alive. The back line tries to keep him alive, and they barely do so.
Pressure coming in.
Ionic
Auto. I was fine. On this Punisher. They're going to focus down sights, and they understand if he goes down, competition kind of rumbling, right? That and they're slowly inching in, and Syphon does go down. Trix pops the ultimate well. Mind you, it's not that strong early on, but it's just good enough, especially when they have that one elimination lead here. Maximus didn't take down Bills, but Summon again, lighting up the kill feed. I mean, this guy is carrying UNG at the moment. You have a portal coming in. Syphon is able to get his team back onto the map. The visible boundary from 9 is going to keep UNG alive, and Sum once again racking body after body after body, willing UNG for this point win and for the 2-0. He's trying to get his team across the finish line.
So close to getting to the final elimination. Ultimate does come through. Judge, Jury, Executioner melts through the Kumiho, unleash so much HP, it doesn't matter. Agamotto comes through, and they will get the 2-0 sweep.
Final score.
Play
1,
from
2,
UNG.
0.
Some you definitely deserve the MVP
Yeah.
there. I mean, of course, propped up for success with the Storm
The Storm
damage.
was massive.
Yeah, I mean, leaving auto, pressure. I just don't think CSU Long Beach were ready for that, and there we go. Here's the MVP coming out here. I mean, fantastic play. Really was the difference maker. I'm really to see how many finals he ends up with. I'm guessing 14, maybe 15, because he had 8 at the half. But, okay, 13. All right,
13.
my bad. My
Pretty
bad.
good. Pretty
Close
good.
enough. Close enough. I mean, yeah, just 24-1 eliminations. The amount of damage that he's putting in, 15,000, as well as Vills, right, on the Storm, like you mentioned.
more final hits than the entire team of Long Beach in that map from some. I mean, that is an MVP performance and then some that we saw from them. So I'm expecting big things from this team. The problem is, towards the future, they have to look at the #1 seed, right? Fisher, Esports. The main roster is in their group that they'll be playing against next, and that's Dongmin, that's Flamme, that's Impunity, KM Lord, Momentum, and Smash, and these are pro-level players that they will be playing against. So I think it's great for them that they got the 2-0 sweep here, right? Pretty much securing their second seed in this group at the minimum. The thing is, like, okay, can they make Fisher bleed? Can they get objectives? Can they get percentage? Can they learn from this and see, okay, how do we counter these top-level players who have experience at the highest of levels in Marvel Rivals? And I think this is a great start for them, and I hope they can carry this momentum forward.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really interesting if they take a map. Would be really spicy.
That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
Like I said, I'm a firm believer. Anything can happen at LAN, but I'm sure Fisher Esports are prepared, right? You don't build a roster like this. You don't gather players of this caliber and say, hey, we're going to drop a map. We're going to do this. You come to these events to dominate. And I think, like you said, we fully expect that, right? It's a full pro team. But I do like what we got to see from UNG. I mean, CSU Long Beach also kept it very exciting on that domination map. Fundamentally, things would have been very, very different if they just win one more of those team fights or they don't Charlie Niner.
So looking at it, actually, I just had a reference real quick that North Georgia Blue did get 2 maps last time against the Fisher Esports roster. So anything can happen. They might be able to get it this time. But we are going to be sending things to a break. We have Rocket League up next. Don't go anywhere.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
This is why we need this info. There we go. I had to press the button for a second so
Yep.
that you could hear us. But we are back here, still with Marvel Rivals, by the way. I misspoke. It is not a best of 3, it's a first of 3. So technically you could have 6 maps if draws do happen. So there's a chance for a reverse sweep here by CSU Long Beach. And we've seen a couple of those go the distance during the regular season. I mean, first of 3s have been pretty insane. We've been known to go to so many map 5s between the two of us in the regular season, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Long Beach bounce back in this next one on Convoy.
Yeah, I mean, Adam loves us, right? Full show days, best of 5s, like you said, back to back. It's usually 10 games. I mean, I at this point, I've just accepted it.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, it's gonna happen. I can't even fight it. No matter how much I try. We might get the reverse sweep action. We might get
Could happen.
a 5-game series here. But the way UNG has been playing, I mean, map
Lights
1
out.
and map 2, I mean, just a completely different team, right? I don't
Different
know
than
if
last
CSU
time,
Long Beach has
too.
the answer.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw in the regular season playoffs specifically that it was a 3-1, right, for North Georgia. So we did see one map at least taken by Long Beach there, and I believe it was Convoy. I could be mistaken on that, but they had to at least get one of the first 3 maps to make it into that next one. So we'll reset into, I believe, a domination if this one does go the way of Long Beach. So Convoy, I mean, Museum of Contemplation, right?
Oh, I
if
love
it
that
is
map.
your favorite, you like playing Dive, that's the map to go to in my mind. So we could easily see that be the one that we have here for this next map. And again, for those tuning in, I tuned out for a second. It's not Rocket League. It's still Marvel Rivals that we have. We still have at least one more game, if not more, depending on what Long Beach can do. And I think the big thing here, you got to focus the strategist a little bit more in terms of the bans. You got to protect your Daredevil. I feel like Chicken not able to do as much, unfortunately, on that Ultron. So I think if they can focus around Chicken and enable them a little bit more, then they will be looking so much better. And especially if we do go to a Museum of Contemplation, that would be, a great look for them. So a lot of potential depending on which map we go to.
Yeah, I also think it's a bit of a head scratcher, kind of putting one of your best performing players on Ultron.
On Ultron,
Yeah, I mean,
usually it's like the second duelist
The
that
flex
you're like, the
duelist,
flex
yeah.
duelist. You're like, yeah, you're going to be triple strategist duty. It's not going to be whoever your Daredevil player is. But hey, this is collegiate, a little bit different style for that as well. I mean, looking at Long Beach, they tried to make a decent run during the playoffs themselves, but unfortunately, they had some stuff come up, so they only were able to play that one series against North Georgia Blue. And the good thing about this, right, being round robin groups, going into a playoff stage, they're guaranteed matches, which I love to see that for competition's sake. So even if you lose this one series, you still have, another one in the docket. And then another one during the playoffs, too, at a minimum. And that's great for lands, right? You don't get eliminated on day one. Love to see that and have more competition throughout it. And you get to experience, the Boeing Center at Tech Point even longer, and all the, amenities that are here. They have like an amazing food court that I saw. I'm going to check out later, so I'm excited.
Yeah, a lot of people were lined up. I think that teriyaki place downstairs.
Pretty good.
I mean, I had
Pretty good.
Earl's, I think, yesterday. It was really good. There's so much. You can get a personal pizza for like $12. I mean,
anything you need.
Yeah,
They got it here. I mean, they got the land center. They got, the tech offices here as well. And then they also have the amazing stage behind us, too. Shout out to them as well. But as I was talking about earlier, after we're done with Marvel Rivals, we'll get into that Rocket League matchup on the main stage. Then we'll have some more, Valorant and Overwatch happening later on. Those are going to be pretty fun to stay tuned on the main stage for as well. I mean, on the side stages, we have like Rocket League, I think, on the 5v5 throughout most of the day with the Division 1 over there, too.
Yeah.
And then you also have some ECAC action happening and NECC, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I mean, I saw, there's a lot of teams that I recognize for the Rocket League side, too, that are competing. So I'm excited to talk to them during breaks when we have those. But even then, they're making sure that everything's working on stage, that there's no issues. I don't believe there's any subs happening this time. They're sticking with the roster that they have at this go-around. And I don't know. I feel like we saw from the Doctor Strange in that first map on Long Beach's side was electric. And I feel like, maybe if you want to do another sub, like bring them back in or something. I don't know. It just depends on the composition you want to play, and I think that's the big thing.
I mean, I also feel that if, UNG is going to go for that Storm Punisher composition, you can't play Doctor Strange into that.
That's,
like
that's
your
true.
shield is,
That's
you
true.
don't have a right click. Like, you just like, I'm sorry. Like, you cannot use your shield
So-
anymore.
Penny is pretty solid, I would say, because of the 3-second cooldown web that you can use, especially against Storm players. Like, they can't really do too much against that. There's no like protection for them, so that could be an option. But I don't know if necessarily they're going to run that same strategy again. And if they try to, likely get banned out by the other team, right? I mean, looking again at those bans that we saw here as well for these teams is the big thing here. I mean, the Namor ban I think was solid. We saw the Jeff ban and the Phoenix ban, so kind of targeting that duelist lineup, but they didn't expect the Punisher play. And
No.
Punisher, I feel like with the Devil Dinosaur team up right, and like how much they've been unleashed, especially they have their own like Disney Plus special too that came out recently, so a lot of focus on them. I know there's been some people talking on the timeline that Punisher should be nerfed because they're tearing up rank with shotgun Punishers. Shout out Toothless. What are your thoughts on that one, Chibi?
I mean, look, it's a valid play style. I mean, the Punisher shotgun is very, very good.
We didn't see some use the shotgun, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, didn't need to.
Didn't need to,
right? Never got really close enough. Was never really pressured. I mean, that's the other thing. When you're playing those storm compositions, your mind immediately goes to, hey, I want to play hit scan with them. I want to try to pressure them with hit scan. But it's actually dying.
There
it's
it
really
goes.
Good. And there we see Museum of Contemplation. One of my favorite maps for Convoy. I really, really mess with this map. Although the third point can be a little janky, can be a little weird, right? When the Convoy turns into a giant inflatable duck. But I mean, like similar to Krakoa, I feel like every point kind of tests something different, right? It's super close quarters in point 1. Then once you hit that checkpoint on point 2, it becomes a lot more open. There's a lot of these corners you've got to navigate. And then point 3 is just completely open, right? It's just like an open field.
It's so hard to get that third checkpoint.
Yes.
I don't know if any of you have been playing Museum of Contemplation through like ranked and through quick play, but it's not a fun one, especially when it turns into the Doctor Strange cart that just is trying to go down and holding down the objective there as well. Unfortunately, we can't play Devil Dinosaur. We see you, Siphon, shout out. But even then, you know, it'll be fun to see them next season for NECC Marvel Rivals in the fall. I mean, there'll be so many heroes released by then too, like Cyclops, coming out eventually. That'll be really fun as well. But for this event, it's gonna be the same story as always. Those are the two meta heroes to ban, Phoenix and Gambit, and the lock-in for the Susan Storm or the Invisible Woman is solid, but there is what we were talking about, the Daredevil.
Yeah, I think the White Fox save just wasn't as valuable as they had initially thought, and I don't think they're really worried about it. Now we're going to see if
Got the lead by
UNG...
Punisher.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimate is unfortunately... I mean, Punisher ultimate is just a hard counter to that, unfortunately, because of how much damage has been loaded. But UNG now have the opportunity to ban away the White Fox from CSU Long Beach. I like the thing ban. There we go.
That's valid.
Now I need to see UNG ban Venom. Like, this is where you go, oh, they want to dive here. Let me remove the Venom.
There we go.
There we go. I'm glad we're on the same page.
It's like these teams are, national champion contenders for some reason. And, they kind of know what they're talking about in terms of the ban and protect phase. It's great to see. And there's the Namor.
Yeah.
We were expecting it since it wasn't banned at this go-around, and they're not going to let it be so easily banned out at the end of it. I'm more interested to see what the save is here. I'm assuming it'd be strategist lineup that they'd focus on a little bit more for Long Beach just to secure their backline maybe a little bit more, but there's a couple options.
I feel like CSU Long Beach kind of flubbed the ban and protect phase a little bit, right?
There
There's
we
the Captain
go.
America save. I feel like they could have banned something else, saved the Venom on the second
There
go.
wouldn't have been a thing save,
Yeah, and then it wouldn't have been a thing save, right? There wouldn't have been a thing save. The Namor would have come in here. I feel like CSU Long Beach maybe jumped the gun, maybe revealed their hand a little too early here. But Captain America's still relatively effective, not as burst heavy, a lot more kind of like a mosquito. The Punisher is going to be removed here. I mean, Punisher Shotgun is a pretty solid counter to dive, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty great. The White Fox ban actually coming out from North George's end this time. They just
The
do
right
not
heroes
want
could
a
make
dive
all
to
the
be
difference.
enabled with the teleport that's available. That gives them that extra shield and healing as they go around with it, and also just the long range that you can do with it as well is huge. So now we get to see how things go down here from CSU Long Beach on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like UNG don't really have to switch too much up. I don't know. I don't mind some going towards the Elsa. I feel like they did pretty solid on the Winter Soldier, especially if you're expecting this kind of dive. You need more lockdown potential onto Siphon, who's playing the Captain America. But I think CSU Long Beach, they're going to try to go in and look here. Kraos Black Cat, I see.
Ooh.
There we go. The two best dive heroes in the game have been unleashed. I'm really excited to see what Kraos is able to do on this hero. We have really didn't get to see a lot of professional play on it. Even in MRC, it wasn't super.
The magical artifact.
I'm excited, yeah. I mean, we saw it like a couple times. The ultimate's massive because it reveals everyone to you, and you can reset it kind of similar to the practical attack, right, from Thunder Soldier. You also have portal available to use positioning-wise. Trixman is having fun doing the tricks as well as the
Looks like we've got ourselves a punch. I am strengthened for battle.
build that ultimate so fast.
Denizens of the deep.
Dive scouted a little bit outside. Bill here. JT and Kratos, they have as well. Kung Fu Panic take down Kratos immediately. That dive gets immediately snuffed out. Siphon not in position. Unfortunately, when you're not on that Venom, you don't have that snap engage. So you've got to navigate these dives a little bit more carefully.
Easier to be bursted down for sure. Who's just been left so far in the series. Though on the flank, trying to get the storm. Doesn't get the KO though. It's the last thing to stay alive and are able to see. Shows that you need.
9 have to take that kill spot as well, but maybe they're right. Like, you know, on the float. Take down some of the members of Chicken JT. Finally gets to dive onto 9 here. CC's Long Beach's competition come into fruition. Maximu, nice maelstrom of madness. 70% pretty much at that Eye of Agamotto. Built it up relatively quickly, a whole 1/4% up, right? 25% up on Blood Squad.
Speaking of up, I like this upward positioning by Long Beach, making sure it's a little bit of a difficult journey for University of North Georgia to get towards the objective and delay them even longer to get towards the first checkpoint. Just so hard to activate, but there is got a mischief used by Squeegee. Invisible boundary coming through. Eye of Agamotto does happen from Makimu, and it's big, and there's a couple of eliminations. Dropping like flies are the members of University of North Georgia. They cannot stand the objective. First checkpoint activated.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
when
might
you're
be a good time to
playing
stop
Doctor
them.
Strange in this sort of competition, he's not really like, he is a shield tank, but he's not really playing that long-range game. He's essentially brawling with his Captain America, with his Daredevil, right? And he's really tough. The amount of burst damage that's coming out from TSC Long Beach, I don't think UNG has the capability to handle it.
That's been the problem with UNG. I think the ban on the Daredevil before was massive, so we'll have to see how things go down at this time. University of North Georgia looking at Kung Fu Panda as they said that's their favorite movie, and you can see that they're just putting on a show on the back line, keep the team alive, but Bills does get the KO with the squids on the Kratos, can't even flank around, the invisible boundary coming through. Eye of Agamotto from Quad Squad, you need to get the eliminations, but even with the ults used, it's still not enough. Long Beach, they are going down, and Chicken JT, I mean, having the ultimate's not going to matter when the rest of your team is gone.
You know, UNG invested quite a lot for that team fight win, even after they were up a couple of members. I mean, ultimate, like you said, the invisible boundary was used. They still got a
Eye of
bevy.
Agamotto is on like one person.
Yeah, Eye of Agamotto, like they still have a solid bevy of ults here, but Siphon does have that Captain America ultimate, and that's going to be big here, as we do see the big test thrown down onto one of the strategists now. Kraos, though, does have the ultimate available on this Black Cat. Unfortunately, Chicken JT does go down.
Looking at some specifically as well with the Elsa here, trying desperately to get at least some sort of elimination for their team to lock down the objective, but Siphon massive on the back line as well. Makimu getting 2 eliminations themselves. Chicken JT, Kraos, and Makimu all having their ultimates available here as well.
Siphon unfortunately looking for more here on UNG. Apex Predator available as well as the Eternal Bond. I still want to see Chicken JT and Kraos double up on these ultimates. Look for the backline. Devil has been unleashed though, and Chicken JT looking for more builds. He's gonna take down Kraos though. Kraos and Chicken JT just haven't been effective.
Makimu, I mean, they will go down as well. Long Beach, it's a struggle for them to even get towards that second objective. The ultimates themselves, I mean, haven't been as effective as they would like them to, even with Chicken JT using their ult, so it's a tough spot to find themselves in.
Meister does have the top two available here. Most likely going to look for the invisible boundary. I mean, you could get cheeky and look for the Captain America copy ultimates. Maybe try to get some more damage coming out here. Kraos, though, does need to use that ultimate. Has been holding on to it for more than a couple minutes now. Ayabagamoto comes in, lands on the multiple members of UNG, and CSU Long Beach Gold are going to take this fight in a definitive fashion. And that second point that you said is oh so difficult to get here. It looks like they're going to be able to go on to that, like you said, third point, Dr. Duck Strange.
Yeah, getting that second objective is massive here for Long Beach as well, right? Even with the ultimates not working as well as they wanted to earlier, they still have a lot of time in the bank. 3 minutes is massive. North Georgia, they really need to use this Ayabagamoto perfectly, but 9 getting dove and going down. So does Kung Fu Panda. The whole back line is deleted for North Georgia.
Kraos and Siphon do get traded out, though, so it is a 4v4, and Some has swapped off of the Elsa back onto the Winter Soldier. Maybe looking for a little bit more dive assistance or even just brawling capabilities. Like you said, that Ayabagamoto available, looking to layer it on top with that Namor ult, right? The Horn of Proteus. Although she doesn't have invisible boundary available, can look to dissuade some of that burst, but has to be in position. I really thought Squad was going to use that Ayabagamoto there. Just looking to brawl, and early invisible boundary is taken out. Big push lands onto both supports there, and the rest of UNG are able to follow up here. CSU Long Beach take down get taken down here, their support specifically.
Even with the supports going down, though, the rest of the members of University of North Georgia are struggling, and Siphon will launch another counterattack onto the objective, and even with Trix staying on it as long as they could, they will not stop the momentum that has been established by Long Beach, and you can see why this is their counter pick and why it works so well for this dive composition that Long Beach have, and University of North Georgia really needs some sort of counter, and I like some swapping to the Winter Soldier. They have the Kraken impact, but they need to be very impactful with it to at least make some stops. That's a massive pick onto Chicken JT.
1, 2, 3, and you're absolutely deleted. Chicken JT not even investing the reflect. The Kraos doesn't matter. He's able to take down 9, Some trades them back 5v4 in favor of UNG at the moment. Kraken impact, like you said, still available. Siphon pops the Captain America ultimate, Freedom charging through everybody. Eternal Bond is used in response, and that should give them the sustain to take this team fight win. Nice armed and dangerous. Double reset again and again and again. Can you get one more? There's the reset. Some has another one in the back pocket. Kraken impact onto Makibu, another one. That's a triple.
Can they get one more for the road? A couple seconds left on it, seeing if anyone comes out from the woodwork, but not going to be using it so easily. So still a little bit left than a minute remaining for Long Beach here, and they're just going to be walking towards the objective. They have the portal available to them, but they're leaving that for the last moment touch.
That Chicken JT was definitely just trying to go over some shrubbery there. Lamps get invested relatively early. Trix, watch the ultimate. They're going to drop it onto one of the supports. There we go. And now Trix becomes nigh unkillable. Really, really hard to deal with, right? He's going to back out. CSU Long Beach, though, have 3 ultimates in the back pocket. 9 has invisible boundary available. Thought the Ayabagamoto was coming in. Chicken JT gets immediately removed off the map. Some takes down 2. That was right when the devil was unleashed here. The Coffee comes in, and they've got to take down Water before she gets that ultimate. Big Horde comes in, lands onto Water, lands onto Squeegee Meister, and UNG are going to take this team fight win, and I don't think there's going to be enough time for a portal, though Makimu is channeling it, unfortunately, half a second late.
Oh no, so close to being able to touch the objective, but you also saw the preemptive Ayabagamoto from University of North Georgia. Even if they tried to jump through it, they would have been stunned. So tough spot to be in there from Long Beach, but they made it very far, and it's difficult for a lot of teams to even get that much momentum as we saw from them. But Kraos did a great job that we saw from them. I really like the play on the Winter Soldier as well from Some. I mean, I think Sum's been the biggest game changer here for North Georgia so far, especially with the swaps we've seen in their hero pool. Vils, I think also MVP performance from them with those Horn of Proteuses, using the Giganto Whale just to squash the dreams and hopes of that Long Beach roster every time they try to go for a Jeff ultimate. Every time they tried to go for anything that could work in their favor, it just was not going to be so easy because of that ult.
30 seconds before you
Yeah,
attack.
I mean, these
Get ready.
corner Proteases have been amazing, right? A stark contrast, a big jump up from that map 1 where they were kind of missing them. I mean, in this map has been absolutely laser focused on that backline. I mean, Meister and Water, they've been having a tough time. They've only gone down 4 times, don't get me wrong, but every single time they've gone down, it's been on very, very impactful
together.
plays. Yeah, and they've gone down together, right? That's the big thing here. CSU Long Beach have been able to find that support line for UNG more consistently, but every time they go down, it's, you know, at the tail end of a team fight, or it's after they've already won, so it's not as impactful.
Yeah, I do like the positioning you've seen for the Long Beach strategist lineup, and even if they do go down, like one of them can at least stay alive a little bit, especially because of how like sneaky the Loki can be, depending using on their clones, or also seeing the way that the Invisible Woman can position themselves too. We do have a tech issue, so we'll be getting it back into the game as quickly as we can for that one. But I mean, talking specifically about, you know, the map that we've seen so far here, right? I think the big thing is that was a great attack side from Long Beach, but will it be enough? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like CSU Long Beach has kind of struggled a little bit more on the defensive side. They kind of just get steamrolled a little bit. They get caught into this like perpetual motion of like, hey, we've got to stall the cart, we've got to stall the point, we've got to keep trickling in, and sometimes they don't take that effort to regroup, whereas if they did, they'd have a much stronger defense. I think that's the big thing there. And CSU Long
Defense
Beach
wins championships. That's what you need to know.
Defense wins championships, regardless of the sport, regardless of the game we're playing. But yeah, I feel like CSU Long Beach, this is their map pick, right? They looked a lot better than their second map pick, which was Tokyo 99.
I'm assuming this is what they played against them as well during the regular season, right? Like we saw that they got a map win. It was really close, 3-2. Could go the same distance, maybe not 3-2, of course, because they would lose in that case, but close to it, right? They have everything in their favor. The cards are in and stacked in their favor as well. Speaking of cards, I mean, we haven't really seen ultimates from the Black Cat too much, right? I've been seeing like how effective it's been online, but maybe we haven't seen as much in like this kind of competitive play style, and that could be the difference maker if they can get a really big ult with that Black Cat.
Yeah, it has been getting like Eternal Bond out and kind of like stuff like that. Unfortunately, yeah, when you hear that big ultimate, right, from Black Cat, you're like, okay, well, I'm either going to invest Invisible Boundary or Eternal Bond, because once she gets that first reset, it can be really devastating. I mean, can effectively reset her ultimate counter back up to 8 seconds and just keep going and keep going. Crazy. Especially with the mobility that
and
Black Cat
doesn't it do
has.
like percentage health too? Like based on once you get the card and you just like do a massive amount of damage to them, which is just insane. So like you can go across the map. I think it's like what, 60 meters, right?
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
It's so much distance, and especially on this map, I mean, you can go super far with it too. But I believe we're back into the game. I stopped behind us for a second. It's like, wait a minute, and here we are back into the action. It didn't take too much time to get into it as well. And University of North Georgia, they are looking to close things down. They're on the attacking side this go around, and Long Beach will be the ones defending.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is, though, CSU Long Beach did get it past that, you know, oh-so-tumultuous second point that we talk about, where it's really, really hard to get past. So the fact that they even got it to, like, 3.5 is very, very good. It looks like UNG are taking this first point relatively quickly. I mean, they're not even really allowing CSU Long Beach to get the touch in with the portal because Mackie Moo went down last. Do they have a touch in them?
No, they don't, unfortunately. That's so much momentum that has been granted to University of North Georgia. So much time available to them as well. And I feel like Trixman has been an underrated performer here for North Georgia. In the back line, uncontested, using the bubble, baiting out the greens, also ulting them as well. And they can't even focus on their team.
I mean, they're trying to do what they can here. Unfortunately, CSU Long Beach's backline is getting absolutely decimated here. Nice little selfie from Trixman. Like you said, underrated, but has put a lot of pressure on this Vanguard Deadpool, a hero that has been nerfed multiple times now, and in my opinion is still pretty damn good.
Pretty good, yeah. That's exactly what we're seing from Trixman's play so far. 9, I think I'm expecting big things from their ultimate if they can use it properly to keep their team in the fight, but Hills does go down, almost does actually, before they get their ultimate, but they stay up because of protection. Quad Squad. There's the Eye of Agamotto from Mackie Moo that we've been waiting for. They take out the Invisible one before they can use their ultimate on North Georgia, and that's massive for Long Beach.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes were granted for UNG on the second side. Look at Vilch lurking around with this Namor, looking for Squeegee Meister, but immediately gets spotted out and says, hey, yeah, I was trying to do something. Unfortunately, gets taken
Hey, let
down.
me do something.
Yeah, please, please. I want a Namor ult or something like that. Big swap here, though, coming out from Siphon onto the Hulk. I'm really interested to see how this is going to differentiate from when they were playing the Captain America, because now, instead of going more dive-oriented, you've effectively created a brawl competition. The Armed and Dangerous is going to come out from some reset coming in potentially onto the Loki. Clones Kraos does get taken down by Bilge, though. Takes down Chicken JT. 1v2, essentially. Multiple 1v1s back-to-back. This anti-dive coming out from UNG. We can see why it was saved. The Namor instrumental in preventing UNG's backline from going down.
The Namor needed to be banned instead of the thing, and I feel like Long Beach have realized that a little bit too late. We might have Eye of Agamotto online soon from Quad Squad as well. But even with this attacking fury, time is being wasted from Long Beach, which is massive. So if they can waste even more cell before the second checkpoint is activated, that'll be a big win for them. But there is the calling card, is activated by Kraos. They'll see if they can get anyone from it. But so far, the Eye of Agamotto for Quad Squad will make it much more difficult for anyone to escape their clutches. Even with Chicken JT having theirs all online, they do have to back off from the fight after getting a pick on the back end and still trying to keep that pressure going for their team, but it won't be enough to stop out this UNG monumental push.
And Siphon had that Monster Hulk available, just immediately got removed off the map there. CSU Long Beach, though, Makimu does have the Eye of Agamotto, but they've got to hold this for 4 minutes of Audible. I've seen it happen before, don't get me wrong. This final point is tough to take here, but they've only got to take it, what, about 131 meters, pretty much towards the bridge or a little bit past it. Let's see if CSU Long Beach can, put their feet in the ground and get this defensive hold here, potentially take us to a map 4.
It's all going to come down to these ultimates yet again. I mean, the neutral game's been pretty decent between both of these teams. Vill's been doing a great job, though, on those 1v1s. Chicken JT, they will go in with the Devil being unleashed. Agamotto from Makimu, and some of the MVP that we've seen from UNG going down, but Vill's tries to at least get elimination with their Horn of Proteus, but no dice this time. They'll have to go back to the drawing board and try and reset. But Chicken JT, as I say that, huge eliminations coming through, and nobody can escape their fury.
Yeah, I mean, this dive coming out from Kraos and Chicken JT is absolutely lethal. I mean, it's really hard. Once you get marked, and then the Black Cat jumps upon you, and then you've got the combos coming in from the Daredevil. I mean, like we said, this amount of burst is really hard to play against. I don't care what strat line you're playing, what sort of defensive mechanisms you have, the Namor or whatever. You're not going to be able to out-heal this burst.
Well, they have 3 minutes to hold here and now, or else they'll be going down in a 3-0 fashion. That's a huge elimination again and again and again for some, but no reset in their sights this time, as it might not be enough for North Georgia to push forward, and that's exactly what happens. Vils tries to stay on the objective, using their squids just to create some space, and even with the Banhammer coming out for tricks, they're
like
off
this.
the objective, and so much time being wasted even after getting that elim.
The big elim, though, like you said, 5 seconds until CSU Long Beach's duelist does come back here. And so far, I mean, UNG has been held right at the beginning of this point 3. I mean, it's really tough. I mean, shout out to CSU Long Beach doing a very good job, like we said, holding the line. 2 minutes. Eye of Agamotto does come in here. Invisible Boundary gets caught. It should allow his team to be safe right now. We see Kraos with the Black Cat ultimate. Let's see if we can get the resets going. It's going to be massive. Makimu, 5% and counting on that Eye of Agamotto, looking for the backline. Kraos does take down Vilch in the process, as well as Quad Squad. Kraos on this Black Cat coming up huge.
Kraos doing massive work for their team, and we're expecting big moves from them throughout the ending throws of this convoy map. But Trixman trying to save the day will be able to get their ultimate online soon as the cooldown is gone. But Makimu actually gets interrupted in their Eye of Agamotto, so they will only have 50% to build up towards the next one. That's a huge stop from North Georgia.
Minute and 30 on the clock here. Mind you guys, they had 4.5 minutes on this point. CSU Long Beach, big ultimates really available. Chicken JT, the only one that's somewhat close with that Let the Devil Out. But look at 9, look at Village, Horn of Proteus, and the Invisible Boundary. And this might be a massive stagger, unless Village is getting a little too overconfident. Nice bubble to come out here and to get back to safety to their team. And we are looking at potential to fight territory for UNG and CSU Long Beach.
Might just be one, depending on how these ultimates work for North Georgia. They have all of them in the bag and nothing in favor of Long Beach. And this is a tough spot to be in, especially when they're just getting dove by a Vanguard Deadpool. Speaking of dove, we saw Giganto come through. Water goes down, Squeegee Meister's gone, and the entire backline of Long Beach is gone.
Yeah, it's looking tough here. Mackie as well is going to go down last, which is massive for UNG. That means Teleport is not going to be available. Kraos goes down as well. Couple more meters and UNG might
Someone
have
needs
it.
a touch.
Someone's got a touch on the side of CSU Long Beach.
Chicken JT looking for the flank. They have their ability available. We've seen this team C9 before. They use the Devil, unleash it as best they can, but need the eliminations to boot. Bill stays alive for now, and they're pushing a little bit too far from the objective. The rest of their team needs the carry.
Turtle Bond is available for Kung Fu Panda if they need it. It's going to allow them to sustain through this fight some as well. Big Eye of Agamotto coming in from Quad Squad. Unfortunately, does get interrupted. Coffee comes in, invisible boundary gets immediately removed. Squeegee Meister gets tapped in the head, and some coming up clutch at the end here. Overtime territory. CSU Long Beach are falling over, and a clean 3-0 from UNG.
Great victory for North Georgia to close things out, but a valiant effort from CSU Long Beach Gold. They gave it their all, tried to replicate their performance from the regular season, but it was not enough.
Unfortunate double counter map pick. They just couldn't pull it together here. There's our MVP built on the name, or 52-9, by the way. I mean, dropping a 50 bomb at the final map is phenomenal here. How many? Oh my God, 25 finals.
25 finals is insane, but look on the other side of things too. Kraos and Makimu, 16 apiece, did everything that they could. Some though swapping to the Winter Soldier. Big difference maker across the board for this team. And we even saw the backline doing some great work from both teams, right? Even with the dives that we saw from Trixman. The backline of CSU Long Beach cannot be understated how long they stayed alive throughout all of those team fights. So kudos to every player that was competing throughout this matchup. It was cinema towards the end of it, and we got to see some great performances. And I'm sure in the off-stream matches, we'll also see some great ones there.
Yeah, the big difference maker, I think, for CSU Long Beach was that when their strategist line was ulting, they just kept going down, right? I mean, kudos to UNG, right? Doing a very good job either using the Eye of Agamotto or some landing, multiple
the interruptions
headshots.
on
the
Eye of Agamotto was massive too.
I mean, they just knew, like when CSU Long Beach wanted to ult, hey, we have this to interrupt, we have this to take down, we've got something prepared as an answer. And when you get to this level of Marvel Rivals, the collegiate and high-level play, I mean, that's the difference maker, right? Do you have the next 3 fights prepared? Do you know what to do, you know, from now on? Something your solo queue teammates can't do.
No, they can't do that at all. Unfortunately, I'm having flashbacks. I'm sure most people playing today, because it's the new season, are having not flashbacks, but they're in the thick of it as much as they can be. But even then, as we're preparing for a winter interview with North Georgia as well, I mean, looking at the full roster here, right? I mean, 9 was doing great on the Invisible Woman that we saw. Quad Squad on that Doctor Strange was insane. Trixman also with the flanks and just the pressure that they were putting on the backline with the Vanguard Deadpool. That was electric too. It's just crazy to see the performance from both these teams. And what's great is that they all make the playoff bracket. That'll be happening later this weekend. So they have more chances for revenge, even if they lose this one series.
Yeah, we get to see these teams potentially match up against each other again here, like you said, in that single elimination playoff bracket, potentially revenge match for CSU Long Beach if they get matched up against them as well. So yeah, I mean, I love the playoff format. I love that, you know, like you said, you're not out day one of LAN. You've got much more to play for. I mean, I think it's fun, and there's a lot more to do at this LAN.
So much to do at
like
this LAN.
You said, the boots, the free
LAN
play
Center,
consoles, the LAN Center,
which
right?
is so cool.
If you want to go play Devil Dino, go ahead. You might see me there. Like, you never know. Apologies if I bump into you guys in ranked, but yeah, I mean,
just running it down on Devil Dino. That's what Chip is going to be doing.
I mean, that's my spirit animal. The moment I saw him, I mean, he's so big. He makes everybody look so small. But yeah, shout outs to both of these teams giving us a riveting, you know, best of 5. I mean, I know the box score says 3-0.
Yeah.
But realistically,
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the main stage. I'm still Lemon Kiwi, but I am joined by the team coordinator from North Georgia, and of course, duelist and flex supremacy over here. It's Bills from North Georgia, everyone. Give it up. amazing job in your first match, a sweep too, but how are you settling into San Antonio?
We're really enjoying it. We're exploring downtown, eating out, having a lot of fun, just trying to enjoy it and soak it all in.
Absolutely, and I mean, yeah, you just had your first sweep, first match going well. Are you guys getting the stage nerves, or how are you keeping everyone locked in?
I know I'm definitely getting a little, but that's like normal for me. But I'm trying to keep my team calm, tell them the game plan mid-round, just trying to keep them calm, collected, and just able to play well.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to wear all the hats, including match MVP or map MVP there at the end. But I saw you play so much Storm, Namor, Loki. Like, talk to me about your role on the team.
I'm mainly our duelist player, flex DPS. I really like playing the more, and Storm is sort of a pocket pick for me. We have a really good hit scan player, so it complements him really well. I mainly save the Loki and like Adam for special situations. That's a secret, though.
Oh, you got the secret weapon out. Of course, the Namor MVP, the Storm pocket pick. That was really cool. You have a really interesting hero pool, and I'm going to be looking forward to watching you even more. But this is going to be a big tournament for you in the team. Which team are you looking forward to facing the most?
I'm definitely looking forward to facing Mizzou. Got some friends on there. Really want to play them.
All right, North Georgia can't wait to face Mizzou. So Mizzou, if you're out there, you better watch out. Thank you so much for the interview, Vils. I'll let you go join the team. And a big congratulations once again to North Georgia taking that first match in a sweep. But that's it for Marvel Rivals for now. Up next, we have Rocket League. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after the break.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
so it's set now. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I told them once that I could shut it down. Seen them all fly when I'm riding through the town. When I shoot my shot, told them they ain't over bounds. Like a ball on the court, dog, I told them all bounce.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at the Boeing Center at Techport here for the NECC Nationals, the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by Army National Guard. I'm Vado. We got the one and only Bearlight here in for some Rocket League action, and this is our second matchup of the day on the main stage. We had some crazy results going on, the 3-0 sweep for North Georgia for Marvel Rivals. Now we're into the thick of things with Rocket League. Northwood versus Ole Miss. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one for sure, and I've been watching and tracking and being able to have the pleasure of casting NECC Rocket League for a very long time, a couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
a veteran over here.
Yeah, exactly. Getting to know these players and getting to develop them as students, being able to see them take the big stages, something that I'm always stoked to do and happy to be here with you as well.
I'm just excited to see how the competition fares, right? We've had so many other leagues that have gone on. This is the final one for teams to rise to the challenge, prove that they are national championship worthy, and showcase to the rest of the world that, hey, we are here to play and show up big. And I think a team like Ole Miss has potential, right? They've had previous upsets in the past and long bracket runs, and this would be a monumental win if they can get it.
It would be, and they did not have the best semester, right? They went 2-5 in NECC, but every single one was extremely close. They were able to, go 4-3, 4-3 in a couple of occasions there. Couldn't quite get over the hump, but this team does have the potential. Plus, they brought on Rush recently. He's been doing a great job to fill the role that C-Money did for such a long time. So love to see him going, yeah.
I mean, this roster with like Lunar and Stealth, the duo, the dynamic duo for Ole Miss has been together for such a long time, and I think that synergy bodes well for them. The problem is they're facing off against Northwood.
Yeah.
They just got a national championship under their belts at a different land earlier, like last month, and now they're going onto the stage here. Hockey's last hurrah, seeing if he can end out his collegiate career with yet another win and trophy to hang up at home. And I think this would be massive for Northwood if they can get it, but there's a lot of tough competition here that are going to be in their way.
Of course, and it always helps to have teammates like Creams too, who have been getting it done from the get-go as well. Drewy has been a solid third for this squad for a very long time, but for me, it's tracking hockey since, he's been playing the game since obviously it released, and he's been in the tier 2 side for at least 6 years, because that's how long I've been around and kind of sticking by him. Huge dynamic goal scorer. Wasn't maybe not as strong as he used to be, however, is certainly a pivotal point of this team, a good player to really round out the roster and make this Northwood what it is, which is super, super dynamic.
I think the interesting here too, like Drew, coming in from Michigan as well, Michigan State, and then coming into this roster, had big shoes to fill, right? Zanil was on the team before, now at Baylor, and a lot of questions were remaining. It's like, is this team going to be as good as it was before? But seeing how well they performed during the lands that we've had, during the regular season, being, one of the top seeds here in the competition for NECC, they have filled those shoes and then some. They might be a little too small for him at this point.
Honestly, that's pretty accurate too. But then again, there's no sleeper teams here at NECC. You have to be able to be on your game from the get-go, as you see. Lunar has been a staple for Ole Miss and has been around for a long time, and very emotional player too. He can get in your head if you let him.
Especially on land, like the hype that we've seen from him has been amazing.
It is, but to get into Northwood's head though, that's a whole different mission. They're very tough, especially when they have that land experience naturally. Plus, has such a strong team. You have to have that strong mentality, which we'll obviously see from Northwood here today.
Talking about Ole Miss and that land experience, right? They've gone to a lot of the different, like, smaller collegiate lands that have been going on as well, and had some decent performances, but haven't necessarily gotten the win yet. And that's what they're looking for, to close things out here for their semester and see if they can take one against the giant that is Northwood, who's just been around the block, has the most accolades out of any collegiate institution in Rocket League specifically. And they're looking to have a bit of a bounce back from CRL, right? They went down in the lower bracket, unfortunately, early on while they were playing at a different LAN event. And I think this is like a must win for Northwood.
Yeah, I think it gives you that perspective too. When things don't quite go your way, of course, that's the biggest stage. And now you get to this LAN location. You're looking to really build off of it. And I think this team is capable of that. I think they come out here and they get the job done here. And I expect to very much see them in the finals when we talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm expecting big things from this Northwood roster. Who would you say are the tough competitors that they have ahead of them, the top competitors that can make it a little bit more difficult for them to get the win here?
Man, OC Eagles, ever since, Maestro back in the day being able to coach this team, but they've had just so much talent they're bringing into. So OC, certainly Oklahoma Christian is one that comes to mind instantly too. Fisher, obviously, I mean, they have teams and teams in different, aspects here in games. I'm telling you, they have 11 teams, I'm pretty sure was the final count. That's absolutely outrageous.
The whole school rolling up.
Yeah, and certainly they're going to be a team to watch here, even in Rocket League. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Royales, Ivan, and Justice, right? They're looking for their first LAN win. They have been the second faithful every time that we have seen them. The runner-ups champions in their mind, and they are looking for a statement to be made before that fall semester where we hear some rumblings of some interesting roster changes for Northwood. But even then, I mean, the collegiate scene continues to evolve, right? Pros moving in from other regions to play in, like Royales on that team, Ivan coming from Europe, and it's more of an international competition than it's ever been. We saw Maryville, even for CRL, get the victory, and most of them were from Europe. So it couldn't be any more competitive, but also this is more of a reason for like that homegrown talent in North America to try and prove themselves worthy and get victories on these lands. And if Northwood could do that this weekend, that'd be huge for them.
Yeah, it feels like it was a matter of time before it kind of bled into collegiate, and it makes sense too. Like if you're overseas and looking to have a great collegiate experience here, really be able to come over to North America and make a statement piece, especially when you get to the collegiate age as well. It's good to be able to come here, have a staple, and be able to get it done. But yeah, I love your point. When it comes to the North American players, this is their chance to be able to really make that statement piece, and it might start with Northwood here. This team is certainly one to watch here.
I'm excited. I mean, you mentioned OC, right? They had such an unfortunate semester, at least on the collegiate Rocket League side for the top level there too. They missed out on both qualification spots for CRL, but at least they've had NECC, and they've been doing pretty good from that, from what I've heard.
Yeah, exactly, and it gives you more chances. Like you get more reps as time goes along. We all know that hockey has plenty of those reps too, in his back pocket, and continues to
too many.
Yeah, exactly, and comes in here as confident as ever. Is he going to let Lunar get in his head? Absolutely not. You'll see him be that staple piece for sure. And
Creams will probably be chirping back a little bit there too. He gets alive whenever it's a land stage as well.
They're gonna be buzzing, man. We see that, especially here with the lights on you. That's when you really want to be performing and really be that emotional player, but be able to conjure it more importantly in a positive manner.
That's true.
That's something you got to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think hockey's going to keep them grounded for Northwood. That's the big thing. I mean, he's got the veteran experience for this roster, been around the longest. I mean, Cream's even coming in later on into the team, so just keeping them level-headed. They've already gotten the LAN victory this semester, so they're looking for another one to close out strong and leave the history of hockey just there at the top echelon, because no one's gotten more LAN wins, more championships across collegiate Rocket League than him so far, and it's going to be hard to beat in the coming years for all that upcoming talent.
But when you talk about that perspective, though, of, when you talk about Lunar and his Ole Miss team, but you have to consider the fact that they missed playoffs, and what is going to inspire you and fire you up more than
that's true.
I should have been there. I should have been there. Wasn't able to make it. I'm sure they're going to be able to conjure that here, and so that's why I think it's going to be a little bit closer than most people would have on paper. In my opinion.
I mean, I could easily see first game. That's typically where we see Northwood drop. Like every single iteration of Northwood has dropped a game one, and we've seen that continue throughout the entire history of their program, regardless of what the roster is. So that's their best spot for Ole Miss. Can they get that first game and then snowball from that? I think is the big thing. Catch them off guard when they're not as prepared, not as warmed up for that as well. But it's interesting to see what they can do here.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about Rush and what they add as well, it's certainly stealth goes under the radar naturally and appropriately enough, right? But that is certainly an emphasis that they've been having, is looking to get everybody involved here. It can't just be solo plays. Yes, you can absolutely pop off, use those mechanics, but be able to find one another with ease. Don't get trapped in your own zone as well. They had a nasty habit of that. That's why they kind of fell to that 2 and 5 spot. Hopefully they can overcome those, obstacles and be able to get the job done here today.
Okay, well, we're going to be taking a quick break. We have some tech issues we're resolving on the stage. We'll be back just after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by the Army National Guard. We just wrapped up with Marvel Rivals, but now Rocket League is ready to hit the field, and so are our teams. So join me in welcoming our first team, the University of Mississippi. University of Mississippi, are we ready? Oh, there we go. We got a couple. Hi, everyone. I know, team meeting over, team meeting over. Of course, one of the most recognizable schools that we have here in the country, but they're going up against some Rocket League legends. So joining us on the stage as their competitor, it's Northwood. This is going to be a banger of a match, everybody. Rocket League is ready to kick off, and so are our players, so you guys can go to your stations, and kickoff is ready very shortly. And so are our casters, so let's say hello to Bearlight and Vaudable.
Thanks, Jen. It was great to see, the players on the stage. The stash from Drewy, growing that out, kind of representing hockey a little bit there as well. But I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes down, right? We saw, the regular season, how things went for them. Northwood, they've already played one of their matches today, too. Already got a win 4-1 over Cleveland State. So looking on the other end of things, Fisher College still in their bracket as well to play against. That's going to be a bigger matchup later on. And then Ole Miss is their first series of the day. So maybe not as warmed up as they would like to be.
Exactly, and you want to hit the ground running, so you want to keep it dialed in. Maybe that's where they were, Land Center, kind of warming up a little bit, getting those thumbs going and getting things going from a mentality standpoint as well, communicating. You heard Jen talk about they're in that team meeting, right, trying to coordinate, especially when you go up against Northwood. They'll be talking over things and hoping to get off to that hot start, use those emotions, get some momentum rolling, and really, realistically, that might be the only way Ole Miss can really get something together against Northwood and take a win.
It's tough. This being a best of 7 really changes the game from a best of 5, right? It's so much more difficult to get that momentum established early on because you need to get win after win after win. And it's more of like an endurance race than anything else than a sprint in a best of 7. So Ole Miss, take your time. Don't get overwhelmed. I think that's the name of the game for them. For Northwood, just play your game. I mean, there's not too much more we can say about this roster. They've been around for so long. They've been so dominant in different leagues, and they have had their falters here and there, but they've been known to do so well on lands.
Business as usual is their motto coming in, and you know that they can get the job done too. They find each other so well. They play so quick too, but they control that tempo as well. They understand when they need to slow the game down. I think that's something that'll be very noticeable. And if Ole Miss falls into that trap, it's going to be a very long series for them. Well, I guess it's a really short series, if you will.
Yeah, it could be a short series. It could be 4 games, but I mean, if there's a lot of goals being scored, it could be a little bit longer from that too. So we'll have to see once we actually get into the field as well. And I'm really interested for these teams on how the groups are going to met out, right? You got Cleveland State and Fisher in the same group on their side of things. I mean, talking about the other teams that are in the competition here as well. You got Kennesaw State Premier, you got OC Eagles, Akron Gold, who's been doing better than the Akron Blue team recently, which has been amazing to see. And then you have Carthage Firebirds Red. That's been an up-and-coming roster that's made some waves.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. I actually saw them a little bit during the season, and yeah, they're on the up and up, right? They're a rising team. And you can see the exact same thing about Akron, right? We went up against Ole Miss. In fact, they're one of the teams that won 4-3. So they have that upside potential. They can certainly take it to some of these teams. It might be one of those teams to watch as a dark horse, at least on my list here.
I mean, I'm expecting great performances from these squads, right? We got the names of like Kronovi here for Kennesaw State, which is pretty awesome. The former world champion there too. Jonathan also on Akron Gold. I believe they're also graduating, so this is their last event too. So they want to make some waves for their school as well, and also their Scholastic career. And then you have those new kids on the block, right? You have Cleveland State, you have Carthage Firebirds Red. So like they can make some waves as well. So it's kind of old guard versus new guard in this tournament. tournament.
That's amazing. Yeah, Grenovi, season 1 champion, right?
Yeah.
Which is crazy all the way back. And then we talk about Jonathan. I have an origin story for him as well. I was actually with a company called Stay Plugged In doing some high school recruiting. I know there's a lot of high schoolers in the house too, looking for the potential of college esports. I'd love to talk to you now and say that opportunity absolutely exists. We're glad to have you here. It's super exciting to see not only how collegiate plays out, but Jonathan was one of those players. I saw him as he was coming up. Went to Shenandoah first, then got things going.
Right,
That's super cool. You have all this involvement here today, but let's get right into this match.
That's right. Ole Miss facing off against Northwood University. See who takes the first initiative on map 1, DFH Stadium. Creams will be taking that first charge, looking for their opening shot, and the goal goes through.
Uh-oh. Not exactly what you expected there. Creams able to find just a little bit of space there on the other side, all set up by himself there. And just a little bit lackluster. Lunar got ahead of himself there, and because of that, you see an early mistake. We talked about can you be warm coming into this match, and potentially that might be an example of how they need to kind of get things going.
Yeah, I mean, Drewy already taking that initiative himself, doing the best that he can as well, just to keep that pressure going. And Hockey looking for an angle, but they got to be careful here. We do have Stealth. That's the username, by the way. Had to get fixed up with a different account in the meantime. But Creams will have so much momentum built off of that first goal. It's made it so difficult for Ole Miss. They've been stuck in their side and haven't really found any breathing room.
Yeah, and finally they gain possession here as Lunar is able to grab it. They'll get the midfield. That's as far as they'll go. As you've got Hockey looking for back wall here, as Drewy will follow up on it too, and no help available, so rush out to midfield. This one back, sure enough, they're able to get to it, and Kareem scared us for a second, but able to get right back on it.
That's really the first initiative we've seen from Ole Miss. If we can get more where that came from, they'll be looking great, and I'm loving this midfield presence from them. The problem is they're giving so much confidence over to Northwood. They have so much pressure that they've had, but it's just fizzled out as soon as anyone on Northwood gets possession of the ball.
Collapse. Here's Druin, right back to it. But he kind of gave it away there. Lunar was ready for him, parked in the corner, able to shield it away as this one will work its way back to rush. And it'll start from here. 3:35 left in this game, number 1. And a midfield battle is the tail of the tape currently. You see Hockey go up for that one, but Lunar able to easily track it down. Was looking for Rush, though. The outlet pass not available. There's a pass to the far side post, but Drury not able to quite find that angle. And right back down to Lunar, and he'll head right back out.
I think Northwood are still pretty confident, even only with this 1 goal lead. They've been keeping the pressure going, making it difficult for any moves to be made, especially Rush, who got that first shot for the team of Ole Miss, but we haven't seen much since then. So need some change in this pace of play for Ole Miss if they want to change the game and at least tie things up. I love the centering chance, but unfortunately nobody's there.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things where you got to be picking up on the opportunity. The blind pass, though, to be honest, you got to be able to recognize that, communicate, be able to get to it as well. Really the first chance, grade A chance, but shut down there as Northwood right back to it, but going to be beat to it. And Drury has the support here from the mid-line, has a little bit of space too. The bump out in front are looking for it at least. Put it up for Northwood, but still not able to find it, but killing some clock as we reach just over halfway played in this game number 1.
Oh, might have a chance here if Stealth can get this past the last defender, but Drury, even with no boost, still able to stop it. Cream's a perfect follow-up. 3 shots, 2 goals, that's all they need.
And you got to be able to have your players that have their role, like a goal scorer like Creams, come back out and play exactly how they said. We said that off the rip here. It's going to be Northwood. You got to play it. It's got to be business as usual, and it feels just like I'm talking about week 1 a couple months ago.
Man. Deja vu all over again and again and again. And again. That's what happens to a lot of teams who face off against Northwood, but you can't get disheartened too early on, and I feel like that's what happened after these goals are going through, and Drury will easily slot it through.
They're finding every win, right? Physicality, finding shots that are available. In hockey, you don't even really secure a bump there. You're just kind of putting it, planting it into their minds and allowing the rest of it to come naturally here, and Northwood running away with this game number 1. 2:11 left on the clock. Let's see if Ole Miss can get scrappy here. If they're going to come out with physicality, you got to be able to answer that. But you see Creams instead with that double, almost able to angle that one in as well.
Trying to put some style points on the board for a moment. It's the land stage. They want to show off as best they can, especially with their first series of the day. But Ole Miss can't count them out too early on in this series. Again, it's a best of 7, so game 1 does not tell the full story of the series. Stealth, great defensive efforts, not even having to use any boost for it either, and I'm liking the positioning from them here and now. The problem is there's been not the best transitions downfield.
It's got to be cleaner. Have that A to B point movement get the backside in. You got to work on defending first, though. It all starts from that defensive side, and right now they continue to be trapped here as Drury looks for Creams, tries the far side. This one going to go live. Collected by Lunar, but they're getting beat in basically every single challenge. And if you have yourself handcuffed like that, it will make it difficult. This one looked promising. That is until Creams right back on into and has his space, tried to fake out Rush, but Rush was good.
Ole Miss have some pressure here. For the first time since like the opening minute, Lunar unfortunately didn't get the dish that they wanted to serve it up for Rush, and Rush kind of called off at the last minute there before the challenge. They don't want to overextend and give more opportunities to Northwood, as we do see one blocked out here. Rush barely able to get it aside as another salvo comes in.
For what feels like the first time, it's Ole Miss with boost in the tank there defensively. And Lunar made good use of it to finally relieve some pressure, but obviously running low on time here in game number 1. There's 30 seconds left and killing more as they go for another opportunity. Ole Miss again a little bit late for that challenge too, and Northwood just will not give them a room at all to breathe.
It's so difficult too, because you're seeing the slow approaches from Cream, just wasting time off the clock, seconds ticking down, and not enough time now for Ole Miss to come back, but maybe a consolation goal for the road. Keep that momentum going into the next one, but it goes the other direction. 5 seconds ticking down, and back to the net it goes. Creams with a hat trick.
Yes, sir. That's how you want to start. And if you want to silence Ole Miss and really take away their belief in being able to come back in this series, obviously super long series, but the way to do that is come out with an exclamation point, never even let off the gas, not even with a 3-0 lead with 4 seconds left. Put in another one, make a statement piece, and continue the momentum from there. And that's exactly what Northwood did. You're able to find and gather that momentum for a big win here for sure, and setting the tone, already have that match win too, and starting this one off right as well.
Just playing patty cake at this point, so you can keep it up as long as possible. Name of the game, rule 0 or 1,
yeah,
depending on how people like to say
I
it.
said 0.
Yeah, 0 works. Yeah. But Creams, of course, the prodigy here. 7 shots, 3 goals, 2 saves to their name. Can do it all, except maybe assists, because they're pretty good in the ones.
That's pretty crazy. Also crazy the 13-3 shot count that was there too. Rush with 4 saves there, having played defensively. I always mention that saves not everything to speak about defense. It just means that you're on your back foot, on your heels pretty frequently. So how do you solve that problem? Simple enough. You got to find those outlet passes. You said it a couple of times. They weren't able to find them. They're just a little bit off the mark, but unfortunately that's a trend this semester. It's like, oh, we were so close, but couldn't quite get it.
I mean, that's, I think it comes down to not necessarily like the training packs, but just like trusting your teammates, right? The problem is when you go for those centering shots, we saw time and time again, nobody being there because they're getting bullied to the back line. They don't have boost to work with to go up and feel confident on these challenges. And I feel like Ole Miss were hesitating so often early on against this Northwood roster, just giving them too much space and respect. And a lot of teams tend to do that, right? Especially when it's a team like Northwood. You know how good they are. You know what they can do with the ball once they have it available to them. And you're meeting them in the 1v1s, and you're just like, what can I do here? Well, we'll have to find out in game 2 what Ole Miss can do against Northwood if they want to get 1 on the board in this best of 7.
Pass has got to be cleaner, but also you got to challenge quicker. I feel like that was a mistake as well, giving Northwood any kind of room, especially Cream. So when they're up in the air, you have to have somebody pinned right in that spot. A great opportunity early here for Ole Miss. The 1-2 off 2 posts. Not quite able to finish that one. Obviously a great opportunity for Ole Miss, but it's left on the table.
The 4th defender and the 5th, both posts getting involved for Northwood and saving the day for them being scored on for the first time in this series. Game 2 could have been a whole different ball game from the start in the opening 30 seconds, but Ole Miss now need to bounce back in some capacity. It's just such a mental anguish you feel after a goal like that doesn't go in.
Gotta feel like it's a step in the right direction versus we didn't quite convert. I'm looking to see if they can actually bring that mentality though. So we'll see. Here, as you see Stealth up in the air. For Lunar, he does get it back down. Great steal here, but Cream's on the back check here. Perk, understanding your 3rd man's gone back, being able to get up in a hurry.
Yeah, used all the boost, but that's what they needed to do. This is a huge breakaway though for Stealth, but they're still not able to get the finish. Lunar can't either. Gets it tipped up off the board out.
What is happening? 2 grand opportunities. They just got to keep at it though. And Stealth knows this. Couple of touches, Lunar's there too, but a side flip, realized that Creams was there and trying to get back on it too. Creams back out to midfield, and the pain continues here for Ole Miss. Another miss. Lunar not able to challenge this one either. Will look to wait off the wall to himself, but leaves it for a teammate instead. Stealth does have the flip reset and actually throw off Drury, so great maneuver there, but Creams was able to track it right back down. You see that bump out in front too. Lunar, that is a wide rebound. Rush though, able to get across.
Amazing stop by Rush, and both sides have had heroic efforts defensively. Nobody able to break the stalemate so far. It's so close again for another shot, but Creams will bat it away.
It's crazy how many times have they had that opportunity. Creams right on it though. How bad would it feel at this point in time if you're Ole Miss? You've had 3 grade A chances getting under the board. If Northwood strikes first, it might be all she wrote this early in the best of 7. Like, that would be absolutely devastating.
It's my ranked games. Every time you hear the crossbar sound, and then it just echoes in my memories as I have nightmares afterwards. But that might be the case for Ole Miss if they can't get a goal here against Northwood. Halfway point has been reached in Game 2, and much closer than we saw in Game 1.
It certainly is. In fact, it has been heavily favoring in chances Ole Miss. But like you said, it's like a solo queue. Never a good feeling. Nothing seems to go right. Ole Miss now have Stealth on it, looking to challenge onto Drew. Does a great job on the back wall. Now has one to beat here too, that 1v1 situation. Off the bar, and Creams read it. I was about to say both teams are missing everything out here, but they do get it.
Creams saves our sanity at the end of it. Drewy unfortunately couldn't get the initial goal, but Creams on the follow-through, and I think that's what's been missing from both teams are those follow-ups. So thankfully we finally get one. Unfortunately for the Ole Miss fans at home, they will have to wait for that first goal to go through.
Look at that outlet passes we're looking for. Laser shot, but that one's going to be fended off here by Creams. As Rush will continue on with it. Low and boost, but actually the 100 will spawn just in time, and that shot taken as well, but Hockey all over that one too. Drew, even without boost, will get it, and that's a great time to be able to just cycle out, right? You don't want to clear the ball, give away possession, but at times when you're low on boost, that would have been the ideal time to get it right back down the field and force Ole Miss to go the length of the pitch, especially when they haven't been able to prove they've been able to do that at all.
It's been a while since we've seen Ole Miss, down the field, as you mentioned that. We saw some, great looks from them at the start, and I feel like the energy is just out of their tanks. They're on empty, and gas prices are just going up for them, and unfortunately the boost is nowhere to be found, but even then, Creams will be the constant for this Northwood roster. They got that first goal, the follow-through from Drewy, and are looking for some more and feasting as best as they can on that boost, just to make it so that Ole Miss are starved out.
And again, they go right for it too. You got to make sure it's in a spot that fits the rotation. Never want to go out of your way. Northwood is perfect with it just about every time. Hockey should be able to get back to it. He's looking to hit the double tap playground there, but not able to quite come up with that one. Reeves now will direct on target, but easily detected again. Time running thin yet again. Ole Miss, so are their chances as well. Those 3 really good looks were early in this one. The last 2 minutes have really been Northwood just being able to control the pace, but now Ademo should free up a little bit of space. Lunar is going to be challenged, but this one's still available, but Creams all over that too. And time will tick down in another big clear by Northwood.
Northwood playing this a lot more passively than they're known to, and I think that the thing is that they know Ole Miss are prone for mistakes when they get overzealous on offense. If they can just go for a counterattack play, that'll be enough for Northwood to guarantee the victory. But with 10 seconds left, you have to throw everything out of the window and at the drawing board as you can. Darts going left and right, but nothing is sticking, and the entire team of Northwood will stop out the shot. One last chance here from Stealth, goes for the air dribble bump, and no rush, it touches down, not towards the net, and Northwood another victory, but a close shave.
And doesn't that last chance just kind of speak what we saw throughout the entirety of that game? That close to being able to create anything in a goal-scoring column, and yet still couldn't quite get it done, and that's definitely devastating too. And the communication, if it came a little bit sooner, if you had recognized that it was happening, I think that might be the biggest issue. Maybe we're able to kind of break it down. It's Ole Miss with just so many chances, but the communication has to be better. If that fake is coming out, you're going for the bump, that has to be understood and finished on, especially the way things went there in Game 2.
Maybe they just need a little bit better luck as well. I mean, so many crossbars and posts that were hit and mere misses that were just could have been opportunities for them to get the goal. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them. So we saw a lot better looks from them, right? Last time you mentioned it was like, what, 13 to like 3 or so, maybe a little bit more. We didn't get to see Lunar stats in Game 1, but 9-9 in shots. So much closer of a game as we saw it just being a 1-goal difference this time. So improvements markedly from Ole Miss, but not enough just yet.
Exactly, and it comes with that coordination. If they do get it together, and especially when you're trending in the right direction, then I have a little bit of a belief here. You know, it's still early in this best of 7, and things didn't go your way. Yeah, I said it's going to be absolutely devastating if they do drop it, and they did. But you have to be able to kind of bounce back, get dialed in, and you have to have a leader in the communication line to bring everybody back together, which is tough to do. It's easier said than done. Have you ever been in comms before and everything just seems stale? Like nobody's being able to come up with something positive?
I can only imagine what the comms are like back there.
Yeah, it is awful. One of the worst feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Creams popped off when he got that one goal, right? Like Drew, he almost got it himself, and Creams on the follow-up. And that was the difference, right? Was that one follow-up from Creams. And even with all the pressure that we saw from them, Hockey taking more of a backseat as well, Drewy and Creams being more of the strikers there on their side. But talking about Ole Miss, I mean, I saw some great looks from Stealth specifically, right?
Yeah.
We saw Stealth just going all over the place, but the cuts that we saw from them really caught Northwood off guard when they weren't expecting some of these challenges, and that's why the ball was so close to going in, but didn't so many times.
You know what, and that actually speaks a lot about Northwood too. Sure, you could chalk it up to, hey, we were unlucky in that statement, but you know, the way that Northwood is able to kind of push you out and all your chances come from perimeter versus being able to kind of break in and find passes is one of the reasons why it's a little bit more difficult to find those angles, find those shots too. And I think that might have been the contribution here as we kick off this game number 3. And I saw Ole Miss right off the rip looking for something off kickoff, but Northwood, well, they're privy to it. They tend to be here too. Drew's got a good look here too, but shot it right at Rush, one of his easier saves. That one also directed on target, and even these easy-looking shots here from Northwood, Ole Miss seems to have trouble finding them.
Yeah, it's rough because, like, Ole Miss, well, as I was saying that, they've been having such a tough job on defense, but Rush just has an open pathway and gets it.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. You know, Hockey thought he had room, and Lunar, honestly, probably shouldn't have been there. That wasn't exactly where you want to be positionally, unless things are just absolutely going bonkers wrong, and they have been. So a big time to get the first goal on the board here of the series. Pearl.
They were owed that in the last game.
They
like,
honestly.
So many opportunities. Lunar, that was an incredible and crazy, put those two words together, crazy matchup that we saw for them shot-wise, but unfortunately didn't go through. Not enough power behind it. No shrimp on the Barbie that time, even though we are in Texas. It could have some barbecue for them if they are able to roast the competition. But Rush, they were the one to get the goal. They got the lead for their team in the initiative. They need more where that came from now.
Yeah, got to be able to repeat it. Cut, copy, paste. Find a way around Northwood. You got Drury on it too. Hockey right there. Had more boost, and that's why you see Drury the one to jump out, look for bump play. They may be rotating out anyways, looking for that boost. The outlet pass to Rush, but it's detected easily. Yet again, it's Drury to force the issue, and you see Ole Miss again, another example of a chance where they're so close together. Northwood does that to you with the way they force you to play together, but Lunar right out front, what a save from Creams again.
I do like this togetherness that we're seeing now from Ole Miss. Yes, they're having to play together a little bit closer, not as comfortable as they're used to being on their own, but it's forcing them to also work together more, right? Going for those passing plays, just the midfield cuts from the players as well to try and catch Northwood off guard have been a difference maker for now, but this one goal lead is barely holding on for now.
Can't be comfortable, not against this team. And Creams, speaking of which, right on the spot there, Stealth had to shut him down, but you got Hockey. Without boost, is able to find a good look. And Creams right back to you. He'll go ceiling high, looking for an opportunity. Oh, had it in the bag, but couldn't get enough on that one too, and Stealth was able to get to it. Still not out. Finds Drury, in fact. Kind of behind it. Northwood doing such a good job of finding the spots, holes in the defense, and making it awkward for Ole Miss when they get there.
And that awkwardness is part of the reason why they were able to keep Ole Miss at a 0-goal scoreline for the last 2 games and why it's been so close since then. But the problem is Northwood do need to score themselves and are giving a lot of precedence over to Ole Miss as they stomp down the field uncontested. Eventually, Drury, though, going for the counterattack. Flip reset comes through. It's not enough, though.
And Lunar stuck to it as well and was able to jump it out. The Stealth. The midfield presence continues here from Northwood. Good fake as well. He was hoping that he had some support there on the back post, but not available. Looking to press in. Got Creams in the 1v1. Drury finds the outlet here as Hockey will look to chase, but Rush is there in the corner too to play it right back out. And Ole Miss, all things considered, the series hasn't gone their way, but they're holding it resilient. But that's until Hockey finds a wide open one. A beautiful feed there, and able to do the rest. Creams found them, and they did the rest.
Couple minutes it took for that goal to come through for Northwood, but at the exact moment that they needed. You see Hockey rocking the CRL 2022 World Champion tag, and they want to be the national champions here for NECC at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship as well. It's brought to you, or presented, excuse me, by Army National Guard. Even then, though, they got a long journey ahead of them. Northwood, of course, still have one win on their docket against Cleveland State. They got their toughest matchup next after this against Fisher College, and we'll see how that one goes later on. But this one, they got to focus up a little bit more to get that second goal.
Exactly. Get back to the drawing board. Let it go here. Stealth with the shot taken by Creams. Right spot, right time. And that's when positioning will do you favors. Drew now has Creams sidewall, plenty of boost, looking for the double touch. It'll be difficult for Stealth, and it's just as easy as putting it on target. It'll find it, and in a blink of an eye, it's Northwood back on top.
That's just the Cream special at this rate. I mean, goes for that backboard, has an insane angle, even with no boost left, able to position their car with the air roll just perfectly. I wish I could do that. But either way, if you want a textbook example of how to score a goal off the backboard, that's how you do it.
Well, Audible, if I could do it, I would be down there and not up here in the booth.
That's true. That's true. We can always dream. And, you know, high school students are starting to learn some crazy maneuvers themselves.
Gosh,
we have some of them in pro play even. And I'm sure as more of them age up into the college eligibility, we'll be even seeing more and more chances for stardom in that ecosphere. But even then, Ole Miss, they need a second chance, a second breath of life here against Northwood, because they're still down by 1, and well, they're about to go down by 3 in the series, having a reverse sweep if they can't get this win.
Yeah, and that would be a huge blow yet again. They are at least boost heavy. Hero. They have one on an island, but yet again, Northwood does a good job at coordinate. Right back out they go, and time ticking, under 30 seconds left. Rush let that a little bit loose, but Drew is beat to it. Now Lunar, 1v1 by Creams, but Creams able to shut it down. It's been huge, and another goal. Man, oh man, talk about goal scoring. You got 2 in this one, a hat trick to kick it off. He's been excellent.
Yeah, I mean, they've had at least a goal per game. So far, it's been amazing to see the performance from them. 6 goals across all 3 games is wild from Cream. So expect big things from them throughout the competition, and they are just showing off a little piece of it for now.
6 goals. It was otherwise a very defensive battle of the series to some degree. Yeah. Northwood was held in check for the majority of most games, but you got to hold him off for 5 minutes, and that is a difficult task at hand here as well. And sure enough, it will be confirmed. It'll be match point already after 3. Northwood up 3-0 in the series, feeling themselves, and Ole Miss a long way to go here.
We finally got the first goal from Ole Miss, as you were mentioning. I mean, we saw Rush be the one that was kind of the star striker for a little bit, especially in game 1. We saw them get the first shot for their team, start the initiative going, at least on offense, and then we didn't really see enough from them. Aside from game 1, though, it's been relatively close. Even with a 3-1 finish here, still better than we saw in the first game for Ole Miss. So if they can continue to improve, then they'll be looking that much stronger in the next one. I think it's just like the last minute and change is what overwhelmed them, because for the first half and some more time after that, we saw Ole Miss be the dominating factor. It's just that 1 goal lead's never enough against Northwood.
I agree with you. I don't think I've seen enough in games. There's so many chances, right? And you're down 3-0 in, things are improving. Vaudable, at what point do you have to be able to execute, though?
You always have to be able to execute. That's the big thing. I mean,
very true.
Yeah. You can't take any extra moments, any extra time, especially against a team like Northwood. And unfortunately for this Ole Miss roster, it feels like they have all of the pieces. It's just they haven't been able to put them all together in the right puzzle that they need to complete for this matchup. And that's the tough thing about a Northwood roster is, yes, you've seen them play for so much time. There's so much footage against them, but to be able to actually perform against a team like Northwood is a different story.
I mean, the toughest team in collegiate to go up against, hands down. And look at it, this is a big reason why. But mark that down, it's the 7th here in the series. Incredible on this offensive side, but Hockey was the one to really set it up there. Wins the 50-50 off the back wall, and just handcuffing Ole Miss yet again. Compromised, a big lead here in game 4.
It's just so tough. The overwhelming offense of Northwood is one of their main strong suits that we've seen from them. Like mechanical skill, of course, we know how good they are. They've played in RLCS so many times with all of these players and different levels of it. But even then, it just goes to show that under pressure, they perform better than most. And that's just their element in tournaments and LAN events, is that they have all of the experience to boot and then can also pull off crazy plays like that.
Continuously do it over and over again over the course of the weekend. Get used to it if you're unfamiliar with this team. Find ways to get it done constantly. That's Hockey with the flick too. Lunar does a good job to bail them out, but losing possession here. Good read on the pre-jump. And again, there was no intended target. Now you let them go back and forth. The 1, 2, 3, but the 3 was cut off before it got developed. Now back down though. Hockey fires a shot and Stealth ready for that one.
I'm loving this like high-flying style from Northwood, keeping it away from the grounded, boost-starved Ole Miss, and making it that much more difficult for them to even go and challenge in the 1v1s. And this positioning from Northwood has been electric and made it that much more difficult for Ole Miss to even get any chances at the ball and forcing them to use all the resources that they desperately need ahead of time before they even get towards the net. Even with the flip reset chance there from Stealth, it was dead on arrival because they just didn't have any resources to back them up and no teammates there either.
Gotta be able to play for one another and support. And the tail of the tape here. In his first series, Hockey shot taken. A Rush kind of tripped over himself there. Luckily he had Lunar to bail him out.
Kind of a risky play there from Rush, crossing it in front of their own box, but they do manage to get this away into the orange half, so do make the most of it. Stealth almost went for a crazy air bump, but it wasn't enough to clear the lane of entry towards the net. And speaking of, it was almost wide open. Lunar saves the day.
This might be a 4-0 game already if Lunar had not bailed him out on multiple occasions. Huge performance. Remember that should they come back into this game. As Lunar there again to shut it down. They get another 50-50. Work its way back to third man Cranes up court. Looking to push it past Rush, but Rush good for the challenge here yet again. Drury look at far side. Hockey 1-2 punch again. Northwood continue to be on fire.
Hockey's second goal of the series on the main stage, and even better than the last. A perfect dish out from Drury from the sidewall, and hit that so quickly. The speed and precision from Northwood cannot be understated.
Get the senior involved. Make this weekend special, and right now it's been starting off on the right foot, there's no doubt about it. So Green's now back wall. Playing it out, and at this point in time, there's no hustle, there's no hurry by any means here for Northwood. They can just play the possession game, which they're already really good at.
Yeah, no pressure to them at this point. I mean, they've been here multiple times before in multiple events, but even then, I mean, they can't be overzealous is the main thing, right? Ole Miss still have potential to get goals, and we've seen them get very close, aside from the one that they were able to successfully put through the finish line in that last game, but they at least got a goal, so they won't be perfect swept is the big thing to note, but Ole Miss, a lot to work on throughout these last 2 minutes of this game and try to keep their hopes alive in this series.
Lunar again to bail it out. There's a big bunch.
So many.
Yeah. Pulled it back down, pointed past 2 members of Lunar. Keeping them available, but that's a great passing play as well. Almost even caught it on the way down. Can you imagine? Gosh, Northwood, when some stuff is going well for you, it just continues to just flow. I'll promise you that.
All the jackpots for Northwood at this point. They're betting on themselves and winning big, and that's exactly what we've been seeing through them throughout the semester, and they just continue to showcase their excellence here. But Lunar almost able to get one through. So close. The crossbar was just waiting for it to drop down underneath it, but a heroic save by the defense of Northwood just to keep them at this 2-0 scoreline.
Stealth has a shot here. Whip reset. Try. Sure he got it. Still Rush on it. And Drury actually got ahead of himself a little bit. Had to bail himself out. They trip over one another too. They tap back down. Great dig out here from Hockey. Still available though, and Cream's able to put that one away before Ole Miss back on it. And if there's a chance for Ole Miss, you feel like that was almost a need to have here. Still 45 seconds left, but certainly getting dire.
Flip reset from Drury, but does get stopped out by the Ole Miss defense. And speaking of defense, I think we've seen like 6 saves maybe from Lunar, maybe even more than that as well. And 30 seconds remaining. I feel like because one of their star players has been stuck on defense for such a long time, having to make those stops, it's been difficult for them to do anything. Even with the demos coming through on the transition play, it's not enough for now.
Well, you wanted to see why everybody's been talking about Northwood and why they are buzzing in all of Collegiate Rocket League and have been having that feeling for a very long time within the Collegiate Rocket League space, and they go right back to work here. This one, no exception whatsoever. They wanted to gain momentum early, and that's exactly what they got. Northwood with a clean sweep over Ole Miss to kick off the Rocket League portion here in the NECC.
Northwood, the old faithful when it comes to getting sweeps and best of sevens, right? We saw some great performance from them. Hockey with 7 shots. The pressure was immaculate from him this time. Creams and Drewy more taking that kind of midfield line presence for their team and trying to keep them just locked in with a constant rotation of offense. And it's just been so overwhelming for so many teams for such a long time. Almost did their greatest that they could do against them, right? They got that goal. They got it really close in game 2, right? Where it was the 1 goal differential between them. The problem was they couldn't find the mark. The defense was too strong. The offense was too strong. Everything was too strong for Northwood. That's why you see them there just doing such a great job.
They really did. I mean, it was so many layers deep, right? There was just so many challenges that you had to overcome. And for Ole Miss, they were able to solve a couple of the riddles, just not all of them.
Yeah.
Number one being like boost control. They looked a lot stronger in that department. Not being able to create chances, they opened up a lot of space.
Rush got their first land goal.
Exactly, and that's huge for them, right? Being able to incorporate them into this team. Obviously, these are on the older side as far as collegiate players for Ole Miss, so they're still looking to really, make a statement here, and obviously the weekend's not over for them as well.
Well, we got Lemon Kiwi on the stage with the winners. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gang. I am here with a CRL champion. It's Hockey from Northwood. Congratulations on your match. A sweep again.
Yeah, we just got the job done. 4 games, that's all it took.
Wow. You just are ruining the competition everywhere you go. No prisoners left behind. But, hey, it must be pretty fun being in San Antonio. How are you enjoying it in Texas?
Yeah, we got here Wednesday, and we've been spending the past 2 days just exploring the city, the Riverwalk, downtown San Antonio. It's all so beautiful.
It really is, and it's warming up. The competition is heating up. What's it been like playing with these guys? Because you guys gel so well on the field.
Yeah, it's honestly been my favorite collegiate team so far. Just the vibes are so good. Drew's fit in so well with me and Creams. We've been a duo for a long time, so like whatever 30 we usually get fits with us. But Drew's just like excelled expectations and done really well.
Yeah, you guys are surpassing expectations as usual, and this is a big tournament for the team. I know you guys are used to winning, but who is going to be the biggest competition to Northwood?
There's a few teams, we always play Fisher, Oklahoma Christian out here in the crowd. We got Akron, they always give us a tough test, so probably those 3 teams we're looking forward to playing.
Awesome, and we can't wait to watch you. Congratulations again on your first match. Give it up one more time for Hockey! You got some fans out there. All right, best of luck with your next matches, and I'll let you go join the team, go log out or do what you need to do. And we're not going too far, everybody, because Rocket League may be done, but esports never sleeps. Up next, we have Valorant, but we got to get our players set up on the stage, so don't go anywhere.
I said now, I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I told them once that I could shut it down. Seen them all fly when I'm riding through the town. When I shoot my shot, told them they ain't over bounds. Like a ball on the court, dog, I told them all bounce.
Welcome back, everybody. Very glad to have you here in the beautiful San Antonio, Texas, as we kick off some Valorant on the NECC side. I'm very happy to welcome a good friend of mine, Zobi, here to the booth as we follow along with the NECC action. Obviously, we talk about Division 1 and the ability to play at this national stage. It's got to be a great opportunity for both of these teams, as we'll be featuring NC State taking on Baker here.
Absolutely, and it is a year-long effort, right? They earned those national points across the fall and spring semester to showcase that this is all what it has added up to.
That's right, and of course we're looking to really get to know these teams as well as they start to develop and play a little bit further on here. As we welcome a whole lot of different individuals here too. We've also seen some high schoolers come in and take the stage here too. We got a couple more days of it. How has your experience been so far?
Oh, it's been great. We have Aurora Series coming up later today. I've been talking with those teams a lot, getting everything fleshed out for their game. I'm hyped for getting into the Valorant action.
It's gonna be awesome for sure, and of course brought to you by the Army National Guard. So find your calling at nationalguard.com. That's nationalguard.com. Very excited to have them. So we actually have walkouts ready for you. We'll get to see the teams in just a minute, so we'll get to that here momentarily, of course. I'm from the Carolinas, so I got a little bit of piece of me that loves this NC State team. I've got to see them a lot. I'm excited to see them in action. We've, from Red Bull Campus Clutch, for example, they've been all around the scene and really have been making waves.
Absolutely. I feel like they came out of the woodwork last year in CVAL. It was who is this team? What are they capable of? And I think they surprised a lot of people. And then the team they're up against, right, in terms of Baker is an international superpower, right? They've brought talent from all walks of life kind of into an environment that has been drilled by perpetual lands. Last year had great success like the DreamHack Collegiate Invitational, for example, and I think they've definitely built out a respected program.
And one of the reasons they were able to do that as well is Cody Elson. I got to catch up with him a little bit earlier too, formerly of Northwood, and then came over to NC State to be able to run that program. And Cody had some really big things to say about that program, and of course all the students that he took over, he says he's very excited for the future. Despite circumstances surrounding it being a relatively new program and trying to find that support from the school themselves, they've done a really good job to become one of the best teams competitively, not just in Valorant. We're talking Overwatch and Rocket League as well. They've become so relevant over the past couple of years. It's been awesome to watch.
And it's not just school support either, it's state support, right?
Exactly.
Into these esports programs, building out these stadiums. I actually got to be at NC State during CVAL last year because they were our host, right? Talking with their club president who just graduated, right? A few weeks ago, Cloudsy, who'll be playing in Aurora later today.
That's fantastic. Well, we got our teams locked and loaded. Here we go, stage side to Lemon Kiwi for the walkouts.
It is time for our first Valorant match of the main stage, so please join me in welcoming our first team. It's North Carolina State. Got some serious competition here. Posture's looking good, jersey's looking good, but their competition is quite scary. So up next for our walkout, it's Baker Swarm. Hey, everyone looks serious. Everyone looks locked in. This team's got a demon on it. We've got amazing talent on both sides. So, players, get to your stations, and best of luck. You guys can walk off now. Go and load up. There you go. Best of luck, everybody. North Carolina State versus Baker Swarm. Valorant, it's going to be a marathon and not just a sprint. And we also have casters to send you back to. So let's go join Bearlight and Zobi again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jen. Thank you so much. And of course, you love to see them locked and loaded and being confident as well. Obviously, you want to set the stage here in the group stage as you kick off the tournament very early. To make that splash, really get teams to respect you at the end of the day.
Oh, 100%. You definitely want to be one of those teams that makes it to that Sunday championship, that grand finals, and the work all starts in the group stage. I feel like one of the more competitive seasons we've actually had as teams have committed to NECC specifically, and I think these two teams being the ones that we're looking at, I think are that perfect example.
Yeah, you have a deep pool of talent for sure, and so getting that high ground early is certainly going to be setting the tone here for these teams for sure. So NC State, we talked a whole lot about And obviously, with Baker coming in, they've made a big splash recently. I love their program. They've been able to beef it up on the production side, but also here on their Valorant team has been making waves in one of those teams that really has that upside potential. Relatively young team as well. So I'm interested to see how they match up against this NC State team, who has that experience, has a lot of players who have been there for at least a couple years, if not more. That experience can really play a role, especially in a live environment as big of a stage as this is.
So we have, again, a growing team that's just discovered their form versus Baker, again, drilled. They look for the best of the best. They secure that talent and then put them on national stages like here in San Antonio.
It's fantastic. I mean, I love this environment, too, for everybody that's come through and has been a part of this. It's been already a great experience, and we have a couple days as well. Day one's been kicking off. The vibes have been extremely high, and we've gotten to talk to a lot of the teams for media day as well. They had some great answers, by the way. Very much these teams that have that media training and ready to go here, too. So love to see those players in action, what they had to say, too.
And it's so funny, too, when, like, a face pops out of the crowd and is like, Zobi? Barely?
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yep.
you're here at this event? And they're like, yeah, we're competing in this bracket. And you're like, I didn't even know that team was here, right? And it's been a pleasant surprise to see so many familiar and new faces that you only know online.
Yeah, exactly. I got to see UCSD in action for the very first time, but then I got to hang out with UNCW. Obviously, I'm Carolina born as well, so, you know, UNCW is one of those teams that I got to know really well from their high school days up into college. Red Dot, for example, was able to take that win 2-0
That's
to kick
who I
things
was
off.
literally just talking about.
Really?
That, like,
Oh, no
pulled me
way.
out of the woodwork and was like, Zobi? And I was like, you're here, Red Dot?
Really cool dude, right? Like, it's just down to earth too, but can be emotional too, which says a lot about that team too. But you have leaders on the NC State team too. Brace has been a dynamic player and very much one to look out for sure. Nuthium as well has been those two kind of like a dynamic duo for NC State. That makes it a little bit tougher whenever Baker comes in and realizes what they're up against from a chemistry standpoint.
Yeah, and I know, again, they have a great support system, though, over there at Baker as well. Again, I think one of the coaches I've been acquainted with there, it goes to so many global events as well, and they actually have coached over in the Tier 2 space as well in Europe. So, like, again, lots of ideas that they're going to be drilling into this newer meta.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a quick break as the players go ahead and gear up, and we figure out a quick tech issue, but don't go anywhere. Again, you're watching the NECC Division 1 playoffs.
So I said now, I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I told them once that I could shut it down. Seen them all fly when I'm riding through the town. When I shoot my shot, told them they ain't over bounds. Like a ball on the court, dog, I told them all bounce.
Zoe and Bearlight back with you here as we fix that tech issue. We're good to go here for the next matchup, and we can talk a little bit more about it as we gear up here for this next matchup as Baker faces off with NC State. And of course, when we talk about these two teams, they've seen each other a lot, especially here in the NECC.
Oh, 100%. Again, we mentioned it, fall, spring, you have to go through both to earn those champions points to get here to the national stage. And they met each other along the way, right? NC State was on this come up, right? We mentioned it, that they've grown as a squad, and it even existed between the fall and the spring, right, in terms of qualifying versus not qualifying?
That's exactly right. You know, you had the situation where NC State, they weren't able to make it in the fall time, so they decided to, get together, and they've been on the up and up ever since, you kind of have that changing of the guard as far as leadership goes, and they really start to make a buzzing here. But Baker did a great job in the fall. In fact, that's how they got their presence here. When we talk about nationals with the NECC, and this Div 1 team, they got all the way to lowers, and this time around it was NC State in the most recent semester here in the spring. Took it to Amer with a 2-0 victory in uppers. And unfortunately, both teams, they ended shy in that lower side. So that being said, they have history. They know each other pretty well here, especially since that happened in this most recent semester. They know what they're up against. So now it's just a matter of execution, knowing your teams, knowing exactly who you're going up against. And for Baker, they're out for revenge. There's no doubt about it. It was a close series, by the way. It was 2-1. In fact, that last map ended in a 13-10. So I think we're in for a treat here early.
Yeah, it was a corrode, a split, and a pearl as well. So obviously a split and pearl still in the map pool. Those are options to have that little rematch on against the same exact opponent. But again, it's like Baker's been at this consistent line trying to break through the top against your Northwoods, your other collegiate powerhouses in NECC, versus NC State was on this like upward trajectory that has now intersected and might be surpassing Baker, which is what we're going to find out today in this round robin Group A matchup between NC State and Baker.
That's right, exactly. And we'll have our maps up here in just a moment, and I'm very excited to be able to see it. We saw a little bit of mix yesterday, by the way. Actually hits the pool too, so we might get a new agent into the equation here. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if I see either of these teams being the one to pick it up, but I do think we'll see it on the main stage before the day is up. That's all I can give you for the teaser for what's going to come later today.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that base quick is actually enormous. To see the players, especially at this level, if you can utilize it right, it's very much a very interesting zoning tool, and the way that you're able to bring that in, throw a curveball potentially to some of the bigger names here that we expect to perform pretty well. So that being said, we're going to obviously, see the teams in action here momentarily. NC State is on that rise, but for how much longer? And of course, it was a super close battle here. But you can actually just let us know, what maps can we expect here as far as the series is concerned?
Ooh, what maps can we expect? You want me to go through the map feedos right now for you?
If you want to, yeah.
All right, let's do it. So what we ended up getting to was the bread and butter of Valorant, right? You get your Haven. We do get our split rematch guaranteed on map 2. And if we make it to that map 3, it's going to be Breeze.
That's right, Breeze back in the place. One of my least favorite ones for sure, 100% about it. But of course, we have to thank everybody who was able to contribute in the first place and make all of this possible in such an incredible environment that we are in currently as well in the Boeing Center here at Techports. I know we've gotten a chance to hang out there here, and it's been such a great environment with everybody around it too. Shout out to the National Guard as well. Find your calling at nationalguard.com. Again, that's nationalguard.com. A big thank you to them for making it possible here at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. I've had a blast already, and it's just day one, Zoe.
Yep, again, meeting the players, meeting everybody that's here making it possible behind us, down to the very staff of the event. And again, I mean, it's technically day 2 because we had the Color Media Day, we had some of those big decider happens already. So there's teams that are like, oh, we're back, we already played, we've already gotten acquainted into the space, but these two teams, again, are getting onto the main stage for the first time.
That's right, and being able to get that experience as well. I'll thank you to Rally Cry as well, who invited us out, and being able to connect with a multitude of different conferences and really thriving within the esports space as well. So we encourage you to check out Rally Cry and thank them if you see a member of their team for making this possible, being able to gather the troops for something truly special on this stage. You see the players dialed in, locked in, ready to get going. And of course, when you're out for revenge, you gotta have those high emotions and ride them a little bit, but you never want to get too much into it. You never want to go over the top. You gotta have that balance.
And that's where I think Baker has struck that balance already. Again, this is more of a standard to them, is getting to these events, and it's just how you perform at them. Versus NC State, again, they're getting those reps and starting to, so they're the ones that I could see having the nerves kick in a little bit. You know, you're trying to get your feet under you in the server, having to make that slower start, like they did when they previously faced off against Baker before.
That's exactly right. So when we talk about Haven here, you know, there's a multitude of different options that you could potentially go with here, and obviously, you know, Neon actually was removed from the game temporarily. I believe she's back, potential to be there, so that's something to eyeball here. Whether or not she'll get that play, if she's available here today, is something that we've yet to see. So
I mean, even if she's a viable option to server, like, to select,
yeah,
is anybody going to? Shotgun just got nerfed. Her strafe speed just got nerfed.
It's tough.
It's like, okay, Haven, you had your Neon Yoru gets nerfed. Now your Neon's nerfed. They're just like knocking off Haven compositions more than anything right now.
That's very true, you know, and it's, again, if you're talking about the standard here too, I expect, no doubt, you'll have a silver here, as you always do. And of course, those strong initiatives are incredibly important. Let's go ahead and check and see where they do lock in here for Haven, as we have NC State on that right side, and it's basically business as usual for them. Brace is going to be consistently on this helmet, and rightfully so, great opportunity to be able to provide your
yeah,
team here.
I think this current meta does favor NCSU a lot. Frick has been a consistent Phoenix even before it was considered the quote-unquote meta, I think. So it makes sense that this is where the direction is going with Neon being nerfed into the ground. It's then just going to mean there's not a spice of life to the game, unfortunately. It's to remind me more of like Ascent, where it's going to be like one comp to rule them all. The only difference we might get to see is those Sentinels, right? Ladder moves versus generic, and I think ladder moves and Nami are the two to watch for me, actually, on that side for Baker. And on the flip side, again, I feel like Nuthium, you mentioned Sova's consistency. He is the consistency for NC State. Like, so clutch, and his ability to manage space solo around side smokes is something that's going to be something to rival once they're on the defense.
Definitely. I'm watching Demon on that side as well, and you know, I kind of loved seeing Waylay make waves, but when we talk about Haven, we go right back to the Jet, the old tried and true that has been there day one, has always been with us, right? And Demon is a difference maker on this team as well. Hijinks can certainly lead this team as well from the control role, does a great job. They'll be locking in Omen, so very close in terms of these comps. Obviously, you mentioned it, the KJ and Cypher will be the difference between these two as we kick things off. And on the defensive side, it will be Baker versus NC State. See if they can't find a little bit of value here on this attack side. You're looking for at least a few rounds as things get going.
Yeah, information gathering versus strategic retakes. That's the Sentinels and how they're going to define the differences between these two teams. But NC State looking to leverage that double duelist quick and effectively into Garage. But look at this. Baker has a decent stack there. They have the Killjoy Util on top of that to sprinkle in. I think we're going to get a duelist debut right there.
You know, why wait? When you're in for it, you want to see it right up there and see how they measure up against one another, some would say. I think you're up this way and go this way. It's going to be a very quick and hot exchange. The two Jets basically face to face here. Nami waits for that curveball. Didn't find the right time to fly.
It's a trap off the alarm bot.
This will be the time shot here as they swing an easy take here in Garage. And exactly how you expect it to go down, especially when you have that stronghold and had some intuition into knowing how this attack wanted to go.
Yeah, and that's exactly how Baker wanted that defensive round to go. Again, collapse off the alarm bot, get control over that spike, keep NC State out. And while somebody was slipping through the cracks there a little bit, it's quickly been patched up, but it's all down to Nuthium in the 1v4.
How great is this team? Oh, by the way, down they go. And a great way to start off. Pistol round the win here for this squad, and really looking to build off of this one. Just a very simple hold here. Take them. They knew Garage was a viable option. They were able to read it all the way. And a very important round one win.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they did have the double duelist stack on the KJ side of the map for a pistol. It was a huge gamble that pays off handsomely. And for NC State, I think then the concern is going to be, are they going to be leveraging really revenge to get that information, right? You need that early confirmation more than anything.
All classics across the way, by the way. Not going to upgrade at all, so they're looking for something big whenever this round goes down. That extra little bit of cash into their hands, so we'll see. Should be enough to be able to do it. Well, they still hold dark cover, so they're thinking against that. Maybe thinking the hot hold from B. Previous rounds might be sticking in their brains here as he develop into. Now looking for the B side, but they're going to run into Demon. That is a tough pill to swallow here. The Outlaw able to win one.
Oh, and ping-ponging the Judge Bear.
Oh, no. Shotguns there, but not enough when you're going to chest the waters here into Garage. Unfortunately, be on the wrong side of that exchange. And weaponry will play wonders here for Baker. Already early Demon, I talked about how he's going to be able to find a few. That's going to be 3. And as to be expected, Baker is certainly taking this round by storm. How handedly they did take it is good, and that's not a good sign. Couple whips, it'll be a flawless round here.
Oh, and then because Demon funneled all those outlaw kills as well, one off from the Blade Storm, what you really need to see in this 3rd round bonus coming out is a little bit of aggressiveness just to get orb control, and then you can alleviate that pressure and play a retake off of, again, Demon coming to the stage and being 7-0, essentially. And
wow.
I will say, for the flip side, for NC State, I liked the start of the round, again, gathering the intel of what the KJ setup's going to look like Seaside. I think they were trying to draw rotations out, perhaps, to get generic in, but it felt like they didn't commit enough and draw enough time away. So then when they regrouped, no one had moved. Baker Swarm looking solid, looking strong, and here, as we promised, is going to be that 8 fight for the orb.
In this class, the classic across the board on the last buy, if you will, or lack thereof, essentially. Playing the wonders, because when there's a flawless against, at least you had enough in to take the full buy this time around. They will be prepared. Well, I guess no Blaze here for Freaks and not a complete full buy. However, you'll have weaponry that looks pretty good. So they will look to smoke off this garage and see if they take it here.
Lighter C-hold this time as well out of Baker. Very retake-centric, and I think NC State's realizing now when there's no KJ, but the contact hijinks had the hero angle. That's gone already.
Perfect. Loberston, they have C by Storm. Already taken it. Secured. And Spike will be planted as
Spike planted.
Baker playing this well. Ready for the rest of the troops to gather around as they make their way eventually on this side. He said Nami will be a difference maker, looking to clear out garage and take a little bit of space. If possible, the paranoia will deter them from that thought, and potentially you have Demon looking to get onto site early. Although again, the shotgun can't do much from that distance. And NC State getting on the board here. Great job utilizing that full buy to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, really, really strong round from Brits in particular. Even though it was a 2-2 kill, it's like the paranoia to appease the garage control, keep that, maintain that, so then you can group up and have that dynamic alongside Freak there on the CT choke. So all in all, very strong close out there. Again, I think Hijinks got caught a little unawares, a little surprised because of the lack of the KJ util. And I think the biggest surprise to me is that Demon didn't get the Orb A main, didn't have the blades on that retake, had to hand it off and go diving in with the judge. And again, shotguns nerfed, Neon and versus Jet scaling are not the same, and those are the repercussions. Bonus loss, NC on the board.
Exactly right, and looking to get more, looking to ride that momentum. And hasn't shown anything A, and that's why you see basically everybody lined up B and allowing KJ to just lock down C. But they're going to just walk it all the way down C long. Let's test the waters here. Ladder right place, right time. It only catches to run it back, and Ladder gets a one here. Genie will fall, so eventually gets first blood. Anyway, the Blades do land one, but they fell immediately after. And once you trades back and forth, will leave us in a situation where it's a 3v2 favoring Baker and NC State, twiddling their thumbs. They do not have Spike in hand, so this round almost feels like a loss here at this point.
Yeah, it felt very reminiscent of the pistol. Spike goes down and you're left, okay, how do we salvage this? But I think the reason why we got to this point, Baker Swarm, within 20 seconds had 4 players on that side on top of the KJ. And I think the confidence in these rotates is something I really need to see Generic being the one to exploit as that ideal lurk player, because I feel like they've been playing very, you mentioned simplistic, walking up C-long, very grouped, and that is not intrinsic to a Haven Senti. But this round's not over. They can still be some slippery seals, and they've gotten at least through B, but again, split, hold. Here. All these ranching points is the name of the game for Baker Swarm right now.
I think it's the appropriate approach. You know that they're going down C-long just to test the waters there, because you didn't really give away a lot in terms of audio. And for that reason, look to walk it back. Revenge will be there. Curveball, though, will give them away as far as where they're coming from, so Revenge will call the rest over almost momentarily here. The 1-2, it'll be a 3-piece but Freak, but as far as it'll go, it'll be a 3-1 advantage here after everybody getting in the kill column that time around here for Baker.
Yeah, and I think for NC State, great management, I think, of trying to split up those crossfires when you don't have information, when it is a Cypher and a Phoenix in that clutch position. But yeah, off angle uncleared, backside the kills still go Baker Swarm's way. So again, on the path towards revenge, as we have mentioned, but it's more, again, Demon leading that charge. And now 3-1, a little reshuffling here, maybe a double duelist fight down both avenues, or you can play a little bait and switch and they scale into the Jet tucked away on top.
I feel like Baker, yeah, great intuition, by the way. Have 3 lines of A, 1 looking serious, obviously. Got Demon there.
Wow.
Catch the rest here.
Yeah, when this Odin comes online, it feels impossible to go A.
Telling you. And that's why they maybe didn't approach it in the first place. Our drone will find one. We'll tag them, and certainly at this point in time, you got to call it. But now it's a tougher decision, because now your options are quite limited, whether you go B or C, and not many successes either way. and just playing it patiently instead.
Yeah, a broken bye here. A judge again on Garage. If ladder moves fall, this side would open up, but that's an if.
A big if for sure. Doorway battle, but taken out of the hands of ladder. That judge will not do the trick here. NC State now finding one. Generic opening up possibilities, being able to get on a site, being able to clear it out. That's a good Cinti and what they'll do for you. But now, of course, the rest of the team to kind of follow suit. They want to move quickly, and through sewers they go right now.
Yeah, Generic opened up this entire world for them, but the Odin is about to make it come crashing down. No, freaks.
30 seconds left.
Ready and got it right in heaven. Here's Demon, pull it back down. Two had an opportunity, but was staring down the barrel of two weapons this time around. And Hijinks 1v3 situation and scenario here. And with the Vandal, they already know where you are. They're going to challenge into it. You're not going to win that battle, unfortunately. NC State, a much-needed round, it felt like, to be able to get one back here and pull back within one round.
You know, 100%. NC State, that round did exactly what we wanted. They fought for the ace base. Yes, they lost some players to the Odin spray, but they got Generic deposited. And Generic, slowly, methodically, you forget about that thought in the back of your head, and it is gone. And so was his positioning. So that was effective. I think where Baker Swarm kind of got a little complicated was they didn't wait for Hijinks to get back into that position on the flank before initiating into the site. And that was, again, the overpeak of the Odin, maybe from heaven, to credit that too. But that was good productivity then from Hijinks to re-clear all this space, make sure nobody else was lurking, and then get, again, that team surrounded. So, again, maybe more patience on the retakes and it'll be a bit more stable, but I mean 3-2, you're still up. You have the ult cycle in your favor, but you might not have the weapons.
You're on the attack too, finding rounds too. That really helps here. This team is able to get out with his left, trying to swing in. Was able to tail winds out the cloud burst and back out to B. But even when NC State was in a compromised position, last round was able to find their way out of it because of those big plays. It was all about timing and execution, whether or not they carry it into this round now. Minute 12, Baker's been doing a great job to keep them at bay, and look how much space they're taking all the way through window.
Okay, Revenge. It's kind of a one and done, but I'll give all the answers for the stack to rotate from C back towards A. The question mark now is going to be if the jet down C long can make enough noise to draw numbers, or oh, this feels like a mistake from NC State.
Yeah, I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. They're about to run into a whole bunch of firepower. Plus the KJ, we already know that kit can be deadly, but they'll go ahead and dash on site. Hijinks ready for it, throws out the Paranoia. Demon able to find them and snuff them out in an instant. NC State, well, they didn't recognize it off the bat, but they eventually did realize it. They're running out of time.
And it's a perfect call, but look at where the Sova now has scaled out of Garden, got past the cycling of the spy cam, and can cut off these rotates B main even.
Yeah, nobody knows. They're stuck here. Sure, in the back of their mind, they're thinking it might be a possibility, and that's why Generic was able to at least fight off Revenge and keep them busy while they rotated B, but they forgot about ladder moves there, but they're only good for one. So in this situation, Demon was looking to chase them down as well. Spike going to go all the way A side, and they are able to take out Generic, so looking a lot better here as far as the retake goes for Baker.
I mean, they'll get the plan down because from the shadows solidified that A control for Brits, but how much more can they survive? A 4v2, a thrifty in the making for Baker Swarm.
Had that 100 security to try to snuff them out. The team's good for one, but Hijinks will answer it with the Outlaw.
Brits.
Just one left. Has the right spot. Great trigger discipline, but couldn't land one. They still don't find him. It took them longer, but you just wish you got a little bit more there if you're Brits.
Wow. And I will say, great attempt for NC State to stabilize after they fought into the eco stack of Baker Swarm on that C side. I liked the, again, B2A pivot. Yeah, you mentioned maybe the oversight about ladder moves, but again, I think it was
not ready yet.
The crazy play from Brits that even got the spike down there from the shadows. A side clears out the entire space and then rallies the troops. And it would have been great if you would got all three of those. That would have been like a heck of a clip to have on later. But maybe the nerves, warming up here again in the first map of this round robin stage.
It was almost too good to be true. You see three of them. It was a thrifty round, so
those
you
are the
knew
hardest
they were ready to go.
targets to hit, the ones that are turned with their back to you.
It does. It really does. And it becomes a whole different mental battle that you got to be. It's a battle within a battle, some would say. But Baker's got the 4-2 lead now off that thrifty. Feeling a lot better about their buy.
Standing ahead.
It's Revenge, the ultimate lineup to get in and see what they can find. But I'm actually didn't get that intel with all four of them moving A long now.
Very, very direct. Again, double duelist dive. Got to run it back. They don't clear out short though. This is going to be a major oversight because look at Revenge utilizing the site smoke.
Oh boy. Revenge right behind it, knowing exactly where they can fight. They look through. But that's back-to-back, and they don't get as much as I imagined they would. Ladder will swing in. to get one. Now a 2v2 scenario. They've got Evan locked and loaded as well, but they don't see Generic. Generic was hitting that backside. And now Nami falls down towards south, looking for Generic, but still struggling. I mean, it is tough. But listen, you gotta hit that one. That feels bad.
You got two players mind melding and both popped and swinging at each other at the exact same moment, and it just looks so silly, but the results are huge there. Again, that was another bye. Baker Swarm's been stuck in this again, back and forth wavering economy, and that could allow NC State to tie us up, to catch us up here. And again, it felt like there were so many potential moments of heroics out of Baker Swarm that round. They had a setup for it, and then they all came crashing down with super effective trades left, right, and center. And once again, Generic mentioned exploiting these lurk spaces, these lurk timings. Finally, he is hitting that nail on the head. 6 and 4, and it is making all the difference in the big swing rounds.
Yeah, despite the success here at A, they're going to have a C look here. That's what they wanted to go with off the rip, but we were just trying to make some noise. Unfortunately, it kind of noted.
Yeah, it's weird like that he swings out of his cage when the idea there is going to be interrupted by the operator for Demon very briefly, was to fake that they were like all crossing into short, like 5 were going A, but then that completely spoils it when you see solo players swinging out long. But Revenge took on the first. Maybe we can find more.
Uh-oh. Revenge so patient, knowing that they might come back. NC State's kind of been playing this back and forth in attacker spawn, and it's really playing into the hands of Baker, who knew better, was ready for it. So, all things considered, although they let NC State get a few rounds back here, and they're back within one, they're still doing the right things at the end of the day. You're going to try to stack up on this defensive side, where it's not able to quite get it there. A flawless round here from Baker quietly.
It's like a super glass cannon, right? It's like everyone has pistols minus your op and your Odin, and they literally ended up fighting into both the op and the Odin out of NC State on that round. And that's what allowed Baker Swarm to maintain their lead here, to start building up those economic reserves. And I think for NC State, I completely agree that Baker's having a hard time tracking their movements, and that's been their biggest strength. But as a result, Baker Swarm are like, okay, let's look for those answers ourselves. Let's fight into them, right? Revenge, scaling down long. Again, Demon swinging out Garage. And that is rewarding them really, really well here.
Big time. We saw that on a multitude of different occasions. Revenge being able to get through window in that one round that just caught them. Their pants down. But NC State now. Well, they're down 2. To find something, you have this Senti presence looking through Garage. Just not going to find much there. The first battle will be in Sewers. And Shaney really couldn't feel comfortable about that exchange, and that's why they're backing out just a little bit. NC State remains in this no rush attitude. This time, Baker is not really occupying much space as we've seen in the past, because NC State's been showing a little bit less of their hand.
Yeah, they wanted it to be a very explosive execute here. After, though, breaking all of the KJ default utility, and Baker Swarm mentioned it, when they go without answers, like you mentioned for a while, they go searching, Nami, scaling short, just to see if they can hear a little sound cue or not, but don't want to hand any of these here rifles over either.
Be tough to go through. They got Sewers on lock.
Oh, they have all they need.
Yeah.
The rotates should start coming over from C. They're going to have a lockdown to possibly expand within 35 seconds of the round. Once again, there's a lurk player, or I should say a double back, that could completely upend this, and that's exactly the route NC State are taking.
Demon took that Q, but missed the shot. Oh no, he got the first shot of Revenge with the Odin as well to make it 2, and you just ran into a firing squad here at this point in time. I mentioned NC State being patient. Well, Baker was doing exactly the same. And now in a 1v5 situation yet again, that's back-to-back flawless rounds. Flawless rounds on lock here for Baker. They've been looking a lot stronger here.
Yeah, I mean, NC State, their hand was forced, right, from the shadows, completely reveals where the entire squad is heading. We're on an eco round, you cannot be fighting into numbers, and the rotations were getting kickstarted from Baker. So the B backpedal was really effective.
Yep.
It was just, again, because those players were already in a link for Baker, they were just reflooding in, and that is very, very hard to handle with only pistols in hand. So what could have gone differently? I think they played it as well as they could, and it's just unfortunate those shots sometimes don't align, nor do those timings. So timeout being taken, though, for NC State, because they've yet to break through. Like, they've been trailing by that 1, trailing by that 2, and now that gap is starting to widen barely.
Would you, for me, I'm wondering, are they doing a little bit too much? Like, I love the fact that you're getting rid of the KJ, util there, and then you're like immediately just swinging out of it instead of potentially challenging into it. Now you want to make sure the timing is right, but I'm just curious in what you think.
I am a big proponent of you can overplay Valorant. Again, you can play a good Valorant or you can win Valorant is the idea here. And some of the rounds we did see from NC State, like that direct A hit off the run it back with a double duelist dashing in, was their best look. I will agree with you. And I think that's where the issue right now is you have a retake strategy for Baker Swarm. Again, lockdown, Hunter's Fury. And that's even if they can still break into the A site, because that was when A was being given up by Baker. Now they have the Odin perpetually spraying it down. Again, they have the Operator, either Garage, C-Long, you don't know. And so that's where I do think I was going to get to this conclusion. C is their best bet, but that's only if you can get past Demon.
Demon is keeping them guessing. That is for sure. And right now, they might be guessing wrong. Oh, dark cover, they guessed right on. But they moved anyways. Although they missed a shot, they were able to tailwind out. But Demon's having to dodge away from the Hunter's Fury. And it actually caught Ladder in their sights before getting onto site. As another dark cover to get off the defensive side. And they take C and should be able to occupy it as well. And Baker will have to gear up for a retake opportunity this time. It's been a while since we said that.
Yeah, perfectly layered, perfectly executed there from NC State, and that additional pressure from Freak. Well, kind of thwart any sort of cohesive Baker Swarm retake effort for the time being, but it's a 3-4 they want to go for.
Will it happen? Hygien's had a good look as 2PS and gets the third as well. Nice job to stay focused, locked in, but drop the guard down for just a second, and Generic comes out with a clutch with a 3-piece of his own.
Huge, will thwart Baker Swarm getting a lead at the half for the time being, and that was after, you know, an unsupported maybe 1, 2, 3. We're also looking at different times there into hijinks there in Garage. That made it seem like the wind was shifting in Baker Swarm's favor.
NC State sticking with it. Nice job from Generic. Having a great Senti in that role, fantastic. For them to be able to do both.
And Chenny, yes, is 2 and 10, but he made the space on the side. He's the one that broke up that Operator, broke up the backside control, and allowed the rest to get into that space. Can they do it again, though? Op, right place, right time. Once again, Demon, pressure upon him to full stop anchor the site, because the KJ's still rotating over.
The back and forth with the Operator, maybe getting predictable here. They're able to at least know that it was there. That's why they went Sewers instead. They've got their hands full with Ladder. Again, it's Cheney, but they're not going to be distracted. Not this time around. Now the knives are pulled as well as they get 4 out of the 5 exchanges there in favor of Baker. And you've got Generic. He pulled it off last round. Oh, not on here. But Baker, that's exactly what you wanted. And the bounce back rounds here will have the 4-1 advantage here, and Spike in hand too. So Baker able to have a quick response.
Yeah, you clutched the last round, Generic. I don't know about this one. Spike in no man's land, yeah, 30 HP. Thinking about saving for the last remainder of the half. And for that round, I was worried about the timing. Like, they almost got the jump on them with that, again, very forward-focused mentality, the simplification that felt like it was coming out of that timeout. But then you suddenly had the KJ there with the alarm bot, and I have no clue how Demon hit that shot on Chenny. Again, that dash over the box while Freak was swinging looked like it was going to get the job done. Again, a war on 2 fronts, but dismantled and now left Generic.
Just tracking, I mean, right spot. And Nami didn't know we'll go through window. We check it out. I mean, because the farthest spot of the map would be C, so that's maybe where they're thinking. And Generic was trying to catch them on the way through. Left. Now, that being said, they let their guard down here, and
Generic wants to search, though. Like, 30 HP needs a timing kill here, but that would be the neural left for the last round online.
Very accurate. All things said and done. Will be Baker with another one in hand, especially on the defensive side here for Haven. Somehow missed that, though. That seemed like it was going to be pretty straightforward, so it is what it is, though.
No kill, no ult. Very unfortunate, but that's the lead to Baker Swarm. Money stays stable for the remainder of the half. Cannot same be said for NC State, though. Again, some hero rifles littering the arsenal, but it's those stingers, that Bucky. They're going to be fun to witness, and so they want to head back A. You mentioned the op, how it was going like a predictable pattern of movement. This time they're finally not fighting into it, at least. The Odin's just as deadly at times. That's where the From the Shadows from Brits comes in.
And get things cooking. Here's the away long this time around. And already in heaven. Thanks from the Shadow split this site in half, but kind of sensed something coming, and sure enough, it was 3 heavens, so getting out of dodge just in time is a understatement here, as the spike will be planted here at this point in time, but you've got the rest of the cavalry. Baker happy to play into this retake situation, although the shock bolt will chase Demon out temporarily. Only took 25 from the HP department here. And now on site and getting their holds, more importantly, but Baker just waiting to get their entry as well. Oh, how about a Demon Operator shot? We've seen that plenty already. And now trying to chase them down as the rest should have it. I mean, they're just being super aggressive. Generic and Nithium only good for 2. But hold on, they're doing a great job, but Hijinks had the high ground thanks to the shrouded step, and plus chase him down that way too with the ball game. Wall bang rather, 8-4 now for Baker.
And that's kind of that pacing where we wanted them to play to their own tempo on the retakes, right? One of those A retakes that was lost because hijinks wasn't scaled down A long just yet. And I liked it. They covered all their bases, right? They had ladder moves way too long, obviously, for Generic to have that mid timing, and Generic never came, so then they rotate over, they proc the lockdown, and even wait for Demon to be in the position to capitalize off of it instead of forcing the hand to play a retake with an operator, which is always a double-edged sword. So again, played their own game till the remainder of the half. 8-4, NC State now on that defensive side, and again, I look at this and I'm like, okay, run it back is a retake ult. That's really it, right? Again, it's not that lockdown like Baker Swarm had, so I'll be looking towards Generic to full stop anchor and control space, or towards the double duelist we're seeing on the pistol, a different look, right? It was Baker with a trap on Garage. NC State want to look like they're fighting into grass.
Yeah, exactly. You love the difference of approach, but the same concept remains. It's just a different way to get to the same point like that, but Ladders was able to draw first blood. Answer early too. And now through window, you saw 3 heads, but there's not much you can do at that point in time. Cheney will fall as well. Demon back-to-back picks will open the door, and Revenge does the rest of 3-1 now for Baker.
Nuthium mentioned the heroics has been quiet in the server today. A 1v3 to right the ship when being down 4-8 after the pistol would be huge, but knife out is not how you're going to get there. And what we just saw was a good old Baker Swarm, right? It's like 1B dies, sends out the scent, and the rest come and refrag and avenge, right? What we just saw from ladder moves falling in that grass exchange. Great reactivity, communication, and then streamlined action.
Talk about brand awareness and knowing who you are, all right? That's fantastic. They really did swarm.
And he did.
For NC State. Yeah, it's all going to be about early round execution for sure, because you mentioned the retake will be incredibly difficult, and you have the Cypher as well to give you intel early, so in that aspect, and be able to hold off a site to you, it's all about how well can you do in that, and I think Baker, it'll be interesting to see if they get more aggressive because of that, if they feel confident in those exchanges, or if they want to play the NC State game, which is find the right time to strike. In this round, at least, that seems to be the approach.
Yeah, Baker cannot risk fighting into a stack like our NC State did last.
Yeah.
So slow, methodical. Know that the Phoenix is A-side because of that initial Blaze Wall investment, but do not know the solely behind it. Kenny is taking space, so this will be a nice answer so they can lean the stack ideally towards C, towards B out of NC State. So I'm surprised that they've kept the Sova short and the Phoenix in a link after, again, that certainty. And now they're going to realize that they've been duped, that this is the C end, and it's going to be a free site, actually, for Baker Swarm to plant.
Yeah, Generic's been the best NC State player. That's who you want on that site to be able to get you that intel, and so it'll at least give you a fighting chance here in this moment. Spike will be planted by Nami with no challenge whatsoever, but that means that there's 5 left for NC State, and they're going to be gathering in Garage, a bit of a garage party here. It's Dark Cover with the first one to out. As far as Util goes to get them on, the dash in, Freak finds one, but again not able to land it as Demon pops off. Hello? 2 with the Outlaw, says I need to reload, or goes for 2 for the 4Ps.
He picked up a Phantom after getting the 2 Outlaw shots.
That's unbelievable.
And then somehow switches to Ghost because maybe the Phantom ran out of bullets?
Guys, at that point in time, we ran out of bullets, you switch over really
it's like
quickly.
clip that, because I think the Outlaw shots also were through the mid-sight smoke from the Omen. That or like had some weird plat drop-down timing. I don't know, but that looked like it was going really bad until it wasn't for Baker Swarm, right? They were taking those fights together one at a time, dismantled again. The Omen caught out default, the Sova overfighting long, and those mistakes looked like they were going to add up, but Baker Swarm, again, heroics, firepower that this team has lifts them above the rest. And they get to double digits where NC State, same style of start.
And I don't want to discredit Cheney because you're absolutely right. Like, the distraction plays have been working for NC State in those particular rounds. However, it has been a duelist difference, in my opinion, just plain and simple. Like, Demon has been on a different level, and you want your duelists to be able to find those. And that's exactly what they've been able to do as far as winning those gunfights. Open up a whole world of hurt for Baker. NC State just look a little bit shaky. Again, they've been missing their shots, which is very uncommon for a team like this. Blaze will give them B to stop up on, but Cheney up close and personal in the dark cover does find the right time to swing. And now that's going to be 2 back-to-back. Listen, I talk a little bit ill, and suddenly you got the 3-piece. The swing should be good, missed it, but they're able to distract enough. And Nuthium comes around to be able to clean this up. And now it's NC State able to fire back here.
That's the caster effect in full swing. You mentioned someone, you called them out, and they immediately performed. That reflex timing was a risk, albeit, but they heard the reload, they saw the opportunity, and they seized it. A great multi-kill, and otherwise dark time, right? You lose that round, Baker basically guaranteed to get to 12 off of your eco round, because we haven't seen NC State win a 50 yet. And now, I mean, 5 rounds to go sounds feasible in Valorant cycling, right? You missed one ult cycle, one eco cycle, and you're back in business.
And NC State's always been that team that's been historically better on the defense, so it's like, Haven, that makes it a little bit difficult, and maybe the cards are stacked against you, but all things considered, within an arm's reach, granted a very long arm, essentially. But it's still trying to gear up. For this, you see a hold there on Sewers. In fact, they're going to walk this down as well. Not only that, but a long. So cutting that entire side of the map off here, essentially, so it'll be BC unless they can get that initial pick. And even still, they'll have that look to you. Genie is right where they could make that mistake if they let their guard down. That being said, Baker hasn't done that a whole lot. Genie has a good look. Trigger discipline will be good for one, and the turn on it. And in back-to-back rounds, they have multiple kills.
What do we say? Warm-up map. That's all this is.
Well,
That's what Haven is best for. Again, the Crispus mechanical sight lines. And Jenny says, I'm going to decline the difficult angle that is a short, but Nuthium is up for the challenge, replaces them on the corner. It's like a bait and switch, but the drone is having none of it out of revenge.
Now that'll be an easy pickoff. Or did they see? Yeah, they did.
Shotgun smallies. Yeah, they're good to go.
Sure enough, it still doesn't matter though. Lithium was good for it on the quick turn. 2 Generic was taking care of business on the other side. You get 1, but not 2. And Genie, with back-to-back 3 pieces this time, has come to life. And now they're back within 4.
Yeah, I think they were hesitant to sink their teeth in there for Baker Swarm, given the number disadvantage. And that's where I think they needed to speed it up a little bit more and take those fights when they had them.
Yes.
Because it was, again, a 2v2 at one point, and the rotates were coming over, and that's where the paranoia got to get set up, and then you couldn't find those isolated engagements anymore. But timeout coming out for Baker Swarm side. 10-6 here again. They realize that NC State is picking up steam. They realize that this could have just been an off map for some of their key players, those key pieces that are now getting upgrades.
Yeah.
And I think that shows that they are trying to take this seriously, even though it's a group stage match. And there's that revenge that we're mentioning.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And I love this timed timeout as well. You know, you see the biggest, most common mistake for a lot of teams, especially in a live environment at a LAN, is taking the timeout too late. You think that you can get it together early, that you can kind of fix things rounds to rounds, but then you blink, and then you realize that they're back within 2 rounds, back within 1 round, and then you're calling a timeout. At that point in time, they figure something out. They've got momentum rolling. Their vibes are extremely high versus still a little bit iffy. Why not pause them in their tracks, let them think a little bit longer while you're able to kind of formulate what you've seen ahead of you. I think it's a perfect time to take this timeout. It may seem early, but at the end of the day, I like it.
Yeah, you have another one if it gets to like a 10-10, right? When it's OT or not.
That's right.
I think the big reason for this is what we mentioned. It's like 2 econ cycles worth of comeback for NC State, and we just saw Baker Swarm go through that first cycle. Now they're in the econ the next. I think it's more so not how to win this 30 on the timeout's about, but how not to lose the next rifle. But that doesn't mean they're not going to have an eco strat. Look at this. Blades out. You got your run it back. Let's see if they can go quick through garage.
You can do both. And why not? And they've occupied it. The thought process is obviously towards C. They've got a couple parked there if you're NC State. In fact, a couple have been communicated to as well. So such a quick reaction here from NC State. And a curveball though from Nami should be huge. They do get 1. It took them a minute though to get it. And even though they'll connect, it's only with the run it back. Nami will get their chance back, plus a lot of information on knowing where they might be. 3. Thinking about how they're going to approach this here on C.
They know how important Freaky is to this retake, right? That's why, for example, the Omen falls instead. It should be the run it back to kick things started. I mean, 5v4, it's an eagle. Gotta go for it. Here we go.
And gear up here through the dark cover. They're going to go ahead and challenge into it. It's a Cloud Burst just following that Phoenix in as well. Nithium is good for the first one, and that is a good sign here. Make it 2. As Nami will fall, and they're right back on it too. Should be an easy defuse as well, as they need to probably challenge into this one. They're not going to stick it, at least not yet. Now is the time to do it when nobody's left because Generic got to work.
Yeah, left limping, but they're victorious nonetheless. Denying that eco round from Baker Swarm, denying the momentum shift. Out of timeout for the time being, and I think that was a good balance between getting aggressive and not throwing it all away, right?
Definitely.
In terms of, again, waiting cohesively to retake that together. And I'm glad that they respected the momentum that Baker Swarm had in that round, in that eco, and just getting the C site under their control and investing both the blades and the run it back. We'll see if they can get them back before this relegation is up, if the comeback continues. But this is where eyes are drawn to Baker Swarm. This is the make or break moment if this is going to be a tie game or not. And I think they like how quickly, easily they got onto the C site, so I like Shenny putting the operator here. And I'm curious to see if Baker Swarm end here, what fixes after the eco round they adopt.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, they were discussing both rounds. They had to have been planning for this exact occasion. You may not win the round last time on the eco, that's fine. You're at least being able to dive in, harm a little bit of the eco of NC State, although they're still thriving in that sense. Plus, Cheney has got this operator, and now that they've fired up, now they seem to be warm. They're not missing their shots now, I'll tell you that. And that will be a deterrent from C-Long as the operator lands, so now they're test their chances here at B.
Oh, they're gonna have to contact anywhere they go without that initiator, and that post punch just got 10 times weaker without the Hunter's Fury.
Watch your eyes. Going up. But careful now.
And that blaze is gonna go up just to cut it in half, but you missed the shots again. Sometimes verticality, it's just about throwing them off a little bit, and that's exactly what developed right here to Paranoia. And that'll be a tough task, so they're just gonna back out wisely. Let that pass. That way you're not hindered as you're on your way back in the site here, Shady. Not only are they snubbed out, but you saw ladder first and foremost there. You had some lineups there from Brits, but they weren't able to even land one. It'll be Baker. We said it was a very important round, and they walk away with the round one.
And even though it's different sites, you can see how different the post plans looked from the previous round into that Baker Swarm round. Again, for NC State, they had last time, again, they still had the Paranoia, they still had to run it back. They had a lot of resources, so the players had to split up, play off site, play distance. There, they all stayed on the B site, stayed super grouped up because Paranoia was already out, the Phoenix was already down. Again, this composition that NC State running isn't scary to play against in the retake, especially when we know that Shenny had an operator too. So, again, nothing scary in the utility department, no more neon relay bolts and such. And NC State, we mentioned how important that round would have been to win, and they are fortunately not going to get it. So instead, they're going to aggro off of the own Hunter's Fury, a little trap there, perhaps.
Yep, peek in there. Wanted to catch them while they had their guard down. You mentioned that they had an operator. They still have that operator, Channing does, and C-Site. So that's why they haven't even considered that as an option here. They'll go window to aim towards B. They will end up having to fight a trap wire, which they're pretty confident is probably going to be there, so they should be privy to it. And there's nobody on B. Look, as they thought there was potentially A. They got NC State to bite, and now this will be huge as the lockdown imminent. They just want to get on site. They want to get a plant down at the end of the day here if you're Baker.
Yeah, this is going to be a big test. This still should keep Revenge alive as well to get off site for the Hunter's Fury.
Yep.
We mentioned NC State. It's difficult to read this comp. A 5v5 up against Hunter Fury is going to be the best litmus test we could have asked for, and it's decide map point.
That's right. The story continues to heat up late in this map number one, if you're just joining us, by the way. So now you wait patiently. Spike has been planted, but you've got basically everybody here. Demon has to be pitch perfect. They've been good all map long, fighting off a curveball, fighting off the rest, but not being able to win the fight. As Generic will chase them up, and that's going to be a difficult chance. Hunter's Fury here for revenge as they try to get in. Will land two. And Frake, though, back-to-back with the exact answer you wanted from NC State. Pros don't fake. Doesn't even matter anyways. They got the rest of the kills through. A three-piece from Generic will set them up, and NC State back within three.
We need Generic to get the Bodyguard of the Year award. That it was phenomenal. It was a great setup there for Baker Swarm. A little whiffy out of Demon, but he needs his off days too. 26 and 11 now. And I think what really helped them out was the way Freak was investing his utility was to gain maximal space in that backside, and that's what allowed them to kind of come together out of C in a link when otherwise there was really oppressive spray down utility coming from Baker Swarm from off site. And yeah, I will say theirs also doesn't have the most time delay factor in the post plant, the composition that Baker Swarm's running, especially when the cage is not like double swarm grenade lineups.
Exactly, and you know, you find just so much more on the defensive side versus the attack. Sure, the lockdown got you in a prime spot, and you mentioned the value they found from the Hunter's Fury too, so it was a swell attempt, most, if not all, would say. So NC State back into a comfortable spot as far as being able to challenge, and obviously Baker just one away from that point, so very cautious with each individual round. Don't want to get too risky for that same case, but you don't want to also play differently You want to just keep that same mindset going on. Here is the Owl drone. Should be able to locate. Nope. Fell short before they were able to detect anything. So Baker's Swarm now will continue to be a little bit sneakier.
We haven't seen this kind of multi-layered fake and silent scale up from Baker Swarm, but I feel like it's going to work once this Sova Dart or drone goes through C-Long, but things chickens up before then, Bearlight.
Uh-oh. You see you got Curveball and you got Demon right on you. To take that thought process away, and now Baker Swarm has said, let's go ahead and swing C, and it's a perfect decision in my eyes, as everybody got very focused from the NC State side towards A.
30 seconds left.
Now they might be thinking against that too. Generic's been good early for NC State and has also been very wise in knowing how this might be the cage from Generic to get them into sight in the first place, and they pick spot after spot as they completely go through, but Ladders with the two-piece will make it interesting here. They were able to plant the spike. If they get this 1v1, it would be huge. Dealing with the Jet, though. Fought around it, that's one, make it two. Ladders with a big clutch here, a four-piece, and they're on map point now.
And it's just like the first half, right? Some small mistakes add up. Baker Swarm look like they're going to lose a round, and then suddenly somebody comes through from the darkness. And this time it's ladder moves. 16 and 13 on the scoreboard has gotten map point for Baker Swarm on the North Carolina State's map pick, by the way. And whew, that one's a confidence killer because NC State, they were taking calculated risks, right? Generic reflooding in, playing off the timing. That was super effective. And it looked like, again, we saw Nami's solo swing right after that. Like, this should not have gone Baker Swarm's way, but now 4 rounds needed for OT, and I don't know, Bearlight, NC State.
Up spot. They will approach this a lot more directly than we've seen in the past, I'll tell you that. They're already on the seaside looking to plant, forcing the hands of NC State, not letting them regather themselves after a round went wrong, went lost.
Joke's over.
After looking so good. They're running back. They're trying to get back on. You said that's the retake. Spud Demons found it. Revenge as well. Generic gets one, but not much after this one. And Freak from Garage is even snuffed out. Left to Just Breeds with 3. A tall order, but we saw it on the last one, not this time around. Baker will take map 1 on Haven, 13-8.
Ooh, and I feel like history repeats itself a little bit here. I feel like this is kind of the scoreline of the start. Map 2 was more one-sided, and then we had a close affair. We'll see if that's the case as we continue onwards. But yeah, I feel like both teams are kind of stacking up to those identities, right?
Yeah.
I feel like NC State was the one pushed early, made those growth changes to come back and make it a respectable half, and a second half as well, respectable comeback, but just not quite there on Haven.
Exactly, and you need, especially against Baker, who's been so incredibly strong at the end. You know, Cheney came to life there. You love having all of your players dialed in. Unfortunately, they got a little bit short as Baker is just one step away from being able to get their revenge. We're going to take a quick break, but again, don't go anywhere. You're watching the NECC Division I Nationals here live in San Antonio.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everybody. We just got done with map number 1, and of course, we saw Baker take it over NC State. NC State was close, but unfortunately, you think you know who you are until the lights come on and the pressure starts to mount. And Uncommon Trades brought to you by the Army National Guard, ArmyNationalGuard.com. Zobi, again, NC State kept it close, kept themselves relevant, but at the end of the day, you're down 1 map, and now you got to reconsider things as we head into map 2.
Yeah, and we said this was a team that we know to have slow starts, whether it's going to be at land, getting the nerves out of being back in this style of environment, or whether it's, again, facing off a team that has been a close affair before. But you know then, in yourself, that you've beat a team like this before. It just happened a few weeks ago in that spring upper bracket, and that's where, again, the comeback starts now.
You got to make it happen. Absolutely. Get to your bread and butter at the end of the day and really start to march things in. So Haven didn't quite go your way if you're NC State, and that was actually their map pick. We're on Baker's map pick for the next one. So a real prime opportunity for them to be able to close out, in my opinion.
And this is the rematch map as well.
Yes, yes.
So it's one of those teams where I know with a more fleshed out coaching staff in terms of Dumbo would have a lot of fun looking into that VOD, seeing like, okay, what are we anting? Like, that's the joy of a round robin is you know your schedule like from the get-go. You know you're going to face against everyone. It's not like, oh, I don't want to prep a team that we're not going to face off against. Like, they know what they're coming into here today.
Oh, 100%. We got to see a lot of that too. In fact, you know, NC State made the late push as well, which means, you know, it's not just Baker running away with a whole bunch of momentum, right? It's NC State really being able to fight for their lives. Sure, it's not their map choice here, but they certainly have every opportunity to be able to close out and get it going here. So again, you're looking to reset yourself. NC State, they really started to perform after they took that timeout in the first half. I think that says a lot about them regrouping. They had a chance to do that between these maps as well.
I mean, it wasn't even the timeout, right? We just talked about Cheney starting to hit so many crazy multi-kills and shots that if they started the level they ended at here coming into split is going to be a completely different ballpark. So that's one player I expect and hope to see more out of. Nuthium as well started to get those firecracker moments towards the end there, but they just ended up not having that broad enough impact either in the server. So those are two people I want to see step up for NC State. Let's talk about Baker and what went super well then.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you're Baker, you want to be able to get off to a hot start, which they were able to manage as well. Not to mention the pistols went in their favor too. They really did start their halves extremely well, and of course you play off the backs of your duelists. In addition to that, Demon was all over the place. He caused that fear factor at the end of the day, having the operator, no matter what site they were on, they were able to be dynamic in a multitude of different ways, and it just sparks the team as well whenever you're able to get together and string together those back-to-back kills like we saw.
Yeah, and we got to see, I think, ladder moves as well step up a lot in those moments when Demon it felt like teetering off, right? And so I'm curious to see if other players on that team are going to pick up that slack as well as the series continues, because I don't think you can hold any one player to a standard like that 100% of the time. And I do think that's where I think Nami could definitely take some of the weight. I feel like I had high expectations for him. Again, a VSL level player that wasn't quite delivering on that secondary duelist role. Like the support was there, but wasn't flashy like a Phoenix should be.
I agree with you, and I think, you know, it's you want that balance throughout the rest of your team, and also being able to get the high upside like we saw from Ladder in those big moments. I mean, there was nothing bigger than getting that clutch because it really did silence what NC State built upon, right? They were finally trending in a space that made them nervous a bit. They were able to get within 3 rounds, which I think was the closest that they got, but that was the round that everything changed, and the closeout seemed like it was imminent.
Yeah, and again, just the momentum ways in which Baker were winning certain rounds, such a momentum killer. But gotta get back on the right track here, right, Bearlight? Because map 2 of Split in this best of 3 Group A stage match is afoot. And this is a map that's interesting to me. I feel like we shifted into the Neon, right, on this map after Waylay got nerfed, when Waylay was like a nice pairing with the Sky. And I feel like this is the logical reversion, is going right back to the Jet Rays, and what I was actually expecting to see in the meta. Again, it's tried, it's true, and it is here once again.
It's here for sure, and so is the Sage, as we mentioned from the ladder. Coming in, Demon's going to be on that raise here, so that's what you can expect from the Baker side. Hijinks yet to lock in Omen, but that almost feels inevitable at this point. And Prince will obviously mirror that, as we had seen at Haven's Huge. Generic going to stick on the Cypher as well. They play very similar as far as comps go for the most part. You do open up, you know, that Sky Sage on the other side, but a Fade now coming out from Nuthium. Otherwise, it's pretty business as usual, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like for me, again, more meta composition is this Sage, right? It has flashes, it has hold potential in terms of the mid space, the rotates. On the flip side, I'm still trying to get the full effects. I'm okay with like a Cypher versus a Sage, but when you also couple that with the Fade instead of like a Vice or something that has a flash, now this side is flashless. And we talked about how already their composition had issues on Haven with like scary, like zoning utility. And aside from that Raze, I think they are going to have a hard time with that. So Nuthium has to be on point, has to be as fraggy as we kind of said he was going to be in the pre-show here. And I think the Fade does a lot more individualistic playstyles at times.
Yeah, and you rely a lot on, you know, on the paranoia as well from Brit. So 2 individuals you watch very closely and being able to create a little bit of that chaos. Yeah, you get really reliant in that way. A lot of mobility, you would say, on the side of NC State. They're going to try to take that into their advantage when they're kind of missing shots, honestly, in the map 1. They did get a little bit better, granted, on the second half of that one. Might make it a little bit more difficult for them to get going, but potentially that confidence is there. Of course, it'll be Baker on the defense to kick this off here at Split as we get things going. And look for that default look across the map to try to find something. It's an early challenge there from Freak, but they weren't able to find it. It was a Nami Sheriff instead that will silence them as they win a Bramps.
And after that opener, they know it was a fake out. Immediate pivot to fill some holes on the B side, but that's where NC State, they've always been thinkers. We saw that a lot on Haven, maybe to the point of overthinking, and simplification was their calling card. But for now, just gonna make stack on stack, fight on fight happen.
There's the paranoia we called out to you. Caught them peeking outside of that dark cover. And although they hit 2 now, they realize they'll go ropes in, swing to A, as they have the comms from the Senti to be able to set you up. Generic was able to give them the go-ahead, the green light that A is free for the taking, and that's where NC State will park themselves after planting the spike.
Backtrack through vent, make sure there's no Generic lurking in the wings like over on Haven, and this is a really nice ramp regroup from NC State. They're so counter for this.
And there you go, Guiding Light will get them in and take care of business. They did pick off 1, though, despite the circumstances. But Jinx was able to answer back with a couple of their own. Generic will make it interesting here with this 2v2. NC State's still in the driver's seat, coming back down, but Generic couldn't land 1. Neither could Nuthium. Baker coming away with this retake effort. Nicely done to take the pistol yet again.
I think I actually heard celebration from the team all the way from up here. So again, knowing how important momentum is going to be if they want to finish out this series in a 2-0 fashion. And that is a great way to get the job done. I think NC State mentioned the potential of the setups to cut off the vent rotations, right? I was looking particularly at Shenny and Ibert's timing as well there, and Breeds. But it was a bit mistimed. It was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm flashed, I need help, and then Brits is swinging and getting more refragged against than assisting. And then again, Generic was still also trying to get into position, and then suddenly had to reframe as well for playing a number disadvantage. It was a mess, but it's just a pistol. You can fix things after that.
There's a long way to go. Sometimes you go through the motions and it just happens automatically. You don't realize what happens to you. The barrier orb will go up here to deny, at least temporarily, try to break through via Garage. It's ladder to hold that same angle too. And whether or not that will be the look here, they haven't even peeked mid to see if it's open here, but that will be the play. They've got Demon lined up here, and if they try to challenge in close, they're gonna have their hands full
Prowler.
for sure. And you also, you have this around too. So they do snip out the sky too, and that gives them the confidence to roll in the 1v1 scenario. Demon gets a couple before all is said and done here in this exchange. Revenge couldn't quite get them on the way out, but the damage has been done.
You saw it, right? The hand push, like the Prowler's coming for me. Nope, it wasn't. It was going into vents. Could have gotten the element of surprise, but still finds enough packed punch for the tag team to come through from. Baker Swarm up 2-0 pretty cleanly at that. Just not giving any opportunities either over to that 4-step outlaw, so that's going to be a little bit more than questionable of a money situation on the NC State side.
Yeah, you expect after dropping the first couple of rounds that you'll be the full buy. You see Guardian Instinct, yeah, Seeker, and plus including a half shield there from Freak too. So not exactly guaranteed, especially when Baker has been playing instantly. They want to challenge in very early, but yet again, the barrier orb will slow things down. So will the slow orb, appropriately enough, but Freak will think twice before looking to challenge in here, and it's looking like deja vu from the last round too. Baker's did a good job to really zone them out from being able to accomplish anything. Zubinbot will look to find revenge. They walked past it, but because of that, it cost you the life. They were able to trade it directly back here from NC State, and we stay at even ground now.
Yeah, they now know what this crossfireman looks like, and they had a really nice dismantling of it on the NC State side. Still haven't gotten past the judge, still haven't gotten the Beast Heaven space, so the backpedaling here into main is going to rely a lot now upon Hijinks.
And Hijinks is just ready for it, yeah, they're prepared as well. The Prowler is doing some work here in the last couple of rounds. They know that where they would be coming from, essentially a couple there from the defensive spawn, and you use it to your advantage as well. That's just well executed off of one piece of utility to be able to put yourself in the driver's seat for this round. And as expected, even though it wasn't a complete and true full buy, NC State was able to take that advantage anyways and make it difficult here. I mean, not a whole lot to save for, so we'll just look to jump in, maybe find one or two pieces on the way out. A couple body counts and potentially dive into what would be NC State looking to cook things up. Wasn't able to find it. It's a three-piece from Frick, and you heard him giving it back a little bit. They're emotional to try to match that energy we heard from Baker a couple rounds ago.
It's fun when you don't have like a flash and a dive duelist, but kind of two different flavors of the dive duelist, because then it's not more supporting cast and star player like it was on Haven. Honestly, we can argue for the dynamic of both of the duelists on both sides, and I think that's what's shining here a little bit on the NC State side. So nice follow through once again. We questioned it because it was a broken buy, but again, when that power's congregated and when unfortunately the one side anchor there, Hijinks had only a ghost, it's not going to look too great. So 2-1 here. Should be a full buy now for Baker Swarm and NC State.
Blinded.
Early flash, no orb denied though.
Nothing much else doing. As I think they just didn't want to really play this in the way they did in the last couple of rounds. So they're going to serious instead, though, they'll rotate towards mid. Gonna be very quiet here because you're about to run into a red-hot Demon from last map as well, if they're not careful.
Yeah, Demon was on like a very committed line too, and has since backed up, is going back for seconds. Missed the gun barrel.
Dark cover. Do they challenge into this? If they do, it'll be tough. Yet again, another Prowler. They are just on this right now. I gotta shout them out for sure. The tail end, though, to get them out, and they are just back and forth, keeping you at guessing back and forth. But ladder moves ready and parked down below ropes. It takes every little bit of that advantage, but could not land the four-piece, but the damage again has been done. And Generic, a tough hill to climb. Hijinks still here in heaven, and Generic wanted to swing into it.
I have
This will be a difficult peak for sure. They'll get the spike in hand, so that should allow them to plant at the end of the day. And Baker's got to figure out what it is they want to do. I'm wondering if this guy has the guiding lights and you have the omens too. Generic is just thinking of every possible scenario right now.
And the flank is the final solution. Oh,
man. Let your guard down for a second, and that's what happens.
Further evidence of the overthinking, possibly in the NC State camp. But yeah, again, we're seeing those, I think, transitions from defaults into side exec to be a little muddy around the edges at times. For example, Generic was that player responsible for clearing out B main, but they're still in lobby, right?
Yep.
And that would have then spotted out the Nami, the ladder move stack, before it was all catastrophic as they're trying to flood out of heaven. So a difference here, it feels like, is NC State don't have the answers, they don't have the info when they're actually executing into these spaces, unlike Haven, and that's going to be a possible problem as the map continues.
Get out of my
So
way.
what's the approach? What's the fix? They'll have eyes mid this time. They'll be a lot quicker looking to approach A as they dive onto it, and the knives will do that for you. Blade Storm out. Freak will look to swing on it and make no mistake about it. Nice reaction time to be able to get that done, but you see the defense already rotating around. Demon, the first one to open it up on that side of things. And so, although the spike has been planted, now you've got good looks both ways. NC State, they have a couple of spots there. Look to get in. Showstopper does land one. Demon getting value here. Nothing quickly after able to answer. And Generic from the distance, too, all the way to screens. And able to bring it even. Here they count 2 apiece.
Last player standing.
Now by themselves, alone on an island. Great job to get the first, but not 2. Hijinks good for it, and Baker will move up to 4 rounds 1.
And that's another round that gets frustrating because Generic had perfect timing. You had the right mentality of we've lost Rams control, we've lost main control, we need to flip into screens, but they didn't quite commit to it, right? It was that backpedaling when the Sage got the opener that then they were redistributing themselves in elbow, and then again they got overwhelmed by the tide's direction changing. And I think that's wish-washiness and coming up with a plan but not all being on the same page is where this timeout for NC State has to be coming from.
And it's I feel like it's deja vu again, and Coach Tapp's like, let's talk it over. Are we doing too much? And it's never bad to have plenty of thoughts, but to be able to kind of conjure in exactly which direction you want to go to, I think has been a little bit of an issue. And perhaps it's because you need a little bit more intel too. Whenever you catch yourself second guessing yourself, it's because you don't know where everything is. You haven't cleared everything. You aren't getting enough value from those who should be giving you that intel. And so that's when you want to have no doubts, especially against a Baker team that knows their P's and Q's. They faced off with you before. They're out for revenge. And right now, so far, so good through 5 rounds. As they'll, again, a timeout works both ways. They'll be discussing the same thing and how they can evolve their look, although it's so far so good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they need any evolutions right now. Maybe if, like, you saw NC State starting to go like gun-ho mid, you put the Sage there instead, but with an operator introduced into the defensive arsenal, that in itself sometimes happens after timeouts and just changes the entire way the map is played, right? Ladder moves now, the ace side anchor, because you have the op to fight B main alongside your Raze, and the entire squad for NC State look like they want to pull up to the party.
That's right. Well, let's check it out early. As Nami lands the first one, Freak, you only give them a little bit, but that's all they need. Able to find it, and already one down.
And now in a 4v5, do you still want to invest the Nightfall into this exec?
That's exactly right. And their thought process, hey, let's do it. Let's catch attention, potentially, but they did not pull it. Instead, they'll keep it down in their hands. Still got neural theft as well, in addition to everything else.
I like this. Got the Showstopper online, you can backpedal, look for an isolated kill that's off position in the rotate timings, and then accelerate with the ults into a site.
That should have played it too. We'll try to chase them out. The Haunts will indicate that they're at least in that room. They can flush, but Showstopper does land on Hijinks. So step 1 complete. Now the neural theft to get the rest. The guiding light in front of you, Revenge. You just gotta hit your shots. Eventually you do, and the second one's good too. The 3-piece that looked to swing mid, but couldn't quite fund Nuthium. But a great job to kick things off and give your team the best chance to be able to close out, but is it enough? Even the swing wasn't able to land. And now you're in trouble, but ladder moves gonna bail you out again with another big late rounds heroic, if you will, to make it 5-1.
And a nice little movement operator covered. I was worried because I saw ladder moves only to Spectre in that round, and I'm like, oh no, they overswung. We're about to get a clutch from Nuthium, which is his usual trademark, and he was heating up in that moment. And Yeah, just some silly events fight. And I feel like the ping-pong between Revenge and Demon has been what has set apart this defense in that mid-space and how they manage it, right? It stopped NC State from really utilizing any sort of strategy that has to do with mid-space, right? It hasn't worked out a single time. The only thing that has worked is late generic timing through that space. And as a result, direct towards A, see with 6.
And they said, how about Stingers and holding W potentially? They're going to be held out for the time being, though. So hold on to your W's here. Nightfall is going to happen right now, plus the Paranoia. Good combination here to at least open things up and give yourself a prime opportunity. All things considered, with this interesting half buy, they've done a great job to really spark things. Granted, you're up 4-2. You're able to trade out a couple weapons, too. We'll see what happens.
Nami had the Blade Storm online. You would have hoped to see it, but the Outlaw still packs a punch. Able to secure the first. The plant
Spike
not be avoided.
And Nami's here on site early.
Last player
Want to challenge in that dark cover. It's not going to matter when Nudium was all over that thought to begin with. And ladder moves. They've had a lot of big late rounds. They'll have to do it again, conjure something, but Fricka kept you guessing there too. He knew there were rafters as well, so your brain just kind of goes there automatically. You lose focus of the rest. It was a tough order at the end of the day in the second round here for NC State.
Yeah, it's funny. We're like, okay, NC State had won a Thrifty, and we hadn't seen them utilize mid-space. What do? They just won a Thrifty off of mid-space. Yeah. So that was a really, really, really nice round from them. And I think, again, a perfect investment of, okay, when there's a chance to win the eco, how far do you go?
Yeah.
And the Nightfall, the overwhelm there, just clearly caught really confident rotations from Baker off guard.
Yeah, exactly. If you find a little bit of momentum, especially in a round like that, where it's like, are you sure you're going to be able to pull it out with that weaponry? And you're like, all right, well, now we got the first one. Let's get this shot. Yeah, Nightfall certainly got them up towards heaven there, and they were able to just kind of execute from there on out. So finding that, and that's what you talk about in those timeouts. It's once again an example of exactly that. NC State able to find it. We have a quick tech boss, so we're going to take a second here to kind of discuss a little bit further between these two. Baker right now, early rounds one going in your favor. You do yourself favors, but here it's NC State that's starting to cook again. Baker held him off once. Can it happen again?
Yeah, NC State, again, that Thrifty is huge just for the mental, for the money. I think they're going to now have a closer half, right, than it would have been 6-1.
Yeah.
Like, it would have just given Baker way too many opportunities. Like, any small mistake would have been exploited to track towards closing this out 2-0. So I think that is a huge, huge indicator of what this series is going to hold.
Exactly, a big telltale sign, right? The measuring stick is certainly here and now. Baker's done everything they can. I think they're conjuring some of the their thoughts from whenever NC State was able to best them in that spring semester, and so they've certainly been out for it. They've been working their biggest pieces. Demon hasn't been as dynamic. To NC State's credit, they've been able to limit a little bit of the damage, but at the same time, that same balance has been available there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's where we get into the discussion of, okay, this half is more than halfway done. It's a fourth of the game. Math.
Nice math.
Thank you, thank you.
Right on the spot,
and
too, yeah.
you start thinking of, okay, compositions, are they attack or defense sided, right? I feel like the one for Baker is very middle ground. That's the benefit of having both the Sky, the Info, and the Sage for the defensive capabilities and even the post-plant hold potential. On the flip side, I do want to say I think their comp is a bit more defense sided. Even if it has double duelist, I do think, again, with the Cypher and with the Omen and with the Fade, with the C's, the amount of delay they have on the chokes is going to be very, very different from how we are seeing Baker play their defense.
Agreed, yes. Especially when the way they've been playing that Prowler as well. It's been fantastic work to be able to get that info. If you can utilize that on the defensive side with that Cypher util, I mean, you're talking a whole different game. I think NC State certainly would have the advantage, but it's like, how long can you hold on and how many rounds can you manage in the meantime to keep it close in that instance. So NC State have every right to be in this map, and I think if all goes well, they should be able to challenge in and make it interesting in this next quarter, as you had mentioned, of this map.
All right, Bearlight. Score predictions at the half.
Oh man,
it's 5-2 right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
it is 5-2.
5-2.
Yeah. At the end of the half here, I think NC State. They've looked really good in rounds, and late, if they do one or two more things right, plus they're coming off the timeout as well. In addition to that, I do think that they take a couple more. I think they get to 4. before this half is over
just
with.
4.
Yeah, just a couple.
That's actually funny because I was also thinking 8-4 in like the back of my mind. I don't know why I thought that. I feel like I think like we can give them a bit more credit.
Yeah.
I feel like we can.
We're vibing.
Well, we can give them a 7-5 and then make the pistol important. But we are back to get into this quarter of Bear Light. And I think. Are we gonna get like upset already? Because like we didn't even get to break down the economy right during that timeout. Like it's an eco route for Baker Swarm, right? After that loss.
Now we gotta factor that in, so that's an extra. Okay, I'll give him 5.
There's the
I'll give him 5.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
But there's ults for Baker Swarm. There's a Blade Storm, right, for Baker Swarm.
Oh.
Let's see.
There's so many things that we didn't consider. All right, NC State back to it, and B is free for the taking here this point in time. 5 snack there from Baker because they're on that eco. Wanted to catch them per se, and Nami was out hunting with the knives there. They had the Blade Storm out, but because they're finding nothing, how far pushed up they are at A, and plus the spike being planted, that'll also be a giveaway. Here that it will be planted B, and they'll have a 5 individual retake on their hands.
Dark side of a gamble stack. But I like that immediately we did have generic peel off as well. No guns going their way. It's just hunker down and ride out the round.
No extra time to overthink it as well for NC State. From the surface level, it feels like that's been the case. But the Blade Storm taken out early, too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not exactly what you wanted for Baker. You wanted to at least get something. I know it's an eco, but they fell extremely quick. NC State was ready for just about everything there.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of like the one-dimensional like 5 stacks towards site. Like at least have one person for info so you get a bit stricter rotation timing. So something for Baker Storm to perhaps revisit. Maybe look at NC State about how to win some thrifties. But weapons back online. That lethal output, and that was on Haven, has somehow reared its head here on Split, Bearlight.
Okay, welcome back to the party. We'll take that. Revenge wants to continue the trend that we've seen from Baker.
How are you going to do without a scan agent, though, is the question.
I know. This is not a Haven. This is not a Corrode. But they said we're doing the Odin anyways, all right? We want that firepower here. Walking into what will be round number 9. It's slow to try to keep them away. Heard them garage, and the comms have been collected, we'll say. As you see the movement there from defender spawn, they'll have 4 over and leave the Omen on the A site, just in case they change their minds.
It's just like Haven. Within 25 seconds, if contact is made, if there's super heavy presence, they'll give up half the side of the map.
Prowler's not able to find much. It will indicate that they're still there, but of course, they are. Ooh. The rest of the squad is coming through. Sometimes it pays to just kind of spam through, see what you can get. Nami will open up the scoring here with the operator. Cross, and now it's a completely different vibe as they've lost everything. They have to commit at this point in time because of that. They lost everything. Ayla said, let's test the waters, and they found a demon instead, a Revenge, and even Nami able to swing around and get a next one as well, and Baker able to answer.
Okay, they understood that, okay, the Sage util has been exhausted, it's been depleted, this is our time to go. NC State tried to go, but again, Baker Storm had the immediate numbers, and you saw both Nami and Revenge starting to peel off, but they were still on the staircase, like 1 foot still in the door, so they just close it, lock it, they're there to support, and that was really, really nice considering the util that was very oppressive towards ladder moves.
Yeah, sometimes it's decisiveness that is the issue, and this time around it was, we're gonna test it, see what happens, and Baker was good for it. Giving them the 3-round lead here. Guys, waiting for the rest. Barrier still remains here. It's a little bit further back for B because they heard many, many footsteps, more than we've heard chat as well, as Frick will tailwind in, but they only got 1 back down. Showstopper has been pulled. Demon will try to blast back into it. Missed though, and because of that, you paid for it on your way back down, empty-handed. The Nightfall to really force the issue here for Baker. They don't have much of a chance. The Nightfall didn't even have to really do much because everybody's chased out anyways, and everybody else will execute. And NC State, we go back and forth here. Everybody getting a kill in that round as well for them.
Again, these big swing rounds, NC State doing just enough to stay afloat. I do like that they rinse as well and repeat like something that was just not working, just as cleaned up a little bit and see if it functions. And I will say, because it's been so back and forth, Baker Storm also cannot get that lead established. So hey, this is the 4 that we predicted, Bearlight. We need a Thrifty to deny, but we added a 1 onto our counter because they started off on the Nico. So this is gonna be either a Demon goes crazy with a Glass Cannon Hero Vandal, or it's gonna be 5 for NC State.
I'm feeling good about it for the Wolfpack here. I think NC State have every right to be. Last time it was little bit quicker to develop here. Instead, they're gonna find Revenge though. Don't keep peeking it. No.
Down A.
Revenge ready for it. A clean three-piece with a Sheriff. That is the way you want it to open. That was as ideal situation as you can get there.
Yeah, don't pick up an Odin again. Just keep sheriffing if we're going to see plays like that. Generic, bold, confident investment of that neural theft to navigate a 2v4, but it sets Nuthium up for maybe a proper round-the-clock timing.
That's funny. They're like, hey, test yourself. Pick up a right here just one time. Ooh. Now Generic's turn. He'll pick up the slack on the NC State side and make it even. And now the Rusty Ace! Generic answers back a strong early presence from Baker. Able to get 5 on the board this time around, and NC State is back within 1.
Why is ladder move swinging alone? An elbow.
That's
the only question. That's your player with a Vandal. Like I can maybe like be like, okay, Hijinx maybe didn't have any util, but if Hijinx did, then it's just like double shame upon you.
And your Bailey, everybody.
Exactly.
Right?
And whew, all right, Baker Swarm need a change of pace, and I think we're gonna start getting one. I feel like this is the more traditional look towards A than having a Sage play there instead of playing like one player there for retake. Is a duelist in your sky that'll get early intel, for example. And I'm surprised the Jet was B main if they were just gonna wall it, so
that's my thought too, right? And you already have your Omen chilling anyways, mid, so now you have 2 there. And no signs of anybody, no signs of life, some would say.
I kind of want them to walk down mid here, find Generic early, get some flank pressure, but Baker, they're not the ones who want to proactive. That's NC State like we saw over on Haven, so
yeah.
It's just back and forth. Again, no info, no read.
I think it's something you do when you have the confidence, but NC State's kind of stolen that momentum, you know what I mean? And but how do you get it back? By being bold, being brave, being a menace here. Their cover will hold them off. They will go eventually mid, but they completely just dropped that thought altogether as far as that hold for Baker. Now you're thinking about where NC State might hit. They're thinking ropes. The Prowler's not going to get to Demons, so they might have their hands full. They don't know, but they're not even looking either. Hijinx did take out Generic. It was a little bit later in the round than we anticipated. And now when they swing ropes, Demons ready for you. Swing it again, why don't you? You're going to catch the tail end of yet another Phantom doing damage here in NC State in a compromised position. Spike will be down, or will be planted rather. And you have Freak here too. They see the weapon, easy one, knives pulled, almost got the combo. That would have been extremely clean up to the Blade combination. But weren't quite able to manage to land this one, but still in the driver's seat, some would say, as this spike continues to tick.
And planning for heaven, so you can just play for that main rewrap timing, and that's exactly why Nami's fighting ramp side.
And looking to capture them on their way in for sure. They've got a good idea of where that might be when it drops. Nami was good for 1. Still time not on their side, so Nithium knows the play here, which is just be patient, play time. There is nothing you can do in that situation. Handcuffed, finish the 3-piece. NC State has drawn even here in this one.
Switching sides.
We're both wrong.
Yep.
8-4-7 high, out the window, 6-6.
We even gave them an extra one too, and they were like, yo, we're gonna go 6 instead.
And I think it's crazy the fashion in which it happened, right? Because Baker Swarm were having such explosive starts to the round, right? They were the ones finding first blood after first blood, and NC State just stabilizing off of information, right? Off the fade, off of the cipher, even in death at times. And I think I'm impressed. They know the line they need to toe in terms of how to get numbers back even, and then they completely back off, and then wait for Baker Swarm to fight into them. So, all right, let's see it. Baker Swarm, praise the well-sided nature of this composition. Let's see if we can leverage it, because NC State look locked. They look like they want to see Breeze.
Yeah, look, well, Baker, yeah, exactly. NC State's trending that way for sure. That means that Baker's looking to take 3 out of 4 pistol rounds if they can be good for it here in the first couple.
Okay.
Been really good with these rounds, being able to let it come in, so to speak. Very chaotic. Yeah, your teammates that kind of fight through if your Generic still found 2. Waiting for another one too. A quick turn. Great track down 2. Almost got that 3rd.
And expected a refrag attempt.
Able to.
2v2. She gets spiked down. Nuthium showing patience, waiting on Brits to rotate over.
Got a whole lot of util to working through too.
Spike planted.
Dark cover. Just wait it out. Love that play. The Prowlers come into handy yet again. Able to stun them, but Did they get 2 here? Very patient on the turn. They timed it right, but the shots weren't there. Prince is still going to try to get them while they're reloading. Couldn't find the shot, though. Got them extremely low. And the Sage will be able to heal up a little bit. Be in time. By the time they challenged, Ladder was all over that. Continues their late round greatness. And Baker back on top.
I think that elbow's just cursed, right? Accidentally breathed self-paranoia's new theme that allows the engagement, allows time for Hijinks to get their own paranoia out. And then I love on the final 1v1, the movements were so mirrored, right? Right click, oh no, we get lines, we have to get back, we have to reload. And it just, honestly, the Sage pick, yeah, that made the difference. Topped them off, let him have that confidence to re-swing and go for another RNG moment.
Yeah, great comms, by the way. It's great that they're able to utilize that and happen very well. Baker, another pistol, and that's exactly what they needed to have with NC State breaking in. Now you should be able to secure yet another one, as long as you're able to dot your I's, cross your T's. Not sure what
and
happened
get back
here.
into Valorant eventually.
Yeah, you know, I guess so. So, hello everybody. We'll get you back in
We're
there shortly.
lounging.
Yes,
Lounging
that's not what
back,
happened.
you know,
Exactly.
we're
We're hanging out here a little bit. We can discuss this a little bit further.
Yes, I mean, it's difficult because this is going to be I can tell you this round's going to go, right? It was 7-6. We've not really seen a second round eco.
Yeah.
We've seen some ecos, but they have been well thought out, well executed following timeouts usually. So I'm just going to say 4 people survive for Baker, and they're pretty good for the next. So we're going to be like 8-6.
I love it, the details you've got on this one, too. Back through, you think 4 survive here? NC State, they did surrender it, and they haven't really looked good, even if they win the pistol in the second round.
It was close.
Well, it's something about the second round of a half that NC State really struggles with.
Last player standing.
Wait a minute, am I a prophet? I am a prophet, Barrelite. Look at that. I mean, there's a Bucky. A Bucky's always a wild card, but 20
yeah.
HP. I think it's gonna be this 4. No, yeah. So you guys didn't need to see the round.
Right through. I was legitimately sitting here saying I am going to go against you just for the memes, but I felt confident in what I was going to say. Never go against Toby. That is what we learned here at the end of the day. Nicely done. Well called. Baker with 4 left.
Now they keep so many weapons, right? The double Spectre, the double Bulldog. It's going to be a dangerous procession, I'd say, for NC State, and this would be a one-way ticket out of the victory here if they lose this. So, yeah, got to be locked in. We mentioned again the differences between these teams. One very default, methodical, late exits once they're certain, and also wrestling back number disadvantage. Baker, they look like they are very simplified. Look how direct this is, right? 4 into the site, an Omen in place for Paranoia ramps. Like, there's so many moving pieces, and they're all coming together for quick A confirmation.
Yep. And I know it's very early in this half, but the only thing we've been a little bit challenged on here is that NC State has very strong defensive layout, but of course it was just the pistol into the next round, so a little bit early to make that statement. On ropes is Hijinks, has got 3 to their name, and I felt like the Rays they found nothing. Yeah. Oh no, Hijinks. That one seemed automatic. You do everything right, you got the trigger discipline, but nothing to show for it.
I don't even know. Were they the one with the multi-kill trigger discipline on Haven? I don't know. It doesn't matter right now because we've got to conclude this round where it's another trigger discipline moment that unfolds a ride the one way. Finding these players in the back side, and it's slice and dice. The double duelist gets the job done. NC State pull around back from what looked like it could have been disastrous.
It really was, and they had to be very surgical at the tail end of that too, and they were very much dissecting that A site as they were able to jump on prior to allowing the spike to be planted. They were just on everything else, pulling back within 1, of course. So Baker, after they get that momentum back, again, NC State denies that bonus, able to get back within 1 here.
Yeah. Good damage, though, right?
Yep.
Judge, Sheriff, Light Shields and plenty coming out. Surprised we don't see, like, an Outlaw coming out from a Baker Swarm to deny this,
that's true, yeah.
To be honest. But they like how fast they got into A with less resistance. My curiosity is going to be, do they take that proactive, that risky stand? I want to see more risk at a Baker Swarm. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, in these post plants.
I've been feeling like Baker hang around, chill, and with the honeybees instead of going out.
Buzzy bees. They're not. We need them to be like wasps.
Honeybees, yeah, exactly. They're cute and all. She need a little bit more bite. That's what we're looking for Baker here. Show the bite on the pistol. See if develops yet again. Dark cover holding a thin line between Breeds and Demon. Once it goes down, players are better than to show their hands here.
Ooh.
DM is going to distract him here on the far side. Just jump peek here. And Demon waits for it. The swing around, though. And the yummy. With the Sheriff able to land 1 here, 2. Knows the rest is here. So the barrier orb, allowing the resurrection to come in play. And that's who you want to pick up as Demon. for this exchange here. Back even ground. So much has happened, and yet nobody down.
Oh, it's a scrappy engagement. Paranoia is a risk taken and failing for Hijinks.
Continues. Oh, you don't want that. Revenge, no. You're in ropes.
player
Revenge
standing.
knows better as well, but
Spike down
you lost your
A.
buddy with the spike here, too. The guiding light, because they were so sure that that's where it came from. The comms said generic was there. They picked
30
up the
seconds
spike.
left.
They let their guard down for a second, but were able to get through window before they re-engaged, which would have been round over here for
20
Baker.
seconds.
20 seconds, and not to mention low HP, so there's a real chance, but they got to be able to act fast. You got to hit your shots too. One down. Now that opens up the possibilities, but you're taking your time.
10 seconds
And I think
left.
they just decided to accept defeat here and look to just grab picks instead. I thought they had a real opportunity in here, especially with the low HP. It feels like they just left one on the table.
Yeah, if they get that kill and then immediately double back to elbow, there's a chance that Brits gets the timing on Rafter so that they don't get the fair fight against Freak. And then a lot of moving pieces, but I agree, it could have been if you went back towards site instead of that option where there was no time to get to B. They hold on to the rifle for an otherwise broken buy, and now Baker are just getting a bit stagnant. This is when they took the timeout. Last time was when, okay, the team caught up. I think it was 10-6 though.
Yeah, a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so 8-8 here. Looks like NC State might be able to get a lead.
I like it, but this all goes back to what you're saying as well. When we talk about Baker, you want to see them take more risks. That would have been the prime opportunity to do that, and you should have your comms that everybody was low here too, but this is going to kick off pretty quickly. Freak was able to catch 2, maybe 3 of them on the way in, so that is great intel that sends the entire cavalry around, and Freak will light them up great as well. You have everybody getting in on the love. How about inside the dark cover as well? Freak is good for 3 on the way in. As Baker's eco goes, unfortunately not the way they wanted. They got one down, but it's NC State up on the lead now.
Yeah, the nightfall out there is huge, but ultimately NC State are the ones that have a tight ship over on that A side. They conditioned the first few rounds that this is very laissez-faire, that you can get out, get easily without any util, and now they are consistently denying that ramp space, reflooding into side off the nightfall. Freak as well, like you mentioned, running circles around them, and there it is finally a timeout called. Time for Dumbbell to get a word in with the team, standing behind them, watching like every monitor.
Yeah, of course.
It's supposed to be so fun. But I don't know. Obviously, they cannot go A again. If they do, I don't know. But I feel like there was good identification between the last 2 rounds of what went wrong in the fix. Again, they overfixated on ramps. They stayed too long there, so they went very direct in the main site. But again, they're not getting out of that after they get on the site, right? Either the spike's not going down, or they're not getting framed up the post plant very well. Like, something's amiss. So then you need to maybe default, which right now is looking like a foreign concept to Baker, at least just for this half of split.
Kind of does, right? It's kind of the lost art, if you will, and not much. You know, you got the showstopper, you got from the shadow to be able to, you know, maybe fake one way, be able to swing around, get a plant down, and then be able to execute it, and still creativity could be at an all-time high. I feel like, again, just going through the motions has been a story that we've been following with Baker, and they let their guard down. The Wolfpack were able to find themselves in the lead now for, I believe, the first time in this entire match here at this point.
Oh.
The late start.
See if they can maintain it. It's a good round, right? Both teams have buys, got Showstopper, no left blades. Should be a pretty fair fight, and NC State took the fight to them beaming, because that's where we expected. Again, you've gone A so many times, burned by A so many times, you're not turning back for a minute. But that's exactly why they're doubling back into B.
Great profit. Zobi strikes again. I love it. Look at this, though. NC State was wanting to challenge in mid. They heard a lot, though, so now they're going to go and have 4 on the B. I know. That's not something they want to test out. Instead, they'll test towards mid instead, and now you're left with a decision to make again for Baker. So less of that default, like you mentioned, they're not going to do that. They continuously play this continuously lead B. They think that NC State might have rotated around. They'll get the first pick. They're good for that at the very minimum. Demon on site just chased you down. I'm not sure how that showstopper landed, but it did. And you got value from it because of it. You just wanted to challenge into him anyways, but you weren't looking that way. And Jenny gets 1 back, but probably not enough here for NC State as they're down to just 2 left. Hijinks with their 3rd, looking for the 4-piece. Revenge will take it away. Doesn't matter who. Baker will draw even yet again.
And that's what we wanted them to see from Baker, just a bit
Yep.
more thought into the plan. It's like opposite issues for these two teams on the spectrum.
Really
And that's
is.
exactly what they
Yeah.
did because NC State forced them out immediately off a barrier drop. They reevaluated, they reframed, they had a nice 2-3 split, and even though the split in mid completely got obliterated, they got all the answers to guide that entry, guided the showstopper even
Yep.
into that kill, so they could not worry about the heaven space because of the attention draw. And that's what made it well-rounded. It kind of alleviated some of that pressure, so the duelists could focus on doing their job, right? Demon, knocking on the door, getting to the positives, for example, and that's how 9-9 is here. But we mentioned it, consistency. One team's about to get to double digits here, Bearlight.
That's right. Polar opposite teams. It's the same trend again. You spoke to it. With NC State maybe not getting enough information themselves to be able to make proper decisions there on the attack. Meanwhile, Baker doing enough in that round.
Okay.
And we'll be up against a whole load of different ultimates for the NC State side. They got 4 on the line if they wish to utilize it here early. Dark cover to break out the owner. Whether or not they want to challenge into it, Mailroom still held down by 3. NC State's been throwing that look at him a couple of different times. Another dark cover just to make sure that they continue to hold on to mid, but not much has developed here for Baker. It looks a lot like last round for sure.
They've baited out a lot of the utility from NC State. I think that's a huge plus when you also see 4 out of 5 ultimates online. Like, it would be kind of a whole war. And it still might. Showstopper with a shotgun, Seekers, it could get messy.
That's huge, yeah. The Seekers, yeah, you just use them to be able to do just simple stuff like that. But Nami, that's not quite simple. That was a heck of a shot, but it's answered back. As Nuthium gets the 3-piece look, his ladder has an answer to make it very interesting. Another shot lands, but when you try to pull the res, Freak absolutely needed to get on instantly and does with the Blade Storm to make it 10-9 NC State.
Whew, I was getting flashbacks, right? Ladder moves gets a clutch, and suddenly it streamlines in the favor of Baker. And
Yeah, man, yeah.
I need to think back to how that run was going to begin with. Showstopper misses, crazy shot from Nami. Ah, I remember. Sight smoke was there, right? And again, it feels like we need to go back to basics for Baker. I was like, I need like a little 3-2-1 swing because it was like one after the other after the other. And Nuthium, again, we mentioned it, a master of anchoring sights despite being on the initiator.
That's right, and continue that same trend too. And we're up here like hearts are racing. You look at the players; they're dialed in, man. They don't have any worries.
I was like sitting down, like, is this really
I know,
happening?
You got like at least a foot lower, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like this is getting crazy. And the way it developed, it's very much an ebb and flow. The way that you gain momentum in each individual round, and for these teams, it's been that way round 4 rounds. So the macro, the micro makes this such an interesting series. It's been very much a grindy one to some degree. There hasn't been that many like super flash plays, but when they happen extremely fast.
And I feel like that defines both of these teams and the results so far in NACC Spring and on the path to Nationals more than anything, right? Even up against each other. And was this the 13-4, the 13-8 from the last time they two faced?
It was the 13-8 was in that map 3. 13-8. Yep.
The 13-10 was map 3.
Oh, 13-10. Oh, you're right. You're right. It was 13-8 first.
But
from my understanding.
But what was first? I think Pearl was later.
Pearl was the last one. It was the deciding map.
Corrode was first. It was a 13-4.
Corrode, yes.
So
Corrode.
the fact that it's this competitive after a very one-sided 13-4 affair already speaks to the growth of these teams.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. As we continue on, we do have a bit of a tech pause here as they look to figure things out as well, but we got it
They figured things
up
out.
and going. I mean, that's how quick this team is. Didn't I mention that we love our partners here? Rally Cry and the rest of the gang that has joined us. In beautiful San Antonio here at the Boeing Center of Techport. Working their magic super quick to get things back online. They've been great already, and it's just day 1. Obviously, a couple more days of greatness, just like we've seen in the series. We dial back in a hurry as Baker Swarm have worked their way to the top of mid. Freed's gonna make them second-guess themselves, and of course, they have a decision to make. They left that spike just so they could do that. Nami with the Blade Storm, by the way, so something to watch out for the rest of this round.
Yeah, I feel like they were definitely barking up the right tree in terms of addressing the mid spikes and utilizing it, but now we're going to the same cycle of starting mid, using mid, and that's where you can frame plans around it like Shenny with a judge.
And just waiting for the right moment. And if it did happen, it would have been fantastic for them.
Ooh, this is interesting. Instead, getting Nami with the blades deposited to cut off rotates and a backstab through vents once you get this A main regroup.
And that's what's in store. Nami has it held down.
Oh, we got antsy.
He did want some, getting a little hungry. Freak across the way, and then when they let their guard down, you missed though? They get the knives back, but only temporarily. But listen, all the rest of everything that was developing was happening all the way across the map. That's 3 kills from Freak. They're just at the top. Hey, let's make it 4. And
Let's make it an ace.
Of course.
Oh, they're on site out in the open. Fade's prowling for the Cypher. Maybe still.
They gotta let him, right?
Set him up.
Game you can't. Oh, it happens. Second ace of the map. This time it goes to Freak with an operator, no less. And NC State will be up to 11 rounds with another big pop-off moment.
I love how you can go entire stages with aces and then we just like, to this map, yeah, no biggie. And what I've learned is that all 4 of the duelists in the server, both sides, can op.
Yes.
We have seen each of them have their individual pop-off moments with it, and that is enough. Now, down 9-11, instead of being like, okay, we're trying to get to overtime, that the second time out for Baker comes through.
Yeah, and at this point in time, the last thing you wanted to do, especially when you get to your map pick after winning NC State's map pick, is to surrender it. So, that being said, obviously they're super close. They just want to make sure that they can gather themselves. They know they can get it done. Is this a mentality thing? Is this a strategy thing? Baker, you said they didn't have to make adjustments earlier because of how well it's going. Now is the time to look to figure it out and maybe use NC State's, nature against them to some degree. We'll see what they come up with here in the comms.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, the calling for Baker has just been very, very straightforward, very predictable. I feel like that's what NC State is best at, is reading the situation and adjusting. And I feel like if the scores were reversed, like 11-9, like I feel like the coach just gives them a plan or two and they execute those well. And they probably would win those rounds just off of firepower alone. But now you have to fix the issues because you need probably 3 in a row because it's an eco. So NC State would be on map point.
Yeah.
And the works.
And plus you got this guy named Freak, and he is a freak of nature with this operator. And right now, coming off the ace, coming off the buzzing, and even the momentum, quieter too. Coming off the ace, they could be just like buzzing. Maybe you want to kill that potential for momentum as well. It's part of their plan potentially. Prowler will find one to give them something. They've really been targeting this mid to occupy that space, to seize, to try to keep them in place, as is tradition the last couple of rounds. And developing slowly as they're going to peek ropes and see the potential for the A-hit. It's just one trap wire between them and site, plus, of course, that is also holding that corner should they decide to go this round. And leaving NC State kind of just scratching their heads as far as which way they do want to go. It's a chosen route through this heaven spot here. Breed's gonna watch them roll through. Okay, I'll pick you up on that one. 1, 2, almost got 3. Hey, leave it for nothing. To take care of business on the rest, Breeze was good for another, and instantly NC State up to map point.
These are bees, right? That was like a fly going on by, and Breeze is like, was out? Did I just hear that in the side of my ear? Then turns and full stop anchors off of, again, well-placed Nuthium Fade utility. Yep. And that, whereas it goes back to Baker, like, NC State a while ago made the adjustment to have a tighter hold on mid space, and Baker is still going mid, and it's kind of mid. And so, again, we needed something different that now has preyed off that conditioning, and
yep.
Bring them down.
Of course. Going mid again. Predictability is a huge thing. You called it out. And NC State has not been fooled. They are happy enough to just be able to play patiently during these rounds. Like that dark cover, for example, is not going to do much, especially when you're on your back, because Revenge Head put you there. And we'll pick, hey, you're going to need that spike if you're going to go through SC. Let's backtrack and grab that.
Yep, no from the shadows, but a great opener. It's huge, and it is a very retake central setup for NC State. They don't have the ults to do it anymore. Or they're going to beat them to the punch off of Spike Cam.
If Baker had moved a little bit quicker, but they don't want to shut their hands, that would have been ideal. Because you see the Cypher utility was holding out from that mid look that they got so many times. You're running to generic. Oh no, not again for Baker. It's looking more and more possible. You're looking more and more like we are going to have it. Sure enough, there it is. Generic with the three-piece to close it out. 13-9 the final here as NC State will force a map number 3.
And repeat history of that map 3 between these two teams rearing its head. It was like, a switch was flipped. We got to see, again, really well-timed rotations out of NC State. And they delivered on what I promised on Haven, which was players that are able to anchor their sights. Like, it's the return of the sight sentee, let's go. And that's exactly what we just saw. And I feel like they were more well-oiled in their trades and their back and forths, right? Even down to how we just saw Nuthium and Generic navigate that A-side anchor together.
That's right, absolutely. And you surrender one here for Baker as well, so all did not quite go the way that they wanted to. But this isn't the finish at the end of the day, it's just the beginning. Army National Guard, Uncommon is calling. And so is map number 3. We're going to take a quick break as we gear things up, but don't go anywhere. Again, you're watching NECC here live at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back to the NECC Nationals here live at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. We're excited to state that NC State has continued their way to force in map number 3 against Baker after their big performance and win and close out there at Split Zobi. We're in for a great time here in map number 3.
We are. Baker has already gotten burned once by NC State University. That was in the spring NECC, which they locked them into the lower bracket run, where they unfortunately did fall short. So revenge on the mind here already in the group stage, and it would set up a great little playoffs later on. I'm just saying, but. All in all, I think this series is delivering as we expected it to be a 3-mapper where it's growth versus consistency. And now it's going to be a matter of who makes less mistakes.
It has been a minute since I've seen Breeze come out here locked and loaded, obviously being joined into the map pool relatively recently, rejoining here. And we'll play out a map number 3. Last time we saw a map number 3 between these two, it was a 13-10. So that might just be a sign of things to come as we begin things. Not much has changed, by the way, for Breeze as far as the agents that you will be utilized here. Viper, a viable option, and you already see Generic being able to lock that in here. And Vercini going to the Phoenix this time around. We saw them on Haven. Nami already on the Clove as well. I love that pick here, to be honest. We'll see who the rest kind of follows suit. Ladder, I expect to lock in there for Viper as well, based on their previous agent selections here too. So we'll see if the rest follow suit as well. As we get things going here momentarily, Demon right back on the Jet as we anticipated. Also, as we look through everything, revenge on that Sova also.
I don't know. I was here for, I think, Freak and Shani kind of swapping roles in terms of the Jet for Split. It makes sense, but then now putting them on the Phoenix and Freak on the Jet, it's now back where it's why didn't you just run that on Haven? I don't know. Anyways, I'm excited to see, I think, the ISO more than anything. I feel like I haven't seen it on Breeze in the current meta as much. I will say this team was very flash-centric, so then to be without flashes is always a backwards worry of mine, and I think this is the first time where it's oh wow, their util to me is scarier than their util, but I also, maybe this is a sink or swim for Nami as well. Nami's been the quietest, I would say, on that Baker squad, and this is one of those where okay, if I just try hard enough, I put myself in enough fights, then I will get the kills eventually, kind of
especially
momentum.
If you draw up a contract, then you got
Sign
some screen
with blood
time.
on the dotted line.
Hard to go unnoticed when you are front center in those engagements. I like that. Yeah, get yourself noticed right off the rip here. Love to see that happen. All right, Baker starting off on the defense here, and to see if they can have NC State kind of play into what they're looking to do and accomplish. Of course, the Viper, the defense more so geared towards mid versus the attacking side with NC State. Is, it used to be that split that A site right in half. So whether or not the times have changed, we'll see round after round. But for now, it's looking like a heavy B push to begin things off.
Yeah, ladder move's gonna be under a lot of pressure. Snake bite out and disrespected. That's why you don't disrespect it.
I'll stay.
That's why you don't disrespect it.
You gotta respect it.
Enemy remaining.
How about Demon as well? Opening that up as well. Everywhere they go, they find just a Sheriff. Demon good for 2. And the rest of the team, a flawless round to kick things off. We already said Baker is extremely strong in the pistol round. That is now absolutely reinforced.
Absolutely the case, and this is one of those hot takes, too early to call kind of moments, but down to just the way that we just saw Demon and Nami take late space together, this I think is going to fix some of their coordination. I just made a new word.
That was awesome.
Coordination and synchronization is doubling down on each other because you can just bait your ISO who has the shield up, and then they'll both survive. It's great.
It's a great combination.
Yeah.
And you know what? I called ISO Clove earlier, so I'm feeling real bad about myself. But listen,
they're both purpley, it's understandable.
Same vibe.
They both have their own realm that they can go to.
Nobody's harder on myself than me. So I'm still gonna be thinking about it. But listen, Baker, thinking about how they took that pistol and how they're about to take this second round too. Unless NC State can play a little bit of spoilers here. They right now have good looks. That Viper wall, as is tradition for the attack, now placed on A should they decide to go this way. They also have eyes on it too, with the Jet holding out in cape.
Really nice drone. as well. Up elbow. Confirms the B-side lean. And keeps Demon
Spike
on the
down,
line in mid. Talked about that toxic screen time. It can be lethal both ways. Conditioned and dropped, and you're going to the grave. Following suit, one after another out of bullets, this time with no upgrade to sport. Demon goes to
One
pistol.
enemy remaining.
Okay, they know where Chenny is. Oh, upgrade's handy for the time being. This is where you don't want to give ones away. They
30
found
seconds
set
left.
upgrade back site.
Yeah. And it's very much there for the taking
don't
as well if you wanted it. Yeah.
If they somehow go, okay, they have 20 seconds.
They are just they're having a good time here.
If they
chilling.
had more time, I would have loved the strategy. Just really like pause the timer, like let me go all the way through A and like flank them.
Instead, it's a little like a towards like, oh, this is
10
where the
seconds
defenders
left.
spawn from, all right? And there's a good look at where they won't be touching, which is the spike here at this point in time. 4 seconds left and running out of it, so.
Oh.
All right. One, but, oh, imagine. Was caught out from both sides. The curveball, okay, it landed one, but like you're not gonna get that. And Baker up 2-0, as expected.
That's the most damage though that I think NC State have been able to do in a second round.
That's fair.
Eco.
Yeah.
So again, for longevity, for them taking so many weapons off of NC State, like that's kind of what Baker would do, right? They haven't done anything flashy like winning a 3rd round eco, but they would beat you down enough on the 3rd round bye that again you could play consistently while they were building that substantial start lead, right?
Yeah.
And it looks like we're following that same trend for the time being. I could see Shenny and the run it back being that extra life that keeps weapons in the side of NC State's hands, but we'll see if they lean into it.
Absolutely. You don't have much other util to give you that intel as well. That showed up here as hijinks from across the way.
Very trapping.
Exactly right. And once you peek your head, Demon's got a good line of sight and a cloudburst one-way temporary solution here, but all things said and done, Viper Wall comes up and you're right behind it before they anticipated. Good idea. Not only do you get the kill, but it was just to run it back as well. So you get your life back, a free kill to some degree. Obviously, you had to position yourself very well, and Braid's able to follow up and suit on this one. And their weapons paying off here as Baker now have a long way to go here this one, especially the way NC State was able to flawlessly set up here.
I didn't have much left in the tank after how the last round went, and don't have much left in either. Hijinks is though here in the moment. Got refrag on teammate, finds an upgrade. This is looking closer, but time is their enemy.
That's exactly right. Gotta be able to move pretty quickly, but you run into generic with 2 back-to-back, and the thought was there, the execution not as much, but
Now it's like, is it a Baker strength to get a bunch of weapons off the ecos of the bonuses of the buys of NC State, or is it just NC State having a difficulty? Like only 2 players walk away with guns there, and I think like it was Guardian and Spectre were the best weapons on the Baker Swarm side. Like that's why NC State have such slow starts on these maps. Is that round you should have had 4 minimum. Walking away out of that round. That post plant was so cleanly executed and set up. Off the run it back. Again, he gave the space, the plant, the spike, everything. And that's something I'm going to be looking to now with the rifles in hand. And again, Bria's economy can be unforgiving.
everything you said, extremely accurate, but wait until NC State gets cooking. Right? Imagine if they actually did start these maps off hot. I mean, they would be nearly unbeatable.
Crazy.
Right.
And, the lack of mid space, you see the heavy mid door lean. They're going to run interference on this rotate. This pivot back towards B. Demon doesn't go for the updraft. Just the crossfire, silent but deadly. And it's going to be, again, contact and delay, shock darts, snake bite, all the works on this B main choke. And ping has come out. Again, it's going to be can the Baker Swarm anchors buy enough time to rotates and defenses start to hunker down.
And that was the thought process too. Got a whole bunch, not just one wall. You hit the Blaze Viper Toxin Screen in addition to it to try to break through. It's chaining into there, but the Blade Storm was good for 1. NC State's been hanging with them shot for shot, but Demon's got other ideas and taking advantage of 1 miss. Almost got the next one too. Hijinks able to clean up the loose change, as it were. It'll be a 3-1 advantage now here for Baker.
Knew it was going to be battle series-wise, but now map round-wise as well. Down to the wire there. That's what we thought Hijinks was possibly going to be capable of with the Guardian in the previous round, but look at this. Operator online for Demon early on. Demon's 9-3, right? We talked about it like not as minty fresh in map 2, but map 3 definitely is here. And Screamin' says, let's get this show started. Sheriff's full for NC State. A really is the only place you can go with these shares other than mid-door, but that's where the op is. And again, I like how they've been just consistently using this vulnerability early on to keep this space. Nami ready at the contact point, hijinks to the backup. So again, the coordination looks cleaner so far on this defensive side.
And to continue that, next step in the process, they've got Kerbal out, but they've also got good, strong looks here from Baker. And a deterrent as they aim to maybe inch their way back and slowly work their way towards that B side too. Cut that in half. Dark cover to.
Don't know about the
Yes, exactly. Even found the right spot. They're still going to challenge into it as well. That decision very much not advised. Still challenged into it. The Sheriff will take it out, but I still don't really like that. Nami gets one as well. It almost felt like NC State is giving it up. Everything they looked at against Baker just goes awry here at this point in time. Freak, though, does get the operator. We'll take out one from Demon. He says, thank you very much. At least we'll get one back. I didn't like the start, but I guess it's how you finish. We'll see if they can find a way through this one. Not quite. Nami will finish it off 4-1.
And that's a round where you like side by side that with one where they were making so many overswing mistakes, 1v1s in Splitter Haven, and it's night and day. They didn't underestimate the eco round up against Freak after that Vandal went their way. It was Snakebite, it was Drone, it was waiting to set Nami up. And even before that, right, Hydrix had a really nice hold there for Nami on main. So they're communicating, they're linking together like puzzle pieces. The picture is starting to form with a similarly dominant half. Hey, at 4-1, we made Preds last time. We're right around now about what the score was going to end at for the half.
Yeah, exactly. Do we go back to it?
Do we go back to it?
Let's think about it here. I can
7-5.
never.
Give us 8-4 and then a 6-6, and then I'll go in the middle.
I think it's 6-6 again because every time that we underestimate NC State, they find a way.
I feel like that's their motto, like for the season at this point.
Gotta be, yeah. Know your identity, you know? They've been doing that. I love that.
Toxin screen down.
All right. Ladder moves. Knows what his identity is. It's to hold it down this site. Has been doing really good on that delay aspect. Did on the pistol. Has bought time for the rotations to come over. This is a little bit different this time because instead of having a super, super strong mid-door hold, you have the op staring down the mid-sight line that can also pivot elbow. You have the ISO tucked away on the cross. And A side, I'm not going to lie, it's pretty weak here. It's very retake-esque, and they don't have the ults to really back that up.
Not this time around. They'll have to do a little bit more work to be able to earn those. Well, Drone will locate them, so where that corner Freak's going to use this time to reposition wisely, so. And NC State making the right choice here, not making a whole lot of noise, but because of this movement, they will have a pretty clean, plain and simple spike planted here. And Freak down to 7 HP before that exchange was complete here. It's you vulnerable, but not when you're being chased down. And Cloud Bursts, we're keeping them out of harm's way for the time being. A Viper pit up as well here for NC State. They knew how important this round is, so they commit a lot to this, and they still have their work cut out for them. It's a 4v5 scenario, make it 3v5, still pit up. They'll have to break through it once, but then that's exactly how you take care of it. It's generic for 2 as well. NC State has held off the swarm.
Last player standing.
And able to get a 3-piece though is Nami to make it interesting in this 1v1, but we'll run out of time ultimately. Try to catch them on the way out. Will they get out with their lives? They will. And NC State, though, regardless, are able to win that round. Committed a lot to it, though, and didn't have a lot left alive, so their eco is not going to be thriving exactly here, but it's exactly what you needed. Otherwise, Baker might have ended up running away a little bit, at least in this first half.
Okay. The 7-5s and the 6-6s are looking good so far, Bear Light.
Every time.
Every time.
They inch back.
And every time it's, again, been back and forth. I feel like NC State are getting their footing a bit earlier this time, I will say, than the previous 2 maps. So get an indication of how close this is going to be. Buzzer to finish. Ladder moves. This feels like a fake, but then they're already applying pressure B. It might not work, especially when the trades are there.
Find enough. And the hot hands to, I mean, chase them out, but again, there wasn't much on the other side of that, so they got basically nothing. That throw not netting a whole lot, essentially. And Chitty didn't find that one, didn't land that one either. And now, of course, you see Frick just being able to open up opportunities with this mid look and peek. Still 2 holding on the B site, and they haven't done much progress, especially when you consider there's 55 seconds left in this round, and don't even know that 2 are around the corner, that Revenge is here, and when this dark cover comes down, this is gonna be the thing that sparks it all. Brins is good for the trade at the very minimum. Now Hunter's Fury and ladder moves cannot move around it. You're out of options there. You're pinned in. A perfect spot to catch them in as far as Hunter's Fury is concerned, but you got Demon looking them down. Chinny, good for the back-to-back piece, and we'll make it a 3-piece at this point in time. NC State back within.
It's a battle of the brawlers. Spike play might have been denied at the buzzer beater, but the round catch-up won't, and Backar Swarm taking a more proactive timeout this time around, up still 4-3, but again, money resets. You're trapped in the cyclic nature, and we know they like their big guns, their Odins, and their ops, and we'll say that round, it was very, very back and forth. Again, Demon says, I'll do it myself, and Shenny comes in. It's like, whew, they are truly defining this series.
They certainly are. This timeout, of course, brought to you by the Army National Guard. The Army National Guard creates a unique blend of civilian life and military service, aiming to attract individuals who want to serve their community and country while pursuing personal career or educational goals as well. The Uncommon is calling, and calling the rest of this crew up is, of course, this Baker side trying to hold off, NC State. How many times have we said this? Every single map, every time these two take place, these two teams clash, it always seems to be this way. And Baker, an early timeout worked for them in map 1, and that's why I'm liking this here to make sure NC State doesn't really inch their way back over time.
You saw Dumbbell there leaning in, trying to drill in the plan, the idea. And I will say, Baker Swarm, they look like they have a deeper strat book on this map. It's not as one-dimensional, but I feel like we can say that about most of their defenses. It's the attack that they have issues on. And did they start defense every map, now that I think about it?
It's been the same every single time. I'm thinking back to Haven and Devlin,
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
get through the
And so maybe they have attack issues. So again, they want as many rounds as possible here and now. And look at this eco walk down. 4 players into elbow. Very defensive positioning, so NC State are prepared to handle this.
Yeah, exactly. Brits might have their hands full, and they do. Demon looking like one. That Shara pulled, and just didn't want to play into it. They know that they, like, oh yeah, I still got the higher weapon too. I mean, I'd say so. Freak was ready for that exchange, and with the outlaw will bring us even. And back to square one, we'll say.
Nice start. Surprised they don't prop the wall, because long sightlines on Brazen Outlaw. No safe passage now found to the A site. It will just be Hijinks here, solo anchoring now. Little cross kind of set up with ladder moves.
Yeah, they should find him if they play their cards right. Hijinks being patient here too.
Good recall star. You cannot refight this. You have to play the numbers. Wait for the 3v3.
Gotta be patient.
Get the guns.
That would be a start.
I mean, that Vandal's gonna go a long way from the opening kill of the round.
Exactly.
Revenge gets the party.
There you go. We got Spike planted. Ready. They got the hold too. This will be a nice look for NC State. As Baker coming off the timeout looking to find something. Here they need to be able to win that battle. Revenge now knows Generic is there. It's not going to be enough to swing things here either. Hello. And now Kerpal out in hand and ready for being able to swing into. The Astra so close with this outlaw too. The flash didn't catch one. They know. He's got ladder right around that corner. The Sheriff takes away one. NC State, they walk away with the round 1, but Baker at the end of the day able to do some damage there to NC State in the process.
And that's what's so frustrating is that 2v3 was going so well for Baker Swarm, and it could have been a 3v3, right? You saw as soon as Revenge falls on that flank fight, Gravwell, stun.
That's right.
It needs to be Gravwell, stun, swing, not the other way around. And that's been a consistent kind of issue that creeps up across the series.
Yeah, exactly. Just like NC State does. Every single time. 4 ultimates online, by the way, for Baker. Will they be able to utilize it here? Obviously waiting for a retake for the Cosmic Divide, but when we talk about the rest of the kill contract, we wanted to see Nami live and in action. And will they be able to catch NC State here as they line up 4B? And Viper across the way as well. Drone will locate one. There's Revenge. We found you.
There they are.
And so repositioning in order to. It's got Demon right behind here too, and you can see what's about to develop here.
FF Free continues scaling. It'll be an op on the other side. A backup from Revenge as well.
Whether or not they go in, it's a matter of time. It's inevitable. Good peek. But Demon very active, but back out, and that's what mobility will do for you for sure. Still time ticking down. Under a minute left, 48 seconds left. So need to make a decision at some point, and B seems to be the way they're leaning.
Yeah, the stack is here now. Op is here now. You really need like a side smoke or something close to shut down this op from the wall line, and even that might not let them clear the corner from ladder moves.
Joke's over!
Exactly. Run it back if you have to, and you sure will. You found the right spot. But because of that, hello? That back and forth was unbelievable.
Spike planted.
NC State answered back and used that. If you're going to use the run it back, you got to be able to locate them. That's step one. Step two is being able to get those back-to-back picks, which they found. And now with the spike planted, get to force Baker into a very tough decision to be made here, especially when you're going to fall. Nami gets one back for it. Nuthium good for 3 as they clean up everything else. NC State, they just waited and waited, played the patient game, and when Baker tried to jump at them, they were able to just mow them down one after another.
I'm wondering if like what could have changed to remedy that situation. Maybe ladder moves not playing as committed of a position one and done when you in that Phoenix ult didn't come on like in the middle of the round, like where you can like lose track of the information of the chaos. I was there from the get-go. And on the other side of that, the smoke was good. The wall side, we had talked about that, trying to get shut down the operator, the line of sight for Demon, but it's exactly why Baker Swarm took the timeout when they did the 4-3. They knew that NC State was coming, creeping up. And then 6-6 is looking skewed in the opposite direction. If Baker doesn't have something to say about it.
I was almost sure that was going to get to. Like, they were lined up where that headshot was almost inevitable, it felt like. For Baker, how much longer can you hold on to these ultimates? It's an obvious question going through a lot of people's heads right now. Quite landed
This
here.
is a great route to use them if you can get, say, one more, then you like dump them all in. The issue then becomes like how confident is Nami with a suboptimal weapon to take someone into the kill contract?
That's right. I feel it. I feel the vibe. You got to keep positive here. All right. NC State's won quite a few rounds in a row. And the rest too. They're just going to play behind here. Cloudburst is going to be formulating towards this A site push. The dash on the site. Hijinks, they know where they are. Just waiting for that turn. Got a little bit distracted, not enough to not hit the first one. Hunter's Fury to try to track them down from where they left off. But the guessing from where they were was actually wrong. Revenge wasn't able to tag one. Nothing off of that ultimate. I said you should use them and potentially get that information. Unfortunately, this time around, it did not play that role. Kill contract.
Wasted.
Wasted, didn't get him. And that's what happens when you play this guessing game.
Yeah, no information, and now you're left with a backstab in the brewing generic. The lurk player from afar has returned.
And Snakebite trying to get things going and move it for him with potential, but generic finish off a 3-piece and looking for 4, looking for more, but Nami's will deny there. One-on-one. Shock bolt, get them off of this one. Nami did not feel the effects of this one too, trying to fake them. Playing time, nothing. Oh, hello, what?
He's at 30 HP.
He's going for it. And he knew exactly where they were too. Gotta be able to play this one. Playing time, Nuthium is in their heads right now. Plain and simple. That's how it felt to me. I think they've really gotten to Nami. Unfortunate round for them for sure.
I feel like Nuthium has just like vindicated my belief that they were clutch player. I was doubting my calling of them and like my memory for a second of their NECC performance prior in Division 1, and then he's like, okay, don't worry. We saw it on Split, we're seeing it here. Like that feels like what breaks the camel's back for this half for Baker Swarm.
Yeah, never doubt yourself, and here's why. It's already at 6 rounds and we only played 10. We said they were good for 6. They're probably going to be good for more. And also, I want to say, you talked about how Demon you can't just rely on one player, and right now it feels like they're relying way too much on your Jet here. Yes, you want them to get picks, but Demon has just been relied on time and time again, and it looks great for the stat line. But as far as winning these maps, something's got to change, and we'll see what they can do here. Now, they're going to look to find a little bit more here on B. NC State, to the contrary of Baker, have really improved themselves on getting intel. That was actually their problem in map number 1, and that's completely changed here. And now Baker maybe caught some of that contagious nature. Here's the Owl drone, try to find something. Demon in. Oh, that was a quick one. Nice reaction there, and tailwinding, just to make sure that you got it secured and out with your life, and we'll have advantage for the rest of this round temporarily.
Okay. 5v4. Opening kill goes Baker's way, but the beast site control was that backdoor option that's now been stripped down to the core. Backpedaling, chaotic. NC State have to react in the moment, and Generic is leading the charge. Hijinks. I feel like this is a calculated risk that I'm okay with. We asked Baker for risks.
Yep.
Taking a 5v3 contact with one player is good. Just don't double down on it.
Exactly right, but Hijinks did not.
Demon needs to survive.
React.
Don't overswing.
Typically, they're very good for it. And almost had it.
It's a good time delay, 10 seconds.
It was, yeah. And the way that they had to react and so much was happening, I thought they did a good job regardless of making that happen.
Ooh.
So Viper Spit, though, will make things insanely
complicated.
interesting. Yes, it will. They still have the advantage here. Perfect shot. It felt like. Never mind. I was wrong.
One enemy
hey, why not a
remaining.
pit for pit? We got a pit
standing.
battle, a Venn diagram of pits happening right now, but one will fall as Baker Swarm had the advantage. And sometimes you just got to match poison with poison. I was going to say fire with fire, but there you go.
There's only one Phoenix on one team this time. Sorry, very late. But
I know.
again, that's a round that should not have come down to a 1v1 for Baker.
Last round.
And this time
in
in
the
Baker's
half.
favor. Like, that's the issue. It's like, I'm like, okay, Hijack's gonna get risky, right? Even a 4v2 would have been great. But then it's like the coordination of the remaining players is a bit askew in those late round retake moments. And glad to see that they at least we got that one, because 5-6. Hey, you're gonna get that 6-6 right. Oh my gosh. If NC State, I didn't say which team would be 7-5. I just said a 7-5.
You're right, actually. I said 6-6. I'm pretty sure, right? No.
Yeah.
Remember, who am I? Yeah, they invested a lot in that operator, and you're seeing exactly why. They had 0 creds.
I love
by
the
way.
judge close on the side smoke too, because usually they've been scaling really quickly to punish it, and this round is no exception. As long as that smoke doesn't fade, get the judge back out. Thank you.
And revenge. Using the Guardian, no, let's put you're gonna let that lands. And because of that, let your guard down. Generic having trouble, but did get one at least. Now with the spike being planted and the rest, a little bit of distance. Actually, they closed the gap completely. Nami with the contingency plan, and that's very much feels like it here. Yeah. Oh my goodness, got to be able to land that one too. Run it back for ladder moves, but it feels like a technicality. Down they'll go. NC State 7-5 is how they'll end this half.
Nasty off angle there from Nuthium to cap off the
Switching
half,
sides.
but that's difficult because I liked the wall from the ISO. It was great for scaling to try and take the 1v1 up against Nuthium or the 2v1 since they were backed by their teammate, but that perfect run it back timing from Shenny and that curveball through it is lethal and unaccounted for. Again, I feel like we don't get much Phoenix ISO overlap in the current meta, and we're starting to see some of the takeaways from it.
That's true. It's a fun one, by the way. It's, you know, it can be a little bit quick running, and certainly the run it back has found its place here. I love the Phoenix play, just as a big plays it myself. But listen, Generic, 15 on the board here for NC State. They've been, you know, the one small weaknesses are pistol rounds, round 2 of a half, as well as some engagements in some gunfights. They were a little bit shaky earlier on, especially in map 1 has cleaned up ever since. Now, curveball won't do much, and the hot hands to heal them on the way out. Honestly, to rotate A, because that's where they thought they were. They made a little bit of noise in that util up, so that's why they baited 3 in for NC State. Baker perfectly done, but their problem here has been their decision in quickly moving towards the other side. The rotation is inevitable, but they've got Freak here. And the perfect spot. Wasn't able to land one, though. And opening the door for him. And continue with it, and they're just playing together for one another. But will they be the Hornets versus the Honeybees that we've seen before? Generic from that distance on the backside. But Hijinks pulls out the Ghost, and able to hunt them from a distance. Nami will continue on as well, and Baker once again in the prime spot in the driver's seat in another pistol round.
still party. 4v3.
Revealing area.
See, they brought enough cake, but again, it's thorough from NCSU. One step at a time. Dart out, scale out together. And I think Time's gonna be their main enemy. This crossfire, man, looks lethal too.
Shot done.
Kind of bringing up cake for everyone. So not everybody's going to get a kill here in this round, but it looks pretty good so far. But hold that thought. Good swing.
I like the timing for revenge. Just needs to survive. Or let ladder moves. Do ladder moves things.
Yeah, it's like early in the round, or do you do the ladder? It's always the ladder. The ladder end of every single round. You see what I did there?
Yeah, ladder does ladder.
Ladder does the ladder.
Oh, okay, fair. They're definitely climbing their way back up. Looks one round away. Tying us up 7-7.
You're hearing me here, and I love that about you. All right.
So we have the name ladder, and then we put a ladder. And
ladder.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Here. It's a good name.
Love English. All right, by the way. NC State up to 7 rounds. Higher than I thought when they started off 4-1 against. So what a turnaround by NC State. No timeout by Baker either, I don't think. You know,
they took one at
that was
4,
earlier?
Yeah.
4-3? Yeah, when NC State got it back, so.
But none from NC
How
State.
far in the second half, though? Oh, yeah, true.
That's a new one for them, actually, because they bounced back actually, Baker Storm probably took the timeout on their behalf when they would have been about to take one. But all in all, that leads to here. And now, Demon.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Opener. You know, they're expecting the productivity from NC State after what we were seeing on, Haven. Say it was less also on Split. I don't think we really thought either team to heavily commit. No mid rescaling, no nothing.
No.
Nothing like what we're seeing here on Breeze, but one thing is for certain. Baker Swarm on the A site. And an impact site.
Yeah. Good spot. Exactly where you want to be. Pretty clinical, pretty by the book. You would say here as NC State's parks themselves here, but a lot of activity happening here, and all you need is a pixel to be able to see it if you're Demon to take out yet another one. And look for more. Generic, I think. They might have peeked them a little bit. I mean, they're just going to play on the other side of this one.
This is a data spike angle.
Yep.
They're not moving at all.
Playing a little bit of chicken on this A site here.
How do you feel about the Hero Vandal going looking for these kills? But it does get some ticks on the kill contract. You should be able to get out through mid-door by baiting the Sheriff in front of you. And Baker Swarm, flawless second round. And I do want to comment on this a little bit. I want to confirm to see exactly what they're carrying over. But yeah, double Vandal. Think about it.
Yeah.
Even when they had a Guardian and a Spectre, they got it down to 2 players on the NC State buy round surviving. Like, this I think is them recognizing like, hey, we're getting really close. We just need that extra edge, and this is a gamble worth taking.
Yes, exactly. We talked about this. Gambles from Baker. We want to see more of it. We want to see the Swarm.
Yeah.
Okay. And right now, what better time to do it than the deciding map here at Breeze 7-7. What a treat we've had to kick off the first match we've seen on stream of the NECC Division 1 Nationals here live. Orange Demon is in a hurry, but Freak tracked him easily. They're still going to play off of this, and that's going to be their own funeral, because Freak is good for 3. Can't chase into it, make it 4. What a round from Freak. And now just looking for one more, waiting for the dark cover to fall to try to secure it. That is one last checkbox here in the column for NC State for a great bounce back after having a flawless against. That is going to be the ultimate goal here to try and track them down, but they got a long way to go if they want to secure it, as they had tucked into elbow for safety reasons, some would say.
You can see they're trying to let Freak go looking, but they need to maintain spike control, and Revenge is going all avenues. The path leads to Freak until...
Boom, boom, boom. Exactly what we wanted to see. You never want to be like, it's in competitive environments, you're never like, all right, go get your race, right? You're just like, hey, let's secure the round, like it's super close, it's map 3. But in that case, you got everybody alive. You know what I mean?
That's the second one of the series today,
Yeah,
and that's a certified Lanimal, we'll put it that way.
Lanimal's great.
Lanimal.
I'm taking that. I hope you don't mind.
No, I don't even know where I got it from either.
You just conjured it. It's great.
But that's a statement round. Again, after we mentioned how clean usually Baker is on those third rounds, like making it hurt.
Yep.
Far, far depart from the source material in the best way.
Bring the pain the one way, especially when you run out of toxic.
Never seen like the deeper the toxic screen to counter the one way like we're seeing from Baker.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, we're refighting this?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. All right, they're about to find it too. The curveball was good, but hello.
Soft flash.
Yep. And you need your weapon up for that one too. Aldrone, just to secure, make sure that Nuthium is still in that same spot behind this corner. And Shock Dart will push them back here. 57 HP, so NC State less than ideal in that handled scenario. Baker Swan was right to be able to challenge into that one the way they did. After they already showed themselves A and said, hey, we're still going to go back at you. It was the right decision ultimately. And now they're entertaining the fact that it could be a rotation B, but it's all a fake. It's all a ruse at the end of the day. Not a Clove one. That's ISO. But we point into this one. Now, back to the same spot that we were before. Let's run it the third time. On to A. They will not let this go, but neither will Brits here. He's a contingency and just spamming through and getting one at the very minimum. And now Brits says, I'm good with that. Let me call the rest of the cavalry here to try and play a retake as the spike will be planted. Baker just had A in their vision, in their minds, and they're just going to kind of roll with it here as things develop further. Demon had a great look, but Brits denies as they take them out. Now Ladder, not going to be the late round heroics this time around. Silenced by Generic. Brits had the 3-piece, but they'll be down themselves. And Revenge is going to have to hold on to this round. It looked very promising here for Baker, but now it's a little bit different. One will fake the defuse. Freak is out. Secures the kill. NC State on top in this round. They'll be up 9-7 here as things develop further in this map number 3.
Huge round. That one, it feels like a spell's been broken because it's the back-to-back rifle. And the money is sour again, so it should be double digits up for Baker Swarm. Or sorry, for NC State over Baker Swarm. And
yep. Tough. Rocking a hard place. Buys not
it's
great.
It's too early to take your second and final timeout, too, if you're Baker Swarm with Dumbbell.
Yeah, I feel that way, too. Kind of because, like, if it develops, you start to get things going. You know, NC State, if you surrender up to 12, then you're, like, starting to get really close. You discuss it. But I don't know. I always tend to be the fan of an early timeout. Giving yourselves some future considerations on your planning process.
Well, it didn't help Baker Swarm in the first half, unfortunately.
No, it did not. Yeah. That's valid.
Maybe why they didn't do it this time.
Here's one thing. Baker just loves his A site. They will, like, it is a toxic relationship.
I will say Baker's attack so far, obviously it's early. Having a bit more dimension, though. Again, with Astral Lurk, the fake out, the double back into what is still consequentially going to be in a stack.
Jetty, it was, he had the right idea for sure. But they swing around the far side of the far pyramid. And do get through. That is a quick snap on the second one, too. Well played, Ladder, though. You lost track of where they might be. Jetty's good for 3, though. The upgrade, but while you were exchanging it, you caught the knives. As Freak swung around, perfect timing, too. Hijinks, though, with the Sheriff still. Great job for them.
Patience, wait for the stars to come back.
Going. And they do. Generic will finish off the rest of Baker's Swarm and NC State to double digits.
Wow, that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. It's so unfortunate, right? The timing was gorgeous from ladder moves, but a Guardian in that position, so hard to capitalize off of. And that's where, again, maybe you could have hoped the Asher was a bit closer, but that was your mid-lurk doubling back to Cave. So, yeah, frustrating moment nonetheless. You can see it.
Yep, dialed in. The faces speak wonders here. They really do speak for this team who's had really shining moments, and you get off to an early one-map lead, and you even in round 2, you had a lead for an extended period of time until you surrendered it. But yes, this is the right time for a timeout. Maybe mine was a little bit earlier, but now at this point in time with NC State, especially the way it developed.
It's a must-win rifle round, right? Like, you cannot lose this or you lose the game. And again, these groups can be cutthroat. So I will say a team that knows what it means to just fall below the line is NC State. Again, in that fall season, we're 5th seed and top 4 went to playoffs. So they do not want to be in that position. They want to take control early in this group stage.
And one step closer to being able to deny the revenge of the Revenge and Demon, who's been so excellent, but will it be enough In a must-round situation, you're going to have to deal with the Freak operator on top of everything else. And man, oh man,
Give
that's
him an ace already.
what you want. That's the trend, clearly. We'll see if that continues. As Freak had the look, but they did a good job to kind of hang on the right side of that wall to make sure they weren't peeking. And they got the info they needed to. So here's Nami running it back here in this situation, but cannot catch a break when it comes to the kill contract. And Revenge, though, this Hunter's Fury did tag one, but man, that one's tough. You almost rely on that in that situation, and Freak is still making it happen as well. It seems like when it rains, it pours for the Baker Swarm right now.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. So you're gonna come crashing down. And Freak is here.
Good sign.
Freak is gone, unpunished.
Oh, come on, Revenge. Oh, no. That's not your
enemy remaining.
Was able to dodge it, but they did not calculate Nuthium being there, and that is unfortunate for them. Baker Swarm, the round they needed to have, and it all went wrong very early in that one, it felt like, and you just couldn't quite recover. And sometimes you get into your own head in those situations when you know that things should have went right, rather than being able to recover there too, and Nuthium with the rest at 3-piece, and NC State now have to be feeling really good about taking map 2, and in the driver's seat is an understatement here in map number 3.
Yeah, and again, that's the difference. I think Baker Swarm need to pick up on NC State Swarm patterns because their micro groupings are so clean, like you mentioned.
The pack.
Yeah, the pack mentality. Nuthium backing up Freak, and Nuthium even sacrificed himself into the kill contract so that Freak could survive, so that the site anchor as well, generic, and that Viper util, that delay could survive, and him winning out was just the cherry on top to an otherwise perfect half so far.
Feels like it, honestly. And for NC State, you're just relying on your ability, your intuition. It's all been spot on. Baker taking a lot of space here mid and want to be able to get initial picks. Aldrone detects one, but nothing further than that. They did a good job to deny it too, want to be able to take in through to get the defender spawn to be able to cut this map basically in half. But now, with a minute left, have to kind of show some urgency here at the end of the day, as Fritz will be patiently playing this one too. The Hunter's Fury to try and dissect it as well and try to gain one. Demon's got the Blade Storm, and that's certainly what they need. They want to be able to utilize those. You'll get your knives back on the run it back, plus be able to secure the kill on the other side of it as well. Nuthium wasn't able to land this one, so Baker Swarm in a better spot than they were prior to. They should have had the opportunity to be able to upgrade weapons as well. I think they got across to site. We'll see.
Oh, they're gonna start at backside. What is this?
Last player standing. One
Pot
enemy
Freak.
remaining.
Ready.
There's 20 seconds.
Awaiting. Need to make moves too. Plus the shorty and operator combination you're going up against here. They do have the spike, but once they hear the sound cue, they're in with the shorty. I believe it. Until then,
10 seconds
You're
left.
just swinging at them.
we'll play a little ring around the rosy. Can we find it? Hijinks does. Okay.
I don't know.
So we're
Listen.
closing the chapter? No. We just got revitalized. We just got renewed for another book in the trilogy.
Gun here.
8-11 here. Still fighting for the comeback, but that is a crazy moment to have won. And I was all for the little swing in the backside from them. That's the risk we've been asking them to take on the Baker side.
Valid, yeah.
But the time was so nerve-wracking, and 30 HP as well. Knew we had to win that game. Ring around the rosy. That's what decides the series, I guess. Ring around the rosy. Pocket full of pistols?
Thrifties. Pocket full of thrifties.
Thrifties.
Sounds good. I
There
like
we
that.
go.
That was real nice. Let's go. Print that one out. Minted in stone. And that's what NC State was looking to do until Baker had a bit of a bite back. Got some light to him. Frid just line him up and mow him down, why don't you?
Light extinguished.
That's what it is. Legitimately. And now you are dire need of the next engagement being won. Frid has 30 HP, but it won't matter because they're holding this very nicely. Now you can challenge it. You literally told him where you might be, playing within it, right around it. Did it matter? That's incredible. The way they were able to amp it up. Freak has been on a new one on its hair and still had it, but Hijinks able to at least cut it off by the throat.
All right, Freak Ace Factor versus Hijinks Clutch Factor. Who wins? It has some help, at least Nami. Makes it a 2v4 for Baker Swarm to keep NC State off a map series points.
30 seconds left.
The Division 1 NECC National Finals Group A.
They are really clearly in a grand spot, feeling themselves, and it will be a difficult way to overtake it. Hijinks, you're able to silence and not allow the ace, but this is something else too. They're gonna try and find them. That just speaks wonders. They're trying a recon bolt to figure it out here this late. As the spike had been planted, looking to work around that toxin screen as well. She didn't get a challenge as it went down to you with the sound cue. Perfect time across, but Nami got a couple. Generic able to answer the calling though in the exact right time. And NC State will be on match point as it stands right now.
Layer upon layer, those numbers just too sheer, and round by round, NC State are building their foundation to solidify their place above Baker Swarm. Last time, statement that this wasn't a fluke, starting to shine on through.
Man, this is like a tale of a team that really does not falter in this way, because Baker looked like the better team, honestly, when we talked about Haven, and I thought, at that point in time, they might have a chance and opportunity to be able to silence the wolf back here, but as they got warmer, okay, they were warmed up a little bit in map number 1, and they are now feeling it. Here in the group stage of the NECC Division 1 Nationals. You're live in San Antonio. They want to be able to get this first match all set and complete. This first pick is huge. You swing it. It's a 1-for-1 though. All things considered.
Yeah, you lost your dive though. And Hijinks has been re-cleared, forced out of A main. There's a Viper Spit on B. There's not many options, but this would be one for the Aegis to win as long as Freak doesn't, I'm gonna say, hold the space. I mean, now it's
that's
timings.
Tough. It is. Nami unfortunately drops yet another one. So 3v3 situation to swing is going to be towards B. And now Baker, dire need to be able to expose the one on site here. Would be the play. The Viper's Pit coming up to secure it, but you peeked outside of it. Spike will be down. Generic catches another one as well. Man, oh man. Not the right time to do it. NC State now are good. The flank, Jetty, not ready for it. NC State will take this match after a map 3 goes their way 13-8.
We didn't even need double digits to get it done this time around. The decider is certain. The team better off this time. And North Carolina State University, I mean, you saw the growth of them across the season, across even just the series alone. But I think it was honestly when it came down to the fundamentals, and NC were the ones that rose above in my mind, made the difference every step of the way.
That's exactly right. And you need your difference makers to be difference makers. I will call it back out because it was a really good point that you brought up earlier. It's just, you can't be relying on one player too heavily. I think, if you look back on this series, if you're Baker Swarm, you're like, what went wrong? It was like, hey,
Demon
it's
didn't
Demon or
drop
nothing.
30, no.
Demon, yeah, exactly. What are you doing, man? Like, you got to be able to do more than that. So I think that's where it fell short. I mean, you really do need that full team effort at the end of the day, and their executions fell off a little bit. So I'm not sure if it's because it went to map 3, their focus was lost a little bit, and even the timeouts that were working a little bit earlier in the series, it just did not work out, pan out towards the end. NC State had answers for just about anything that Baker was throwing at them. Plain and simple. Yeah.
And we talked about it as well, just attack issues that I need to see Baker address before they move on to their next opponent as well in NECC Nationals Division 1, because, again, they got stagnant. You had to require a timeout, your coach to step in and give you those ideas to get out of the hole, and that's where you need that developed IGL voice to come through, that experience that we know that this roster has.
Yeah, there's so much, right, in this world, and especially in the world of esports as well, where it's like, for any families that are here, like at the high school level, collegiate as well, that's what makes esports great, is the ability to be able to communicate, to be able to, have your players coordinate in a way, and be able to work together in that sense too. It's all about teamwork at the end of the day, and for us, it certainly was NC State that got the job done, denying the revenge as well, which we talked about plenty of time for Baker. Maybe revenge was a little bit too sweet for their taste.
No, revenge was denied revenge.
That's right. That's right. Sometimes it be like that, man. Sometimes you just want to be there, not quite able to do so. For NC State, that's exactly where you want to be. For Baker, it's not the end of the weekend either, of course. You know, this will develop over time. It's just the group stage. That's not going to be much easier in terms of who they do play up against, and that's what I'm nervous about them for sure as well.
Oh, yeah, this was supposed to be one of the easier matches to put behind you to get yourself kicked off correctly, but now maybe an upward fight, Bear Light.
All right, we're going to listen to one of the winners. We have Lemon Kiwi, Jin, on stage now. We'll toss it down to them for a quick interview. Jin.
Thank you so much, casters. What an incredible series. Congratulations once again to North Carolina State. I have the one and only MVP Generic up here, the Cypher Viper extraordinaire. Tell me, what is going through your mind right now? Because that was a marathon of a series.
Just really happy to win and enjoy this time in San Antonio with my friends. And, you know, we lost yesterday, so this win feels like really good for us.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a finisher at the end. And how are you guys going to go celebrate? San Antonio has so much good food and stuff to do.
We're definitely going to go to Korean barbecue and just pig out, 1,000,000%.
Absolutely. Get that energy fueled up. And talk to me about your role on the team. What's it like playing with these guys? Because you guys were able to lock in until the very end.
Well, yeah, I met these guys like 3 years ago, and we've been such good friends, and they make so much noise and space for me to lurk. It's just great. I love them all.
Absolutely. And you guys got that big win today, but it's not over, of course. Is there a team that you're looking forward to facing down the line?
Definitely UNCW, just because they're like our in-state rivals, and we know some of them over there, and it'd be cool to play them.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys against NCW if that happens. But thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations, Generic. I'll let you go join your team and enjoy that KBBQ for us. And we have so much content here at Forge Scholastic Esports Championship brought to you by the Army National Guard, and it does not end yet. I want to go and talk to Maria Fernanda Amaya with +1 Robotics. Come on down. Oh my God, there is so much to do at this event, but I want to get to know you. I want everyone to get to know you. So introduce yourself. What do you do?
So I am a systems engineer at +1 Robotics here down the street, and I've been working there for 6 years. So yeah.
That's awesome. And how did you get into engineering? Because that's a pretty tough job.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I will say that it was mostly my mom and my dad. They're both industrial engineers. So I grew up with like systems and like the engineering mindset, problem solving and all of that fun stuff. And they got me into like robotics when I was pretty young. They will expose me to a lot of like the technology that they were using. And I thought that was amazing. So I was like, one day I wish I could do something like that. And I do. I mean, I help install, maintain, and do a lot of cool stuff for +1.
That sounds amazing. I mean, robotics is so unlimited. It's so amazing. What is your favorite part? Because you mentioned so many fun parts, but what are your favorite parts about robotics and engineering?
I mean, there's always problem solving and the whole process of that. That moment when you finally get an answer and there's like the adrenaline rush and then just like fireworks all over the place. That is amazing, but honestly, my favorite part is the whole drama that comes before it. The days of like solving, the days of focus, like the creative process that you go through trying to solve a problem. Like everything, you really go outside the lines trying to like try different things and trying to solve the problem, right? And it really is a creative process. I know that a lot of people say that engineers are not creative, but they are in their own way.
You got to be creative to problem solve. And oh my God, for anyone who wants to follow in your footsteps, what should young engineers, what kind of skills should they have as, automation becomes more advanced?
Right. So I know that a lot of people expect like technical skills. I'm gonna go ahead and say adaptability and curiosity are like the biggest things that you can bring. So being able to adapt when plans change, because they do all of the times. Deadlines, problems, like you might be called on one issue and end up solving like 150 issues on the same deadline. So just being able to adapt to that, and then curiosity, mastering the art of asking questions and just trying to learn new things. I mean, I could tell you what the technology is right now, but in 2 weeks is going to be something completely different. So just being open to learning new things and understanding new concepts is big.
Absolutely. I mean, AI, robotics, engineering, it is always getting more complicated, more advanced. And what are you most excited about the future of robotics, especially AI getting in the industry? I mean, you're going to have to be as adaptable as ever.
Yes, I agree. And there's so many things to be excited about. I mean, I love how easy it is nowadays to create something from scratch when it used to take weeks. But honestly, I am a fashion girl, even though it doesn't look like it right now. But I love fashion, and I think it's such an underrated industry in technology right now. And it is definitely growing, and I am so excited for it. I mean, it's an industry that impacts our day-to-day. I mean, you wake up every day and you choose what to wear. You buy new clothes, you dispose of them, you buy online, you buy in stores. So like that whole experience, it's definitely going to be impacted by technology, and it already is. So I'm very excited to see what comes from that.
Well, you already got my attention when you said fashion, and of course, anyone here, I mean, Plus One Robotics is looking for fun engineers, creative, adaptable, and I mean, the future is so bright with robotics and AI, and it's so awesome when you're leading that. So thank you so much, Maria, Fernanda, Amaya, for joining me for this interview. I'll let you go get back to work, and for anyone else who is here, you can go and check out the Plus One Robotics booth outside in the vendor village to learn all about what they're up to, and I'm going to be excited to learn what we're going to be doing next. So I'll let you go back to work because our players are ready to hit the stage. And oh, of course, last but certainly not least, we have the Valorant Aurora Series Grand Final to drum up. We're going to get the trophy on the stage. We're going to get our casters ready to go. So I'm going to be excited to be tuning in with said casters, Tiny Shiny and Zobby. And looks like our match still needs to be worked on right now. So actually, we're going to throw it to a little music break, and then we'll get into our grand final. We'll see you there.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
So I said now, I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I told them once that I could shut it down. Seen them all fly when I'm riding through the town. When I shoot my shot, told them they ain't over bounds. Like a ball on the court, dog, I told them all bounce. day hustle and I'm hitting my stride. Clock ticking, never missing, no reason to hide. City passing while I'm moving and I'm taking it in. Hitting every door, crashing and I'm wearing a grin. Through this alleyway, stuck in, never getting awake. Every package is a hustle, I'm wide and awake. No slowing and improving, baking these cakes moving. Through with the take, ooh, with the thrill I create. Demons a plan, no overstand, I'm free in my zone. Drop hit, pick it up, was full control.
You got it.
Welcome everybody back to the Boeing Center at Techport in San Antonio. My name is Obi. I'm joined by the amazing Tiny Shiny to introduce to you the Aurora Series Grand Finals for our Spring 2026 season. Now, Tiny Shiny, you've known about Aurora as well. I remember back when there was Overwatch even for Aurora, but we've been rebirthed, right, with a collaboration alongside NECC, and I'm so happy that we got to bring out our 2 teams to this Grand Finals to conclude our season today.
Yeah, his 2 teams have been working hard all season long, and I think it's only appropriate to have you, the title manager of Aurora Series. Seriously, Zobi puts in so much hard work, so it's actually awesome that you get to be up here to represent the 2 squads that we have coming up in both Fisher Purple and the University of Toronto.
Like, you literally, in the last 5 minutes, it was so funny. I literally, like, uploaded one of the final content pieces, ran to get a battery for somebody on stage that's mouse died. Shout out Sin, we'll talk about later. And now we're up here, out of breath, but excited to be casting the conclusion to this season. These teams have worked so hard, and their stories couldn't be more different.
No, and I think we're, especially with what we're going to see today, it's kind of been the Fisher show, right? For quite some time. I've been this team that's at the top, and I think the University of Toronto, this is kind of a real test, I think, for this team, especially just some of the changes that have been going through with some of the first Fisher changes to the roster.
And I will say, to make sure it's spoken plainly, our 2 grand finalists are University of Toronto Varsity Violet versus Fisher Purple. Fisher Purple are the defending champions of Aurora Series prior to the hiatus, prior to the NECC partnership, and they're back with a vengeance. But they have had a bumpy season, subs in and out, unfortunate circumstances that even resulted in one of their members, Cloudsy, playing a remote today. There was no other option. Teams had already flown out, guys. It has been approved, fear not. And then University of Toronto, right? It's a complete opposite story. This was their first season ever in Aurora Series. They upset us coming into as the #1 seed out of groups and have made it all the way here as a club team.
Yeah, and they also didn't drop a map in the single regular season, and same thing goes for the playoffs. They went to 3 in this upper semis, but finding themselves here after Fisher Purple had to run their way through the entire lower bracket.
And I will say as well, not just title manager, caster, whatever. I was actually a coach for one of the teams competing in Aurora Series, and the only reason why this is important, guys, I promise, is because we played against University of Toronto, and you can see just how much fun they have in the server, how silly they get, but how they can flip that switch when the pressure is on and make crazy comebacks. We were victim of them. We were supposed to close out a map, it went to OT, crazy, they swept us under the rug, and I do not expect that to happen today. These 2 teams avoided meeting, actually, in the upper finals, because Fisher unfortunately had an FF that dropped them to terrorize the lower bracket, including my team, and now that they have made it here, I think I couldn't have asked for 2 better teams.
No, not at all. I think when we look at this, you have, of course, the defending champion, and then the newcomer all the way in. Like, imagine making that to the grand finals in your very first season, coming out to LAN, and internationally, too, coming all the way from Toronto, is this roster. And they've had the opportunity to compete here, as well as with a lot of other of our Game Changers teams that we've been seeing, and to see these players continue to elevate their experience onto some of these higher and higher level teams, and then continue to bring that back to their schools, back to their colleges, as they're working to get a degree as well. It's truly just the best part of the experience that we get from these teams.
And again, the University of Toronto, as a club program, fought to be here today, playing in the Canadian Intercollegiate Expedition. They started their season actually winning out the Waterland, which is a Waterloo Collegiate Canadian event as well. So they're very grassroots, bred and grown. Even like their coach's company had connections to sponsor their trip out here today, in addition to the NECC travel stipend. So all in all, they are the ones that have the pressure on. There's who you are and who you become under pressure. The Ford Scholastic Esports Championship presented by the Army National Guard, Uncommon is calling. And again, I think that represents these players and their stories perfectly in terms of where they come from, what they're focused on, and what they're hoping to achieve by balancing their academics and pursuing competitive Valorant.
Yeah, and continuing to do that on a stage as big as this. This is a almost once in a lifetime opportunity, unless you're continuing to make it here year after year, which is so difficult to do. Okay, which is so difficult to do for most teams. You didn't let me finish. Thank you very much. But yeah, so we're gonna get ready to see what these teams look like in a little bit. But I think that, you know, thinking of what is at stake, what these teams did to make it out here, to be able to play it today, I can't wait for this to go down on the battlefield.
Well, with that is a best-of-3 grand finals to crown our Aurora Series Spring Champions. We're going to throw it down to the host on the stage, Lemon Kiwi, to get these teams out and at their stations.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to the main stage, everybody. We have a grand final coming up, but for people in the venue, very special treat. At 6 p.m., we're going to be pulling a raffle. Yes, a raffle for Nintendo Switch and peripherals. So I encourage you to go by the Rally Cry booth or the Army National Guard booth, scan that QR code, and you'll want to do that before 6 p.m. And we are almost wrapping up the day, folks. It is time for the Aurora Series Grand Final. And look at this trophy. This is what everyone here on stage is going to be fighting for coming up. And we have some very talented teams joining us. I'm going to try and not shake this too much. I do not want to break the trophy before our players earn it. But looks like our Valorant series is ready to go. Last and certainly not least, it's time for the grand final. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Fisher College.
Hi, this is Fisher Purple. I'm Marina, the IGL Smokes player. Consistency and experience make me a reliable caller. Frosu, our duelist player, with new contacts, is shooting and seeing clearer than ever. Sekia, our flex, her energy in the server keeps the hype up. Zuko's our Senti, a showstopper, not afraid peeking even into 5. Cloudsy, our initiator, always clutching up IRL and in-game. Aurora's back, but we never left. We're gonna win because these fish don't fumble.
And they're ready to hit the stage and fight for this trophy. It's Fisher College. They are looking stoked to be here, and I'm even more excited to welcome their opponent. And they are serious because they're from Canada. Please welcome the University of Toronto.
Hi guys, we're U of T Violet. I'm Dubu, the IGL of the team, even though nobody really listens to me. Next up is Sin, our duelist. People call her the LeBron of Valorant. Then we have Duckquakes, our initiator. Her comms are terrible, but she keeps our vibes and mental up. Next is Hex. Her favorite thing to do in Valorant is dropping Pi in ranked, but she always locks in when we need her to. And lastly, K-pop Annie. Keep an eye on her because if she tilts, she might just run it down. We came here for Raising Cane's, but this chaotic underdog is leaving with the trophy.
Well,
Hi
it might be
guys,
hot
we're
in
U of T
Texas,
Violet.
but these
I'm
players
Dubu.
are ice cold. We have University of Toronto joining us for our Aurora Series Grand Final. And not to keep you guys here too long, the trophy is on the stage. Our players are ready to go, and so are our casters. So I'm ready to send it over to Tiny Shiny and Zobi.
And we are back. Thank you so much, Lemon Kiwi. And those are our amazing teams. It literally is first-time competitors, underdogs versus the defending champions in Fisher Purple. And I think the last thing to do is then introduce what the battleground is going to be for this best-of-3 series. Now, reminder, despite Fisher being the defending champions, because of that unfortunate FF, they are the lower seed coming into this. Yes. And since it was downside from a best-of-5 to best-of-3, instead of getting the bans, it is going to be the team side pick that went the way of University of Toronto Varsity Violet. So, what maps do you want to see? I'll ask you that really fast before we jump in.
You know, I really love seeing Lotus, I think, in a lot of these games because it adds more versatility to what these teams are doing, especially with how there's been some experimentation, I think, along those sides with a particular new agent who has been released. So
you might see him today.
That's what I'm thinking. So if we do get a bit of a taste of Mix today, I would love to see it.
Well, I'll give you a spoiler. If it is an absolute cinema, I think
Okay.
you'll get your wish. Because our maps are going to be Haven, Split, and Lotus as
Yes.
the decider. And I am very excited for these. I think both of these teams have had a lot of fun leading into the individual prowess that each of the players offer when it is these 3-site maps, because you are spreading them a lot thinner on the defense. But let's take a look at those final rosters for these two teams. I love the Varsity Violet logo, by the way. It perfectly encapsulates their comeuppance, right? And it's Duckquake, K-pop Annie, Sin, Dubu, and Hex for UFT. And for Fisher Purple, it's Sekia, Marina, and in server it'll be called They Can't Guard Me, #LeBron. Ironic because Sin was called the LeBron in Varsity Violet, by the way. Kausushi, unfortunately, is that player that is styled out for Cloudsy, which, funny enough, Cloudsy is actually just graduated and was the president of the NC State Esports program that just played earlier today in the NECC's team, and then Zukos. So again, that is going to be your Fisher Purple squad trying to defend their trophy.
And I think the one, I don't even know if you want to call it too much of a wrench in the plans. Clousy has played with Fisher Purple in the past, but of course, it has been a bit of time. And, you know, coming back in at this point to fill the shoes of somebody such as Kalsushi on a stage with this amount of pressure will be important. We'll be playing remotely, so not here in person, but of course, we'll still be giving their all to this team today.
Yeah, the biggest change definitely is that they used to run a double duelist style setup on that team alongside Kurosu and Kalsushi. Again, both experienced game changers, players that have that firepower to bring to the collegiate game changers level. And then what they now do is just like Marina talked about, Sekia is so flexible. She's played so many roles this season. Duelist, Senti, I think Smokes as well. Literally everything under the sun. And so she will be the one flexing so that Clousy can be a bit more comfortable in their role.
Yeah, and I think that's like the part of the having these experienced players like Seki who has the opportunity to do all of these things outside of that. So, and obviously not a normal situation, but in moments like this, it was going to come in clutch for Fisher Purple to just have that little more bit of comfortability. Because again, you're not favored in terms of these picks. You came in from the lower bracket, so you had to go against the map bans of the University of Toronto. Not to mention, they've lost a single map, and that is saying something, especially consider the season. Granted, you don't really have any cross-reference results. There is no past match histories between these teams, so we're not really going to know what to expect until we actually see them start out on Hayden.
Yeah, and again, let's talk then a little bit more while we wait for the game to get started about the University of Toronto varsity Violet. They match the firepower, I will say. There's a lot of unknown names. Again, this is a full University of Toronto varsity Violet squad, so they're bred and born in their community, and it's headed up by Sin, who actually is also a professional player that just got signed under the Sentinels and Blue Otter collaboration in Game Changers. It's big news, and it's a big congratulations to her. She was farming, right, and with the Sen merch in the video for a reason. It's very deserved.
As she should, though.
Yeah, and that's that player that you're going to see as that head up against Kurosu and anybody else that may be flexing into the double duelist role. And again, this squad has continued to impress me again because this is their first season. This is their second LAN because of Waterland. Again, they played in the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition, which they actually did only get second place in, so they might be coming into a vengeance with this one after losing in a rematch to our third place team, Kitchener-Waterloo, which was another kind of grassrootsy Game Changers collegiate team. But yeah, I think this was the most competitive season we had for Aurora Series through and through compared to the past. And that's crazy because we were just getting the word back out, just getting started. And again, anybody can create a team and compete in Aurora Series because it's that 3 out of 5 from the same school requirement, just to increase accessibility for the space, because Aurora Series' mission is to increase opportunities, its entrance opportunities into the competitive space.
And I think it's honestly showing how effective that has been, like with how close this gap in competition has gotten. Like, it's reflective of the effort, of the practice, of the time and resources that the teams have been able to dedicate towards competition to get them into this match to begin with. So now, like, it's one thing to play remote, but then to do it again here in person on this massive stage with all of these people around you as well, it's a completely different thing. And it's, again, events like this, like Aurora Series, that can really act as this gateway for a lot of these players to reach the next level.
And I do really want to shout out a few additional teams as well. We had a consolidation bracket. So again, it was 15 teams signed up for this semester. Top 8 went to playoffs. The bottom 7 had the option to participate in basically the same thing as playoffs, but the bottom half of the teams, which was also double elimination. And those teams that participated grew immensely, and obviously they already had their grand finals and were able to lean into that mission of just getting more reps, getting more experience as that prepped squad.
Yeah, and we'll see them come back next year even stronger. I mean, I think University of Toronto aside, I think that is a unique case that you can come in with so much just firepower at that one campus. I don't know what's in the water at Toronto, but clearly something is going right for that team, for that school. But most of them, it's going to be a path towards development for these players, giving them time to learn how to work with each other, build up a lot of those skills, and then continue to elevate that. So some of those teams that we did see in the bottom half, I wouldn't be shocked if they had an opportunity maybe to get all the way to this grand final stage.
Oh,
at some
100%.
point,
Because
yeah.
we had that like odd number of teams. It was
Yeah.
like top 2 from each group made it, and then we had like a sudden death best of 1 decider. So there was
Ooh.
like 2 teams that didn't make it that could have made it and being in that playoffs. Because again, they were pushing each other. And to circle back to that consolation bracket one more time, I did want to congratulate the team that did in fact make it, which was UCSD Navy coming out on top versus York Varsity Pink in that consolation bracket grand finals. That was, I believe it was April 30th, so a few weeks ago. But UCSD Navy is also one of those teams that's been here since the beginning of Aurora Series, and they, I think the team captain Elemental return, but then build a new team up kind of from the ground because people graduate, people move on. Aurora Series was gone for a semester, so that was really fun to see again. Them carrying on the legacy that's been written in the stars by Aurora Series. And let's get back to this match, to this grand finals, because we are heating up here between Fisher Purple and University of Toronto Varsity Violet. We mentioned it. There's players that are professional game changers players on both of these teams, and they've already talked to us about how that was the fun part, the people that they run into ranked, they faced in the game changers circuit, getting to see them, and it was so fun to see them interacting like while we were doing media day stuff earlier today, and I hope they should go out for food afterwards, no matter what the results are.
So no bad blood.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully?
Or just enough to make the storyline spicy for next season when they come back.
So like I think it's kind of our job as casters. It's like, okay, we get that you're all friends, but like at the same time, there's like some tension going on.
There was some
somewhere.
fighting words. We got LeBron on the both sides. There was a joke saying that like, oh, one team listens to their IGL calls, the other one doesn't listen to their IGL calls, and they both have found success in those respective avenues, 100%.
Oh yeah, no, it's fantastic. And they've been here like all day too. And they got here like what 9 in the morning. It is currently 4 p.m. So they've had the opportunity to see what's going around, be around the venue, kind of get used to the environment, see all the other competitions that been going on. We had a killer Valorant match on this stream not too long ago as well. So. Yeah, we had a lot to look forward to. Honestly, though, I think this is the best way you could possibly end your day because I don't think there's any way that you will be sad about how this. I mean, it will be bittersweet because the Aurora Series season is over, but it will come back even better and stronger next year.
Yes, and we get to think about like how now, kind of like how NECC does their nationals points, like how will the fall and the spring performance feed into who comes to this van instead of it just being, since we started out in January instead of the academic season. Yeah. Not just one semester's worth of results, concluding our grand finals. But all in all, again, reminder, our map pool is going to be Haven, Split, and Lotus. So let's talk a little bit about Haven now between these two teams. Now, Haven's the team that I have scarred memories of facing University of Toronto Varsity Violet. Again, the resiliency on this map cannot be unmatched. But what do we think about Fisher?
You know, I think for Fisher, this is kind of the nice part about getting to select side because we do have three site maps that are going to be in the pool. They do get defense for, I believe, both of those, if I'm not mistaken. At least
they're all of them.
I think it might be that actually. So I'm going to be honest. But yeah, I think having that is going to be huge. I think gives you more of the opportunity to set the pace on that in terms of kind of the message that you want to send there, build that early lead up, and to kind of carry that through. Neither of these teams, I think, are too familiar with dropping maps this particular season. And even just as a squad, like being able to have that resilience, being able to bounce back if you are having a really hard time, is going to be important, especially as the longer that this series goes on. Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. That's what we always like to say.
Yep, and one thing as well that you have to take into account is the fact that all of these nerfs happened to the live patch, to Neon, to the shotguns, and we already saw in that series earlier today immense changes to the agents, right? It went back to a Jet Phoenix on Haven, Split, which we were also going to see today, went back to like the Jet Rays, and I think both of those are going to put unfamiliar pressure maybe on Kurosu specifically for Fisher, since they don't have Kalsushi to bounce back off of, but let's see if our predictions are correct regarding those agents and those double duelists, and I think you are smiling, Tiny, from ear to ear. Why?
I do see a mix. There is the possibility. It's not really been a super practiced thing, at least as of recent.
I'd have to play against this mix at least. I will say that.
Exactly. So, yeah, I think if Hex actually does decide to lock that in, it would make sense. Annie is on the Omen 4 smoke, so, and you could technically do it if you really wanted to, but we are at least seeing just Sin right now on the Jet, so it does kind of make you wonder, is that double duelist sort of thing going to take hold of both teams here? Is right now, both teams still considering that.
Yeah, and I hope I do get to see later on at least a chamber in the ranks. I think we've seen both K-pop Annie and Duckquakes play at times over on that squad, and that's usually really, really fun to watch. Quick reminder as well for that Fisher squad, Cloudsy is in for Cal Sushi. Wish her well. And as well, They Can't Guard Me is in fact our squad of Marina, the IGL for that squad up against Dubu on the other side as the IGL for our University of Toronto Varsity Violet squad. What are you making of the ISO pick for Sekia, though?
Ooh, okay, that's one that we don't get a lot these days. I mean, after ISO had that strand of nerfs not too long ago, he's kind of just been thrown to the side, but I think especially those changes coming into Neon, you'll see more variety in that. So Sekia locking that in, and it does look like Hex did confirm in on the mix as well for Haven, but it'll be, again, up to see if Fisher still committing Sekia, being that hyper flex, how that is going to fit into her role.
Little VCT game changer, title flex from Kurosu, nothing
that.
major.
Love
but
that.
Speaking of Kurosu, I think that's why Sekia is on the duelist. We just mentioned she was going to be flexible, and this is how you put them in the most comfortable, fraggable position, not on that solo entry, but alongside. And I do think that, again, the player that they lost, Kalsushi, and was that Phoenix player, right? So that's why they're not running flashes. And I'm actually kind of happy to be no flashes on either side. It means that it's going to be raw aim, raw power, and seeing how these two teams can match.
It'll be University of Toronto, again, of course, on this attack, and will, again, have a bit more of an opportunity to set the pace. I'm super curious, again, how they are going to use the mix on this particular map. It's not something that we're super used to seeing. I think it's, in fact, the first time I'm actually casting a game of mix in particular, so we'll see how that starts out as our teams will roll through. Just a bit of a shock dart, but Sekia using the full advantage of the ISO. The bot part of that, just for the extra bit of shield here. A lot of your presence towards A to start, but Fisher Purple gonna hold on to their guns for now.
And UFT aren't backing down, silent scaling up, ready to pop off the Owl drone.
Another time, throw it out there. Kozu is spotted. We'll manage to get the 1-for-1. But it is Fisher Purple that are down in numbers. That will be the rotation called, leaving just one to defend on the site.
Yeah, Clousy tucked away, hiding in short, waiting for the scaling. I like the splint off, the pause to make sure that they're going to be clearing out every nook and cranny. And that try formation to clear out lobby was perfection. Can they conclude the round thus?
Oh, as if they can take out Cloudsy, who got a bit of chip damage in. Just wasn't enough to confirm a kill. Marin, though, pulling down this backside. Almost got caught with the smoke out, but still takes out both. And it'll be Fisher Purple. Great rotation in, and will recover.
That is crazy. It's night and day from the initial way they took A main to how they were taking that site. It was very divided, right? Marina, or They Can't Guard Me, should not have had any of those opportunities to get those reloads or those kills off. And there was some whiffage. Again, first few rounds you're warming up. You only had limited time to hit the death matches and the range on stage after getting your peripherals and your PC all right settings-wise. But that's that stabilization that you're going to see from both of these teams. It's crazy pop-off moments from the most random of individuals. So a crazy way for the pistol round to go Fisher Purple's way. And we'll get to see now just what the eco looks like for University of Toronto.
Yeah, well, I think just the sheriff on the side of Sin. Everybody else still just sticking to the classics for now. As Sin poking her head out over on A. Caught a whiff of that, didn't want to mess with it, but here's Kurosu! And he dropped right in front of her. Still managed to get the elim though. Managed to hold this one out as Fisher Purple taking good advantage of these buys.
Kurosu's not stopping there. Wants answers, wants the decent line of space. In the meantime, they're kind of crunching with this development outside of A as well between Sekia and Sova.
Still firing away. Here comes to that, and that's the one sheriff that's down. Could be recovered, but at this point in the game, Cloudsy is here to play. I'll be second now to Fisher Purple.
Yep, nice backstab, nice containment element there on the eco round to keep it clean. Keep these weapons carried over, and I do think we're going to have to see some extra thoroughness from Dubu here in terms of the Outlaws and everything that is going to be working against them on this anti-eco attempt. And we're going to add an extra little flair of what's going to be working against them. And that is going to be a possible little double fight down into grass, a little paranoia in terms of garage to set it up as well. Fortunately, it's an A-side lean, so they're not running into it, defaulting into it like they've been doing previously.
Good to switch it up so I won't at least spring the full trap for Fisher Purple for the time being as the University of Toronto taking their time to feel this one out as, you know, a lot of this started to read for the Squash, how they can get full use of the smoke. And the smoke over to C. A little bit of a base, not a full commitment over to these sites, just making noise, seeing what they can do.
And no info, no give. You can see the safe angle short is for the drone or for the jiggle and the escape. And oh, look at that. Drones are going to have a little hangout in sewers, but it's cut short by Mix, who also gets pinged out. So they know there's at least 2, your info niche and 1 of your smoke. So I think that's enough of a sell for the Omen to start rotating over at least a little bit closer of Leash B side. But this Cypher, I think, has just been spotted by a jump peek as well. Dark cover out. You're expecting them to get a kill and maybe draw the rotates back. But I think because so much util's already been committed, they don't like that idea. 40 seconds left.
Not quite running a bit short on time as Cloudzy repeatedly jump peeking. Just the shock dart primed, if anything. Got it close to the Manny, though. That one will be unleashed.
30 seconds left.
It's a little bit of chip damage, and actually on the both players.
There's 25 seconds left. You know they're ending A, so now everybody from Fisher gets to rotate over and anchor this site.
Everyone moving back around. There's the Paranoia on the Kurosu, blind, but back into the corner. Still has this outlaw to work with. They made it work, and they're moving. They don't have time to make this run. They're going to be cutting it close. They're not even going to be. They're going all the way to C.
Oh, this is going to be nice. If they can get it, it's going to be a buzzer beater. 5 in. There it is. A little tucked away as well. So now suddenly Fisher Purple is going to be wondering what just happened and make the sad migration back over. But this is where a huge choice comes for U of T. Do you fight into CT? Do you frame yourself? Do you group up around default? And they have decided on the latest one and are going to trust in this reflank from Omen in mid space.
They're going to commit pretty heavily over to this back area as Garage is marked down by Duckquakes for now, but Kurosu does get poked out, and there's Sin. Gets 2 second ball blind. Make that a 3rd now. Going away of UFT, and that is just what they needed to turn this one around.
Wow, wow. Again, a buzzer beater, but it is flawless by the finish line. I really like the confidence there, again, to stack util for Sin to go on that escapade in backside. And again, that is going to be a common theme for this team, is that they can depend on Sin. Now, in this lobby, I can't say this is going to be true, but Sin has been looking like smurfing most of the games across the Aurora Series bracket. So it'll be nice to see 2 teams pushing each other, and I'm glad to see there was no shenanigans of like an eco or anything in the 3rd round.
You know, keeping this one nice and honest game of Valorant thus far, but buzzer beater, I think it was like, what, less than a second of give there at the end, and watch your heart racing. Well, this is definitely the game to be watching in terms of the timer, but worked for UFT last time. Why not try to repeat the same recipe?
Again, slow, methodical, like you mentioned. Had the perfect cake last time around. The difference here this time, Fisher Purple, consistently taking this A space, and I'm going to fit a pistol flashback. Let's see if it happens.
Take flight.
Well, so we get a drone party again on the corner? No, we do not. Kurosu instead will be spotted this time. With the dash back around the corner. It'll be okay to get on away, but the information is given. Sekia, though, so far up into the spawns of U of T. This results in a 1-for-1 trade, but it seems for now the spike is on the move. U of T have caused the appropriate amount of chaos, and they want to get that going before anything else can happen.
Little impulse heal. Marina just trying to keep them guarded while this double scale up A main happens, and they're walking right into the trap.
Trap pop, both jets are hitting the deck as a result. And now here we go, full A commit. Now Cloudsy just holding on to this corner. That one is easily pinged out.
30 seconds left.
Free for the taking, and they know it. They're going to be on the move. But do they know where Fisher Purple are looking?
They know Marina was behind. That's where that paranoia, that smoke pressure came out. Question is, do they flip the side accordingly? Do they try and play into the defender spawn? They're not going to miss out on that opportunity. The duo already regrouped and ready to go. Zukos, Marina.
Smokes now. Most of the place, I think they kind of registered, you know what, hey, we're not going to wait for this chance to go through. Do have Marina up top. They drop through the smoke. Just let the teleporter pull out, but Dubu just going to opt to stick in the Killjoy nade, and down she goes. That could be a critical error. Zukos comes in, is shut down, going to leave it to a 1v1. Marina tap on the spike, but no HP remaining. Fisher Purple clutch it out.
A difficult one way to navigate there in the clutch situation, and it is off of that bold choice, hoping that someone would try and swing off of that the molly. It makes sense when you're investing it, but Marina now 2 clutches out of the 3 rounds Fisher Purple have. So again, showing that no, Fisher Purple has started to pull ahead. It is still a close affair. Weapon good on both sides as well. We're going to be starting to get into the weeds of the ultimates here soon too.
Is this what happens happens if they listen to their IGL?
Fisher's the one that does listen to their IGL.
Okay,
UFT is the one where it gets a little
Well,
spicy.
that's what I mean. It's working out for. She's leading the charge.
Oh yeah, 5-1. Look at that.
I know.
It's because she got challenged as like the LeBron in the server by Sin on the other side, which is also top frag for
It's
her
like
team.
an ego test.
Yeah. I'm gonna go, shoot some hoops.
Yeah.
Can't decide in the server. Gotta tell that on the courts. But for now, we do need to crown an Aurora Series Spring Grand Finals champion. So Kurosu has been consistent every round, scale A main, and I want to see UFT find a way to punish it. That isn't just that way. It's acting up.
Yeah, that's I think the one thing you don't do against that, knowing that Kurosu is posted up here literally every single round. I think UFT have sniffed it out, but perhaps this is the time for them to learn their lesson. We actually have an Odin popped up on A side as well, and it seems that critting Kurosu was enough to deter them for now. The drone. Like bit of the bait as they have to later rotate. K-Pop Annie will actually shut down Marina. She won't be available to clutch out this one, so there's plenty of team left.
You're going to see just the KJ tuck, see if she can get a safe kill. They can get a safe kill in this CT smoke, but no bites
planted.
from opposing side. And just like that, decent post plant setup. This is where the util, the dash in starts to come into play.
They have the time to make this work. We've learned from KJ Molly, surely you don't stand in them. By the time you move, Zuko's already has you in their crosshairs. Now it's just Dubu holding down this A long. Everybody all down the site. They have a sight line of it, but it's going to be close. Be able to knock everybody off a very early zone them for the time being.
One enemy.
Results in one, and keep up Annie. We'll come up with two. Just gonna leave it down.
Just saving.
TUFT, can they do it? No. Just gonna back off and let this one go over to tie us up.
Odin is an expensive weapon. Definitely need to take it into the next round, especially when it was so pivotal in steering them away from that A main fight after Kurosu had to fall back. And see, post plant now is a strong strength we're seeing for UFT. Didn't have to dip into that Hunter's Fury again. Mixel doesn't do much in terms of actually giving you advantage in those fights, it feels like. That's why people call it underpowered right now, but it definitely is great. Much like a kind of a grab well to throw off these positions and get them off that spike. And then that just bought enough time for the refresh of the one-way, refresh of the dart. Like, it allowed them to completely stall out that round. And because they've gone C so many times, Fisher not only doesn't have weaponry, but they don't want them to end C anymore. So four about to fight down C long and say, guys, go towards A. And somehow UFT are kind of framed to challenge that.
Well, they did hear that Kurosu has the knives out, so I wonder if they're like taking their time. But now that you see Kurosu there, going to the back, catches him, not quite, still lose Annie in the
Looked like a routine, right? The updraft over the trip without even seeing it just yet, right? The crosshair placement onto the one-way. But because that was smoked out, you saw Sin trying to re-clear, trying to rebalance the scales, and just unfortunately denied the opportunity. In the meantime, right, after that dart didn't really get too much, the Sova backs out. Now that they've canceled the C space and your jet is still down C long, the full rotates are there, and we might have a head-on collision if they decide to reflood.
Oh, not a might. We will have a head collision based on everybody is now set up for Fisher Purple.
I want them to leave again.
Yeah, I think they hear that Odin.
You know, everyone has sheriffs except for this Odin. Get out, and that's exactly what they're doing. But they don't have a deep-seated lurk this time like they did previously from Duckquakes to rely upon, and that's where this kind of mediary period's happening, where they're like, do we go? Do we double back? We don't know, and they're going to leave Duckquakes to see and find the answer for them.
Cage trigger.
Figure it out. Have the cage to at least cause a bit of a retreat, but sticks around just a tad too long, and one extra shot you didn't want to
30
take.
seconds left.
Kurosu still lurking, but won't get the bait that they are hoping for, and will instead be our first B-side push of the game for the University of Toronto.
Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, more to invest into this eco, but they want to just rely upon that Blade Storm on the flank from Kurosu, who has the timing. They don't have the Senti to watch for it anymore.
No, not quite. So you're really relying on your own eyeballs and ear holes for this one. Kurosu is still having the knives out. I think it's just as serious of a threat, and the Odin, not to mention that we've been holding down. But here's the advantage of the weaponry that we were most expecting. But Zuko's again gets way too much value to these KJ Mollies, and just like that, you blink and you miss it. Fisher Purple turn it around.
Thrifty on the board, and it's again off of joint, like you mentioned, Kurosu with the opener and the closer around Zuko's KJ utility. And I'm not a KJ main, but I never see the efficacy of these retake mollies to this high of a degree. And I hate retakes as a Senti, actually. Like, I'm like, live by my side, die by my side, and I might need to take a page out of Zuko's book to learn how to support my team and take that back seat. That suddenly has become a front row show because they are 7-3, even outdoing Marina, who we talked about was the IGL and Kurosu, but We're going to get a little stop here. We're going to get a little breather. Both coaches, by the way, coming out in person to support their teams. So they are actually on stage since they're 6 PCs with their players next to them instead of tucked away in a little room like many esports do. But this is a great time as well to mention because we talk with these teams. We know how hard it is balancing a game changer professional team and a collegiate valor team and academics. And I think something like the Army National Guard explores something akin to that. The Army National Guard creates a unique blend of civilian life and military service, aiming to attract individuals who want to serve their community and country while pursuing personal career or educational goals. The Guard allows you to stay rooted in your local community, living and working at home, while being ready to serve both your state and country. The National Guard offers a pathway to gain military experience and discipline while still allowing for a full civilian life and income. So. Do you see some of the parallels now?
I see the parallels. That was really good. I like that. And it really is true. Like, having to go through doing school, some of them working jobs as well, managing multiple teams, is not easy.
Time for a
We'll be
field
heading back in,
test.
though. Timeout is
Time
over.
out.
It was called by U of T. I think very much needed after how that round ended so sourly compared to how sweet it started.
Well, we'll see what the pivot looks like for U of T. I do like that they're not falling back into like the A default, the C default, like the B sites for the eco round. Got it pretty easily considering how time crunch they were under in the previous. It is just this undefended alarm bot, which is a major weakness that Cloudsy is looking to patch up.
Cloudsy is here, but how much can one person want to do?
That's what they can do.
Okay, there is that. Just blasting out of existence. That's certainly one thing. And we'll actually get the tag, too. Onto K-Pop Annie at the end. Spike will still go down, though, for U of T.
Ooh, I like the paranoia pressure they're trying to generate. Their own fight, set themselves up into Link. It's even expended now, the lockdown on the eco round for U of T, which is quite great, and they're preventing the challenge. Again, Zuko so fluid on this KJ kid. It is propelling them into a streamlined retake around Cloudsy. It's like you call out Cloudsy and they just do that.
It's true. And that was kind of one of the question marks heading into today. Is Cloudsy not having played with this team for a little bit of time? How well would we see them slot back into this roster? Well, I said just that round aside has been very consistent for this team in just the scan initiator role so far. So Fisher Purple continuing to extend their lead. I think U of T, though, very happy they got that lockdown out on their eco push. They'll make going forwards a lot easier.
Okay. Let's see what's going on now. Again, this is the must win. This was the result of that timeout for the most part. Again, the eco was nice. It was close. It was, again, if it wasn't for that KJ Molly, I think they would have, in the lockdown, which is a huge win for Nico. I think it would have gone differently. The other thing I wanted to see them do was try to challenge this A-side hold. Like, every time it's giving Fisher Pipro so much information, and it has not changed. And now they're showing the disrespect that Fisher gets when they're getting a little confident, a little kooky, as they fight through into spawn. And now, forced. Has to make an opening, and she has, but they're doubling back. They're trying to contest the flank, and Sin's now alone. Spike might just get left in no man's territory if Mix doesn't hightail it out of there.
Yeah, Mix is like, the people in the spawn, I guess Sight is somehow safer than the rest of us, and that statement is 100% true. C-Sight is available in Fisher Purple. A confident play, but no, they didn't scout for Cloudsy. Working in the garage plant is canceled, and nobody really wants to go grab that Spike for now, especially knowing how accurate Cloudsy has been in these lurks. They're rotating again.
You have to. You know they've taken all the grass space. I do think they're just gonna wait from the shadows. Sin should cut off the rotates and try to track people that go through spawn as well. So this is heavy pressure basically on Sin to win. At least one to make it a 1v2, I'd say.
Yeah, Sin playing Interceptor here, but could potentially be a 2 ships passing in the night situation, but does have a little bit of noise. There's the patient game! Gets the whiff onto one, Police lands the shot of a singular bullet in the tank. It's gonna be rather rough to turn around, so opts to back off and hopefully regroup with K-Pop Annie on this A site as both the Fisher Purple's players are moving in. Heaven wasn't quite cleared. K-Pop Annie grabs the one. The reinforcements, though, are finally here when it is needed the most. Sin mentioned that if there's going to be one for U of T, she'd have to clutch it out. That is exactly what she will do. U of T back on their horse.
Wow, a perfect balance of, again, aggression to get the numbers back to then seizing the 1v1 opportunity to get yourself back on track. And again, Haven is typically minded as a more ascent-sided map. Sorry, a more attack-sided map. Ascent, different map. But then again, this was Fisher's pick, so maybe U of T chose to start on their weaker half. I do think, I mean, look at this composition, double smoke, side anchors. It's going to be fun to get them on the defense. But right now, again, it feels like Sin is the win. And I want to see that their teammates kind of set her up. The mid-rounding's been great. That's been really the strongest part. But now a new variable has introduced to the equation. Tiny Shiny, that operator.
Operator, that is new. Kurosu lurking in that spot, not new. So, yeah, unfortunately for UFT, we get caught out again. Sekia. That was the garage push. I believe caught the side of Dubu's gun there. And oh, this movement will catch her off guard. Great swing there out of Dubu.
And there's the backup we were looking for Sin.
Yeah, Sin coming back in. Duck Quicks now.
I know exactly
through
where you
Marion walking through the point. Got Dudu in the back, but you do have the opportunity to scan through these players. Smoke not doing much until your identities. Here comes Kurosu. Knife pulled out between the eyes of a 2 and downfall UFT.
That's the first time we've actually seen them kind of stem them on a C entry, a C post plant.
Extra money if
Just
anyone needs.
like that. It is a 6-3. Now UFT will be battling for a tie or to deny Fisher Purple from having numbers at the half. And the Nico round on the cards and no Bladestorm to back it up. I'm not quite sure how it's gonna go.
Yeah, I think at this point you're just trying to bank for those last couple rounds in the half, see what the most you can get out of it. And just know that Kurosu still has this operator, and that is not the angle you want to see it on.
No.
It's in a round, and Hex just didn't stand a chance. The moment you're on the screen, K-pop in, same sort of deal. UFT, this is more of we have to get it over with. It's just going to hurt a bit.
And I like that buddy system on the escape. Again, you're not playing a TP agent, a Yoder, a Chamber, even a Waylay that can just get out unscathed. You need that backup. And it comes through. Zugos delivers. No Stinger punish, no Stinger trade, but they're trading it for ace space. I think they just missed the Achilles heel there of Sin. Cloudsy.
Taken out.
Won't miss that time, that's for sure. Finds the head of Sin. While making the transition back over to A is Duck Quicks. Actually, detection round is a bit of a if there, and still no commitment.
Yeah, because the rotates are already there, like the double flood into backside, and with you such low HP after that engagement, you're going to have to lean into Dubu to reclaim and restart the work that you've already put so much into this round.
I don't think they commit. There's no way, surely.
Don't want to give anywhere else to go. KJ Util up still at B, you know, the Oppa C side. This is the most logical conclusion, but that's also why Fisher Purple rotated to here. You need the dart, though. I don't think silent contacting up is going to be the play.
No, this is going to be a bit rough.
30 seconds left.
Last
player
helpful, but Duckquakes peeks her head out before the darts, and by the time it comes out, it's too little too late.
Yeah, Fisher Purple one is the team that is going to seize those opportunities, those small mistakes, and make them have catastrophic impact there. And I'll say that's minimal considering it's an eco and it was a 2v4 like for that one, but I think it's a good takeaway regardless is that these util timings are going to have to be tight between these players on the UFT squad. We saw it strengthening, I think, between Dubo and Sin in particular as a duo. Want to see it from the rest. And they head back towards the C site, which we mentioned was their strongest post plant, their strongest execution. But the op is here, the KJ util is here, and ISO not far away with the kill contract for support.
Yeah, Kurosu especially. Constantly reads where this team's going to go. Does not miss. On its initial peaks, they're still running it down. Straight into their sight lines. Eventually, Annie will stop them, but you're down so many members of your team. You don't get the opportunity to use all of the resources that you want to, and I don't think you're going to fall at any of these ultimates either.
Yeah, this is one where you walk back the VOD and you're just frustrated with how it went. Like, why are we just peeking in to when we know there's an op on the enemy team? And how did we never shut down this A-side control that Fisher Purple has seized yet again? And we'll utilize it to keep these players mostly contained, but Duck Quicks gets an opening C-side that's quickly packed up by from the shadows Marina. Past the trap wire, now you get to back clear out your flank, and Dubu has done just that. The question is now, where do you regroup? Where do you go? And Marina has that boxed herself. Flush in a barrel, that's what the term is, right?
I was going to say, I thought originally, you know what, she teleported to get her out of the barrel, but now she's in a different barrel that just teleported with her.
Well, it might be her ocean, and we're just swimming in it because the two players are about to take a dip and a dive towards C. That drone's going to confirm we are going the opposite direction.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We have one player left. We are not risking that.
And so much time.
Yeah,
like 30 seconds.
You could go all the way to A side if you wanted to, and that seems to be exactly the choice.
And what's crazy is even with an A plant, and that's why Marina's staying here, she rotates, she plays retake, she has a full kit of utility. And this is the Clutch Master we're talking about, has 2 already in this half alone. And we'll see how she navigates it this time around. Duck Quicks and Dubu on the other side.
I was like, this is probably the last person you want to see still up if you are U of T.
They're
right
playing
now.
split too all the time. That's such an anticlimax.
Yeah. It's like, oh, they're playing split. Wait a minute, it actually worked. That's yeah.
Last round
Hey,
before
it
the
works out, and
switch.
then it's the gamble
Buy all
U
you
of T
need.
want to take, and have the potential now to get one more before this half is over. We'll have a lot more resources to dump into it.
And the, let's see, 7-4, big ults for UFT. 7-5 here, so respectable for the half.
Yeah.
Given the small mistakes we creeped up, seeing the, and this is where to me it's like, okay, UFT are playing winning enough Valorant, not the cleanest Valorant, but that's what gets the job done sometimes. And they're also starting to learn like what level they get to play at against Fisher. This is a team that balances fun with results. Again, they're tuning the dial. And this is the hardest team they faced in the entire tournament so far.
And it was kind of another question we had in this tournament is neither team had faced a huge challenge so far. U of T, I guess, a little bit against Waterloo earlier on in the bracket, but even then still managed to clear out that challenge and find themselves in the grand finals now. And Knives out for Sin as she's looking to be that clutch player again for U of T. If she can get the space going, can absolutely make this one work.
Well, there we talked about it, the coordination with the utility, drone in, Sin in, Blade Storms out, and Cloudsy sees 3 on that drone, so that's going to be a commitment for the full rotate, the full reflood, and like the kill contract, Sekia, you've been sitting on it, let's see it. They're going to wait for the confirmation.
They're going to wait this one out. There's the kill contract. We'll swoop up Sin, and that's not the first you want to have out. Pulls out
She had a
the
Blade
knife.
Storm and a shorty.
Why did we drop the Blade?
And that's
Oh,
You can't, it gets stripped away.
That's right, because it's only the primary.
No
That
util.
that is just the worst option. That is so unlucky to be caught by that, but Sekia, there's going to be running this one down with everything that she has left in the tank. Hunter's Fury claims one, and just like that, the kill contract will be the kill contract of this round entirely, unless Duck Quakes has more fight left in her.
Yeah, B is such a meat grinder now with Hunter's Fury online. Second time we've seen Cloudsy have that high impact ultimate usage, and Curse of that Op is still lurking in the way wins, even if it's not in the direct line of sight for these University of Toronto entries. So not a 7-5, but an 8-4, very feasible here if UFT can kickstart things on the pistol, but less room for error.
Yeah, less room for error, and I think being on the defense as well is going to make this a bit more challenging. I think Fisher Purple having the setup that they do, that does change around how you're going to want to approach any interaction with this team.
And this is Fisher's map pick as well, so you can always be like, oh, it's a best of 3, this isn't our pick. And for UFT as well, split, great for them. And I will say, that's one of those maps where I will say, it's raised for Kurosu usually, and it's not the strongest. It was usually the Kalsushi show, so I'm curious and worried of how the current meta is going to impact their split. So we'll see if those Hopium tickets have to be cashed in or redeemed, because right now, this pistol is going to set the course of the series. C-Take Simulator, the name of the game. Duck Quakes on the hard anchor, in the swift escape thanks to the Cloudburst from Kurosu.
Very fast entry. U of T slow and methodical. Fisher Purple, they're in there, guns ablazing. Plant will go down here as Kurosu sitting in the smoke, daring K-pop Annie to peek her head around.
Thought they were going to push out, just waiting for the ISO and the KJ to do so, but this is nice, appease the choke. The issue is, now that there's no pressure, they're just lifting their sights garage, and that's where UFT are headed.
This is where it starts to get a little bit hectic. Duck Quakes actually quite a lot of value out of the Ghost, but so little health in the tank to make that work with. UFT, though, will manage to clutch it out. Had just enough time to get everybody in and pull the trigger.
Yep, again, very stark commitment there on the rotate back over. Again, what you need to be doing on a pistol around the reflood, support a Cypher that doesn't have optimal utility in that situation for Duck Quicks. Calms it, executes it, they reflood in. And I think they took it on their own time there as well, so I'm curious to see if Fisher will in fact fight into CT space, fight in the garage a little bit deeper in subsequent rounds when they have weapons. But for now, we went pistol for pistol on both sides, which means it's UFT's turn with the baton with the buy. And I'm seeing, I love double pistol buys. It's risky, but when you're down 8-4, it is golden. It's just the sweet spot where, like, if you lose, you still have rounds to work with, and you're not ruined. But if you win, you get Vandals, you get third round bonus conversion, and it's exactly what they need.
The definition of it, you don't know unless you try.
Ooh.
Sin somehow like managed to perfectly align those bullets between each player. They're fantastic in a straight line, but that one won't quite have the same mistake behind it as Dubu running it down into this A side, but okay, turn around just a tad, can't quite make the commitment. Sin is still in this corner, found a minuscule safe spot at the back. Eventually Zuko's takes her out, and Leads down to 1 1/4 of a player that remains. Hex on this mix will in fact be the one to shut it down as U of T grab their bonus.
Honestly, we were hoping, but they recover Mad Dash for those upgrades like the Bulldog. And curious to see if they then do just convert this into a full buy on top of that. It wasn't as clean as you wanted to be able to buy those weapons, but Sin, I've never seen like a third round with also the possibility to have a full shield. One's for the light shield, trying to keep the economy at least somewhat healthy, but don't know if this is something necessarily that Fisher Purple are going to expect. Unfortunately, it's Seaside on top of the Senti instead of alongside Dubu on the A-side anchor, so I'm not sure how much of a fan of that I am, because then you're going to be retaking the Sin without a weapon, but...
Yeah, especially with where we are seeing Fisher Purple want to take this, you just don't get the same value to the operator, and you acknowledge it. Hey, we know that Fisher Purple are going to go fast. The second that you see them make this commitment, for now, you got to follow the pattern, see what you can do, and that is a clutch shield to come soaring through. Bullets. At least for the time being. Fisher Purple now much closer to the site, so significantly lower in the health pool that they have to pull from. This experience stuck in the back at this point, but really, who's stuck with who? She's coming up with this again. It's a triple kill, but it just won't be enough. She's gonna have to get all 5 if this were to happen, but it is Marion spotted on out. There is the operator, but the Hunter's Fury will section her off right into Sin's crosshairs.
Nice distraction factor to convey the lethality of that operator there. Now they know it's going to be in the cards, though, so that makes it difficult. They didn't want to, like, hinge it being on a 1v1 either. Marina not get the clutch through, and that is a huge round of the bonus that we talked about, hyped up that it could and now has actually occurred. Dubu at the crux of that, leading from the front, 15 and 10. That Bulldog baddie multi-kill in the last round, full stop anchoring when the rest fell around her. And we were just talking about, it's like, oh, it's just the solo, they're gonna fall off, play retake. Not Dubu.
That was Dubu's win. I don't know what we were talking about.
It's
We
like
clearly
Dubu
we didn't know her game. That's on us. But now we know, so we won't mess with her.
And she's there again, solo anchor this time. Little pivot quick from the mix, but it's an eco, so they're confident they can hold their own across the map.
Yeah, this is just not a map that pushing in on ego seems extremely possible, unless you're kind of doing the, hey, let's all hold hands and go this way sort of maneuver, but it does encourage Fisher Purple to start to slow down. I think we're out of the, hey, we're on attack, let's go kind of phase of this. Playing that more methodical style, see if they can make anyone jump.
No. Late rescale off the space Zuko's gained early on. The re-clear here, though, is perfectly timed. Just under the minute mark, Dubu ready with the drone. If it just spots Zuko's, though, you might still think this is a lurk play. So they're not expecting Mad Dash, pop that along.
Yeah, perfect play. That is just the person you want to throw out almost as a bait. I mean, Hex, too. Having one heck of a round. Making this work out, but the site is still cleared. The opponent coming in from Sekia does pull back on it, though. Sees the reinforcements come in. Offshot goes wide through the smoke as Duck Quakes for somebody, but Marion again, who will strike first and last? She'll come up with a second thrifty now for Fisher Purple.
Another clutch for Marina
that too.
as well. It's just Battle of the IGLs in the server itself, and that was Battle of the Omens 2. Second final timeout called on this map from University of Toronto. And I like it. It's not like where it's too far out of bounds right before OT. I will say Fisher Purple are the ones that do try to harbor their ultimates until absolutely like last second possible. So it's gonna be a while until they can definitely chat with the squad after this fact. But I don't know. I feel like we haven't seen enough of this half to know what's going wrong. I think it's just the nature in which they lost that thrifty maybe and addressing the A-side control. Because it is then high pressure on like, hey, Hex, hey, Dubu, get a multi-kill for us. Thanks. And Hex tried, got a two-piece there up against the Egos, but the reflood there felt like a bit hesitant, and I think they needed to keep those guns out of the hands of Fisher at all costs, and they just didn't play like that.
Yeah, it really just turned into, you know, how can we, like, again, this is having that happen 2 times in a row, taking the timeout 2 times in a row. After that thrifty, I don't think is any accident, even just like slightly from a mental standpoint even. But just you don't want to bleed out too long, because you want to slap a Band-Aid on it before it actually becomes a serious issue sort of deal. But both coaches done with their react sessions for now as we're going to head back in, see what U of T and Fisher Purple will adjust.
Krosu? Classic out. Full shield means the Blaze Storm is imminent. Tiny Shiny, and with them going solo garage, this is going to be a very, very pacey style of round. At least from the get-go, seems to be the case. Spike in Sekia's hands makes it seem like they're trying to farm orbs for that kill contract, but we'll see what happens. Silent for now. Judge on the choke for K-Pop Annie could be huge. They just pivot off the
Spot to
contact.
do it, but no.
No.
Yeah, you just don't know. I guess you just don't.
You have double smokes, play your own game.
For real. The Kurosu eventually goes in. I mean, the judge was there, and it's just so hard. Yeah, there's the judge now, and that will get its value, but K-Pop Annie will have to pay with it for her life. At least the knives no longer a threat. Duck Wake sitting in the smoke, breaks through the shield with a Spectre of all things, runs out of bullets to put through Cloudsy. The plant will come on in as we expected. Very low health bar, so everybody on Fisher Purple, 1 tick of damage should do it.
Okay.
One
We're trying to finish that
enemy
job
remaining.
with some shocks, with some recon, and was that?
It was a clap.
I was trying to figure out if it was the mix ult that just got invested in. I think it was on top of it as well.
Whoa.
Set set up for that re-entry. I didn't even hear his like bassy line. I was deafened by it.
I know, maybe that's what it was. I couldn't hear anything. So
But UFT, that's their timeout conversion. Now ultimately leading towards the right direction. 1 round away from tying us up 9-9. Was it a fluke, Tiny?
I think having this come, okay, well that makes a lot of sense. I think
Oh.
the respond time out here. So you said Fisher do like to hold these. That just makes sense. You had this insert, like this pretty solid lead coming into this,
Yeah.
and now seeing that slip through your fingers.
And this is what I mentioned again, like UFT will completely meme, like troll, like throw the first half and then just like lock in the second, and like it's like procrastinating until the deadline and then like trying to do the assignment in like the last hour and submitting it at 11:59, and then they toe that line and see how late can we start. You know, just 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, and that's round after round. And I've yet to see UFT not able to come back, except for the Kishner Waterloo Upper Finals. That's why it went 3 maps, I will say.
Okay. Yeah. And
Happened on Pearl.
Yeah, you definitely can do it. I think I don't know if you meant to do this, but the comparison being a collegiate land with procrastinating on an assignment.
I will say their season ended a little, or like their Canadian college ends a bit earlier, so they've been
okay.
pretty chillaxed. They actually talked about possibly road tripping down here instead of other flights, but I think they went with the latter. A little bit, you know, nicer around the edges. But speaking of tighten things around the edges, timeout over. We'll see what Guardian has to say and what the change up is.
As it isn't, it's kind of half buy round here, or mixed buy, for Fisher Purple as they come in. So I think holding on to this, and yes, you have that kill contract finally up and ready. Just the round you want to use it.
Could use it with a fake out. Like they're making a lot of noise. Sekia trying to draw numbers away. This is that hero rifle though, hence the B pop, and it feels like it's been read by UFT perfectly.
Yeah, especially with the presence over towards B. They're all stationed around it, and K-Pop Annie. Now that something's up, Smoke actually will protect her from being scanned entirely.
Spike
Well, they know
planted.
that she's there. The
It's
bullets
you
through the
and
smoke
me.
definitely give away that secret. There's the kill contract that we expected. Sekia ends up losing out on the kill contract. Yes, he takes a player away, secures the Elim in the end. Certainly less than ideal. Fisher Purple still wanted to commit into this point despite
not really
the
planning
that
for
they
them.
have, but you can't really do it. Sin's already on the spike. Lockdown will coming through. They're committing everything into this, and Sin's already got half.
Loki Sin should have got back on it right now. Now I'm not sure if this is too late. The swarm grenade comes in, and now it's going to be near detainment for both players. Now they shuffle back, and you have no smokes left. Cloudburst dependent, sticking out the swarm grenade. He's got nerfed that you can stick it all the way. No!
Wait, they got him. They got her. Wait, defenders
I'm
win. That hurt my brain
They
so
defused
bad.
it. They defused it.
Okay,
Oh
that
my
was milliseconds worth of health that was left there. On the end, Angston.
I mean, Fisher Purple tried. Like, how many ults were invested into that round? 3 with no conversion. That's where if I was Guardian, I'd take another time.
That's
just to reset the mental. Like the strategy you probably had to talk about, the eco and the follow-up round. But now you don't have a follow-up round plan. It feels like with all of that invested.
Yeah, and you just didn't use it on the best opportunity that you could. Like once it was gone, like sometimes you just have to let it go, and you feel the consequences of that on this round. Sin, of course, will have the knives to help with her own eco. It does look like the draw is over towards A. They have a lot of noise called, but no official purple really present.
This is interesting. Very, very light seaside. I expect Fisher to actually end there off the call from Marina. They are regrouping in fact. But also, I do know like we've seen UFT is confident. Like Seaside is their strong suit, attack, defense. It does not matter. Quake's even playing for the anchor here. This is risky.
I think this just defines Duckquake's playstyle. She's in it to win it, or in this case, lose it because you can't win them all. Fisher Purple. Punish out the anchor there. Look at them plant down.
Spike planted. Serpentine approach. Oh, they were out in the open though. It's destroyed.
Here. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, having that flank there for K-pop Annie would have been sick, but now I have to choose between Garage or the CT angle, but this is definitely less than ideal, but you don't want to go through KJ nades. You want to set Sin up for success. Not one with the knives, but out of a weapon. Hey, that's it. Fancy on the ground. Why not go ahead and grab that one on up? Sekia back in this cage with Cloudsy, and there's nothing that she can do to break out of this. So many players swinging around the corner as Sin will shut this one out, and UFT have somehow managed to take the lead.
And that's honestly off of Hex and Sin together, refunneling that side. I was worried because you don't have Paranoia, you don't have flashes, right? Paranoia was expended while Duckquake was trying to anchor, so they could play that kind of that levy between Default and Garage. That just unfortunately didn't work out. So yeah, that crosshair draw, the updraft, even if it was Whiffy at times, gets the re-entry effect. Yeah, and they completely steamroll there. So we need to see a bit more concrete defensive positions in that post plant from Fisher Purple. That one felt a little wish-washy. I like the initial take, but there was no breathing room. UFT. I think Fisher needs to sell some more double picks, honestly, right now, or something along those lines.
They're making it work. And again, like, imagine if you had the Hunter's Fury or the Collective there. Like, that goes so differently.
The knife's already in. You're, like, driving it 180.
I know. But I think losing the lead going from that point off the timeout, and I think recovery will start now.
You're trying this again, Duckquakes?
I don't know
sorry.
about this.
This time give us the multi. No? Okay, let's save recovery.
Yeah, she'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that is definitely better. From the previous time, but Fisher Purple, they want a bit of redemption from their last C-site post-plant. See how this one differently is Duckquake set up on a corner. At least he gets more value for her life this time.
This is more proactive than defense. This is exactly what they needed instead of waiting for UFT to fight into them. And now, just mentioning from the other side, the grass, the A space that was taken originally will be Fisher's undoing. 2v4.
Can't learn from it once. This C-site is one that UFT will fight time and time again. They'll find a way to flawlessly take it back.
And with that, I'm expecting another Fisher timeout.
Wouldn't be shocking.
Team A. She's got a debate. Do you force up here? Do you save and let them get to that point and have to play 3 rounds for overtime? It's a big conversation topic that I hope they're going to take the extra step to have, because they have won a singular round this half.
There it is.
And there it is. All right, what do you got left after, again, now the ult cycle is just like non-existent.
Yeah, and that's the question. Like, is it worth fighting in? You know what resources UFT have at their disposal. Like, do you want to try to set yourself up for as many rounds as you can to have that extra insurance, or do you want to risk this going any further on?
Oh, I don't know. I think UFT is a big momentum team. And so I think you force here.
Yeah?
I think you force. You're Fisher. I mean, we normally like to take risks, 3 ults on the eco style. But we'll see what they decide upon, what they call upon, who they call upon even to get this through. Because I feel like everyone's been kind of quiet, like Krosu too, a lot this half after being the big agent in the first.
Yeah, I mean, Krosu and Marina, of course, have had her moments to shine on yet another eco clutch. Just seems to be her MO this game, but I think especially we're seeing University of Toronto start to set up more, and yeah, you called it, we're full committing.
Trying to see what the economy is going to look like. They're going to half buy with some light shields as well to kind of supplement the rest to ensure some people will have rifles if in the event they lose this, but it would not be pretty to say the least. And I love this. A change of pace coming in for University of Toronto is the perfect head-on call. It's going to be a collision, and we'll see if there's any survivors.
Chunked out by the shock dart, Sin, but knows what is at stake. This is the full buy. You're kind of scouting out that, okay, Fisher Purple. I don't want to go all in on this, but a bit of a different approach. They're not going to take all that much noise at the start.
Yeah, we mentioned selling double picks, right? Trying to get rotations drawn off. The issue is now the Cypher's A, so it's going to be a hard anchor. So it's like too late that they finally are calling this strat in the book. Do you like the orb farming? That's going to hopefully kickstart things on the road to recovery. Krosu, though, spotted out. Has to navigate the minefield to kill trips, and I don't know if they're going to, yeah, they don't want to. They're like, let me back a few feet out. Now the issue becomes, where do you go? There's no stamina left.
Yeah, you don't have a ton of time, so you have to make that decision soon as Sin moves on forward. Will force at least the teleport out as Hex happy to vibe just in the smoke, and Zoo eventually jumps the corner as it'll actually be Duckquakes. Again, Krosu decided to repeat that.
I know exactly where.
Oh no.
Or Cypher, and now until you have all the info after the teleport.
This short reposition is so smart out of Duckquakes. We just need a side smoke to support it, and it is golden.
Yeah, everyone else is here, but they'll eventually get snipped out, and it was just a little bit too late, and they can't fire every single time. At least get the scan. Won't stop the plant quite yet as Fisher Purple starting to find the round. They very much needed. They invested in this. If it goes on further from here, the math might be done. Sin, Marion, or at least somebody is around this corner to make this one go through. It's not going to take that much out of Fisher Purple, but there's the swing. Both placers line up, but Zukos and Sekia have the lineup. Fisher Purple, they invest and they come up big.
That's a frustrating round to lose if you're University of Toronto Varsity Violet. You had all the information. Duckquakes does their job beautifully in taking out that backdoor option, and Fisher Purple still decide to end there on the A site. And it was just mistimings on the utility, right? If that mixed smoke had come in seconds early, if that 100 series had come in seconds earlier, Duckquakes could have gone farming, even with them trying to clear her out. But the contact play falls short, gets a little whiffy, and just like that, Fisher are back. 1 round to tie us up, 1 round to break the bank for University of Toronto as well.
The cushion from U of T will come up big here, and I just gotta do the same thing again. It can sound a lot easier than it definitely is, and we will have the switch over for Duckquakes back to that C site this time around. Let her do her good old anchoring thing on that end. Sin, keep an eyeball on that garage.
Yeah, I like this. A little bit more support for Duckquakes. Gonna go tag team re-clear this space as well. I like this. Proactivity against the flanks, against the lurks, and that is the solo smokes for U of T gone. Sorry, for Fisher gone.
No cover left to get into that, and it's kind of, I think the risk of having your own on that far away from you on that point, taking that amount of risk, rather Duckquakes forcing the decision. So you're going to have to go into this one, into your opponent's smokes, but it's in fact the opposite smoker of U of T who will get caught out as the full flood is now in play for Fisher Purple. For the spot, Dubu has the boost on her side, but just can't find the players to hit it. There we go, they all wrap around the corner, and it'll be match point now for U of T.
And Hex Mix from the grave is ultimately farming those assists, right? That was the full swing. Just get Dubu online and let her go to town. And that's what happens when the util is lifting each other up, supporting each other in a sort of retake engagements. And I told you this was going to be a banger. Double digits on the first map, possible OT in the cards. I mean, I will say, Fisher Purple in a lot better place than they would have been losing out previously a few rounds ago and not having any buy coming into an OT or not kind of comeback arc. Now it's only 2 rounds needed.
And much more doable, I think, compared to some of the previous situations they've managed to find themselves into. And no ultimates either for U of T, or at least in the immediate moment. So that is something that Fisher Purple absolutely will have an advantage in.
Okay. Marina's fed up about not being able to lurk. Cypher Trips there, Cypher Trips here. And they are unshootable. Duckquakes leveraging why they still pick up Cypher on this map. She's good to go. And I will say Fisher, I feel like they've gotten into A in these heavy team fights if the stack isn't here. That's a big caveat, because look, Mix is already rotating over. Sin is not far behind.
Cover going out.
I don't think this is going to end as well as they'd hope. That Mix util was so good, those impulses at splitting up this entry.
And we were kind of like, how are we going to see this Mix actually come into it?
They were shooting it. You got to shoot it, guys.
Exactly, yeah, there's not really much you can do, and it's going to have to be the lockdown.
Oh, that's how you get on the site, yeah.
That's the easy way to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
that's not good though. No more smokes to delay the retake once this lockdown expires.
But they made it work last time though. They made it work last time, but that is also because they instantly did trade out Annie on the opposite side. So they did get the spike, at least had the single detained, but it won't matter in the end.
Well, crossfire established, typical. Graffiti hell. We'll see what Krosu and Sekia, the double duelist, can do, because the dart is coming through.
There they are.
Retake imminent.
The Hunter's Fury from Clouds. He has one heck of a lineup. Gets 2 off the back of it. Krosu soars in to see what else that they can find. Knights are out heads of 1. It's only Hex now still standing for U of T. What a lineup for Fisher Purple to work with as Hex Swimming upstream here, Hunters for Yuri could not have been lined up better.
Ooh, that one's getting out of the strap book for sure. UFC, like, what just happened? And that dart wasn't even into CT. It was like on that close wall that like the sonar will like ping. It was a weird lineup. Very, very well thought out by, again, Cloudsy stepping in last minute, right, for this team. As Marina said, clutch in the server and in life. So all in all, one round now away from OT or from University of Toronto. Varsity Violet taking away Fisher's map 10 in the grand finals.
I think for Fisher Purple, forcing this to an OT, this is just a signal of the great series that is still to come after this map. Only the first of many great ones to come. The heavy presence on the B site for now. Kind of sniffing that out, and you saw that there was some space being taken by UFT, the opportunity to set up, but that Sin immediately silenced by Kurosu, a major player down.
Yeah, Money Sour, you've lost your star duelist. Fisher Purple. Surprised to see them departing from the norm. With the slower mid-default, shows again the pressure they're starting to feel as the defending champs about to lose a map.
I think something, as you said, that double duelist strategy that was a big part of our identity. What plays into that is going fast, being able to take the opportunities, but in moments where you just cannot afford to lose, it's those ones that are going to feel the most challenging. Is
the drone.
Yeah, he caught her out. Yeah, it will have to mix salt, but it's a perfect lineup for this kill contract. Duck Quick looking around the corner, but you got the shield. Zekia, easy. One tap for
Dubu.
them. Dubu.
Hexy just survived.
Corner, I am amazed Hex has lived as long as she has in that specific position. Still manages to get the one. Dubu on the flank though! Comes up with two. It's gonna come down just a 1v1. Spike is down. Dart goes through, but it misses Cloudsy.
And they've recovered. They tucked into CT, so the drone has to come out. That second layer of assurance on the rescaling towards logs.
Oh, Cloudsy scanned out. Nowhere to hide, and Dubu easy to get over to the site. This corner forever goes for the shot, but Cloudsy! The clutch 1v1, you can hear them behind us. A big pick for Fisher Purple. We're going to OT.
In map one of our grand finals. Thinking they would have a quick day, be like, yeah, we're gonna wrap things up, get out of here. And nope, you did not meet our two grand finalist teams. Glass Cannon Operator kickstart the defensive half for Fisher Purple. I will say UFC had a hard time managing it. And on the flip side, University of Toronto, that is a crazy round for Dubu to have almost won. The mental is going to be, even though he just like lost 7 rounds to get to OT, like it's going to be pretty high because of how close it was and how smart they played it out.
Yeah, an absolute pat on the back at a bare minimum. Maybe a cookie, I think, is deserved for that one. And just the way.
Some Raising Canes.
Oh, that's true. Good shout. Oh. I see, you're right in the mind. This is
Hashtag not sponsored. For legal purposes, of course.
Yeah. Whoa, Dubu!
Wait, they got rid of the op? What happened?
Dropped the op, but same result, honestly. It kind of went in, was trying to line up the dart. I guess didn't expect someone to be there so early.
They had not done that a singular round. Maybe there was like one eco where they walked down, contacted down, but not on a full buy, not an OT. But it might not matter when you actually have to get the duelist towards a site. They fall flat, Sin.
I mean, Spike was also dropped, so a lot of the space that you got from
Wait
the pick.
a minute.
This is so far forwards, though. Cloudsy!
What did we say about regulation? We said that UFT never addressed this A main control that was being taken in the late round by Fisher Purple. And as the first box they've checked in overtime, Zekia about to be the second.
Yeah, they're just getting so antsy. They're not respecting UFT at all. They're taking these reckless decisions, and it's coming back to bite them. Now in a 2v4 situation, at least you're in the general vicinity, but...
Why is the regroup so slow, though?
You gotta move faster.
Yeah, the player is already there for Fisher Purple, but this is where they realize they missed their timing, and they just double back, and that's been working just as effectively.
Yeah. You know, they did it with less than a
30
second before.
seconds
They can do it with 30 seconds, no problem, right? Yeah, so at least they did force the rotate, and perhaps that is part of the plan to make sure you weren't entirely confident where Fisher Purple are. So now you know that where you're going will be a safe setup after all. Sin.
This is their strongest site. I mean,
this is the best we could ask for.
We've been, you know, cursed by some Marina clutches over on the Haven A site. So let's go see our zone. Sin gets the blades, the flank covered by the trap wire still. And this should shape up to be a pretty strong closeout to the first round of overtime.
And Marina and Trapwire's a rather rocky relationship as she's going to run into yet another one back in the main. We'll eventually get around that one, but it leaves Zuko up for a split push now. Gotta line this up. They have to time this right, and they both, well, they timed it right, but for a negative result, U of T, they got their sight, they got their win.
So crisp on those shots as well from both parties. The recognition as well, like, oh, we haven't seen the Oven Marina in a while, nor alongside Zuko, so maybe check out the flank there just a little bit. So all in all, U of T stabilizing here. Fisher Purple not taking the timeout just yet. Again, reminder, refreshed in overtime, one apiece.
Still the chance to do so, but I think you're expecting this to go more rounds, more comfortable. I think on the defense, they had a lot better of a performance on the defense, even, and which is quite shocking considering the nature of the map.
Well, Seaside starts, C-split brewing. Again, a tip of the spear, Kurosu was in the previous round, is now the Paranoid Trap to re-clear, force them out and say, okay, you don't get that space.
Have it, Sin. Got a major star from the previous round, built up the knives incredibly quickly, but it's just two Jets about to make eye contact in a second. It'll be Sin win the battle of the wits, and there's a second for Duckquakes. Fisher Purple in serious trouble now. The spike alone on C. Everyone, they don't want to forfeit. They don't want to forfeit that positioning by the garage at all. It's a difficult decision now to make. Zuko's at least makes it a bit easier for Fisher Purple, but not by much. The trades go the way of Fisher Purple for the time being, as it seems they're going to get ready to commit.
Impulse as well to get Duckquakes back up after the recovery. Sekia has to have a hero play, and she might have just found the timing to deliver it.
She's in the right place at the right
but
time.
Cloudsy can't fight out here.
No.
Not ready.
Yeah, Cloudsy is
revealing area.
The only thing that you're going to be able to work with. Recon is there. You know that everybody's going to be waiting for you on the opposite side of this smoke, and Duckquakes. This is her favorite corner to be on in the entire game. Nobody wants to contest her there. It's your turn to 26 seconds. No, they finally clears them out. Sekia, there's the timing. There's the two that are called double tap is up and kill contract.
If Duba does not beat them to the plant, this is nearly secured for Sekia if she wins the kill contract. Tap, ult, done, signed, delivered, you go again. But that's the issue, is there's 10 seconds left. Duba is right on her heels.
It's going to be close. Sekia set the shield, but the timing goes right behind the corner. Dubu will find the last shot. It will take for U of T to come back in and shut this one down.
Duba may have missed out on the clutch to avoid overtime, but she will lead her team into a closeout in the first cycle of overtime instead. Upsetting already the champions on map 1. Fisher's own map pick of Haven falls to the wayside as University of Toronto Varsity Violet take that map.
Yeah, and I think, too, being Fisher Purple's map pick, it just kind of layers on that pain just a little bit more. They brought it back at the end. They took it to overtime. It makes me even more excited for both Split and potentially Lotus that we could have coming up. And if they're going to keep it as close as that, well, Lotus very well in our cards today.
I think this feels like it's going to be a 3-map affair, and after we had that little entertaining series earlier today, Valorant has been a main stage staple. It feels like, and again, this is only technically the second day because we also had so many CC Val sprinkled in on the media day, and it is delivering Tiny Shiny. Who are your standouts for both teams?
Ooh, well, okay. First of all, we have to give a shout out to Marin because that was incredible. We got
clutches.
two on
first half.
Ecos as well. 2 on first half, 2 on Ecos throughout the whole time. So yeah, I think Marion definitely was a standout, and Sin, I think, too, for University of Toronto Violet, I think was more consistent. There was like a lot of standout moments from individuals at that point, but I feel like Sin always managed to get the value out of that duelist that you needed to.
I feel like I can just go down the list and be like, this
you really
player
could.
Like, stood out for this reason. I think for U of T, for me, I got to shout out Dubu because, again, leading and fragging to that degree. I think the mix util was super effective, and on the flip side, I will say for Fisher, I think Cloudsy stepping back in, unsung hero. So many of those setups hinged off the traps around the Sova. So bring that into the server, into the strat book for Fisher, but they're going to have to deepen that strat book if they want to turn this series away for map 2. So we're going to do a quick break, and when we come back, Aurora Series Grand Final spring conclusion will continue.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Performance sets the limit. Stability determines the journey. This is ROG, engineered for gamers. A true ROG design. Every core component is focused on real performance. Pure ROG DNA, aura that fuels fearless souls. Built to be pushed, cooled to endure. Air moves with purpose, heat exits with precision. Every rigorous military-grade test ensures stable performance at extreme levels. Global support wherever you play. This is the ROG G-Series gaming desktop.
That's it.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Where is it again?
It's in main stage live
Thank you.
chat.
Found it.
Yeah. Players handshake. Stage things are organized.
So we're talking over the handshake.
Oh, okay, okay.
We'll get stage and players organized, and when we're ready, throw. Wait, players handshake. Huh?
So it's said now, I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, yeah. I'll shut it down, look. I told them once that I could shut it down. Seen them all fly when I'm riding through the town. When I shoot my shot, told them they ain't over bounds. Like a ball on the court, dog, I told them all bounce.
and welcome back to the Aurora Series Grand Finals and a nail-biter. Of an overtime, it was the University of Toronto Violet who came out on top, and it's now Fisher that have to look for, or Fisher Purple have to look for a response here after falling short in their own map pick. But Zobi, I think this is the grand finals we were expecting, these close games, getting us all the way to the OTs and potentially going the full distance in our best of 3.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a humbling experience for Fisher Purple. Again, heard from the video, like, they're not used to losing in Game Changers Collegiate specifically. Again, first collegiate team as a whole that made it to a Game Changer Swiss event at the professional level. And I think this team pushing them is also a lot of unknown names to them. We literally were talking about that at check-in. They know Sin, they've played alongside Sin, but the rest of the team, it's like, they're just cracked college students that were brought together by the University of Toronto Varsity Violet community, by their club program. And that's what they're here for, is the passion of the game. And they showed that passion on map 1.
Yeah, and I think too, it shows that like when we see like the level of, or like when we see these teams come to the different levels, like a lot of Fisher players came in already decently established, were able to elevate that further after the collegiate, after Aurora series, where as for the University of Toronto, this is kind of their first step. They're just starting at a very high level from what we are seeing a lot of teams coming into this point.
Yeah, underdogs are definitely soaring right now. So we'll see if they can keep it up, or if, again, Fisher will also accordingly adjust their skill level. I think you really saw that, like, dial across map 1 when they started, like, again, taking it seriously, and they realized, okay, this isn't working, we need to step it up. It's again what I mentioned, they will take it as far as humanly possible, but then still win the map.
And it's kind of like the thing for Fisher College, because it seems like, again, they're very confident in their own mechanics. They're very confident in their ability to compete as an individuals. And it's like, seriously, these smallest of things that, like, it was an overtime. There's not, like, maybe 1 to 2 exchanges go differently, and we could have very well had a different result. But transitioning to split as well, like, what is going to look different between how these teams are going to approach this game?
How is it going to look different? I'll say for Fisher, I think it's going to be similar double duelists, but I'm worried still for Kurosu's performance on the Rays, because it was usually a Rays Waylay with Kalsushi who subbed out on the Waylay, and now Waylay's nerfed, and I haven't seen it since then. And again, we don't know how Seki is going to do. Seki did okay on the ISO, but it's definitely not her strength. Like, I've seen her, again, on the Clove, I've seen her on the Initiator, like, clutching left, right, and center. And I want her to return to form, so maybe they'll do something like that, just to get her back on the comfort element. What else am I hoping for? For UFT, give me a chamber.
A chamber?
Give me a chamber.
For
You
Sin?
don't know. You don't know the Duck Quake? No.
Oh, okay, no.
Duck Quakes or K-pop Annie, one of those two.
Okay.
You don't even know.
I don't know, and I'm about to find. I'm really excited to find.
Yeah, I am curious, and if we're going to see any kind of double duelist either from the side of University of Toronto Varsity Violet or not. I think they were running the solo Neon for Sin a lot. So then the question is, what do you pick up for Sin? I can see them just switching to the solo Rays. I think they're okay with that. And they worked so slowly on the attack anyways that it was never like puncturing into a site. It was usually deserted sites. It was backstabbing off the space that Duckquick was able to gain. And I think that will cater to Split quite well. It does concern me about their retickability, but this team was a master of retake, at least on certain sites.
C site. There's only 2 sites on this one, so maybe they pick one and they're just like really, really good at it. But oh my gosh, Zobi, you're cooking! Look at that.
But we got to see if Hex or Jubu pick up the duelist. I don't think either of those are really duelist inclined, but Hex is also someone who has become a basically mainstay in the roster, but has subbed from here time and time again. Sakia, Sage.
Interesting.
Kurosu solo Rays. I don't. My worries are getting reaffirmed, if that makes sense. But then I want them to surpass those expectations we set for them, so that this does go to map 3, so that we do have an entertaining grand finals. And I do know Kurosu, like, is that player. Like, it's when you think of like mechanically gifted Game Changers players, it's like Fluorescent, Kurosu. Like, those are the kind of players that come to mind.
Yeah, and I think when like, is it comfort? Do you play to your comfort, or do you play like what your team kind of is more used to? So like, it's going to be still an adjustment, but one that I think is more shared with everybody.
Am I crazy?
Just the part.
Was Zuko's on something before the Vice, and what were they on?
They were on the Vice.
Okay.
They're on the Vice. Yeah.
I don't really see Sage Vice a lot. I do know, and I'll update you guys, we believe a player crashed. So maybe it's one of the Fisher players, and then they'll change the comp to something that is more mainstream.
It was it was Dubu, I believe. So unfortunately, but
Sage and Vice. One or the other. Mwah, mwah. Even a chamber that has like aggression on top instead of full anchor sentinels.
Yeah.
Like the Vice or the Sage. It's not Sage that I hate for the Sage lovers out there. It is with the Vice. It feels overkill, if that makes sense. And Sage on split is meta. Honestly, Sekia on the chamber, I've seen that this season. That one's good, Sekia. Oh. Dubu Sage.
Okay, Dubu Sage. So we're excited about Dubu Sage, but we're not excited about Sekia Sage.
I'm excited about Sekia Sage if it's just Sekia Sage, center stage.
Okay.
But if it's Zukos with the Vice, not as much. So, we'll see.
Gotcha. Well, you might not get your wish after all. That's a... All right, well, okay, we're locking him.
I don't know if someone else disconnected. I think someone else did. The game doesn't want to go on.
But hey, at least this is happening before we're in the game. So this means we have more time to talk about
And it's before like people see what the compositions are and start like chatting on themselves, like of like anti and things to do. That's my favorite thing to do as soon as like a composition gets locked as a coach, is because you can talk like right up until the pistol round ends, back phase ends, and you're like, okay, this is probably what they're gonna do. Make sure you're aware of this little thing here and there, and can't do that if you're not getting an agent select.
Not quite, but it's like you get to break down like parts of compositions, and then they do it all again. And they
Well,
might pick something
you can't
different
see
that
the
time.
enemy team's comp while you're loading into Valorant.
That's true.
Or like when you're selecting.
Yeah. Okay. Never
Not
mind
like
that.
a little League of Legends blind pick ban kind of structure.
That's true. That is very true. Okay. So do they go 3 for 3 though? Sage
3
Vice.
for 3. For what?
3 for 3. Lock in Sage Vice.
Sage Vice. They're gonna be Sage Vice. For Dubu, I don't know about the Sage.
I don't know about the Sage. Maybe they could just mirror the Sage Vice. We'll find out. They do have a little bit more time to figure that out, as we are going to go ahead and send it to a quick break and get our tech issue resolved, and we'll be right back with the grand finals of our Aurora series. So stay tuned. Much more Valorant action to come this way. Maybe.
Smile and wave, boys.
Aurora Series Grand Finals is back for realsies this time, hopefully. No take back. So tech issues have been resolved there on the stage. So we'll be getting ready to head into our map number 2 of Split shortly. And again, this was the University of Toronto map pick. kind of going into this one. They won on Fisher's selection in OT, and I'd say the cards are certainly in their favor as we go this way.
Yeah, we've laid out our qualms with the meta shifting, with the subs that have unfortunately played the Fisher situation and how that might affect their performance on split, versus I feel like this has always been a staple kind of in the University of Toronto map pool. And if we cannot see Fisher steal away U of T's map pick, they might just have to smile and wave their way out of the Aurora Series Grand Finals, and we would have a new champion in their first season of competing.
I don't know if any, like, it would be probably a while before we see another team break the record. I mean, it could technically be next season if we see a team doing that, but it's not every day they get a powerhouse just kind of springing up out of the
We'll
blue.
say, just like Canadian esports like represent a little bit. Like half of the teams in Aurora Series this semester were from Canada, and I think like huge shout out to the programs and the stability that this own scene that they're building there, and they've even had their own lands too. So again, putting a lot of effort, putting a lot of commitment to the dreams of these players.
Yeah, and that's kind of what having like a lot of these events to highlight them, to showcase them in their journeys, but also to kind of make that for themselves. It's something that you were telling me about is how the University of Toronto had to basically work their way up to get here, financially. They using the prize money that they had plus some sponsorship stuff.
And I'm not saying like this is on the line or anything, but it'd be a cool like movie script to be like, okay, we won this event, we took the results back to our school, and the school gives them more funding for their club, or this becomes like an official like varsity program. Because University of Toronto, I believe in them.
I do. I do. I can see it, but I mean, they gotta win first. But first, we will go in, and it's
what?
Whoa! This is something.
Same comp over there.
Yeah.
The Clove for Marina.
Marina, interesting. That's not one we see every day. Is still a solo smokes, but one that.
You know what?
Huh.
When all logic goes out the window and you're trying to lean into the clutch gene, I think Clove is a good go-to. Yeah. I think my major concern, especially since, again, Fisher is starting out on the defense, as we said every map, is going to be how constrained or conflicted we might have Marina feel to get to a certain space to drop smokes, right? Because that radius is the smallest of any smokes kind of agent in the game, right? And in doing that, either people aren't going to get their smokes on time, or Marina's not going to be as unleashed. You can't have both, right? Unless they're just like omniscient, like all-knowing. But all in all, here we go, map 2. We could have new grand finalists on our hands by the end of the hour. University of Toronto headed up towards mid, where it's going to be a clash between the Vice Wall and the Clove. Running contact and vents, silent. One step at a time, no util required.
Yeah. Take this one nice and solid. This is where the Vice will kind of come in, but the wall is tripped. Nobody quite caught off of that. So information gained. No one off worse for the time being. Hex in out in this corner. Dodges a few blind shots as the rotations from Fisher Purple coming in. Wolf is out. Hex, you'd have to reveal her location in the process. Welcome to face-to-face challengers yet.
Smokes up. This is the benefit of the double sentry, and maybe a crutch of why they're starting out on the defense.
Oh, what a splash too! Everybody lights out on the side of Fisher Purple, but it's a graveyard out in this mid-region. The heal will certainly help this push continue forwards for
They know
UFT.
Sage is A from the kill found there, but they don't know Kurosu's tucked away in main.
Yeah, Kurosu on the back of it, but it won't really do much to prevent the plant. And the grenade is certainly going to give away Kurosu's location, although not too afraid of where these players are lurking.
Not waiting for Sekia either, completely at least. Clears the close corner. Now it's going to be the regroup out of plat space, and UFT is going to let them regrouping on their own, re-wrapping on their own. I like the double up while leaving a Sentinel Dubu there as well to stall.
You have the time on your side to work with, but who needs a Sentinel? Well, Sekia might as well still be playing a duelist. That's 2 down. Dubu, though, has the anchor on the spike. She'll get it this time. That's 4 for Sekia in the pistol.
I'm sorry for doubting you not being on duelist, Sekia. You don't have to do that. But also, there was like a satchel on the other stage's face.
Yeah, that is also
hard
true.
to aim when that's the situation.
Yeah.
But that is a crazy clutch to have had happen. That looked like it was wrapped up with a bow, ready to go for University of Toronto. And that's the issue, is that's exactly how the Fisher Purple pistol went on Haven.
Yeah, every time.
Except it's Sekia instead of Marina.
Yeah, maybe this is just the map of Sekia clutches. I'm feeling it. This is
It's called
a
Senti
pattern.
syndrome, by the way. We'll introduce you to that in Valorant, where the Sentinel is left to like rotate over and clutch because they anchored the wrong site. And now with 2 Sentis, it's twice the factor.
Well, so who will be lurking this time? Well, will instead be the Vice. So be still another mid.
Wow,
attempted
Rez already
take.
online.
We are. That's not something you see every day.
Not in round 2.
That's okay. She's cosplaying as a Sentinel here. Already has that.
And that's what I think the double Senti offers is you get these outward pillars posts, right? You can get the orb farming time and time again. And I think it's going to allow for more hefty stacks. I'm surprised for this to see 3 stacked behind the stage wall.
Flashing there from Zuko's spotted multiple players.
Thorns down.
It's up to still just stick around, sees that the sage wall is there, but not really too afraid of a threat. In fact, is the opposite. U of T want nothing to do with it.
All right. U of T, we know they like these slow defaults. And it's worked out typically getting them into a site, but not with the double Senti on the other side. And this round looking like no exception. Zukos contact made. Numbers start to shift.
30 seconds left.
Will reconfirm the earlier information that they had. What degree is the question? No, there's at least a raise there, and okay, at least there was a raise there. As the push has commenced on multiple fronts. The wraparound from the back. What a shot from Duckquakes. That's a triple now for her. As it's now Sekia once again up to clutch, but hey, you at least have a friend.
Nightfall though online instead for the opposition, and this round has gotten spicy. A Thrifty in the cars. Can they finish the job?
Not something that's, well, at least U of T isn't familiar with. Sekia.
Last player standing.
What a top of Duckquakes.
Ace?
What a shot. Yeah, Ace on the horizon here. Only Marina left for a bit. Duckquakes. You know she wants it. What a flick over. Ace now for Duckquakes.
Gifted by the resurrection to...
Wow.
Over until we are dead.
They're still celebrating.
They're still celebrating.
We needed to take a moment of silence to for us to soak it in.
I thought that was somebody else, but how long that ended up lasting. I'm like, oh, somebody
You
else.
could tell it was them though by the end of it.
We turned around like, oh, yep.
7-1, by the way.
Round 2.
And just roll swapped as well, so that Jubu could be on the stage as well, because they're not running a double Senti on this side of the server. But the time delay was nice out of Fisher Purple. I like how they played it safe, and then suddenly it was just crazy.
Yeah, I think that's something we've kind of seen more from. I think Fisher Purple, actually. They've been very good on these big initiations there. The U of T, on the other hand, they've been all about these small calculated approaches, buying the resources, waiting the time, literally the last second for that one instance of a rushed plant. But getting that exchange of resources, the exchange of information is all the more important. It will be the B site, or excuse me, the B site that was looked at. But yeah, there's people in there. There's people in there.
There's people in the sewers?
There's people in the sewers, apparently. Hex, oh, well, at least know there's people in the sewers this time, but can it do anything about it? Absolutely not. Sekia will continue to prepare.
Now that you know you've been surrounded with no other options, it's just a fight on forward, fight through the Razor Vines, and unfortunately Kurosu is on the other side. The GC Sheriff comes out to sing, and we are about to go Thrifty for Thrifty unless Duckquakes can do it again, and not this time.
Look at the absurd number of Thrifties today. That's a little more common of occurrence that you would think, but we'll push Purple instead this time. But we'll snag that one, especially after losing the bonus. I guess we're kind of where we expected to be, just a little reverse order, you know?
Yeah. The issue though is now it's like UFT's broke, so then it's like usually then okay, then the order would be you'd probably get up to 2-2 if logic follows. But
maybe they'll do that too.
Hey, K-pop Annie with a hero rifle, anything can happen. But I will say it's the same issue and the same exact strat. Copy and pasted from Haven. Fisher Purple take extremity space as soon as contact is made. They converted that into a Thrifty, and we need to see UFT handle it, and that's what K-pop Annie with the hero rifle is supposed to do. This is more proactive.
Definitely more proactive, and I think that not forfeiting the space, not letting Fisher Purple move up in time, that is going to be a key point, as you said, or at least knowing if there's players there, I need to take more initiative on other points of the map instead of relying on these big pushes forwards.
Zukos.
A
little jiggled. Thorns pop. I like how they're investing in those pretty readily, like they're not hesitating to. On the flip side, I like as well the default from UT getting a lot of the Senti out. The issue has been these these re-clears, these proactive moments, right? It's not typical to complement it with a double senti comp. Double senti's more playback, let them play into you, right? And now it feels like you have to be thorough with you, so you can't just walk up, contact up, like we just saw UT attempt to do.
Again, we say more playback, but Seki on the
Spike
save,
down mid.
doing nothing but play forwards. They're on the A site, or at least attempted to be, but that Spike still has a long way to go, Dubu.
Good trade. Spike is going to head towards the A space, which is deserted. Dubu's here because Dubu's 3 off from the res.
That's true.
30 seconds left.
Okay, 2 off from the res, look at that.
Yeah.
We're closing the numbers.
The only thing that could be better would be like, okay, gets Kurosu, gets the Spike, playing against the red. No. Going too far now. They're going to play for cutoff rotates instead because they're low HP. Kurosu
Spike
here.
planted.
Mentioned last time waiting for Seki on the rotate and then going for it. No time.
Yeah, no, you're kind of just rushed in space. Kurosu wants to go in, has the party ready to go, brought it to Hex, and there you go. Fisher Purple now at a 3rd on the board. Dubu dealt with.
All right, leaning into Kurosu. We kind of joked about this in the previous series, the NECC one of the day for Valorant. It's like, oh, a team cannot rely on a person to get 30 kills, not be their win condition, because you can't have that for a player every single time. Kurosu's playing into that kind of mentality there just a little bit with that 2v1 on the site alone, especially when one was confirmed to have a rifle. But hey, again, you can play clean Valorant, you can win Valorant, and you can have both, and that was the more on the winning side leaning.
I think this is what we call the Fisher Purple mentality.
I think. Well, I feel like UFC is like the scrappy, like silly winning one.
Yeah.
Fisher's like more like the drilled one. But speaking of drills, we are going to get a timeout from the University of Toronto. Again, PR3 very proactive in that sense.
Yeah.
And I feel like this balance between hard anchoring sites, staying out of focus, out of sight, is being strictly juxtaposed with these aggressive early fights from Kurosu or these pop flash mid re-clears. It's hard to pinpoint, and I think there's 2 answers. It's to speed up and not be afraid of the Senti Yuta, which we've seen them try, but it was an eco, so I want to see them try it again. I need to see Sin, so they're crazy to say, in a more supportive space, role-wise, because those raise needs are the only real counter to like the device.
Yeah, having so few options to deal with that, I think honestly is part of the reason why UFT are going to call this timeout here as early on in the game as they are. Is I think it's starting to become a noticeable pattern. They are afraid of the Senti util. Granted, you switch sides, it becomes much less of a concern, but for the time being, you're letting Fisher Purple come to you, you're letting them take the fights that they want, and here's another perfect example of it. 3 players up close and Duckquakes. It's helping the team get through mid, but you're leaving poor Dubu made to deal with the absolute chaos and at least gets the 1 before she falls.
It's an answer, though. They can now speed up and decide, okay, do we frame the fight for B main or do we dip into vents? There's an anti-vice setup for that exact prospect with the Thorns handling both that and the Ramps choke. So let's see how they make it past that. Or, again, it's that typical, we need a trademark at this point, the UFT pause in the mid-round, reevaluate your options, see if anything changes on the Fisher side.
Like every time I see them, they're at this point, they almost stop moving entirely. You can like see them having the conversation.
The dogs see them?
Well, I don't think it did. There's not really any movement happening on the side of Fisher Purple, so it seems that they are safe for the time being. But there's more people in the sewers. Yes, safe for the res as the rotation starts to go in. UFT, only 40 seconds left to go.
They have the wall up. B main, they're probably going to leave stage there alone. The ace deck's going to be here. K-pop Annie in a swing spot, and so is Zukos.
Plenty of presence on this side, but
30 seconds left.
Ronnie won't get caught just twice. Flashes out, but no push now for Fisher Purple. Spike is down on sights, and it's kind of the issue we should talk about, holding that space, not giving it up, allowing Fisher Purple to move up into you first, but his player advantage isn't coming in. Does have the combat stem on to the Annie, but it just won't matter. This event has been cleared. To look for more. Have to use this Fade ultimate just to slow them down a bit.
Side supposed to be dropped again. They are playing pure delay from the Seas to the Nightfall. It is time and time only. X is going for the first, the tap for the wrap, and just like that, they are able to crunch onto the remaining player. Cloudsy taken down. UFT convert out of their timeout.
got a little dicey there too. I think at the end with that heaven push was well executed by Fisher Purple, but by the time they got there, didn't have the util fight through those smokes, nor the time to necessarily work with left in a position, left to force.
Again, it was Fisher placing players in big positions where they had to deliver results. Zukos was at the other end of it this time around with that solo Anger A. You had players rotating over, but then they were kind of pausing, waiting in spawn. They needed to just hard commit and trust in the stage B-side where there was no presence, no signs of life. So we'll see. That's a shift for now. Same Senti setups, except for Sekio.
Yeah, so that's a new one that K-pop Annie certainly was not ready for, using this sneaky trick of the wall, but everybody else still moving up through the main angle. I like that they're not being as afraid of the wall. It will pay off at least a little bit for Sin, but I believe Duckquakes on their own, so which again, having one heck of a game, just won't have that same clutch potential this time.
The wall final had its impact, or intended purpose, we should say, in terms of splitting the players up, allowing you to take them one at a time. It's been one at a time. Dubu needs to take these fights against Cloudsy and Zukos if she wants a chance at lifting up her fallen teammates.
Having the Reds, but also having to go through there to get the spike will be big. Hex is taking the time to regroup, but kind of knew that someone would be lurking at the end. Will be the Tracers out, but also Louise will be taking it down. To confirm, both players are waiting. The surprise is they are no longer. So 2v2 now in this mid angle, having to fight to high ground, and through these flashes is all the more difficult, but they're kind of backing off. It seems that Fisher Purple want to allow them to get that space and force them into another trap.
Yeah, I mean, when you have your
30
saves
seconds
far
left.
out, disconnected beam
Last
long,
player
they're gonna
standing.
lean B, but it's more of a
Spike down mid.
fake. It was baiting, trying to get the resurrection out. Instead, they beat them to the punch, beat them to the spike, and attacks again in a clutch position. And pulls to get back up. It is a 1v2, and you never knew that Sikia had come through A main, had wrapped all the way through spawn, and it was serving you a bowl of ramen.
Yeah. Hopefully it was a nice bowl of ramen, maybe. I don't know.
What ramen do you like?
I don't know. I like the chicken ramen.
I'm a garlic tonkatsu.
Ooh, I haven't tried that one.
It's good.
I'll have to do that. But
We need to go get ramen after this.
we might have to do that. Actually,
We'll
no, it
take the
sounds like
teams
fun.
out because we said that we need them to be on good terms.
Exactly.
After.
That's what, but they're gonna go to a different unnamed restaurant before that.
Oh, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Well, we'll see. This round could upset some people on both sides. 4 ults
Yeah.
going into an eco round, and some trauma for Fisher Purple in using ults on eco rounds for Haven. If UFT win this round, it would be huge for trying to equate the series. This is how Haven started off, though. Slow, methodical, down 8-4 to come back and win it in OT.
Something about these early attacks too, and again, Fisher Purple having this double sentening will be a much different story on once this is flipped around. But for now, UFT. Well, see, Fisher Purple, they're not taking that same initiative as we have been. They're sitting back now, letting UFT come to them, and you're hand feeding that one straight to Zukos.
Again, this Thorns in B is default to the same position every time. At this point, UFT should be breaking it to now. Left reeling, wondering where to head. To regroup in mid. They usually get for free, but Cloudsy has other plans.
I don't think Dubu knew that her left elbow was sticking out into the mid angle there. Will cost her greatly. Yeah, Fisher Purple picking off player after player. They're taking this, again, forward space. Cloudsy moved on up, sniffing around to see who was lurking, and knowing his presence on both sides, there isn't really a great decision for UFT. It's Kurosu about to meet Hex face to face, or in fact, just one way around.
I got this vision of like when Sin was also on the lurk looking for an opening and then like gets a bunch and then they somehow win the round or 1v1. Unfortunate that it does not come to fruition this time for UFT. Utilized one timeout, got one round, and have not answered back since. It's not what you want to see. You want the consistency to have a close affair on your map pick, by the way, again, reminder. And it just feels like the money is good. The ults are good for Fisher Purple. Again, it feels like that one bad mistake of over-investing ults on the eco route in Haven is why they lost that map, and now they're back to business.
Yeah, no, they're ready to go. And like, because of how close that game was, it really just can come down to the smallest of things. Try this approach again. Through the mid angle, break through the sage walls, at least confirm where Sikia is. Fade. We'll scout out Kurosu. Back up. Use the boom bot, just more.
The boom bot's funny because like the wall never got triggered.
No.
I think Kurosu just not used to playing with the double sentient device, I guess.
I'm blind, help.
Yeah.
Happens.
Blinded.
That could work. At least there's some info for Cloudsy's. Annie is still hanging around while the rest of her team is considering her own
It's so interesting to have an Omen on a lurk, right? Because you don't get the cycling of the toxic screen. You don't have a lurk element to deny them intel, deny them information. You have to see these fights directly head on. And that's what K-pop Annie is trying to do. But with the shotgun and the persistent flashes, is getting no leeway and has to just fall back. Once again, U of T are drawn into the mid space. I will say, exploding out of vents with a showstopper could be promising. You know, the little stim from Hex.
Options are there, certainly. Do they know how far up Fisher Purple
30 seconds
actually
left.
You can also fake it and then be with your Sage and main.
Or K-pop Annie can just do that. Take out both people already on the issue. Resurrection's there. Not a problem for her whatsoever. And a bit of a slow start to this map number 2 and Split.
Ew.
But they get the comeback. Great flip. Kurosu. Spike will go down. U of T short on time. That one can't be denied.
Showstopper needs to be invested. I know it's numbers disadvantage, but 3v4. You don't want to lose this round.
But a teleport does at least spot out both players, or at least 2 of the 3 players from Fisher Purple who are pushing around and sets up Sin in other ways. She really wants to hold on to this, and with how Annie's playing, might have given her the golden opportunity to do so. Ace can't happen. K-pop Annie unfortunately did fall.
Yeah, Hex on site. Trying to avenge K-pop Annie and the work that she began. Fine for Heaven, you don't expect Hex to talk back site.
Yeah.
They are good to go. I like to maintain Heaven's presence. I actually probably prefer the TP and coming back over towards main for K-pop Annie. Again, the working mid, getting the crunch play nice. I'm more concerned of how K-pop Annie got the 2 onto the Sky and Clove. Like, the timing there is weird. You know that she was there from the perpetual flashes. It might be marked then as an overheat or a misconnection, but something that I'm sure Fisher Purple will clean up A side because that's how it accelerated. I think they would have been able to focus on those Vents players if they hadn't fallen.
Yeah, I think it was right when noise started to come through on that side as well. They turned around for a second thinking that she left, but hey, I'd say that more than makes up for it. Kurosu coming up with a collateral headshot of all things. That is something that you do not want to see from U of T.
Again, they play deep heaven, they don't make contact, and then suddenly they're fighting down into the mid space. And I think they're going to try and deny this res. Showstopper even invested past the wall. Hard read on the corner, tucked away, cannot protect you. But there's another option if Duckquakes get out. If you can get safe passage to spawn. Oh, this is such a long channel to run, though. You have to tuck, you have to wait.
Yeah. And they know there's no way you've made it all the way across.
So now you have to wait for the Omen to get back to you.
Really want to do that. I mean, Duckquakes, though, they're not afraid of taking that fight, but Kurosu, potential second ace on the way.
Possibly. They're going to play for the, look at that, they're playing for the round win, right? And they know that K-pop Annie got the kill on A space, knows that they were going to make their way either through spawn, through mid, so they have one player on each avenue of re-entry into this site, and I think it's just a save call. Imagine if they had the From the Shadows from the last round still. Very, very different round, I would have say. Because you drop Spike, you know, Duckquakes can play their own timing,
30 seconds
but
left.
alas, what could have been. Now we're just saving for 30 seconds.
Well, I don't think Kurosu's going to let you save if you have the choice. Definitely I got jump scared. I got jump scared.
By the heel?
I got jump scared by the heel. I was like, what is that? Yeah, no, I know what the heel looks like, I promise. At least now I do.
This is, though, a good time because it's like that pseudo timeout, right?
Yeah.
10
It's how
seconds left.
saves like this are treated when there's a lot of time left on the clock. PR3 doesn't want to call another timeout, right? Because you already called one in the first half. We've seen how, again, stockpiling timeouts can go for a team like Fisher in the later half. So 6-3. We've seen them come from 8-4, so I want an 8-4 for them at minimum for University of Toronto.
I think it's doable, 100%. Like, especially with how you're investing in this. And this one's a little dicey. You're not going to get everybody on a full buy, but still managing to keep yourselves in it and not really have that same level of pop. Like, even I keep looking back at Duckquakes and seeing like how absurdly ahead she is in terms of the elim, still 12-6 after a bunch of losing rounds too. For U of T will continue to lead the lobby there thanks to the earlier ace, but a different approach now for U of T.
I actually thought about this, like what if they just disrespect the Vice, the Sage util, and just hit A main? That was one thought. It's difficult though because as soon as the wall gets broken, the entire team rotates over when they realize it's not just a lurk player. If they can break it fast enough, it won't matter. Kurosu scaling off the util, disrespected by the Showstopper, satcheling of Sin, and Kurosu limping away, heals to sustain. They're already fading life, and they're going back for seconds. They say, I will hold this ground. This is the hill I die on.
Yes, Soundwave, the only thing that's keeping that raise alive. Clodsy throws the bird, actually drops down back into the flash. Happens to the best of us, but Fisher Purple happy knowing that all of these players are corralled in this corner, and U of T, I mean, having the mixed ults, yeah, it might help clear some of this narrower space, but Sekia already peeking around this corner, takes out Hex, that's off the table.
Rez is still online though. Remember, denied by the showstopper in the last. This would be a great opportunity for Dubu to get a lift. Gross though to get taken down. One more box check. That's Sekia! And you're out of ink.
There's a second now, and the resurrection is there, so realistically, it's more like a 3-player blip that just occurred. Duckquakes was out the fear, but what is that going to accomplish? It really does get the worst clouds in into uncomfy situation for sure. Zukos takes the long range, and U of T will be the ones to pull that one together.
Wow.
Okay.
I guess just disrespect the util and hit the Sage on. The Vice util's a bit scary because the Thorns do damage. The Sage wall just break it, Avengers it. Can we get an Avengers moment? Can you guys hear me on stage? No,
Maybe it's like the anticipation. They don't want to get jump scared
well,
by the wall.
Yeah, we'll see. But whew, that round was really fun to watch. I was a bit worried that the onside anchors would have a heroic moment. Sekia in particular was about to, but very thorough. Now money broken. I think we're going to get better than 8-4 here. I'm thinking at least a 7-5.
7-5. Eventually, we're going to have you up to 6-6. Like the way that this track record's going. The caster blessing plays for U of T. Okay, Penny, I mean, it's already off to a good start for them. Wins on both sides. That's actually a triple for Sin. Fisher Purple, it's another one of those fast pushes that they have been so much loving on this defense, taking the space early. That one's going to hurt.
Now, we mentioned this back and forth, this nice, like, purple, like the energy that they were in between hard stop anchors versus that outward exploration. They're leaning too far into outward exploration. I think it's been accredited to the miss economy cycle. So hopefully once that repairs, so will the tempo. But the tempo right now makes it seem like it's not going to be a 7-5 for Fisher up, but U of T up if this stays. So what do we think about a Guardian timeout?
That'd be nice. Well, yeah.
That's not
We don't
happen.
care.
We care about the future. We care about round 12. I don't know why I said 7-5. I can't do math.
Well, I was confused when I said that. I'm like, you know what? You're the one.
Yeah, there's 13.
You might know
There's 13
that I
rounds
don't.
totally.
Okay.
Yeah, if it gets to 6-6, it's like a mini OT where they just like see who gets the lead at the half only. Yeah.
Okay, well.
That'd be a cool concept.
That would be kind of cool, actually. But hey, it's still Duckquakes, who I mentioned before. Like, yes, that kill is very much accelerated by the fact that it's that first round. But the fact that lead continues to extend, she is having arguably one of the most standout performances that we have seen so far today.
And the role change too.
And the role change. You would not have guessed. Okay, well that will dampen that number slightly. Zukos and Sekia playing both this aggressive sentinel type of playstyle for Fisher.
They have quite the decliner suggestion to stop pushing out. In fact, they have doubled down on it. 2 players, Sewers and Spawn, scaling. And once again, you are leaving U of T to fight for space that should have been theirs from the lurk, from the get-go. And at that point, I think, again, the A side's too fragile. You need 2 there for something to give, because right now you're giving Fisher one enemy remaining. And the half.
Spike down B. Yeah, so seems like that 7-5 might very well be in the cards. You were on to something. Oh, wait a minute. Dubu's still going. Comfortable 4. Wait a minute. Dubu, 1 more left. For
Spike's on the other side of that wall.
Oh no, the wall.
There's 50 seconds left. There's so much time. They can wrap mid. They break the wall. Oh no, on the wall. Such a nice angle.
They don't know. Cloudsy will shut it down. Dubu had the curve, but it came on. All she had to do was take flight. Will be silenced and will in fact be that 7-5.
That is a crazy clip. That's like when we cut it and be like, I totally aced after this. Don't even worry. But again, it's so funny because that feels almost poetic to how Haven ended, right? Dubu fails to get a clutch, it goes to OT, and then suddenly they win things out. Here at the half, it was almost to tie things up, 6-6, misses out. So that, to me, that only invigorates you. It's like you had a taste of what that moment could be like, and you need to find it later on.
And now she's had it twice. She's getting nice or something at some point into this game. And
it's crazy how well-rounded this team is right now, right? Sin's not that star pupil right now. Maybe it credited that it's a Raze, not a Waylay, and she was a crazy Waylay in this map, trust me. Okay. And on the flip side, for Fisher Purple, it's who's fragging out is completely different as well. Like Marina. We're going out. Again, Fisher Purple's Clove, it's showing. Yeah. We'll put it that lightly.
Yeah, it's just hard as an individual and Annie too. Having a lot of success, in fact, attempting to get out, which actually somehow manages to live. It was the nade that fell at the feet of the own Raze player of Fisher Purple. So I'll make things a lot harder. Still get the spike down though, so not the end of the world. Zukos though spotted out by the Haunts as Sin Pushing in now. Goes in hand. The Wolf will be spotted. You know where these players are located. How do you choose the approach to the situation? Duckplate's on the high ground. He's not in a reload simulator battle. Sells out to the back. Only so much Hex could do in that type of pickle.
Fisher, purple this time, taking both pistols here on split. One in more convincing fashion than the clutch of the other, but all in all, very much needed to assert their lead. Again, 7-5, the most commonly converted into a tie right after the side swap. Dodge that bullet, get that money and those guns, and hopefully track on towards a double digits in a map 3.
I mean, we're heading that way.
What time's when you close?
See, those are things that you never say in a LAN event. You're absolutely, it's just bad juju.
Oh, I've been told, update, if this goes map 3, we don't get a break.
Oh, very fun.
That's how we make the time crunch happen, apparently. But with the action, how fast it's been going, I don't want to step away anyways.
No, I don't. We got to keep this up. We got to keep this energy going. We can't let it stop for even a second. So, I do think it is interesting how the Outlaw is now in Sekia's hands of all players, especially with how the swap from the Duelist wasn't really working, but has found so much more value on that. On the Sage is again harder, just being in this attacker's position. It is out for Sin. She's going to opt to relocate now. Seeing where Fisher Purple wants to set themselves up, though, as they still have players on every corner of the map. Where are...
Okay. Duckquakes, confident, as they should be. The wall to escape, don't hand this Outlaw over in the meantime.
Yeah, that's the difference of a Guardian versus Classic there, despite more bullets being hit. So Cloudsy was cleared through sewers.
There's still 2 players somehow on this site. I'm so interested.
And I think they are also shocked that they've stayed. Like, you know what? Maybe there's a couple more people than anticipated, but it can't help. Especially in pistol rounds to catch them off guard. You did buy time for Sin to get back with K-Pop Annie now in heaven.
Sekia, off kill found. Regroup, good for screens, but a 2v4. And the perpetual delay that's going to come out of this util layering. This feels like it'd be a nice data spiking mode, but that requires a util pip check on everyone else to see who you don't want to give these kills to.
One enemy remaining. Frosu, all they needed to hear was, hey, this player over there, and Sekia will take care of the rest. Fisher Purple burn on their bonus this time.
Sekia just have great half openers, right?
Yeah.
Had the resurrection on the second round last time. Here, I think on track for it by the maybe the end of this round. Depends what the orb situation looks like, what the kills look like.
Yeah.
But 18 and 9 also stepping up for the team.
And it's kind of the we could give anybody MVP. We're back to that situation. Like it's almost kind of crazy how the players that might have been a bit quieter map number 1 are here in map 2 and vice versa. So everyone having their chance to shine and showing what they have to offer.
K-Pop Annie on the choke with the judge. Trying to prey into that go mentality. Classic. Don't expect the judge.
Ooh, or that. Didn't expect that. Corruption comes up with 2. Love to see that from their perspective. What a shot that must have been lining up with Tubu on the high ground there. Spike down. That is a fast sight clear.
Sekia on the backstab brewing. When you have double senti, you can factor that into the equation. And Duckquake seems to have factored in this alley take.
Gross again with a third. On track for another potentially coming on in, but no, that one will be denied as Hex. Still trying to make this one come up, but yeah, does clean that one up eventually. 10-5. If we don't see another timeout now, I wonder when it will come out.
Hey, nice work.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my God, you're learning. There's a sense that casters have, or they'll feed in their core that a timeout's coming.
I know. Last time we had a timeout, you made the timeout sign with your hands. I'm like, you must know something. And then I can like 3 seconds later.
It's so satisfying. Like you're just like a little pat you on the back. Here you go. Yeah. And that's kind of what I think Guardian could be doing for Fisher right now. Smiles right between each other there in the lineup.
Something's funny.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask about that joke later. But yeah. But yeah, this has been a fun grand finals already. Oh my God, they're yelling at each other. The vibes are there. But I just wanted to say that literally what's great is I got to see this team, Fisher, at CECC, like, was it Tenway last year? I guess Tenway last year. And just how much changes in a year. Kurosu had like hair down like their shoulders, by the way, and cut it. Yeah. And we were just like, oh my gosh. So like so much. But Oh, they're doing a little Fisher thing. So Sekia did like a little like snorkel like Fisher like in the water for the hype walk out, and they're doing it to the crowd. And that's like a comment here as well to bring up is the LAN environment, right? Again, UFT is so far away. Fisher has so many teams and so many titles that squad and the crowd might as well be called a school.
Yeah. I think we had, what was the final count? 12 teams from Fisher
Really?
this week or something.
You were helping
like
with
that.
checking, you would know.
You know, it wasn't me. It was, shout out Llama, by the way, from earlier. That was the number that he gave, and
Hey,
I
nice
trust
work.
him, so.
Well.
He is the sound guy. But we're going to find out now. Fisher, again, crowd on their side for sure, and as well as the current score counts.
Yeah, double digits. Probably the level Fisher expected to hold themselves to about this scoreline in the grand finals.
Bomb buddy out. Those around UFT, being their own map pick for as much success as they did have on Haven. I'm kind of just waiting for them to have that resurgence they did before, and if it doesn't really happen soon after this timeout, you don't really have many more.
It won't happen.
More opportunities. It's just not going to happen at all. Sekia response 2 is like, well, that's not a battle I want to take, but one that you don't really have an option against. A lot of util thrown her direction, but it will just be a back off now from UFT, and not a successful one at that. A lot of trades happening. K-Pop Annie revealed in her location in that B site, now free from taking.
X is also stemmed on the rotate from Marina, just like that. It's again, Duck Quakes in the hot seat, Sin on the way over as well. Be a great time to get her voice heard in the server.
Sin posting out on the Sheriff here. It being a safe round for UFT. Doing decent, all things concerted. Even seeing this high on a sliver of HP will certainly help, knowing that Zuko's now, or at least somebody, is in that backside. Just no idea where those other two might be lurking around the corner. Certainly more help than the others. There's the blind.
One
all
enemy remaining.
Fuse, not the ult, the util. That'll be enough to push them back. Fisher Purple now up to 11.
There was a moment of hope, and then they just all like
says
crunched
something
onto that
pithy
one
and
and
we
choke
pretend
point
to
around
tolerate
default. But
Go ahead.
yeah, UFT. That was an eco, so it's like this round is a must-win out of that timeout. If not 7 in a row to get to OT, and that's 4 in a row as well. This half for Fisher Purple, and that's the big difference in that comeback, the resurgence you mentioned on Haven. It's because they won the pistol, they won the follow-up, and they won the bonus. That's not happening here. Can't happen here. So you have a time machine, and we're going to, it looks like we're going to the future anyway, so the map 3 in the cards.
Yeah, and I think in their defense too, I think calling the timeout there kind of just meant that, you know, this is where we're on an eco round anyways. This is where the one where we actually have some marbles in our pockets to try to throw at them. Duck Quakes spotted out here. Will be backing away. As the site is called, Fisher Purple, always quick to flood on through, filter these players out, knowing that UFT will back off, or sometimes because Duck Quakes likes to stick around if the opportunity is there. Heck, still in this corner, but in an absolute storm of utility. Has to use the sound wave to confirm whether there's somebody there to deny another quick push.
Okay. Little ramp scale. No sight flip just yet. Out of UFT, they're fighting this head on.
They're going straight in, and it's Clousy. The flash definitely helped, but Duck Quakes coming up with 2, and the fight on the objective, just where UFT wanted it to be.
Oh, Marina, 1v3 has the not dead yet. This would be a great time to invest, but it's not planted for her. Navigation around her own site, smoke searching, but they are sticking this all the way.
And they had absolutely no idea. See if you can get the trade now, but they're crashing in the night. Never mind, there's the shorty. At the very last second, UFT, sign of life.
Great player to give the final kill to as well. Duba now one off from the resurrection, but a huge round, and they're also pacing these ultimates, so that's going to be huge on the road to recovery, keeping this team off the map point. And this is you starting the assignment at 11 p.m. trying to get in by 11:59. That's the form UFT are about to enter.
Yeah, it is now or never. Sometimes, this is a pass or fail. I mean, okay, you have one pass because technically we could go to map 3 since you did win back on Haven, but either way, we don't like that. We want to save that opportunity for later or just not use it at all. Fisher Purple doing their best to move through this midpoint and a bit of a slower thing seeing, especially the Graze Grenade and the Sage Wall. You know someone could be lurking around the corner, but the dog will scope that one out. Dubu pushed away. It was Sid, goes back in with the showstopper.
What?
Alliance with the zip line.
I've never seen that. Is that bug report for later? Operator, we have one? No, no clue. I'm gonna look back at that one to see what a clip Bazooka is cutting Lucky Stars alongside Kurosu as they make their way into the B site. So taking, that's like the one show. Sin's still alive is more impressive, so it's like no harm, no foul maybe, but then again, this could be map point for Fisher, numbers in their favor.
They'll have that to work with, but Fisher Purple getting these clear sights to work with. There's certainly something. Yeah, there's gonna be
Your gun's
res.
gone.
That is an interesting choice, I gotta say.
Did he pick up the Spectre?
Oh no, just the classic.
Last player standing.
It's buying time though, so Kurosu can go farming in CT. It still does its job.
Yeah, it does what it needs to do. And Sin, nothing you can do about that. Kurosu on a tear and Fisher Purple, that point.
Yeah, I feel like that's the difference in this half. Kurosu got activated. They've literally sent Kurosu go kill map round after round. 23 and 14 right now. And with that being a full investment, the money, the pocketbook's never blooming from investment. University of Toronto, Varsity Violet take a miracle or a thrifty here to get just another chance. Another 5 rounds would be needed to get to overtime following that. Let's see what they can do.
Would absolutely be pushing it. I think having Kurosu not passing Sekia in terms of the eliminations that have happened. One more round, I think Fisher Purple feeling a lot better about this than where they were back on Haven. They're doing it again. They make anyone flinch down in this mid-angle. A couple of shots, boom bot. Or find a whole lot of nothing. It's not uncommon for a player, but Sin with the judge, hoping to at least get one. The dog doesn't spot her. I don't think the dog ended up seeing her at the tail end. No, but they're still gonna check the angle, but you have to. The flash is out, and it comes up with 2! There was a mere inches of just turning around with the dog would have prevented disaster, or rather a miracle gifted to UFT now. The Sekia has moved on to the site.
How?
It's just gone.
It was so good in mid, but then the extremity players get kills, get numbers, and just like that, Spike can regroup. Sin, though, on for the ace after having a quiet map thus far. Hex just needs to fall back, play the numbers that they have, and they're not even given the opportunity for escape.
No fear.
Are they gonna go res in mid now? That's just insult to injury.
I mean, if you have the opportunity, you might as well go for it.
No time, because from the shadows, they don't know now how close K-pop Annie is.
Spike planted.
No, they have no idea. Spike will just go down, but they're still gonna move or at least investigate.
They're still gonna res? It's planted for heaven, so you can.
Yeah, you could do it, but
is it if maybe Marina Falls they res?
Maybe, but it's such a hike back, and just with the time that's remaining, I don't think you could afford to go all the way
back.
They
don't even expect
to
heaven right now.
No,
what just happened?
They have no idea. So just tell the teleport somehow got off, but negative HP there for K-pop Annie. One sliver will take her down, and Fisher Purple are gonna force our grand finals to a map 3.
13-6, a statement split bounce back. And just like that, this series delivers as we promised it would and as it deserved on the main stage. All in all, I mean, you said you wanted to see Lotus. You get Lotus,
I did want to see
you get
Lotus.
Mix, another 3-site map. I think, I'm trying to think. It felt like the slow approach from University of Toronto on Haven pinpointed that aggression quite well. Here, they just never were able to because of how, again, it was so back and forth.
Yeah, and I think too because I think there was slightly less risk of Fisher like I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna run it down. I think I can do this slightly too. I think that was reeled in, and in combination with I think just a lot of caution from almost overly so, just given that double sentinel defense. We really did question how that would work out, but it did just the trick for the squad.
And there are 2 wolves inside of me for now, split on Lotus. Okay, sorry, on Lotus. It's the wolves are split. Okay, one of them says U of T. All right, is going to have the same issues they've had on Haven and Split of not keeping these extremities under check, because Lotus is such a heavy mound, such a heavy rubble wall take space that it's hard, I think, for them to manage that. Second wolf is that Sin is really good on Lotus and could come back, because that was a big difference in terms of like everyone was delivering. Sin maybe, especially for her standard, was underperforming.
And being good on Lotus, starting on this attacking side as well, I think is going to make a lot of difference. But every single attack, that has been struggle bus central. I think for University of Toronto, if we
they had a lead at the half, they're golden. Again, we had the. They were, was it a 6? Wait, it was 7-5
it was 7-5 favoring Fisher.
Yeah, and then 8-4 favoring Fisher. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Is like, hey, we just won the first pistol because it was Fisher, and then it was UFC on Haven, and then it was Fisher on Split as well. So they can get off to the right start. The underdogs may be able to come back instead of being sent to the doghouse. But Yeah, Fisher right now. You saw that, like, just how comfortably we're even in the timeouts that we were witnessing.
Yeah.
Again, cracking jokes and engaging with the audience, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the team that looked like unrivaled, undisturbed champions.
And there's just not enough said for like what those vibes actually do. Like you were looking at two very different teams with how they were reacting during that timeout, which granted, I think locking in for the University of Toronto absolutely made sense in that moment, but having that energy, having that ability to connect with each other, it just boosts you so much in the terms of your performance. You're making like a really, I don't know what to think about that. That's kind of scaring me.
Thinking about what role Sekia is going to be on next. It's like, spin a wheel, come on down. The agent is right. Sekia, give me a chamber for the last map.
You know,
it's Lotus's chamber central. We might get the chamber
true.
head-to-head even between these two teams. I think, I don't know, Sin maybe could use the help of a double duelist on that squad. Maybe Duckquakes is in form.
Yeah, Duckquakes looked really good on that map for the University of Toronto. What?
Wait, I gotta get. Kurosu just got contacts, apparently.
Just
got
got
new
contacts,
contacts
okay.
or something like that.
This
That's really funny because Marina pointed that out also in their intro video because their light mechanics are like now better because they can see better.
They can see now. I mean, that does make sense.
Oh, look at the dancing.
It's just a very three very different things happening.
Wait, maybe I can talk to Sekia on stage. Wait, ready?
Sekia on stage.
Sekia, are we getting a chamber map 3? Oh.
No, she
just peace signed me, that's all.
She just peace signed you.
She just said, I don't know.
Yeah.
Give me a chamber, yes or no, up or down, thumbs up. wait.
We got thumbs up. Oh.
Maybe.
I don't know if she heard you though.
I don't think she heard me either.
We'll take it as a yes. So. Oh, we got a double thumbs up.
Maybe.
I don't know.
She might be talking to the crowd too.
Yeah.
They're translating. They're translating for us.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of communication going on out there.
Yeah. They're looking at the crowd. You know.
We're good now. Okay. Everyone's happy. We're communicating. Kurosu can see even better now. This is Fisher Purple. They are so ready to go, and we're back to dancing. This is great. We're swimming. Is that like the Fisher thing, like the swimming?
I don't know. I think there's like some sort of like hand gesture for Fisher, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But all right, our teams are silly, but we've got to get serious. This is a map 3 decider for our grand finalists of Aurora series, and it might be the beginning of a rivalry as well.
Yeah.
Right, for if these players continue to compete, if the program at University of Toronto gets built out subsequently. Again, Toronto is a bustling esports city. Just had Masters there, for example, last summer.
That's true.
I could see it.
Yeah, and it definitely, I think, can happen. Like, is it soon? This is technically their first meet. The fact they're already talking rivalry is kind of funny. But it seriously could happen. Everything's got to start somewhere, and this grand finals going the distance certainly would make it seem that way. But I think it's going to take a lot for the University of Toronto varsity, because Violet, because as much as we have seen them, it's kind of been those same pain points every single time. Even if they find a way to like get around it for a bit, it's never really gone away, and it won't really go away likely within this series.
Well, Lotus, the final battleground. Best of the best for both teams.
It's pretty.
Here we go.
Maybe get your chamber. Well, let's see. Will Sekia play the chamber is the question.
Just gonna cross my fingers, let's see.
Cross fingers, really hope. Is that a Dubu Clove?
You know what? I actually think I've seen them on Clove. That was their first agent they played like a lot in Aurora series. So to see it end back here is fun. It's like, ISO. That's not a chamber. That's not a chamber.
No. But maybe this is like, we went from, doing pretty decent on the ISO, popping off on the stage. So maybe this is just like an upwards trend now. So now that we're back on the ISO, the carry potential, very real.
Well, it's still going to be the solo duelist for Sin. But I do think the Sage was a bit too reserved. They felt like they were playing more lurk, more containment. Because that is how Split has to be played. Again, usually one holding down A main, one holding B main, while the rest is fighting mid. This is going to put Sin a little bit more supported with Stubu as a secondary entry alongside them. So that should be really nice. Duckquakes is what we know has that it factor right now.
Yeah.
And Hex and the KJ was comfort pick
Yeah.
territory. On the flip side, I feel like this is a adaptation again to the new meta, and it's also giving Kurosu the help that they might need if they can't put up the same almost 30 bomb that they put up on the last map.
Yeah. I do like the idea of going back to the Omen as well. Not only
Marina needs to.
We're going to need a little bit more.
It's like if Fisher wins, we get the Marina question of like, what was the Clove pick? We saw an Omen before, the
That is
reroll.
very true.
And do you regret it now?
Well, okay, Dubu is playing with another
Yeah,
controller.
yeah.
Slightly
I feel like
different.
Clove, though, on, like, even in competitive, right? Even, like, tier 2, old, like, in the Rankers day, even in recently with Sleepers, I think, or before it was nerfed, like, with the 6-second, like, post-death smoke, what was meta, actually, on Lotus for a little while, for some teams. So, we'll see what Dubu can accomplish. But, again, best of 3 grand finals must come to a collision. We must have our victor. And, everyone's in the server, everyone's moving and grooving. And again, we mentioned it, Fisher Purple starting the defense here is so good for them because they like to take the fight to the attackers, and that is intrinsic to this map, down to the very vines that grow through it.
Yeah. And this one, just especially being the last pick, yes, it is something that the University of Toronto, they do like playing. It's something, as I said, Sin can pop off on, but it all depends. Can you survive this initial Fisher Purple push that really ruined their game back on Split? And see how they opt to play it. As we're going to get headed to game number 3 after this. We will have an Aurora Series champion.
Oh, Fisher won both map 1 and map 2, the initial pistol. Can they do it again? A main space taken, delayed, waiting for the util and setting up for a refight. I love this tempo from UFT.
I like this. This is more of the, hey, we're going to see if they come to us. And that way, we're actually more prepared for it this time. It's just Kurosu, though, on this angle. To get more than one, that would gutsy peek. Had it to be done. So the information is there, but we know the University of Toronto, they like to take their time. They like to take this slow when they split pushes again. It's been a struggle for them.
Oh, high low on blue room.
Cloudy. Sniping on down. This A site going much better. But there she is, Marina. Coming on back, and they had a rough time there, I think, on the last map, a split, but Lotus, much different story. Just had to be back on the Omen. I think that's just part of the blessing that will come with it. Hex, making a decent amount of value out of these last couple of shots. Still 34 seconds, but with Smike being where it is, practically under Sekia's nose.
30 seconds left.
It'll be a rather difficult task to get over to it, especially if you don't have hit.
As Duke was coming in for the pinch, that was all Sucky was doing. Delay, delay, delay. That's where the vulnerability came out so early as well. It's Fisher Purple, I think they pinpointed. There was like a pinnacle of like, again, UFT are a few seconds behind the call that should exist. Like they had a deserted A site, right? It was just Kurosu there, and they win the opening gauge against Kurosu, but then they pause. And that's where that trio kind of set up outside of blue room. And that's when the tide shifted. And honestly, I maybe even like just the delay and then 5 fight instead of splitting off with your Clove and your KJ faking outside C. It was a pistol round. Maybe I would have been overcooked basically for a pistol round. So, Eco, simplify. Let's go from B for a little while.
There you go. And there's always this thing of overcomplicating it as much as an issue is oversimplifying a lot of things in these plays, and I think UFT more a victim to the let's try to do all of these things at the same time, or try to wait this out, or playing more of that longer term mental game. It's a great teleport from K-Pop Annie. She's actually going to come up with 2 on just the classic. Nobody knew where she was coming from. Now Zuko's attempting to push forward to trade this out, realize, you know what, that is not going to happen with my current HP pool. They're going to go ahead and back off. B sites is relatively free for the taking, but they are nowhere near that. UFT everywhere on the map, and that could prove to be an issue if Kurosu isn't dealt with.
Guardian lethal round starting to shift, slip away even. I do like the decision for Dubu to be hanging out, looking for an upgrade here, looking for some rotates because you need the numbers back, similar to why Duckquakes is pushing up so far forward. Long range against a Guardian, though, is not the move.
Guardian, and I believe a Bulldog, if I'm not mistaken. Something that hurts a lot more than a Classic, I can tell you that much, but Duckquakes, one here to get the one, it'd be nice, and okay. Not too bad, leaves it up to Dubu, who does have the Spectre in hand, a much better situation. But that Spike, in a difficult spot, considering the weaponry, you have to fight with that 2 to the dome of Kurosu. One more has to tap it out, you're running low on time, Sekia, no choice but to attempt to stick this. Won't really have the time to move it any further. Opts to go for the Yulip. Dubu has got that one in the bag anyways.
A thrifty clutch for University of Toronto Varsity Violet. And I feel like we've been here before. Like one map ago, per se. And what preceded, or succeeded, because it's after, was Fisher Purple winning the thrifty right back in their face. So We'll see what happens. We're not seeing any like pistol investment. Thank you, Kurosa. Get a sheriff in there. I agree. And we'll see what they're able to accomplish within the classic squad. It's again hefty A fight. It's just intrinsic. C's nade. I still adds a little fun prickle to that as well with the vulnerability. Like, let's see what they're able to accomplish. Sin here, leading the charge.
Everybody over on
Oh
this A
my
side.
goodness.
I think your team had that information to be like, yeah, no, we're not doing that, which, yeah, they get it, but just having to fight this 4v5.
It's a hero rifle handed over, though. Now you just play Zukos for delay and get back to C.
That's not fun. So at least they do get there, but they were so afraid of this Vice in previous rounds, and look how much time it buys just having these thorns. You don't exactly know where that wall is set up yet. You could assume it is on C. All things considered, came up ending with vision, but no! What are we looking at? Okay, that was a showing, but hey, the shorty is there for a reason, and that's the most valid use of it I think I have ever seen.
Okay, Spike play not down though. They realize they're surrounded. The revolving door play too much. We don't know how many are coming on through, but an overfight from Grosu might have just stabilized the effort. Marina, low HP, forced to recede. Just like that, Cloudsy's toes show around the corner, just as their sheriff does through the wall. And oh my goodness, 2v3, we actually are doing this again. Hex, 1v2.
Be a reality. Hex, I think was also the one that might have clutched this out last time, if I'm not mistaken.
30 seconds left.
At the University of Toronto, or excuse me, it was the other way around. Never mind. But Hex was definitely present in the situation. And Spike is there, 20 seconds. If you really wanted to like make a break for it, you could go B, but as long as much time is being spent here, I think Hex has to commit, but
10 seconds left.
Can't make that decision. Will move up, but
Shane
Fisher
Halls.
Purple has the back to him. You're gonna have to come up with both of them. You don't have the time to plant. No, it slipped right through their fingers. And it is yet again Zobi back-to-back thrifties.
That one hurts. Overcooked.
Yeah.
Got the opener too. I think it was at that moment, like where it was like 10 seconds, like, okay, are they rotating, are they not? And that's why Marina took a few steps back because she was getting ready to leave, and then she realized, like, hey, okay, there's not time left, I'm gone. Wind, so is the chances of an early lead here for University of Toronto. Again, this is the difficulty when you lose a round in that fashion, is no weapons minus the hero rifle. In Sin's hands, though, I've liked the delay A fights. They're disrespecting this smattering of utility, and they've done it yet again.
Yeah, that's
What?
Still here. Emma Vandy, what kind of angle is this? Well, she's making it work. It opens up. Everyone turns their eyes to her. Ignores the Vandal in the main choke point. It is now and Sekya coming back though to help clean up some of these remaining numbers, but it's still a disadvantage. Entering the Spike, but Sekya wins that one out. Spike is down, and UFT, that's one heck of a push they have to make.
Honestly, Sekya just needs to kill contract this playing out of 1v2 while Spike is down. We'll basically be forcing Zukos into 1v2 on the post plant or a 1v1. Oh.
All it takes is confirming that there is a player near, which the smoke will do somewhat of that of a
One
chance.
enemy remaining.
In that
Last
area.
player
Sekya
standing.
results in a trade, and Zuko's nowhere near this push.
Zuko's.
Duba doesn't know. Duba doesn't know. There it is. Zuko's late time work will get that one done.
Thought we were gonna have like 3 back-to-back thrifties for a second, which
That would
you
be
already
crazy.
were saying there's too many thrifties in the series. That would have just driven that fight home. Whew, but it was flashback, right? So that's not the first time Zukos has done that. Has gone for that flank play, right? And last time their teammate won it before they got to the party. That was when Sekya was delaying, right, for that exact crunch. So they didn't know that Zukos takes that seaside space. It's something that's, again, dramatic irony, but something they need to identify because it's dangerous if left unchecked on some big swing rounds. Like, at least that was an eco attempt, but again, UFT is not able to gain early momentum in these maps.
I feel like it's starting to get scrappier and scrappier the longer the series has gone on. I don't know if it's just a matter of endurance. Again, these players been here since 9 a.m. This morning, or at least close to it. It's now 6:30 p.m. Long day for them, and a lot of focusing, especially on this grand finals with the stakes that are at hand. Sekya spots the dude with the beanie there of UFT. Now the kill contract now popped. Hex. One, no idea what hit him, and there you go. Sekya takes it as the shield to come out, so we'll be okay for that 1v1, but it's instantly traded out.
All right, trade over towards Mound for the space, for the security that is keeping the side of the map on lock. Can now hopefully rotate players over to assist the Vice, but they're worried about a B pop, a B pivot. I don't know how I feel about the setup again. It's looking like heavy pressure Zuko, so you're playing a disadvantage retake.
disadvantage retake, but we've seen how much Zuko's has managed to slow down the pace or even just hit these ones. Dubu, shots at least gave away the positioning. Got a bit of a ground the Rosie, but got distracted by a pretty flower, but still somehow gets the elimination. What a flick! Back up, and on the other side, Showstopper found the value in UFT. There doesn't need to be much of a retake if it's just Kurosu.
Just Kurosu.
Yeah, good point.
In a 1v4, let's see it first before we assign them their title. Little satchel, boom bop, the regroup there. Sights trained on a second round, start to close up that gap, and that's when all that default, that overworking in the pre-round finally pays off in a satisfying way. You shut down the anchor with some flicky energy, you get the backstab from K-pop Annie, and this goes back to, I feel like every single player has been at the top of that scoreboard at one point or another for UFT.
Yeah, it really has been. Yeah, it's insane, again, how these players have the ability to step up in different situations when the circumstances continue to change or even grow in this way. I think this is actually one of the smaller differences we've had. Like, at least in the early game, we talked about UFT starting to get off the ground running here, but have started off pretty solidly.
And I will say there's a decent one for a 3-3 here, right? Money Sour for Fisher Purple, UFT ult still lean into. They don't want to get thrifted again. Oh. And they might just be leading up to it.
Okay. It might be a Captain Christmas ride. We'll revisit that when we get there. Kassin will answer it back. It's been a battle of the raises thus far, but one with a Sheriff, one with a Vandal. It'll be rather tricky to deal with. Still be UFT favoring towards this A site, but they wrap around again.
This time there's an alarm bot that's up though, so it'll catch it.
That's true.
I like them holding here as well.
This is the UFT thinking time. They're used to.
Yeah.
What decision they want to make.
Usually for too long.
Usually for too long.
I like the double stack and tree. You're probably not expecting both players here either from Fisher Purple.
So they're taking baby steps forward and then surging around the corner. Dubu, again, we were like, okay, the Clove, that is something, but certainly making the pick work. Sekia whips there, but Hex, awkward timing, pulling out the molly, knowing that the ISO was around the corner. Sekia got two.
Dubu has the ultimate, though. I don't think that alarm bot, was that alarm bot destroyed, maybe, or from death? Seems like they realized that they're on the flank. Revolving door will confirm it. At least Arco as well.
Plenty of noise going on, but does anticipate the Clove being that close. Not one bit. Zobi, we're tying up again. UFT could take their first lead in the first half of a map.
That was a nerve-wracking one. 2 double Sheriff kills is crazy.
Yeah.
And I think it's more of a bargain. The University of Toronto clutched that round from Dubu without investing into these ultimates to pick up the slack. That is the true win. Because look at this, Fisher Purple are broke. They lose this. UFT probably get to 2-5 first. It would be controlling the momentum for the half for the first time in this grand finals. I think Fisher loses. It's the first time out for Fisher.
Satchel out. Wow. Oh, that is possibility, but as I said, resources here heavily in favor of UFT in terms of the ultimates and the money alike. Kurosu, let's see if, what's happening over in that smoke, but 3 players sitting around the corner. For UFT, I think they've been caught off one too many times by this angle. This time Sin will be ready for it.
They have the trap set up, Paranoia, and then again the double scaling between Sin and Dubu. These are partners in crime, making it work on Lotus. Barrel spotted?
Doesn't have to go for it though. It's definitely the wise decision, knowing the information that we as the spectators do. UFT, they're just gonna back off it. Sekia chilling behind that box. There's no idea anybody is even there on both ends.
Oh, and Dubu made footsteps. That's going to be the go button, right? It has to be.
Surely.
You missed the timing, and there's still an alarm bot there.
Yeah, you can see everybody else on Fisher Purple starting to make a move.
They walk past. That's the go button.
There's no way. No way. Not again. Not again. Sekia. I've got playing the patient game.
Thorns activated. Oh, now the Thorns. Zuko's activates delay mode. 1 kill. Get the Steel Garden to add to party.
Nightmare there, and potentially the nightmare end of the UFT attack. Dubu does have the res, shows to get in there. There we go. Converts it onto Zuko's. So 3v2 now, 20 seconds remaining. UFT don't really have the opportunity to rotate anymore. Some opportunity has to be taken.
Stop giving the kills. You have 15 seconds.
Has to stop feeding it over. You've been in this position once. Don't let history repeat itself. Duckquakes will make sure it doesn't.
Spike down. Nightfall lockdown can be invested, and it's the fatal one enemy. Look at the vulnerability to possibly give the clutch. Util after second time and it gets punished. No, Hex. Support from above.
Support from above, and U of T taking the lead here in our first half. Zobi, the turnaround that we were talking about, how Fisher Purple were just taking all of the space. U of T kept walking into the traps. They couldn't figure it out, but dare I say, they got an inkling at least of what's going on now?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's Fisher are pushing through, but they're not taking those risky push-throughs. Like, Seki Avod would have broken that alarm bot and probably tried to go back for seconds, like push through, not hold, wait in a corner, and it would have been a more explosive impact. But all in all, I'm more confused at the pacing of the ult investment from Fisher Purple. That Fatal came through after the Vice Zukos was doing okay, anchoring the site, for example. So again, figuring out when they're losing control, when they aren't. In this round, they've lost already. Their ISO, Sekia, kill contract out. B site, kind of a decent setup here. Can also have a play through Evolving Door. They're trying to bait out the Zuko scaling that's been there characteristically, it feels like, and it's just not happening. Not on an Nico.
No, and especially with, again, could have been another Thrifty, not to fully jinx it, but.
Let's let them be not down numbers first.
Yeah, that's a good point. Zukos, though, will pop at least one of the roses on this side with that sound signal going.
Hey, Steel Garden, and then there's a Sheriff versus Sheriff would be nice.
Does help. That is a bit more of an issue because you can't really get out of that if you're Zukos. So you kind of just have to almost use yourself as bait, see if you can get the kill. But as soon as those shots go wide, you know your time is done. It'll be the grenade to go ahead and do it from Sin. What a call out. U of T.
Little dig through the box.
Yeah, that'll work out because it does slow down the plant Grosu. One heck of a map. Objective, but it won't really do much.
2 or 1 shot to the Sheriff now.
Yeah, you can find the angles. It's definitely possible. U of T, and wait a minute. They're coming up with it. It's not entirely out of the question, but Duckquakes has to be dealt with on this flank.
Dude just needs to play survival a little bit since Duckquakes is in a hard spot. A little high-low setup. The timing is perfect. The bait and the switch.
One more is all it can take. Dubu back to him. There we go. She'll go ahead and clutch this out, and U of T has now extended their lead to 2.
Looks like we are going to have a quick tech pause, but it was on the U of T side, so it didn't affect the outcome of the round per se. And I liked that, again, lockdown, pacing their ultimates, understanding that they really, really, really want this lead.
They do, and I think that for University of Toronto, having that switch is big because it was the core issues I think that we saw from this team was just struggling with the pacing. But I think the longer that they've managed to play against this Fisher Purple team, they've been able to, like, we're getting a read on this, we understand what is happening. So they're at least more prepared for it.
I feel like it's the difference between like an elective and a requirement, okay? Like it's like a requirement on Lotus, so you expect it and like you're prepared for it, you're studying for it. For an elective, like they didn't have to play that way on Haven. They didn't have to play that way on Split. And they were even taking it almost like a touch too far at times, doing the extra credit, right? Being the teacher's pet. And I think that because of that, it's not like it's out of the blue. You're used to playing like this on Lotus, and so then it's not like anti your internal clock. It's not anti, you know, what you expect. So I think that's to me what it more is map theory then, and a combination of Fisher tendencies more than them having a full understanding of the Fisher tendencies.
Yeah, it's like we're more like in the back of your mind, you're subconsciously prepared for something like this to happen. But yeah, so you're able to play around it a little better, and hey, it's working out for the University of Toronto. And I mean, this I guess doesn't really act as a timeout. I was kind of wondering if we would have a timeout, but Fisher Purple have yet to pull the trigger in the first half.
They needed to. I don't know why they didn't yet.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, do they always save those for the second half? Is that just kind of how it works?
Yeah, usually. This is also the first time that they're down at the half so far.
That's true.
We might have jinxed them. It could still be like a momentous comeback 4 in a row, 7-5 for Fisher. But again, on track very nicely, University of Toronto, Varsity Violet.
Yeah, I think just having that momentum swing, or even the time to stop some of said momentum, isn't necessarily a terrible thing to have to worry about. But again, it's kind of we're getting up there. It's kind of later. It's been a long day for all of these players, and I think it has affected a little of the gameplay that we're seeing. Not necessarily in terms of the like the aim per se, but you know the jumpiness. Are we making this decision? How are we thinking this process through? And more of those kinds of aspects. And it's not easy to be on that much of time and then have to lock in for an extended 3-map series.
Well, Like you said, it's been an extended night, an extended game, and a banger grand finals that needs a conclusion, needs a champion. So our tech pause is coming to a close. Our teams are getting ready and rearing to go on Lotus. Again, we mentioned it coming back now. I believe it'll be another Fisher rifle round.
No.
Was that Nico almost won? Our amazing observer?
Yes, because it was almost, what we were talking about, it was almost a Thrifty again. Yes, so it should be a buy round now.
They're not framed up like it's a buy round. This is a little
know.
silly to
It's
fight
business.
heavy in B main like this, but
Maybe
we do have a Vandal for Sekia, so maybe that's just the change-up that they talked through on their own. Like, you can't talk with your teammates, but it's like, okay, Marina can be like, okay, what do we need to change? What do we need to change? That we need to change this, and this. Timeout, tech ends, do this, and this. It's so funny when that happens. But, and we talked about trying to switch things up, keep University of Toronto, Varsity Violet guessing.
Yeah.
This trap on B main would do that.
And they aren't going to spring it, at least. I was kind of wondering, are we going to see them just run forwards into their spawn? That was part of the I don't know what the game actually was, but for now, it does make sure that you had some lurking potential, and it does seem 2 players are going to sniff it out for U of T. I don't think they're going to get the surprise that they really want to. There's that from Kurosu, the blind on out, Hex, hitting the S key as hard as she can.
I was hoping for a little breakthrough, the B blue room play to crunch with those main players. That's what U of T was hoping for too. But now that their support B main has died, they cut their losses, they double back into A. Dubu handles the B rotates, and they are good. Spike, I was gonna say, went down, but not in the way they were hoping. Planter dies and is dealing undefended, blow for blow.
Yeah, blow for blow.
Sin.
Sin
Did split.
is-
Flashbacks, don't showstopper this.
I feel like she's
player
thinking
standing.
about it,
It's
but
you
they
and
won't really
me.
get the opportunities. Marion has shown up to play, and the kill contract did end up going out to deny the rest of
Saving.
this defuse, just to be safe. So it was a little bit of an expensive push there, just to, I think, pulling that at the end. But other than that, you take those for Fisher Purple.
Yeah, we talked about how important that round was going to be. It's, again, difference between a lead at the half for U of T for the first time in map 3. Or Fisher Purple turning around with an ult that they can get back when Sekia is top bragging right now, 11 and 7. So 4 though is good for the money. It's going to keep things strong for at least a little bit longer, probably for the rest of the half, arguably, if they win the next. So
That makes sense. I think if they can kind of stretch this out further,
Yeah.
I think that would be ideal.
I kind of want to see what U of T did as their switch up on Split, which was just fight into the Senti site. Remember the Sage wall that they just like blew
Yep.
through? I think they could do that against the Vice, but instead they're consistently fighting into this stack. And again, this is the first comp that like Fisher has that's really scary against C's, Nade, vulnerability. That is deadly to fight into space off of.
Just do not want to take some of these angles, but still playing around. At least does throw the blind is the K-pop Annie. So it seems that the more of the shift will be towards these other sites. It almost seems more favorable just to play into this Vice, since you have the opportunity, if you have the numbers to do it, and know that most of the utility is being spent on the A site.
A lot of util on this, be very clear. I'm expecting Fish to actually fight into B main if this rolling door play C-side goes through, but we'll see.
Fountain's out, quickly destroyed, so something to Sekia. That's that. There's that showstopper that we were waiting on. Still looking for it. Primary weapon was
Oh, it fell
jammed,
short.
So, just couldn't get around the corner. Unlucky again for Sin. We'll have to look for it next time as the chaos continues to unfold. The trades back and forth. Sin with a 3v3.
Okay, you know the Vice is on C. ISO is still
30
in the
seconds
win.
left.
The congregation here, 3 on the site. Buddy system up. K-pop Annie gifted you this round, this opening. Oh, sees it.
To see the vision. I mean, they do know that Marion is out on this corner, so no Omen surprises this time. Unless she managed to build up the ult, take 2, and then for some reason feels the need to use
I
it.
think the appeasal turret too. That allows the
Okay.
regroup, the reclear into top mid space.
It's a lot with the
Last player
controlled.
standing.
Yeah, there you go. U of T all huddled up in there. Nothing that could be done with the util pull. Is that a scream I heard?
That's from the stage.
It's from the stage.
I mean, hey, this is already a trademark moment for UFC just because they're at least going to tie themselves at the half, so not going to be at a disadvantage.
Okay.
And they are having a serious opportunity to get a substantial lead, too. And we can say that this is the most attack-sided out of the 3 maps of the day, maybe for the Fisher Copium out there.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know. I think they're just winning a lot of head-on fights that usually Fisher win out.
Yeah, it's not like Fisher were necessarily doing bad or like doing anything that's specifically like, hey, knock it off.
We need to change something. No.
Yeah, no, it's literally just coming down to how these gunfights end up going in these coin flips or how they are getting set up. Try this again. No! Gets shut down. Yeah, get the shot onto Dubu. Showstopper is still there. Looking for the angle grabs too. Both players blown to bits around the corner. Kurosu does finagling and somehow survives.
That's gonna be a moment that you laugh about later on. I think if Kurosu went with the initial showstopper play, this round would not have gone the way it did. So it just to make sure everyone saw that, Sekia, so teammate, sent the vulnerable through, which by the way also steals your util, so stole the ult temporarily from Kurosu.
It was like you knew exactly what was going to happen.
They knew
so
funny.
what they needed to do in order to
It just delayed it, and then the players refought because they're like, oh, it's gone. Just kidding, no, it's not.
It's like backseat gaming, but you actually have it in
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah. No, that's like pulling the emergency brake, like when someone's like about to hit something in front of them and like it slows them down in time. But all in all, that's kind of what can set us up for another 6-6 possibility here. Just because they still got money, the ult's been exhausted. This is going to be a pretty straightforward round. Cloud's the only one even remotely close.
Yeah, pretty vanilla, all things considered. Considering the ultimate's minimum, but gunfight quick to happen. This is uncharacteristic for U of T and perhaps Fisher Purple weren't quite ready for it themselves. A little bit of low health bars, but otherwise this A site's under siege.
A cut of noise leaves Zuko's back to the C site. Prowler, I think just was short on the Sekia, so she could get an element of surprise here. And needs it at 30 HP.
The classic University of Toronto. Take your time to think about which site we want to go for, but there's the noise, the rotation's coming in. On number time here is Sekia. Wants to back off 30 HP. Nice wall shot from Hex, will deny it. B site is confirmed, Spike will go down.
This is nice. Darkwake's now one off the Nightfall as well. Try and close things out. Dubu, precarious position, try and get Arena. It's good confirmation, and then they just back out. This is really nice touch and go.
Yeah, this is ideal situation now for the University of Toronto to work with. Do you have the teleport in from Fisher Purple?
Didn't pop the beanie. Zuko saw the KJ.
Yeah, definitely saw it for one, but yeah, being on the spike, having that position, especially with the KJ, looks like it was done. Second the spike went down, 7-5 finish of the half for U of T.
Everyone's tech still
Huge milestone no matter how you spin it. Starting up as a half, but we'll see if it's a curse if Fisher Purple can course correct on their own attack half with a double duelist as well, which I think is a testament to how well Dubu on the Clove did alongside Sam. Winston is having an off map as well. So again, lifting each other up when it matters, when you're under the pressure of losing this series, losing the grand finals.
Oh, the amount of time that's spent between these players sharing that responsibility, picking up for each other's slack, covering each other's weaknesses. It's really what can help accelerate a good team to a great one. And U of T, certainly well-rounded around the board. Same can be said for Fisher Purples. Again, this is a very attackers-favored map. Having the 2-round lead will certainly help, but this explosive aggression that we're used to seeing can be difficult to handle, but Zukos has to back out over the corner. The blind will go away. Still gets one, gets two. Lines them all up. A third for the Feist. That feels illegal.
Why did your team even come to help you, right? They come rallying back to your side, and you're like, they're all gone. And you're like, you're trying to grapple with what you've done. But all in all, Dubu. Scholastic. Solo anchor in the site. Maybe an Overy trying to give Zuko the ace. Kind of happens.
We'll deny that at a minimum, but yeah, it leaves a sizable mountain now for Hex, who finally will find her way over to this battle. Yeah, some shenanigans happening.
Spike planted.
Hex, though, spots can't let the shot there, finds Sekia. I'll go ahead and do it for round one. I saw you do it. You want to say it?
No.
No? Okay.
That's why I do it off camera.
Okay.
It's 6-7, guys. It's 6-7. Oh no, on map. And this is the first time we've gone. Yeah, because 8-4, 7-5, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the 7-5, they lost that pistol. Yeah, because they won both on split.
Yep.
All right. And 14-9, Dubu. And tried their best in that clutch.
That certainly helped. That's a lot of Guardians that I'm seeing for Fisher Purple. I'd just be terrified to peek any border.
Chris just like practices and Voltaire is like, no.
And heavy presence towards it. So it's kind of a given if Crow still finds that shot to Duckwicks.
Great opener. There's another gamble stack is behind it though, so slows down for the time being. Don't know if they have in fact stacked all of their eggs in the basket though, so K-pop Annie toying with the idea of the revolving door play, setting up for it possibly too.
Or everybody, why not? That would be kind of fun if you could get everybody in on the action. But
Everybody in tree, having a party.
Tree party. That's some kind of fun, but with a haunt on out, the information certainly there. Your team heavily outnumbered and outmatched when it comes to weaponry. Sin still does find the one in Sekia. And if we've seen anything about Thrifty today, nothing's impossible until everybody has fallen. Just be X now. Make our way back over yet again with a large task at hand.
Again, potential that doesn't translate to energy, unfortunately, for UFT. That sums up this round as we are tied in the grand finals, up 7-7 between these two teams. The Guardians saying the Owl opener was great from Kurosu. Feels like, again, it's similar to how Split got closed out. Remember, Kurosu switched sides, got activated, and just went about their business. And PR3 early timeout here. They didn't use any in the first half because they were leading, right?
Did not.
Because there was a tech pause.
They did not, yeah.
So that'll have one now and then one for later. So that is nice for, I think, course correcting when you're getting before pre-double digits.
Yeah. I was definitely thinking, like, did they use one first round? Because this was kind of early because it was just the pistol and the half by after. So it seemed a little this time. But yep, no, if they have two, that makes a lot more sense going on ahead. But both teams will certainly be taking advantage of it. Fisher Purple, it's not, I mean, yeah, they're still chilling, but a lot more locked in than I think when we saw them back at a similar point on Haven.
You know, can't when you're not in the lead by a substantial factor.
Yeah.
You saw, again, the benefit of being at the lane. You can turn, look at Coach Naya while they're talking to you, while they're getting their notes out so they've been taken. So we'll see what happens when they get back to the server. This is interesting, too, because it shows the collaboration, right? The coach on the UFT side isn't strictly speaking. Let it simmer.
Yeah. Definitely got it. You got the message across quick, and let the team think about it, prepare for this upcoming round. And yeah, UFT, again, nowhere near out of this yet. I think going down in a rather larger fashion than I think considered compared to the overtime of the map number 1 here. We'll see what changes have been adjusted. Grabbing the extra points, we can see another fun showstopper play later on. But not too much to work with. In fact, nothing for now.
Yeah, it's been silent. A main space taken by University of Toronto, Varsity Violet, and thought we were gonna get a bit more contact from Marina Seaside just to break some of his KJ util, force some rotates, but nope, just scaling into the trap. Paranoia, play, set, executed, and just like that, one of your duelists is down for the count.
Yeah, they have the 1-for-1 there, which is already much better. I think we've seen Kurosu be on the upper hand of that more often than not. With one, see Flood now. Util comes on in. Players really gaining all that much ground. Duckwicks quick shut down the one, but that's all that should matter for the rest of the team. The reinforcements starts to pour in. Fisher Purple backs up against the wall. Quite literally, UFT now have to play the safer game and wait for their full team.
Oh. Revolving door play there as well. Trying to flip the side, flip the numbers. Fisher swings in a waterfall, but the double up is too strong, and it's triple as well right after the revolving door gets procced. K-pop Annie right at the side of the teammates. Ooh, this is getting dangerous, Cloudsy.
You gotta be careful. We don't need a bit of deja vu for what happened
10 seconds
on the
left.
UFT side of attack. Cloudsy.
Spike planted.
That moment from repeating, but through the box as Dubu gave away the location. We're tied up again.
I kind of want to see Dubu on a duelist because they have like that right internal compass of when to seek out kills and no ego will back out when needed, right? Like any other Clove player, right, after that opening kill on Ben would have hit the top off and then re-swung into deeper water. They completely use that speed to fall back. They're like, we got the numbers, that's all we need, I'm gone. And I think that's where the IGL aspect of her role comes in just a little bit, seeing the bigger picture. UFT, that bigger picture has led to a lead once again after the 7-7, after the timeout even. So PR3 also picked up a paintbrush in that masterpiece, but still need the tile, it still needs a signature. We still need a champion. Here we go, next round.
Underway, and Crosu can make this one
Not again.
explosive, but again with the own team. But it set it up. There's no way that happened at a second time. It's like, you know, put her on a leash, make sure it can't go too out of control. There's the showstopper. No, the door, Crosu.
Okay, so now both races have a silly showstopper moment, and now that's you have one moment where you're like, thank you for your service, Sekia, for stopping my util, and wow, I can't believe you did this to me, Sekia, for the second one, because without that, the paint shell wouldn't have connected, they wouldn't have at 10 HP, and therefore would have killed themselves with the ultimate by accident. But again, that's Duelist out early for both sides. Steel Garden invested in a fake Seaside that has worked.
Ooh.
Wait, Dubu was aware for a second. They've wavered.
Yeah, they did. I think they see the util commit, like, wait a minute, but it's a genius play. You don't expect Zuko's around the corner, but the whiff almost helped them out. Zuko's so much armor help. They'll shield that one, at least until Dubu pulled on up with the Vandal.
Spray panic.
And they're already on A site.
And Marina's in such a good spot for this 3v3 as well. Stem the rotates, Haunt to sell it. Oh, they're not here. We need to start clearing that space out. And that's going to set the timing up perfect for the B rotates.
Marion. Not for a second. I figured, you know what, knowing Marion, she might go for that, but no. It's going to stop to stay in the safer option. No idea where these players are going to pull out from yet, but start running low on time, so something University of Toronto have to get their groove on. We'll make this happen. We'll shred them through as that's a double headshot from Duckquakes. Go through the shield, but Cloudsy still hiding in the tree. The patience there to make that one happen for Fisher Purple. We are keeping this one tight.
8-2-8. I was worried there when that opening kill went the way of Duckquakes, not going to lie. I'm like, okay, K-Pop Annie has a full kit that can handle the tree space. I think it was just them smoking off ropes because they didn't have any info on their own spawn. That was their undoing. That going tree would have been a very different scenario. Even with the Clover Smoke trying to help them get the spike to half, it did not matter. But, Crosu, can we run back the satchel? You don't need the showstopper for it.
Let's blast it out. Not again, right? Not again.
They're like, I'm gonna nade from afar. You're gonna stand really far to the right of me, Sekia. And here we go.
This will be carefully climbed down. Right? That's where we're just gonna hope to see. With Fisher Purple, it's gonna back off. They are gonna play that more slower methodical. They had a great trick play last time. Unfortunately, not the same amount of utility to commit to force that reaction again.
Yeah, do want a very committed off angle here. Like, if this is a 3-2-1 swing, she would not make it out. But she got the answer she was looking for.
No peeking.
Duty calls, smoke C-site.
Yeah, and priorities there. So I'm gonna help my team, even at the cost of my own life. But here we go. Fade out on the point. No eyes or ears. There's the kill contract. Hex on to Hex. We'll find it this time. Yes, there we go. Sekia down. Set up the comfort. I'm a lot closer, but Dubu was there to cover. To keep this one even. Spike is down. U of T looking to retake, but something about them and Seaside seems to work on out.
Marina, Druid's plan.
Oh no. They don't know she's there. Everybody at their back. Dubu though, going to commit the ult. Leaving it just up to her. She has to find it for Zuko's, but everybody's backing off, just letting this Clove down. Reveal the positioning. Marion get on out by the time, and Fisher Purple retake the lead.
There it is. Marina again being at the conductor's table for this team. Says, wait, I have a timing, and suddenly the players activate delay mode. All right. 21-14 for Crosu as well is crazy. Sheriffs for University of Toronto. Varsity Violets. It seemed like Fisher Purple might break through first. 2 double digits here. All in all, Sheriff's plenty. Celebration rampant between the students in the arena, and see what they can do with a Nightfall and an Eco.
K-Pop Annie in a rather forward position, and her and Sin making this one work out to at least a degree. Arena.
Honestly, 2 HP, everyone full HP. If they rotate and you get one of these weapon upgrades, that is such a nice trade with Nightfall, and one where I think you consider investing this Nightfall to win the Eco round to keep Fisher Purple off of double digits. Yeah. And Duckquakes is going to be in the right position for it if she's not the one swinging for extra contact.
Making a lot more sense now to go down this A site, knowing it's just the Sheriffs that will be at play. The Sega UFT, though, incredibly split up, and Duckquakes also has her own ultimate to work with, and something you do wonder, is it worth investing in this eco? Do you have...
Oh, they want to kill first and they found it? Oh, the Dubu.
They end up catching out Dubu on the side. That's rough.
Wanted to be a 3-on-3. You wanted to finish Marina off at 2 HP, but spike plant now secured. You got to scale with a blue and then play the
Spike
retake.
planted.
I don't think you use a nightfall here. Unless you get one.
Yeah. If you get one, that's still a tall order. Nothing to be filled for this team, and Izuku's already has this one trapped. So I know it's hard to do. The spike will, especially being down, so it seems that players really try to make the move on this. Duckquakes did, and come back to bite her. Hex, the last opportunity to deny double digits to the spike. Taking on down in terms of timing. Location revealed, the smoke is out, and down she shall fall. That's 10 now for Fish Purple.
Yeah, just really good awareness on what that eco round was going to look like for University of Toronto. Varsity Violet, Paranoia off of the high-low contact, keeps it contained, keeps it an equivalent exchange. And that stabilization avoids all major threats. And I was curious if this was going to come here or in a few rounds. But sometimes you just like litmus test your team, especially once it's past the 20-second mark, where you listen to what they're saying, see if they're coming up with a fix. If not, emergency break, course correct.
And even then, I think being in the double digits as well, using this time that in worst case scenario, what are we going to do? How are we going to plan this out? It is somewhat feasible to look that far ahead, but for the time being, it's the University of Toronto that, got to find a way to pull themselves back up onto their horse. They had a fantastic first round, but it seems that it's been Fisher College Purple in the driver's seat now.
They're leaning into the mechanics. We kind of said this early in the map, actually, and why they came out with an advantage at the half was a lot of these head-on fights, usually Fisher's the ones more mechanically inclined winning them, and it was UFT. Now it feels like it shifted back over to, okay, Fisher are winning the fights that they should be winning, in theory.
There's none of these crazy, okay, I have all the utility in my face. Oh, I'm just going to grab 3 because why not? And it's those kind of off plays that seem to reasonably reset themselves.
We also need one of those signs, where it's like X number of days since last workplace accident. But it's X days or rounds since Sekia's last util error affecting Kurosu. Because it's been a few, and that's where they found this momentum.
It's worked out. I mean, it did help Kurosu once, but the rest of the time, it's...
There'll be happy accidents.
I know, we need to let Kurosu off the leash. Give them the space to work. The Nightfall out, but will just be reset to the original positioning as everybody from Fisher Purple.
Yeah, there's that Nightfall. It's ready to go off contact. Who's contact?
Well,
nobody.
Well, at least not Duckquakes. I think just that element enough to deny the usage of the ultimate, at least for his first section, or just saying, you know what, we're not going to even go there in the first place. What a swap around from Marina.
It's frustrating. K-pop Andy was almost in position as well to deny that exact drop-down TP instead of just playing close enough for the auditory cue, see if Spike gets planted. They're honestly giving a lot of grace over to Fish Purple to stabilize this round.
Yeah, a lot of time. Definitely not gonna fake that plant entirely, given the location. But everybody is here for Fisher Purple, which is likely the reasoning for waiting as long as you did, and just retake.
Dark Cover one way out. Again, once Spike is down, Marina evolves into a different form. Let's see it.
Marina loves these post-plant situations, and had a great clutch at the start of one. Caught the back of Sin's head, just didn't fire the bullet just yet, and there she is. Eventually, take out Dubu, but the utility advantage too much for Fisher Purple to handle. It's going to come down to Cloudsy, but Sin Spike, and no, they got the elims, every single one, but it does not matter.
Wow, and Dubu is just like so on the mark millisecond-wise with the timing of these close smokes. So again, they were nerfed. Again, they don't last that long, but if they're able to get that much groundwork laid upon the Spike. And I mean, hats off as well to Cloudsy for getting all of those kills, because it looked like all the frags were going to be 1-for-1, which when you were already down numbers wasn't going to get the job done. But it's flashbacks to Haven, because UFT also won around in that exact favor. The smoke diffused the last second when everyone was getting sprayed down. So that's a huge round. That's going to probably tie us up 10-10. Everything resets and we go again.
Woo! OT part 2.
Oh, yeah, let's see if there's a Thrifty, I guess. I can't even count Thrifties out anymore. Like, This game is altering the brain chem.
I was gonna say, it defies logic sometimes, which is, you know, some level of unpredictability is good. It's boring if we know what's gonna happen all the time. So, like this Fisher Purple gonna spice it up on his 50s this time. Toronto though, he's the one to make the changes. K-pop Annie, take the shots down the doors. No risks left alone there. Still kind of, sort of committed to this ace.
Kurosu.
They're just, yep, they're gone.
I think I had it backwards. I didn't even realize it was UFT because they won the round. You thought they would have had the bye.
Yeah.
But because they lost everybody and were the ones that had lost 4 in a row, they're actually the ones.
Nightmare's
I don't stable.
Whoa. That was a bait too. Kurosu, or at least Annie thinking Kurosu would double satcheled out of there, but waiting around the corner. Zuko's again.
Last player
Being on
standing.
these hits, and the reality of a Thrifty no longer there. But I think this is
30
something
seconds
that
left.
University of Toronto planned for. If they can
Spike
get 1 or 2
planted.
down, it would definitely help the economy.
Old flexing their teammates' alma mater, Sin.
Love it.
Yeah, you already used both timeouts. Fish Purple aren't going to take one. Flawless done for Fish Purple. I feel the momentum has shifted. Again, the money, just they were 2 in the hole, it feels like, after those 4 rounds it was in a row, won by Fisher Purple. Ults could save them, I will say. That's what could kickstart the system. This feels like if UFC are going to come back, it would be an OT situation, not like a 13-11 situation. But we'll see.
It would be a matter of spacing them out, though. Just you really are going to have 1 shot in the remaining rounds that you have to use this ultimate.
You need to keep it clean.
Yeah. And not to mention Fisher Purple, they are close to several of theirs as well, likely within the next round or so. You will see those come up, but for now, UT want to avoid going to that 12th to begin with. This has been Fisher Purple on attack, finding the shots is, again, just winning these gunfights.
Kurosu, go kill. It is the final straw, the final strategy, the final form, perhaps of Fisher Purple finding an extra chip on the Hex on the exit. It's going to be harder to invest that lockdown, and we'll see if Fisher Purple are aware this lockdown's extension.
So whether they're or not, or they decide to commit it or fight this all the way through to round 12, and you're not going to get another bye after this. So really, now or never for UFT. Otherwise, they are circling the drain.
Oh, showstopper. Kurosu's in his position.
Oh boy, here we go. 3rd time for the charm. Surely Kurosu. No friendly you do in their face. Okay, some friendly you don't, but you make that one happen. Kurosu still finds a way to get Hex, and it is just down to Sin. Mountain to climb, and yeah, you don't have a way to get through. Holding on to this Vandal, really the only option.
Yeah, give yourself a fighting chance to get one last Thrifty to kickstart the system, to deny Fisher Purple from defending their champion title. Ooh.
Back-to-back titles here on the line now for Fisher Purple, and idea of these experienced veterans for them and these brand new players from the University of Toronto. They've made it this far, but it seems that experience is coming back here in this what could be the final round.
Proving that again, falling to the lower was a fluke, proving that they should be the top dogs here. The bigger fish in the pond. 12-9, 3 needed to get to overtime. We've seen worst buys get these Thrifties across for University of Toronto Varsity Valiant, and they need one desperately now. Ults as well saved. Nightfall, showstopper, if invested correctly. How? Bro, you blink and Sin's already tucked away in B main.
I was gonna say, already this guy left to clear space. Never stops. She's
Watching
always
here.
on the move, and I don't want to keep that up, but they go for the showstopper.
They're trying to fake A so they can draw out the Nightfall really early.
Yeah.
Duck Quicks, how perceptive are you to this? Okay, now that they've been on there long enough with no old investment, they're leaning back.
Yeah, it's like we're taking a little bit too long with Sen. Just pushing up, but it was ready for that one. Marina won't have that clutch on the lurk like we have seen before. Fisher Purple, though, they got what they wanted. They're on this A site, they'll guarantee the plant.
Now they're trying to fight up in their faces because they know this Nightfall's coming.
Falls there, and everybody. Zuko's holding the line.
Nice
UFT
delay.
Can't really take advantage of it from that specific angle. That's why it's on to Hex on the other side to come in from the background, the flank. Zuko's taking care for so long. Got the ultimate online. Sin still the ultimate to pull out. Will grab Kurosu, but no ammo left to go. now. UFT will stay afloat, and is that a thrifty I see?
I think it's not going to count as one because they had the Vandal, some expensive weapons, but it is at heart. Again, a worst buy, converting the round, getting Fisher purple. A little bit extra check to write, but still plenty of funds to work with. Double digits for both teams now. 2 rounds needed to get us to overtime on our map. 3 decider in the grand finals. Going the distance, absolute cinema style, and I don't know, it's like, are we gonna get these ults, these game-breaking ults before the half is up, right? Kurosu, if they have a good round but lose that, Seki as well to keep the kill contract, it's gonna be like safe harbor everything you can. Don't overinvest this round and invest it to avoid OT in the next.
Yeah, especially if you can kind of build up to more of the weapons that you need to close this one out, because it's just one. You have give here. You don't really want to use it, but it's definitely a smarter decision in the long term of things. The Sin will spot Kurosu though. Out on the main angle. Not really sure where the commitment will happen just yet. Spike remaining in spawn. See if they can win any of these singular gunfights first.
This looks like a C retake style, right? The mollies are pretty uncommitted. Raisiny was used B, so it wasn't used to destroy her util. Like, Kurosu. That is a crazy movement tech. Hex.
Whoa. Still will find it, but Hex wasn't ready at all. So far deep into this back line. They're trying to clear out C, and so far it's been successful. UFT, no ultimates, an uphill battle now to climb. Marina plants the spike down. Papa more fall. So much still left to be desired. Jubu has the ultimate commit just with that last elimination that came up. It's just down to her to clean everyone off.
They're all
but they're just running away. There's no way to keep her life extended further. That will go ahead and do it. Fisher purple back to back Aurora Series champion.
In 13-10 fashion, respect goes both ways in the server. But again, undisputed, unrivaled since their Aurora Series debut. They got pushed again by a new squad, still looking to get that experience under their belt. And wow, an entertaining series to say the least, through and through. They turned it around.
It only feels fitting that we ended this in 3. Like, it would have felt unceremonial if we had 2 teams that had this strong of a competition, somehow managed to avoid each other in every single place, and were just to go out in like 2 very not so close maps. So
yeah,
this is fantastic.
They came out to play 1 best of 3.
Exactly.
If that doesn't scream commitment, I don't know what does. And for it to be multiple, again, like, an OT, a double digits map, like this could have been a best of 5 and a 3-0, right? Like it's basically a full feature.
Yeah, no, we got a little bit of everything today. We had some thrifties, we had some insane clutches, we got some shenanigans there with the showstoppers play, which I will say those will definitely live down. But I think in the minds of Fisher Purple, very happy with the result that they have, and showing that the potential of a lot of the new blood we're getting in the Aurora series isn't something to be underestimated.
Yep. Again, the teams from that constellation could be the grand finalists of tomorrow, for example. And again, once you have a team that's 3 out of 5, then you can be like, okay, now we're recruiting the next season when we have this core in your own school, in your own community. Discover those that never knew that competitive Valorant was an option, was viable, right? You go from playing ranked with your friends to then playing on one of the larger collegiate stages of the spring season. And it's fun to see those teams and also see the camaraderie on stage, the handshakes afterwards and such, respecting, again, the points that both teams put up in the server today.
As much trash talk as there was kind of between these videos, there's, again, so much respect between these 2 rosters, the work that they have put in, and the results that have to show for it. Like, honestly, hey, maybe they do all go out to dinner together just for funsies. How often are you going to be in the same place as one team? But, I mean, realistically, though, looking at how the Aurora series has continued to evolve, the competition will keep going up and up, and it's fantastic that we get to showcase the work of these players again on LAN this year.
Yeah, and again, Fisher have overcome so many odds to get here, to lift another Aurora Series trophy, and through it all, they still come out undisputed. These Fisher's squad did not, in fact, fumble. And with that are your Aurora Series Grand Final champions of Spring 2026. And again, this feels like just the beginning of their stories for so many of the players on both sides of the server.
Yeah, you got got players that will be continuing their journeys throughout the Aurora series and their competitive journeys in Valorant. That's going to go ahead and do it for us here up on the desk. It's been Tiny, Shiny, and Joby. Let's send it back to Lemon Kiwi on the floor with Fisher Purple for an interview.
Thank you so much, casters. It's the end of our day, but here we are with Fisher College, your Aurora Series champions. Hoist up the trophy. Thank you so much for not breaking the trophy. I am here with the absolute GOAT, Sekia. Give it up one more time for Sekia and Fisher College. I mean, what a marathon of a series. Oh my God. I mean, you kept us all awake until the very end. What does this moment mean to you and the team? I mean, you have fought so hard. You have worked so hard to be a champion today.
Yeah. I mean, it means a lot. I think this is, 3 or 4 for us winning as Fisher. So, I mean, you just got to keep it going, keep winning, you know. Fisher fumblers do not fumble.
Do not fumble. I mean, so many championships back to back. What is it like working with this team through every map, every series, a long day today? What's it like?
I mean, I love my team. You know, we're all great friends, out of server. So it's just I get to have a fun time with people I enjoy being around.
Absolutely. And for any of the girls, the people, family watching, do you have any words for them? People that are looking up to you, you are paving the way for the future of Valorant.
Stay confident, believe in yourself, and thank you to everyone who supports.
Absolutely, and thank you, Sekia, and congratulations once again to Fisher College. You guys can go and celebrate. Don't break the trophy. And this is the end of the day, everybody. But man, we have a jam-packed action for the rest of the weekend. Tomorrow, we're gonna be joined by the best high schools in the nation, and you in the venue could benefit. We have raffles for the Nintendo Switch. We got peripherals, and make sure you check your email because we're pulling some winners today, and you'll want to tune in tomorrow. We'll have raffles and also some open tournaments that you guys can sign up for Valorant, TFT, Smash, and other things, and you'll get to watch some more amazing schools. We're going to be live at 9 a.m. Central, so thank you all so much for watching, and have a great night.
Gotta give it